Amidst the pouring rain, Jiang Baishan stood before his father's grave and mused, well, a full 5 years have passed like a joke, and I'm finally back home to breathe in the drama. Suddenly, a dark figure leaped forward with a splash, soaked to the bone. Boss, Baichin, maintaining his cool composure, asked nonchalantly, what have you dug up? The subordinate immediately rattled off, reporting, Boss, the top brass at the Guanghui group has been completely replaced. The big shots from back in the day have all vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Baichin's teeth clenched as he roared like he was about to transform. Investigate this to the very end for me. I have returned, and if I don't avenge my father's murder, how can I show my face? Looking at the words beloved father Jiang Tiancheng on the tombstone, Baichin began to sob internally as all his pent-up emotions started to bubble up. Seeing his boss in a deep brooding state, the subordinate timidly scratched his head. Boss, there's one more thing. I don't know if I should disturb you right. Yes, your fiancée, Wang Xueyu, left her number for you to call. Someone is coming to pick you up to become their son-in-law soon. Holding Wang Shuyu's fancy business card, a flashback titled 5 Miserable Years Ago suddenly replayed at high speed in Baichin's mind. The doctor stated bluntly, your father's heart condition has reached a critical stage. If you don't have 200,000 for the surgery, he's going to kick the bucket. Baichin was dirt poor at the time, with no way to get the money, so he rushed over to his grandfather's house to ask for an urgent loan. But life isn't a fairy tale, and as soon as he arrived, his beloved eldest uncle, Jiang Tianming, blocked the gate like a debt collector. His uncle had already swallowed up their grandfather's entire fortune. The old man didn't waste words, simply ordering the guards to tase his godforsaken nephew for kicks. Then he was mercilessly kicked out. With no other choice, Baichin had to swallow his pride and go find his loyal girlfriend, Jiang Xuanyuan. Turns out, this girlfriend had been cheating on him for ages. She pulled out a bank card and said curtly, here's the money, now get lost. So he took the money and the humiliation, rushing back to save his father. But who knew his old man was in such a hurry to meet his maker? He couldn't wait for his son to return. While mourning at his father's grave, Baichin was ambushed by a gang of thugs and beaten to a pulp. One of them growled, your father dared to mess around with our big boss's sister-in-law and sired a piece of trash like you. He deserved to die, and you should join him to make it a pair. Hearing this, it finally clicked in Baichin's head, so these were the real culprits. So this was the source of all the drama in his life. With that, they mercilessly threw Baichin into the sea as a buffet for the sharks. As he sank into the vast ocean, only one name appeared in Baichin's mind, Guanghui Group. In a flash, 5 years passed by like a dream. Back in the present, seeing his boss frozen stiff, the subordinate had to shake him. Boss, come. After being frozen for several minutes, the sky cleared, and Baichin coolly commanded, call my fiancé, we'll meet soon. After hearing this, the subordinate got nosy. Boss, let me ask a stupid question. You're a powerful commander now, a total big shot. So why lower yourself to become a live-in son-in-law for the Wang family? It's demeaning. Baichin shot him a sharp glance. Of course I have to. Years ago, I was at death's door when a general saved me. Feeling guilty, that General Wang married his precious daughter, Wang Xuyu, to me to atone. It must be fate. What a sweet deal. I need the cover of a rags-to-riches guy to make my moves, and it's the perfect chance to drag out my sworn enemies, the opportunists who profit from chaos, and all those who watched me die back then. I'll put every single one of them on my blacklist and deal with them one by one. With that, Baichin turned and walked away coolly, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. And so, his hidden boss-style revenge journey officially began. Meanwhile, on another street, the assistant, He Qian, couldn't help but butt in and ask Wang Xuyu, Miss Xuyu, why are you stooping so low to pick up that country bumpkin Jiang Baichin? It's so beneath you. We have a meeting with Boss Chen about the billion-dollar project soon. We're screwed if we're late. Xuyu sighed and explained, it's an order from my father, not that I have any choice in the matter. Just step on the gas so we can get back to business. Hearing this, He Qian pouted, I don't know what's gotten into Mr. Wang lately to make him so confused. It was clear as day my younger sister broke the engagement, yet they threw me over to marry that useless guy as compensation. And now look where we are. My younger sister is now comfortably the young mistress of the Jiang family, living a life of luxury, while our girl Shui Yu remains silent, as if tacitly accepting her miserable fate. Just then, Baichin was carrying his suitcase while talking on the phone. Young master, I heard a rumor that you've returned home. The voice on the other end sounded incredibly old, but was extremely deferential to Baichin. He replied with a superior air, oh, your news travels remarkably fast. The person on the other end immediately started flattering him. Ever since you saved my entire family's lives 3 years ago, this old man has been secretly keeping tabs on your every move. Now that you're back, just give me a shout if you need anything. This old man has a bit of influence here in Yunhai City. Baichin flatly refused. He had his own plans and didn't want to stir the pot. Hearing this, the person on the other end found another way to suck up. How? How about this? You'll need a cover story while you're out and about, right? How about I just hand over the Vinding Group for you to manage for fun? I'll have my secretary, Jiang Miao, send you the details in a bit. What do you say?" Before the man could finish, Bei Chen hung up abruptly. It turned out he had spotted his ride arriving. He quickly smoothed his hair and put on his obedient husband face. Bei Chen seemed to transform into a completely different person, a world away from his previous ice-cold expression, now grinning from ear to ear. He waved as he trotted towards the car. Xu Weiyu and her assistant, He Qian, didn't even bother to get out, shouting from inside the vehicle, "Is that you? Hurry up and get in, we're in a rush." Despite the blatant disdain, Bei Chen just smiled sheepishly. "Oh my, sorry to have troubled you both." Seeing him act like this, Xu Yu was utterly disappointed. He was in the army for 5 whole years and came back just as clueless as before. Would it have killed him to improve even a little bit? Just then, He Qian received a call from President Chen. Before she could even schedule a meeting, she frantically reported, "Miss Xu Yu, President Chen said there's no need to rush. He's already gone straight to your house and is waiting there." Hearing this, Xu Yu had a bad feeling. "It's just a business discussion. Why on earth would he come all the way to my house?" Meanwhile, at the Xu family villa, President Chen was boasting to Xu Yu's mother, "Auntie, my company is about to receive a 20 million investment. I can spare 10 million for Xu Yun Company to help Xu Yu get through this crisis." At the mention of money, Xu Yu's mother's eyes lit up like high beams. "Oh my goodness, that's absolutely wonderful. President Chen, you're really soaring to new heights. In the future, my daughter Xu Yu will have to rely on your care and guidance." President Chen then gave a meaningful look. "So, about the matter between me and Xu Yu." She understood his meaning instantly. Xu Yu's mother replied, "Rest assured, as soon as that good-for-nothing Jiang Bei Chen gets back, I'll persuade Xu Yu to kick him to the curb and be with you." As luck would have it, Xu Yu arrived at the door just then. Without so much as a greeting, she got straight to the point, her annoyance clear on her face. "Business matters should be discussed at the office. President Chen, for you to come all the way to my home, doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate?" The shameless man named Chen replied. "Oh, come on. We're about to be family soon. Talking at home is much more personal." He and Xu Yu's mother were perfectly in sync. "Exactly. Xu Yu, what are you still being so picky about? President Chen has already made his offer to give you 10 million to save the company. If you ask me, you should just move in with President Chen and live a good life. Why keep that Jiang Bei Chen around? He's just a waste of space." Hearing the staggering sum of 10 million, Xu Yu's brain temporarily froze. Bei Chen knew full well these people were all singing the same Get Lost tune, but if they thought they could kick him out, they were sorely mistaken. He had a million ways to deal with trivial matters like this. Seeing Xu Yu's silence, the man named Chen gave the sleaziest smile imaginable. "Xu Yu, Xi Yun's capital is completely frozen right now, without this 10 million from me. Do you really think your company can survive the winter? Stop being so stubborn, darling. At this point, who in their right mind would still invest in you sweethearts, right?" His eyes darted towards Bei Chen, his mind playing a truly filthy movie. "You think a measly engagement is enough to bag a beauty? Let me take care of her for you." Just as the tension in the air became thick enough to cut with a knife, Bei Chen suddenly interrupted. "Actually, for 10 million, I have a way." Hearing this, Director Chen burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha. Is this your family's good-for-nothing son-in-law? Helping with 10 million, you say? Have you ever saved up even 1 million in your entire life of scrimping and saving to be talking so big?" His future mother-in-law's disdain was obvious. "I'm just letting Director Chen enjoy the show. I couldn't care less about him. I've already got the paperwork ready, just waiting for the day to kick him out of my sight for good." Bei Chen, completely unfazed, calmly turned to whisper to Xu Yu, "Honey, I know a friend." Xu Yu was so furious she looked like she was about to go Super Saiyan, while Director Chen quickly cut in. "Hey young man, there are friends, and then there are friends, you know. Who of any importance could someone like you possibly know? We're in completely different leagues. Kid, do you know who's funding me? It's the Vin Din Group, the final boss of all of Yunhai City. And you, oh, the irony. Isn't that the very same group that was just handed over to Bei Chen?" But before he could even open his mouth to brag, he was cut off by Xu Yu's order. "Stop causing trouble. This isn't a joke. He Qian, please show this distinguished guest out." The moment the son-in-law was out of sight, Director Chen scrambled over to Xu Yu like a dog on a bone. "That's more like it. That's a good girl. Kicking that little punk out was the right move. Stick with me, and your future will be bright." It seems he had gravely misunderstood Xu Yu's intentions as he tried to place his wandering hand on her back. Just as that shameless hand was about to land, Bei Chen appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the old man's wrist and flashing a friendly smile like a pyramid scheme salesman. "Oh, my apologies, Director Chen. I was just leaving and forgot to shake your hand goodbye." But alas, this was no ordinary polite handshake. Director Chen shrieked in agony like a stuck pig. "Hard. It hurts. Damn you, you useless bastard. You dare lay a hand on me? I'll make you pay." This scene scared the mother-in-law out of her wits. What do you think you're doing? Are you insane? Let go of him immediately. In her eyes, this director Chen was the gold mine she was targeting, and she was willing to marry off her daughter to be his gold digger. Bei Chen toyed with his opponent for a bit before finally, gently releasing his grip. Just as Xiu Yu was about to apologize to smooth things over, Director Chen flew into a rage and roared. Everything is off. There will be no deal. I'm pulling my investment. Hearing this, the mother-in-law's face went deathly pale as she hurriedly pleaded. No, please don't, Director Chen. I'll make him get on his knees and apologize to you. Meanwhile, Director Chen's face was ashen, and he was clutching his throbbing wrist. An apology? You think a simple apology is enough to settle this now? Drag him over here. Make him lick my shoes clean, then kowtow and beg for forgiveness. While he's at it, he can sign the divorce papers. If he does all that, maybe I'll be merciful enough to spare him. With that said, he plopped down onto a chair, crossed his legs, and pointed to the tip of his shoe, commanding in a tone that suggested he owned the world. The mother-in-law shot Bei Chen a razor-sharp glare and then shrieked, What are you still standing there for? Look at the mess you've made. Drag yourself over here and apologize this instant. In her mind at that moment, Bei Chen was nothing but a useless burden. Completely worthless. And yet, in the midst of this heated crisis, Bei Chen still managed to flash a perfectly innocent smile. Apologize? Hold on. Let me just make a quick phone call. A moment later, Director Chen's phone suddenly chimed. Wait, it's news about the investment. His attitude changed faster than flipping a switch, and he grinned from ear to ear as he looked at his screen. Unbelievable. It's a call from the high-level assistant, Zhang. This must be it. My project has caught the eye of the big bosses, he thought to himself, his expression becoming incredibly smug. He grabs our Bei Chen by the collar and shoves the phone right in his face. This is the phone of the super-duper VIP, Assistant Zhang from the Vin Din Group. Open your beady little eyes and take a good look, you punk. This level of connection? You could grind games your whole life and never reach it. Hearing this, Xiu Yu's future mother-in-law rushed over, her voice as sweet as honey. Oh my goodness, is this the legendary Assistant Zhang himself? The word on the street is that this number is exclusively for the big bosses. Yet, the moment Boss Chen made the call, his cheerful face turned pale as a ghost. The investment. From this moment on, the Vin Din Group is officially saying goodbye to all investments in your company. All commercial partnership contracts are also being terminated. These words hit Boss Chen like a bolt of lightning, making him tremble like a leaf. Wait, please wait, Assistant Zhang. Wait, didn't we already close the deal? Can you please check again with your boss? He was the one who approved this whole thing. But the person on the other end stated coldly, there's been a change of plans. Your chairman Chen is out of the game now. After hearing that, our boss Chen was so terrified he burst into tears like a Before hanging up, Assistant Zhang mercifully gave him one final piece of wisdom. You just kicked a hornet's nest. In an instant, Boss Chen's internal danger radar started blaring, pointing straight at Bei Chen. The hand grabbing his collar let go faster than an electric shock. For some reason, his brain automatically concluded the culprit is Bei Chen. This guy was pulling all the strings from behind the scenes. Bei Chen calmly smoothed out his wrinkled collar, giving a smile as friendly as a pageant winner. What's wrong, Boss Chen? Is the investment still going smoothly? Hearing that pretty much sealed the deal. Boss Chen instantly came to a conclusion. This big shot was someone he could not afford to offend. So he quickly executed a smooth landing on his knees. I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. Please, I beg you to be merciful. I worked like a dog to get the approval from Vin Din. If they back out now, I'll be homeless, sir. I'll shine your shoes with my tongue. I'm begging you. Hearing this, the future mother-in-law was so shocked she nearly fell over, her jaw hanging wide open. What? Vin Jin is backing out? Does that mean our entire investment has just gone up in smoke? Meanwhile, Xiu Yu just stood there looking like a deer in headlights, her brain still trying to process what was happening. Everyone had a giant question mark hanging over their heads. Did we do something wrong? Why is the ever-so-mighty Boss Chen suddenly cosplaying as a sinner, kneeling and begging Bei Chen to spare him? Seeing Boss Chen wailing miserably and banging his head on the floor like he was chopping wood, Bei Chen stopped him. Hey, I deeply sympathize. Unfortunately, I'm just a poor man with no connections, and I'm certainly not in the same league as you. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I really want to help, but my hands are tied. Who knows, maybe for the rest of your life, you can pursue a career as a scrap collector to get by. He was smiling like an angel, but the killing intent radiating from Bei Chen was absolutely spine-chilling. This remark left Boss Chen speechless, unable to force out a single word. He just knelt there on the ground, sweat pouring down his face like rain. His mouth kept muttering unconsciously. I scraped and clawed my way to this position. It can't all collapse in a single moment like this. He started to panic, his brain working overtime to calm himself down. Stay calm. Even if Bei Chen knows Assistant Zhang, so what? He's not the final boss of the Vin Din Group. He can't be all-powerful. That's right. As long as I sincerely repent to Assistant Zhang, there must still be a way back. And with that, he scrambled out of there like the wind, trying to grasp that last fleeting glimmer of hope. Seeing this, the future mother-in-law turned sharply to Bei Chen and started yelling at the top of her lungs. You useless freeloader! What the hell did you do?" In response, Bei Chen put on a completely innocent face. "Huh? I didn't do anything. I don't understand why Boss Chen suddenly flipped out like that either. It's so strange." The future mother-in-law was so angry she started trembling and nearly collapsed right then and there. Fortunately, Shui Yu and He Chan were there to soothe her. "Mom, calm down. Be careful of your blood pressure. It must just be a coincidence that right when Bei Chen got here, that piece of trash has no way of making the Vin Din group pull out. He's not even worthy enough to carry Assistant Zhang's shoes." Seeing his identity was still safe and his cover hadn't been blown, Bei Chen breathed a silent sigh of relief. Phew, it's a good thing that Jiang Miao girl didn't let anything slip, and with these people's infinite IQ on top of it all. Oh well, I guess I'll just keep my useless trash mode activated to play the part perfectly. Over here, Shu Yu was worried sick, trying her best to come up with an optimistic explanation. Maybe the public restroom at Vin Din is just clogged or something. Hichian patted her shoulder to bring her back to reality. "Sis, are we really going to beg Director Chen after this whole fiasco? Are you dreaming? That Jiang guy just relentlessly chewed out Director Chen a moment ago. I'll eat my hat if he even deigns to look at us now. And the grand family banquet is in just a few days. By then, the Wang family matriarch might just ship our entire family off to live under a bridge, turning us into a limited edition beggars guild." Hearing this, Shui Yu's mother flew into a rage. She pointed right in Bei Chen's face, unleashing all her frustration. "This is all your fault, you useless bum. My brilliant plan is completely ruined because of you. Get the hell out of my sight. This house has no room for a walking disaster like you." Bei Chen hurriedly tried to explain. He said he could take care of the 10 million yuan, but unfortunately, his words seemed to be on invisible mode, as no one paid him any attention. After all, in their eyes, he was just a mooching live-in son-in-law. Where would he possibly get that kind of massive sum? Just then, Bei Chen's heart suddenly glitched. His whole body trembled violently as he clutched his chest. Oh crap, the old bug is acting up again. I can't delay it any longer. With no time for lengthy explanations, Bei Chen bolted upstairs. "Auntie, please calm down. I'm just going to log out for a moment. I'm just sore from the long drive, so I'm going upstairs to recharge my batteries." Seeing this, Shui Yu's mother's blood boiled. Recharge what? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Does he have any respect for this family? How dare he ignore me? Shu Yu quickly tried to soothe her mother. "Mom, calm down. I'll go negotiate the divorce papers with him for you later. I promise he won't be an eyesore anymore." To steal her daughter's resolve, Shui Yu's mother dramatically collapsed backward. Quickly divorce him, my dear. I can't stand the sight of his face for another second." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Bei Chen had already taken off his shirt in a flash. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. This Xuanqing art is the real deal. The health regeneration is already noticeable. Cultivating this technique can fix all the bugs in my body. In just 49 days, I'll be able to refine the legendary 9-life golden pill. Looking back, that mission in the western border was on hell mode. I was lucky to pick up the Xuanqing art cheat code. Otherwise, I'd probably be 6 feet under by now. I need to hurry up and farm the remaining 8 fragments to permanently patch this internal injury glitch. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Brother Jiang? It's me, Lu Hao, your faithful bro." Bei Chen recognized the voice immediately. It was Hao Zi, his best friend from their wild younger days. He put his shirt back on while answering the phone. "Someone saw you at the airport today, heard you'd made a comeback. It's great that you're back. The guys are all hanging out at Huaqian Wei Xia. Can you get over here and join the fun?" Hearing this, Bei Chen hesitated. He wasn't really a fan of these toxic class reunions, but the voice on the other end kept calling his name insistently. Liu Hao also leaned into the phone and whispered, "Brother Jiang, let me tell you, I'm calling you over for a mission. Do you remember that guy, Li Liwei? He's the same guy who used to pick fights with you just because his crush was crazy about you. He's leveled up recently and acts all high and mighty. He managed to become the CEO of a company from Hong Kong. I have a make-or-break contract that I need him to sign, but he's making it a condition that you have to be there before he'll do it. Brother Jiang, for old time's sake, please carry me on this one." Hearing that his best friend needed help, Bei Chen agreed instantly. After successfully getting his help, Lu Hu pulled out the contract and scurried over to flatter Li Liwei. "Come on, everyone, let's raise a glass to Brother Li. We'll be counting on you to look after us in the future. Brother Li, you're the only pro player from our class. Oh, and Brother Jiang will be online soon. This contract is my family's livelihood. Brother Li, please take a look." Li Liwei, with his arm wrapped around a pretty girl's waist, didn't even bother to give it a single glance. All right, I've heard enough. Just wait until Brother Jiang arrives, then you'll see. We'll show that Mr. Li what it means to make empty promises. Don't worry. My brother Jiang is a man of his word, his reputation is rock solid. Or perhaps Mr. Li should just sign it now to keep things moving while we wait. At this, Li Liwei grinned widely. The fish had taken the bait. His face twisted into a sneer. Sign my A*****. Are you deaf or something? Just at that critical moment, our Bei Chen entered, pushing the door open like a deity. Lu Hao practically flew out to greet him. Oh, Brother Jiang, you're here. Please, have a seat, have a seat. The guys have been craning their necks waiting for you. Meanwhile, Li Liwei shot Bei Chen a burning glare, thinking to himself, "Aha, so you finally decided to show your face. Weren't you so high and mighty back in the day? Today, I'm going to utterly humiliate you, make you grovel at my feet." The expression on his face at that moment was indescribably vile. Well, look who we have here. If it isn't the second young Master Jiang, you arrived in a flash. I thought security might not let you in. I was just about to send a fleet of 8-wheeled supercars to escort you in grand style. Quick, get the young master a chair. The moment he spoke, one of his goons performed a divine free kick, kicking a chair straight towards Bei Chen. It was clearly a greeting that showed the utmost disrespect. Seeing this, Li Hao spoke up indignantly. "Mr. Li, we're all supposed to be friends here. What kind of stunt is this?" Bei Chen's eyes turned ice cold as he thought to himself, "Ah, so it's a pre-staged drama." Meanwhile, Li Liwei swaggered closer, puffing on a cigarette and acting like some Hong Kong mob boss. "I hear our second young Master Jiang spent the last few years serving in the military. I wonder, was life in the army?" Bei Chen answered nonchalantly, "I'm temporarily discharged, just waiting at home for the right time." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper, "Wow, so he's a discharged soldier, meaning he's unemployed for the long haul?" A young man named Henry curled his lip at Bei Chen's appearance. "Mr. Li, for the next reunion, please don't invite people like this. He's seriously dragging down our class." You could tell at a glance that this whole crowd was in on it, deliberately setting up this scene to humiliate Bei Chen. Li Liwei took a long drag from his cigarette and blew the white smoke right into Bei Chen's face, like he was misting a houseplant. Li Liwei feigned righteousness. "Hey now, why are you all treating this second young Master Jiang this way? Look, out of respect for our old friendship, why don't you come and work for me? Coincidentally, my company is short one security guard. You're ex-military, so it's a perfect fit, isn't it?" The classmates around them chimed in, their timing as perfect as circus acrobats. Someone else interjected, "Hold on, Mr. Li's company is a world-class enterprise. Even a security guard position requires a college degree and fluency in 2 foreign languages. Our dear Bei Chen doesn't even have a high school. I'm afraid he's not qualified. Mr. Li, you shouldn't put him in such a tough spot." The entire group erupted in raucous laughter. "Don't be ridiculous. We have to help our friend find a job, or how will he feed himself? I remember he even had the nerve to beg Wang Jia for money. Oh, that reminds me, Hanran. You're lucky you were smart back then, Hanran. Otherwise, he'd probably be at your house mooching off you every single day." After hearing this, Hanran made a face of pure disgust, as if she just Ugh, please don't lump me in with that deadbeat. I must have been blind back then to have seen anything in him. My boyfriend now is a real HR director, from the prestigious Yongding Group no less, and he's incredibly capable. Taking their cue, the entire group turned their attacks on Bei Chen, their voices rising like a swarm of cicadas. "So listen up, ladies. This is a hard-earned lesson. You have to pick a boyfriend with real capabilities. If his family happens to fall on hard times, he can still rely on himself to get back up, not like someone who can only mooch off his family's past glory. But let's not say any more. The poor thing. Look, I think he's about to start crying." Yet our Bei Chen paid them no mind, treating the buzzing flies as if they were air, his gaze remaining calmly locked on Li Liwei. Just then, Lu Hao finally snapped, shouting as he grabbed Bei Chen's arm. "That's enough. Did you ask me to bring Brother Jiang here just for this pathetic show? You've gone too far. Brother Jiang, let's get out of here." Li Liwei curled his lips into a nasty smirk. "Not so fast, Haozi. I just remembered something hilarious. Didn't you tell me before that? You're desperate for money to buy your kids milk, and your wife is about to throw you out on the street? So what's this now? Trying to be a hero saving the pretty boy?" Lu Hu froze as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him, breaking out in a profuse sweat. He stopped dead in his tracks and turned, his voice trembling as he asked, "Then, what exactly do you—" Li Liwei had a bottle of wine brought over and nonchalantly poured it all over Lu Hao from head to toe, as if he were watering a plant. "All right, how about this? The two of you kneel down right here, admit you're a couple of pathetic losers, and I'll give you the funding. That's a Lu Hao's eyes glazed over. He lowered his head to the floor and whispered, "Liwei, we were classmates. Do you really have to take things this far?" Li Liwei laughed his head off and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh please, what does a lowlife like you need dignity for? You want funding? Easy. Just get down here and be my doormat." At that moment, a horror film titled Arguing with the Wife Over an Empty Wallet suddenly replayed in Liu Hao's mind. His missus had given him an ultimatum. If you don't close this deal today, you can come home and sign some other papers. The pressure was immense. This was his last lifeline. If he didn't grab it, he'd sink. After a fierce internal struggle, Liu Hao decided to temporarily set his pride aside. "Big brother Li, please don't push me too far. I'll kneel." Just as he was about to get on his knees, a firm hand belonging to Bei Chen grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "Stand up straight, your knees are Seeing this, Li Wei sauntered over to mock him. Well, Jiang Bei Chen. You're past your prime, but you still like to play the hero saving the world? Let me get this through your head. 15 years ago, you might have been the mighty second young master Jiang, but now you're just washed up. Save who? Can you even save yourself, you expired piece of trash?" But before his trash-talking mouth could finish spitting out the word useless, Bei Chen casually redecorated his head with a wine bottle. Everyone in the room had a collective jaw-drop moment. Li Wei clutched his head, which was now gushing a red spring, and squealed like a stuck pig. You dare lay a hand on me? This isn't over between us." Not bothering to listen to any more of that nonsense, Bei Chen gave him a one-way ticket to fly to the corner of the room. The classmates took the opportunity to play the role of the shocked crowd. "Oh my god, has he gone crazy or something to dare and get physical with Mr. Li like that? Is he going to be able to survive in Yunhai City after this? That guy must have a death wish." Li Wei clutched his chest, shaking like a leaf, and pointed a finger at Bei Chen's face. Do you have any idea who you just messed with? I'm a big shot in this Yunhai City now. You hear me? I'm even doing business with Yongding. An unemployed loser like you better watch your back." Bei Chen calmly walked over. Then he gently placed his foot on his chest and spoke in an ice-cold voice. "Oh, so a few petty achievements were enough for you to turn a class reunion into your personal comedy stage? Showing off, acting tough, bullying old classmates. This revenge plot of yours is quite elaborate, isn't it? Truly a grand ambition. You must be feeling pretty smug, huh? You even plan to take care of the guy who once humiliated me? If you like digging up old scores so much, then prick up your ears and listen carefully. Just like how I left you in the dust 5 years ago, the script will be exactly the same 5 years later." Li Wei was so scared he was on the verge of tears, silent as a clam. It turned out that after 5 years, the fear Bei Chen gene in him hadn't mutated one bit. That fear was still brand new. After teaching Li Wei a lesson in civic duty, Bei Chen and Liu Hao whistled cheerfully and left. On the way back, Liu Hao switched to full-on fanboy mode. "Brother Jiang, you're the absolute best." With just a few moves, that jerk Li Wei became as obedient as a puppy. Let's see if he dares to act all high and mighty again. Bei Chen simply replied humbly. It was nothing. But that only made Liu Hu even more excited. "What do you mean, nothing? That was insanely cool. Everyone is annoyed by guys like him, but very few would dare to actually do something. Seriously, I've never seen anyone as cool as you in my life. If it weren't for that investment deal, I would have jumped in to join the fun with him too." Hearing the word investment, Bei Chen was about to ask, but Liu Hu immediately cut him off. "Brother Jiang, it's been so long. Since we brothers got to reunite and have a heart-to-heart, let's not talk about that headache." Bei Chen opened his mouth again and was cut off a second time. "Brother Jiang, I have no regrets. Even if this investment falls through, I don't care. Today was just so incredibly satisfying. Seeing that guy's face get renovated by you just thrilled me to the core. But, Brother Jiang, I don't think I can go home. How am I going to explain this to the dragon lady at home?" Liu Hu plopped down on the ground, buried his face in his hands, and sobbed, his tough act completely crumbling. The I'm fine act had officially come to an end. Seeing this, Bei Chen let out a weary sigh, sat down next to him, and took out his phone, preparing to call for backup. "Come on, look at you. What kind of man cries like that? Stop it. I'll find someone to get you a lucrative contract. Call Assistant Jiang and give her careful instructions. Jiang Miao, I need you to handle 2 things. First, tomorrow I'm bringing my best friend, Liu Hao, to Vindin. I want you to sign an investment contract with him. Second, check if we have a partner named Li Wei. If so, remove him from our list of collaborators immediately." Jiang Miao found it in a heartbeat. "Sir, it's the Qin Mao Trading Company." "Kick them out," was the one-word reply. Liu Hu's brain froze, his face blank. What the hell? "Brother Jiang, did you drink industrial alcohol or something? Why are you acting so crazy? How can you sit here and make decrees like you're some kind of god?" Meanwhile, at the class reunion, a swarm of lackeys was buzzing around Li Wei like flies to honey. "Brother Li, let me help you home. Brother Li, walk carefully, don't trip on the air." Li Wei was just starting to recover from the earlier bombshell. He stumbled away, muttering curses. "That damn Jiang, you just wait. I'll call my crew, and you'll see a world of hurt." The gaggle of gossiping women also started whispering. "Jiang Beichen really went too far this time. He's old enough to know better. but he still resorts to his fists at the drop of a hat. It's like the label loser is permanently stuck to him. Come on, ladies, let's get out of here. We should avoid that nuisance from now on for our own good. Getting involved with him will only drag you down. Meanwhile, Li Wei, holding his bruised forehead with one hand, pointed to the heavens with the other. Find out what hole that scumbag crawls around in. I'm going to. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, Chairman? Oh my god, why would the big boss deign to call a subordinate like me? His face was still dazed and confused when, from the other end of the line, the chairman's voice shrieked like a train whistle. You little brat, what kind of colossal mess have you made now? Because of a troublemaker like you, the contract with Vin Jin has gone up in smoke. You think I have nothing better to do than call and ask how your parents are doing? Hearing that, Li Wei's face turned white as a sheet, and he stammered, What? The contract is gone? How can something so ridiculous happen? But sir, they already agreed. They promised to invest in us, didn't they? The chairman roared back, Then you should slap yourself and ask what kind of hornet's nest you just kicked. You could have provoked anyone, but you went straight for the top boss of Vin Din. Just pack your things and go live under a bridge. You're dead to me. Hearing this, Li Wei's soul left his body, and he froze for a full 5 seconds. He racked his brain, trying to figure out what terrible karma he had brought upon himself. He had finally landed the big fish, Vin Din, and was on the verge of a raise, a promotion, and riding high. How could my luck be this rotten to provoke the big boss of Vin Din of all people? I've been living a quiet life lately, not bothering anyone, well, except for that damn Jiang Beishan. Aha! The truth hit him like a spotlight. He broke out in a cold sweat, so scared he lost all will. Back with Baiken, after comforting his best friend, he was hailing a taxi to head home. Just then, Li Wei came dashing over like a rocket. The moment Liu Hu saw his face, he scowled. Hey, wasn't that bottle of wine at the party enough of a bath for you? Why are you still here? In a complete 180, Li Wei was now as docile as a puppy, bowing deeply. Not at all, sir. I came to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. What happened earlier was my fault for being arrogant and blind. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Brother Jiang. No, President Jiang, you are the true head of Vin Din. I accept all blame. Liu Hao's brain couldn't process this, and he stared wide-eyed at Baichen. What? Brother Jiang is the final boss of Vin Din? Baichen, however, treated his apology like it was nothing, coldly turning to walk away. Forget it. Hearing this, Li Wei immediately dropped to his knees, begging, Please, President Jiang, I truly know I was wrong. I was so wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. Please, have mercy and spare me. Please don't kill my company's contract. Otherwise, all my years of hard work will go down the drain, and everything I've achieved will evaporate into thin air. Sir, I'm begging you. Liu Hao stood there watching the drama, his jaw on the floor and his eyes as wide as saucers. This was a scene he wouldn't have dared to imagine, even in his wildest dreams. Seeing a crowd gathering to watch the drama unfold, Baichen signaled for him to stand up, but Li Wei only hammed it up more, wailing like a public loudspeaker. He was determined to make a scene to the very end. If you don't agree, I'll plant myself right here and never leave. Baichen clutched his head, getting a headache from this tearful drama. At this rate, my identity as the undercover chairman is going to be exposed. All right, fine, I promise, now get lost. Also, this shocking secret of mine absolutely cannot be known by a third person. You get it? Hearing this, Li Wei was as happy as a kid in a candy store. The kiddo shot up and took off, running and laughing like he won the lottery. It's clear as day, boss. I'm out of here. I won't disturb your little heart-to-heart anymore. Bye-bye. Witnessing that comedic performance, Liu Hao turned pale with fear, stammering and trembling like a leaf, keeping his head down, not daring to look up at Jiang Ji. CEO Jiang, about what just happened. This was exactly the kind of scenario Jiang Shen hated the most. He immediately turned, slapped Liu Hu on the shoulder, and chuckled. Monkey, don't overthink it. Jiang Gi is still your Jiang Gi. It's not like I've turned into Superman, so don't worry. Hearing these cheesy words of comfort, Liu Hu was moved to tears, sniffling like a child. Jiang Jie. Deep down, Baiken just wanted to be a normal brother, not let his larger-than-life status strain their brotherhood with this sworn buddy of his. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe known as the Wang family home, Xie Yu was sitting in the living room, tearing her hair out with a glum look on her face. Oh my god, tomorrow is the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The board of directors meeting, and the funding issue is still up in the air. How am I going to Just at this critical moment, a ding was heard. An email from Ronding arrived like a lifesaver. Our senior assistant Jiang has signed off on the approval. Tomorrow, the funds will be officially transferred to the Ziyun group. Although she was overjoyed, a nagging thought bothered Shui Yu. Why was Assistant Jiang suddenly so nice, funding Ziyun as if it were a piece of cake? Could it be because of Jiang Baichen? No, that's ridiculous. It's already a blessing for 70 generations that the deadbeat hasn't caused me more trouble. I'll have to go investigate this assistant Jiang someday. Just as she was lost in thought, Beichen loomed in the doorway, having just returned home. Shu Yu quickly put on an act, composed her expression, and spoke. You're home right on time. Sit down. Let's talk about going our separate ways. As soon as he heard the word divorce, Baichen's face turned as cold as ice, and he silently walked past his wife. Sorry, that topic is not within my scope of discussion. Seeing his crappy attitude, Shu Yu quickly grabbed his arm and growled, Jiang Beichen, I'll give you a villa and 1 million in spending money as a severance fee, so you won't have to leech off anyone in the future. How about it? Hearing this, Baichen laughed out of anger, tightening his grip on her hand. Ridiculous. Your chump change in my eyes isn't even worth as much as toilet. Never mind. I, Jiang Beichen, served in the army for 5 long years. I will absolutely never accept this kind of cheap transaction. Suddenly, a memory flashed in slow motion through Baichen's mind. Asterisk flash asterisk. Once upon a time. That day, after landing a massive punch on Jiang Xuanyuan, Baichen was relentlessly chased by a whole squad of guards. With his battered and bruised body at the time, there was no way he could escape. Just as he was hanging by a thread, Shu Yu suddenly appeared like a heroine, spreading her arms to block the guards. That's enough. Give him a chance to live. The Jiang family is already a mess. Don't try to fish in troubled waters. Besides, you guys provoked him first, so you deserve to be punched. What are you complaining about? This ends here. I forbid anyone from chasing him, or else don't blame me. Baichen ran for his life with tears welling in his eyes, screaming inwardly, My goddess, I am forever in your debt. Asterisk flash asterisk. Back to the harsh reality. After reminiscing, Baichen regained his composure and gently released Shui Yu's hand. I'm sorry, I went a bit too far just now, but divorce is off the table. Don't you ever mention that word again. You'll soon realize that marrying me is a blessing for 8 generations of your family, not a mistake. Seeing this cold, overbearing CEO aura, Shui Yu froze for 5 seconds, her heart pounding. Huh? Is this really my good-for-nothing husband? But her brain quickly refused to believe the harsh reality, and she hurriedly deceived herself. No, it must be because my offer was too low. It wasn't enough to satisfy him. This greedy man probably wants to demand even more. Whatever, I'll put it aside for now and focus on dealing with the martial arts tournament first. Tomorrow's grand meeting also involves the palace drama of fighting for the crown prince position. For the heir. The next morning, at the Wang group, Shui Yu's jaw dropped when she saw Beichen casually appear. You have to know that only shareholders have a ticket into this crucial meeting. Shui Yu thought, but couldn't for the life of her understand why the old master would personally invite her good-for-nothing husband, who held no— Out of nowhere, a group of menacing-looking goons stormed in, led by Wang Shu, the direct grandson of the Wang family and Shu Yu's cursed cousin. This guy managed the Wang family's Saidian company, and the moment he saw Bei Chen, he couldn't resist mocking him. Well, look who it is, the soldier boy back in town. Today is the Wang family's grand assembly. How did a small fry like you wander in here? Or are you planning to leech off grandma's fame and beg for some small handout, little buddy? Let me tell you something, the Wang family has no time to feed a free— Shui Yu was about to step in and fight for Bei Chen, but he stopped her, proving that trash will always be trash. He doesn't even dare to let out a single bark. My dear little sister, I heard a rumor that you just snagged a huge investment, so you haven't been kicked out of the company for now, huh? Oh, you're so lucky. Being pretty really has its advantages, doesn't it? Looking so fresh like this, I bet you just have to bat your eyes a little and the money comes flying right into your arms. It's unbelievable that these golden words came from a cousin. This is max-level trash talking, utterly disgusting. While Wang Shu was still busy spewing garbage, Bei Chen suddenly spoke up. Oh, is that so? Only then did the guy realize in horror that his hand had just brushed against Bei Chen's chin, and he jumped back several steps in fright. Holy crap, why is it you? The other shareholders saw the amusing scene and joined in the mockery. I never knew our CEO Wang had such unique tastes. From now on, we brothers will have to be careful with our backsides. Even though we're shareholders, we can't be selling our bodies. Maybe I should go buy some underwear with a combination lock. Utterly embarrassed, Wang Shu hurriedly waved his hands, explaining it was just a simple misunderstanding. He glared daggers at Bei Chen, screaming internally, You dare humiliate me here, Jiang Bei Chen. You just wait. This debt, I will definitely pay you back in full with interest, plus a bonus combo of getting wrecked. After everyone had gathered, the matriarch finally graced them with her presence. Seeing her, Bei Chen respectfully bowed his head. Hello, Grandma. Grandma Wang approached and asked him perfunctorily, It's been a while, little Chen. How are your years in the military, son? Bei Chen grinned widely and replied that he had been temporarily discharged. Hearing this, Grandma Wang's face stiffened slightly. Oh, discharged? So, what is your rank now? When she heard Bei Chen casually say he was a grunt with no rank, she tried to salvage the situation. So, did the military arrange any position for you in the government? Bei Chen, still as innocent as ever, replied that he was currently in a state of temporary unemployment, sitting at home waiting for a job. Upon hearing this, Grandma Wang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, a storm brewing in her heart. Good heavens, 5 years in the army, and he couldn't even get a measly officer's rank? Other people serve for just 3 years and might even become a battalion commander. What a good-for-nothing, a complete waste of food. She had originally harbored some hope that this grandson could climb up to some official position so the Wang family could bask in his glory. Who knew he was still a huge liability, hopelessly useless? But it wasn't appropriate to badmouth him in front of every— Grandma Wang could only turn away in disappointment. All right then, just find a corner and sit down. As obedient as a puppy, Jiang Chen immediately found a spot and sat down quietly. He didn't utter a word or draw any attention. Starting the meeting, Grandma Wang cleared her throat. All right, let's get back to our main topic for today. Shu Yu, I heard your Siyun company just received an injection of 10 million in capital, escaping its financial crisis. Is that right? Well done. But remember, that's just a temporary lifeline. If you want to survive and thrive, you need sustainable growth. Those words were true, and Shu Yu nodded seriously. Then, Grandma Wang tossed out 2 documents. The Rongding Corporation has just launched the Xuan Pavilion project. Our Wang family will send 2 of our champions, Si Yun and Si Dian, to compete for the bid. But before sway, you could even cry tears of joy. Grandma Wang immediately doused her with cold water. However, Si Yun's business situation is too pathetic. You need to produce some decent results first. Listen up, if this bidding goes south, your Siwen Consulting will have to merge with your dear big brother Xiaoshu Si Dian. The moment she said that, it clicked for Bei Chen, but Shui Yu couldn't hold back and went into battle mode, demanding, "What the heck is that supposed to mean? Siwen Consulting might have some minor issues right now, but even if we lose the bid, it's not so bad that we have to be sold off and merged. Besides, Siwen is my father's life's work. By what right should it be handed over to Wang Shu?" Seeing this, Grandma Wang frowned with a superior air. Shu Yu. Whether it's Siwen or Si Dian, they are all just assets of the Wang family. And I am the master of this family. If I'm not happy, your director position at Siwen could disappear in a heartbeat. Understand? So, my dear granddaughter, do you still want to talk back to your grandma? Shu Yu immediately deflated and slumped back into her seat, not daring to make a peep. Why on earth? Why does grandma always dote on Wang Shu, just because he's the direct male heir? Just then, Wang Shu stood up, clapping his hands as he spoke. Absolutely perfect. Grandma's decision is as clear as day. The big fish eats the small fish. That's the business principle of our Wang family. Grandma's only doing this for the greater good of the Wang Corporation. Why would she waste time feeding shameless parasites who only leech off the family's assets? He pointed a rude finger straight at Bei Chen, laughing heartily. But our man Bei Chen wasn't fazed at all, just smirking to himself. It's about time I go accept my position as CEO at Rongding. That afternoon, Bei Chen and Lu Hao headed straight to the Rongding group to casually sign the contract. Even now, Lu Hu's brain was still buffering. He couldn't believe that Bei Chen was the final boss of this place. As soon as they stepped through the door, they ran right into Shin Ran, who was busy putting on makeup. Huh, Jiang Bei Chen and Lu Hao too? What are you two doing here? Applying for a security guard position? I remember you talked a big game at the class reunion. Lu Hao's blood boiled, and he yelled, "Then what are you doing here? Cleaning toilets?" Brother Jiang is. But he didn't get to spill the beans about Bei Chen's true identity. Before he was cut off by him, "We have things to do, just ignore her." Seeing this, Shin Ran felt emboldened and pushed further with her sarcastic remarks. "I'm not like you guys. My boyfriend is the HR director here. Impressive, right? He's already arranged a position for me. A cushy job where I'll be waited on. I don't even need an interview." Seeing Bei Chen stop and look curious, she became even more delighted to show off. "What's more, I don't even have to work. I just have to show up and clock in every day. And I easily pocket nearly 40 million a month." Just as she was bragging, her boyfriend ran over saying hurriedly, "Let's go. Hurry up. The new CEO is taking office today." "I'm swamped. I have to go arrange your seat first." Shin Ran still tried to hold him back, posturing in front of Bei Chen. "Honey, this is that special classmate I told you about. He's here to apply for a security guard job. Why don't you help him out a little?" Hearing this, the HR director shot Bei Chen a sideways glance, his face full of arrogance. "Oh, this clueless guy. The grease fee is 7 million. Go wait at the reception desk." The moment he finished his verdict, Assistant Jiang came flying over. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. CEO. Something unexpected came up, so I'm late. We respectfully welcome you to officially take over the Rongding Group." The entire crowd behind him bowed in unison. "We welcome Chairman Jiang to his new post." Witnessing this transformation, the damned couple's jaws dropped and their eyes went wide, their brains temporarily shutting down. The person they had just looked down on like dirt was now the big boss of the— As soon as he settled into his seat, Bei Chen gave his first order. Wang Lei, you abused your authority and accepted bribes. You also arranged a no-show job for your girlfriend, Li Shinran, to collect a salary for doing nothing. Fire them and pursue criminal charges as well. Do it right now. The golden couple of karmic retribution was then unceremoniously dragged away, crying and begging for mercy, but to no avail. Returning to the president's office, Jiang Miao respectfully presented a file. Chairman Jiang, as you instructed. Boss, I've already sealed the deal with Liu Hao. Oh, and here. Take this list of the big shots who are also trying to get in on this Tushuan project. These guys are no pushovers this time, boss. Especially the Wei Li group and the Wang family, there's some real heavy hitters. Do you need to work a little magic? Uncle Shen glanced through it like he was scrolling TikTok and then smirked. No need, I can handle them all. And so, at the bidding event, the crowd started buzzing with gossip. Rumor has it, Wingdin just got a new CEO, his profile is insane, and when he makes a move, he never misses. Who knows if there'll be an upset this round? It's such a headache. Meanwhile, the beautiful Xu Yu was a nervous wreck, her heart pounding and her body tense as a wire. It looks like the other houses are ready to go all in for this deal. And why wouldn't they? If they manage to snag this, the profits would be more than 10 times their current capital. The future of the Xiyun company, whether it blooms or withers, depends entirely on this bid. Suddenly, bad boy Wang Su sauntered over, holding a coffee and acting all extra. Well, who's this little lady? You actually dare to show your face here? I've got to admire your guts, sweetie. Even if your little Xiyun company poured in 35 billion, it would only be enough to pay for the parking here, darling. When it comes to clout and resources, you don't even have a foot in the door. Or maybe, you heard the new CEO just took over and decided to come here to pull a honey trap. Ha ha ha, how unbelievably shameless can you be? The beautiful Xu Yu was about to give that foul mouth a piece of her mind when boss lady Jiang Miao took the spotlight on stage. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Miao, the personal secretary to the CEO of the Wingdin Group. The moment he saw the beautiful woman, Wang Shu's eyes lit up like high beams, his lecherous expression unmistakable. Whoa, a secretary, this tasty? The Wingdin CEO sure has good taste, he really knows how to enjoy life. While he was busy drooling, Jiang Miao professionally continued the announcement on We sincerely thank all of you for placing your trust in Wingdin and for coming all this way to attend the bidding for the Tushuan project, despite your incredibly busy schedules. And to keep you in suspense no longer, I have the results right here. May I ask, where is the representative of the Wang Corporation? Mr. Wang Shu of the Wang Corporation, would you please stay behind? As for everyone else, you are now dismissed. Hearing his name called, Wang Shu was overjoyed, as if he'd struck gold, and he scrambled onto the stage. The other bidders who lost dejectedly filed out in a sea of tears. Only the beautiful Xu Yu refused to accept it, staying behind to ask, hold on, why aren't the results being announced transparently in front of everyone? But Wang Shu couldn't have cared less, paying her no attention. He was just thrilled that he'd hit the jackpot, tears of joy streaming down his face. Xu Yu's blood was boiling at the sight, and she stormed up to confront Jiang Miao face to face. We poured our blood, sweat, and tears into this bid, and you people just pull a backdoor deal, choosing a winner without even a proper review. Are you really eliminating us in such a shady manner? This isn't fair play at all. With her extensive experience as a top-tier assistant, Jiang Miao was all too familiar with this kind of outburst. She replied coolly, fairness, oh honey, fairness is a concept for the powerful. The weak don't get a say in what's fair. You're from the Wang clan and you don't understand the simple rule of big fish eats little fish. Remember this carefully. This is Wingdin, and this is our playground. Here, what we say goes. If we say it's fair, it's automatically fair. Do you understand now, sweetie? After hearing this, Xu Yu was stunned speechless for 5 seconds. The beautiful woman was left speechless, unable to argue back. Seeing his chance, Wang Shu chimed in mockingly. That's right, little sister Xu Yu, you should just pack up and leave to save yourself the embarrassment. After that display of dominance, Jiang Miao presented the contract to the Wang Corporation in a private room. But Wang Shu's mind wasn't on the text at all. His eyes were like magnets, completely fixed on Jiang Miao. Noticing this, Jiang Miao moved to stand right in front of him. She decided to use a little charm to get his attention. CEO Wang, the contract is right here. Please take your time reviewing it. Your gaze seems to be wandering. If you have no further questions, please sign right here. I've been waiting ever so patiently. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Shu was completely mesmerized, not even bothering to glance at the contract for a second. So, he signed it with a quick flourish without thinking twice. Once that was done, he started to make his move. Miss Jiang, are you by any chance free later? I know this great restaurant. The beds there are especially big and comfortable. Jiang Miao gave him the cold shoulder, turning away abruptly. That won't be necessary. The contract is in 2 copies, one for you and one for me. Our business here is done. Wingdin Group will keep 1 copy, and Director Wang, you should take this one home to frame it carefully. Vindin Group's 2 Xuange project is all riding on director Wang. Right now, Wang Shu is over the moon, practically drooling. He gleefully took the contract home to show off his victory to his grandma. Grandma, I snagged the deal from Vindin Group. Soon, Siyun will be mine too. Hey, look at this. Grandma Wang took the contract, as happy as if she'd struck gold. Yes, good. You're worthy of being my eldest grandson. Our Wang Corporation finally has a worthy successor. Wang Shu stood with his hands on his hips, grinning from ear to ear. Haha, just rest easy. Grandma, I promise I'll do my absolute best. The crowd gathered around him, competing to praise him to the high heavens. Only Shui Yu was sulking in a corner, her expression grim. Losing the bid meant that, according to her promise to her grandma, she would soon have to say goodbye to Si Yun. Dad, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Meanwhile, Grandma Wang was still sweet-talking her grandson. My dear grandson is so talented, my spoiling you wasn't in vain. Indeed, a grandson is still the best. Now, let me see what this Vindin Group project is all about. But suddenly, the smile froze on her lips. A tiny clause suddenly appeared in the contract, the Tusheng project of the Vindin Group by the Limited Liability Company. Yunhai Si Dian Lingerie will act as the processing agent, factory, and distribution channel. Will be handed over to its partner, Si Yun Company, to borrow for free for the mutual development of both parties. Seeing her grandson's signature right there, Grandma Wang's gut twisted in anger and Wang Shu, what the hell is this? It turned out that everything, from A to Z, was already in the palm of Bei Chen's hand. After reading the contract, Grandma Wang's blood boiled as she crumpled it up and threw it on the floor. Only then did Wang Shu realize he'd been massively tricked. Shui Yu picked it up and read it, her eyes lighting up like headlights. Si Yun won the bid. It's Si Yun. We won. This is fantastic. She quickly wiped away her tears of joy, but her mind was filled with a giant question mark. But if they had already chosen Si Yun, why did they have to troll Wang Shu so badly? Could it be that the new chairman of Vindin Group has some kind of grudge against my cousin? Although Grandma Wang was burning with rage on the inside, she still wore a bright smile. Haha. Even though it was a bit turbulent, in the end, it's still a project for our Wang family. I knew our Shu Yu was talented. Wang Shu Yu brought back the Vindin Group's project, so of course, she is the greatest contributor to the Wang family. I have decided. From this day forward, Wang Shu Yu will officially take the position of Vice President of the Wang Corporation. Hearing this, Shui Yu was ecstatic. Vice President, a position second to only one person but above thousands. How awesome. This means Grandma has chosen me as the successor. She really does love me the most. But our girl was too naive. Grandma Wang still had a butt up her sleeve. But this also means that Si Yun Company will be under Little Zhu's management. From now on, just let him handle everything there. Wang Shu, who was sobbing his heart out just a moment ago, now shot up and laughed foolishly as if nothing had happened. Shu Yu froze, not understanding why her luck was so rotten. She had clearly worked her back off to win this project for Si Yun, yet when it came time for the reward, all the credit flew right into someone else's pocket. On the surface, she was promoted to vice president for prestige, but her actual power had completely evaporated. It was truly a title in name only. After her announcement, Grandma Wang gripped her hand tightly, warning her in a gentle voice. Shu Yu, this vice president position is second only to me, you hear? You must work hard. Besides, you're a girl anyway, won't you eventually get married and take care of your husband's family? Wang Shu quickly chimed in from the side. That's right. Don't worry, little sister. Big brother will steer the Si Yun ship very well. You can just go be your figurehead, vice president, in peace. Understanding the hidden meaning, Shu Yu quickly snatched her hand back and shouted, No, I don't agree. Besides, oh grandma, you only got the Wang family name because you were a daughter-in-law yourself. If you could do it, then why can't I? The moment she finished speaking, Grandma Wang unleashed her iron sand palm, giving her granddaughter a swift trip back to childhood. What kind of tone are you using with me, you brat? I married into the Wang family fair and square, with my feet in the ancestral hall and my hands on the family fortune. You hear me? And you? You're just like spilled water. Your future children will take someone else's name. The Wang family's legacy is not for you to meddle in. Aha! So you finally show your true colors. Shui lost her patience and roared like Tarzan. Fine, if you won't give it to me, then don't. Si Yun is mine and Dad's brainchild. I can't just let it disappear. Seeing her stubborn granddaughter, Grandma Wang switched on her Oscar-worthy actress's mode and began her sob story. Oh my heavens, you dare talk back to me? She then executed a legendary fall, not onto the ground, but into Wang Shu's arms, and started her dramatic performance. Wang Shu immediately seized the golden opportunity, playing the part of the filial grandson and berating Shu Yu. You are truly an unfilial descendant. Look at you, you've made Grandma's blood pressure spike. If anything happens to her, I swear I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. The gossip squad, who had been silent until now, took the chance to whisper, "Wow, this Wang Shuyu is really the black sheep of the Wang family. She just landed one project and is already so arrogant. See, she should be more like young Master Wang Shu, handsome and filial, the legendary perfect child from the stories." Shu Yu stood all alone, trembling like a leaf. Oh, the fate of a woman. How could she possibly handle this whole circus by herself? All right, Grandma. Please calm down and take care of your health. I give up. I'll hand the Seiyun company over to my older cousin. After saying that, she turned and walked away into the storm. So it turns out, whether I won the bid or not, the Seiyun company was going to be gone anyway. And now they're putting on this melodrama. How exhausting. If I don't give in now, I'll definitely be labeled the cursed grandchild for the whole world to see. Grandma, you truly are a master strategist. Mission complete. Grandma Wang flashed a winner's smile, treating her granddaughter like thin air. A few days later, at home, Shuyu sat brooding in a corner, turned to stone and not saying a word. Beishin could only zoom in on her from a distance, not daring to make a sound. It's been days since she lost the Seiyun company, and she's still lagging. This shock seems to have been a bit too much for her. Wang Shuyu, are you really going to stay in this down mood forever? Suddenly, a ringing phone shattered the gloomy atmosphere. On the other end was CEO Chen. Hello, CEO Chen. Is there anything you need from me calling so late? On the other end, CEO Chen gave a smile that couldn't be any sleazier. My dear Shui Yu, I've heard all about your situation. This old Chen here deeply sympathizes with you. I missed out on the deal with Yingting last time, but now I'm working with Boss Lu from the Cation Company, and it's a really sweet deal. There's a super huge project, and it's very urgent. Boss Lu has heard of your great talent and is very interested in you. Really? How about we go out for a little chat right now? Hearing this, as if grabbing a life raft, Shu Yu shot up like a spring, her face frantic. It's urgent, very urgent. Right now I'm getting the cold shoulder from Grandma, so with a project in hand, what's there to fear from a few hardships? Let's get down to business. But, no matter how urgent it is, I still have to be cautious. But, it's very late now. That CEO Chen knew full well his prey was like a drowning person clutching at a straw. He chuckled. Shu Yu, opportunity waits for no one. After a moment of hesitation, Shu Yu gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, please wait for me. The target had taken the bait. The two creeps shared a meaningful smile, their minds already starting to wander. Cutting back to Baiken, he stood behind Shu Yu, his heart burning with anxiety. Ever since he started practicing the mystic azure art, his hearing has been his five senses are now much more pro than a normal person's. He heard every single word of that phone call. Oh, Wang Shuyu. Wang Shuyu. Can you really be naive enough to believe someone would want to partner with a figurehead CEO who has already lost all her power? But without power, it's all useless. As soon as she sat down, manager Lu Feng next to her shot her a smile that couldn't have been more smug. Miss Wang is truly a woman of the modern 4.0 era. We've only just started talking, but I can already sense your wisdom. You're a perfect fit for this project. Director Chen, sitting next to him, quickly chimed in with flattery. Haha, I told you so. Miss Wang here is the real boss of all of Yunai. Sensing that something was off, Bei Chen had been secretly tailing her like a secret agent ever since Shu Yu stepped out the door. He sat nearby, pretending to be a passerby reading a newspaper, but his hawk eyes never left his target for a second. Meanwhile, Shu Yu had to activate her combo dodge mode to avoid their accidental touches. Wait, what? I'm just a vice president in name only now, so why are these two guys showering me with gifts like I'm a VIP at some pyramid scheme? Something about this felt very wrong. While she was lost in thought, Director Chen pulled out a contract and pushed it towards Shu Yu. He took advantage of the moment she was focused on proofreading the contract to perform an amateur magic trick, dropping a special candy into her wine glass. At the same time, Lu Feng suddenly raised his glass. Come on, let's toast to a bright and brilliant future. With Director Chen eagerly adding to the chorus, Shui Yu had no choice but to raise her glass and play along. Seeing the tense situation, Bei Chen was about to rush in and crash their party, but it seems he had underestimated his wife's capabilities. She splashed the wine straight into the two perverts' faces and growled, "You animals in suits, I knew you were up to no good." The splash of liquid seemed to sober Lu Feng up, and he furiously pointed a finger at her. "You cheap flirt!" Suddenly, he felt a burning heat spread through his body and realized he had just tested the merchandise for our female lead. He hurriedly tried to stick a finger down his throat in a pathetic attempt to vomit, while Shui Yu slammed her glass on the table and declared, "You low-life scumbags, don't you ever let me see your faces again. If you dare bother me again, I'll personally book you a one-way ticket to a jail cell." After dealing with the trash, she turned and walked away, leaving the two scoundrels to perform their tornado dance on the spot. Witnessing that swift takedown, Bei Chen smiled with satisfaction. As expected of my, Jiang Bei Chen's, woman. That's how the boss of the house should be. The two scoundrels' plan had officially gone up in smoke. Director Chen frantically tried to do damage control. Manager Liu, are you alright? Don't worry. I'll make sure she pays for this wine-splashing incident with interest on your behalf. Liu Feng's whole body was trembling, his face as red as a beet as he yelled. Shut up, the drug is already kicking in. It's too late to throw it up now. Hurry up and find me a fire extinguisher. When it came to this sort of thing, it was Director Chen's specialty. He was confident he could complete the mission in a heartbeat, but how was he planning to do that? The final boss, Bei Chen, had appeared behind them like a ghost at some point. Gentlemen, I know a great place. Why don't you let me take you there to cool off? Seeing Bei Chen's friendly smile, they both knew they were about to be in a world of hurt. Bei Chen dragged the two outside and threw them straight into a sewer pipe, a special double-room edition. He let the two brothers sort it out themselves. He wouldn't even dirty his hands on trash like them. Meanwhile, Shui Yu had already left the restaurant, walking home drenched in the rain. Her mind was a tangled mess right now. She didn't know what to do anymore, having already lost Si-Yun. Her position was in name only, and it was so incredibly difficult for a woman to build a career these days. Her grandmother was a staunch believer in male superiority, and her father was abroad for medical treatment. Her mother only knew one tune, complaining about fate. What on earth was she supposed to do? Suddenly, an arm reached out, holding an umbrella over her. I'm here to take you home. Seeing Bei Chen's smile, as warm as the sun, Shui Yu suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. On the way, she kept glancing at Bei Chen, thinking to herself, is it because I'm so lonely that anyone seems decent right now? But having him here is actually pretty nice. After a moment of internal debate, she tugged on Bei Chen's sleeve, her face flushing with embarrassment. Bei Chen, right now I don't have anything left. I can't be your sugar mommy anymore, so maybe you should go find a proper job. Hearing this, Bei Chen grinned from ear to ear and gave Shui Yu a playful flick on the forehead. Don't you worry, I'm working on a few big projects. I'll report back to you as soon as the time is right. Besides, you don't need to worry about the Wang family drama. That Wang Shu guy is just a clown for entertainment. Hearing this, Shu Yu immediately switched into gossip mode. What kind of trick are you up to now? After living together for so long, the Ice Queen has finally melted for Bei Chen. Just as things were getting romantic, the revenge squad consisting of Shui Yu's mother and grandmother launched a surprise attack. The female lead hadn't even processed at this hour when she got hit with a massive slap from Madame Wang. Oh man, this old hag truly has a heart as black as the 18th level of hell. I only gently had my dear Shu replace you as the director, and you dared to have him taken away. Now he's completely vanished. Are you happy now, you wretched girl? But Shu Yu wasn't a pushover either. She yelled back, what does him getting taken in half to do with me? Why are you taking it out on me? Hearing this, blood rushed to Madame Wang's head, and she raised her hand to deliver another slap when our hero Bei Chen appeared to block the move. Stop right there. If there's a problem, let's solve it with words, not fists, right away. Bei Chen's gaze was as sharp as a knife, his killing intent radiating and sending a chill down one's spine. At the same time, Elder, he sent word that the precious son, Wang Shu, had burned through money at the gambling tables and lost big time, and was now being held captive. Are you people from the Wang family in such a hurry to meet your maker? Blocked from being an action star, Madame Wang screamed in Bei Chen's face. This is my family's business, who the hell are you to meddle in it? Get out! Seeing the old hag acting like she owned the world, Bei Chen frowned and gritted his teeth. With me, Jiang Bei Chen, here, even if the Jade Emperor himself descended to Earth, he wouldn't dare touch a single hair on her head. Madame Wang was so intimidated by Bei Chen's aura that she was scared out of her wits and immediately clammed up. As for Shui Yu, oh my, her heart had completely fallen for him from that moment on. But our male lead had no intention of letting this matter go so easily. He leaned in close, whispering in a loving tone. The kidnapping was clearly a frame-up, with no evidence, right? Let's go. We'll find those actors and confront them face to face. If Shui Yu didn't do it, the old woman has to bow her head and apologize to her. Deal. And so, the reluctant trio set off together to find justice. As soon as she saw her darling Wang Shu cosplaying as a floor mop, Madame Wang rushed over. Oh my heavens, my dear grandson, Grandma is here to rescue you. Wang Shu Yu, you tell these guys to release that brother of yours right now. Suddenly, the thugs formed a semicircle, tightly surrounding the trio. Following the natural instincts of a handsome hero, Bei Chen immediately stood in front of Shu Yu like a shield. Just then, the kidnappers finally spoke with their golden voices. We've been waiting forever for you. I trust you brought the $45 million in tea money? Upon hearing this, Madame Wang's jaw dropped and her eyes went wide. What? $45 million? What 45 million? Aren't you actors hired by that brat Wang Shu Yu to act with my grandson? Bei Chen then added some subtitles. Madame Wang, they've made it as clear as day and you still don't get it through your head? This is a casino, not a film set. As for that huge sum, a little bird told me that your young master donated it to the casino, and now he's still head over heels in debt to these brothers from the streets. It went in one ear and out the other for Madame Wang, who turned to spew venom at Bei Chen. "Shut up, you're all in this together. My good grandson isn't that kind of person." And yet, that good grandson Wang Shu, shameless as ever, cried out playing the victim. "Grandma, it was that green tea bitch Wang Shui Yu who hired people to take me and demand a $45 million ransom from our family." As soon as he finished speaking, a final boss in a wheelchair slowly rolled in. Seeing their boss arrive, the minions immediately parted into two neat rows. "Let me see who's got the guts to hire me, he Fu Sheng, for such a cheap kidnapping and extortion job." This man was a pillar of Yunhai City, a figure that even children knew by sight. The moment she saw the real deal appear, Madame Wang was so shocked her jaw dropped. You are Elder He." The moment Elder He saw Bei Chen, he was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold and was about to rush over to greet his boss when Bei Chen shot him a look. Sick Elder He quickly changed the subject, turning to the grandmother and grandson. "You must be the matriarch of the Wang family, correct? Did you just claim that I, He Fu Sheng, was hired to take this brat away? That sounds completely surreal. Someone of my stature, He Fu Sheng, has to do such petty jobs to make a living? Who are you trying to mock?" The grandmother and grandson were so intimidated by the big boss's aura that they trembled like leaves, hastily trying to find an excuse to cover things up. "Oh my god, a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding, Elder He. In this city of Yunhai, if you say the word, who would dare to even breathe? With just a flick of your finger, my entire Wang family would be wiped out." Elder He didn't bother beating around the bush. His face was all scowls and puffed cheeks. "A misunderstanding, you say? Then spit it out and make it quick. I don't like getting involved in this muddy water. It's tarnishing my reputation." Mrs. Wang changed her tune faster than flipping a pancake, turning to gift her grandson Wang Shu a combo of punches and kicks. "Yes, yes, yes. You little brat, explain yourself." Wang Shu rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum, tears and snot everywhere. "Grandma, spare me." Sob. "I was just socializing over a game of cards and accidentally lost $45 million. They wouldn't let me go home. They made me call a family member to bail me out. Otherwise, they threatened to liquidate my little brother and then send me to meet my ancestors. I was afraid you wouldn't care about me, so I made up a story that my cousin Wang Shu Yu sent people to invite me for tea." Sob. The moment she heard the figure of $45 million, Mrs. Wang almost fainted on the spot. "What did you say? How much?" "Yes, $45 million. You godforsaken brat, who gave you the guts to burn through so much money?" After saying that, she lovingly gifted him another slap that twisted his face. Then she glanced at Elder He, flashing a smile full of deep meaning. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, beginning her performance of the drama queen. Sob. Sob, why is my fate so miserable? My husband passed away early, and my grandchildren are nothing but trouble. Oh, Elder He, if only I could find a strong shoulder like yours to lean on in my twilight years. Sob. Just as she was deep in her act, a squad of long-legged beauties appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Elder He. Huh? This lady is in her 70s and still so nimble? How dare she try to act all seductive in front of Elder He? Truly shameless. It makes you want to laugh until you're sore inside. So old yet so indecent. Elder He didn't even bother to glance at her. His voice was as cold as ice. Old woman, are you done with your act? If you're finished, fix your clothes properly, and let's talk about the money. Hearing the word money, Mrs. Wang switched on the waterworks for a second time. Elder He, even if we sold our entire family, we couldn't come up with $45 million. Please, be merciful with our family this time. Elder He smirked, as if he already knew the script, and held out a stack of documents. I knew you people didn't stand a chance. Well, I've been kind enough to think of a bright path for you. Mrs. Wang opened it with trembling hands. After reading it, her face turned pale as a sheet, and she trembled uncontrollably. You intend to have my family's company pawned off? Elder He shrugged. What's one measly company compared to $45 million? Here, there are also the transfer deeds for the plots of land under your name. But I'm not a completely ruthless person. With the remaining $5 million, I'll give your grandson a chance to change his life at my entertainment company. He'll go there as a trainee to work off the debt. First things first, let's send him to Thailand for a little touch-up on his appearance. Who knows? When he comes back, he might become a hot girl loved by thousands, maybe even a TikTok idol. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Shu was grabbed by his armpits and dragged away by two burly men. He screamed like a stuck pig, with tears and snot exploding like fireworks. Grandma, save me. Think of something. Save me, Grandma. I don't want to go to Thailand for a gender change. Tell my cousin Wang Shu Yu she was able to spend $70 billion and she even won that big contract with ease. She must have a powerful backer. She'll definitely find a way to save me. Hearing her precious grandson's tip, Mrs. Wang's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Shu Yu with a meaningful smile. Well, I almost forgot about little Shu Yu. She scurried over to Elder He and offered a suggestion. Elder He, how about? We swap the person. I have another granddaughter standing right over there. She's fresh and beautiful, miles better than those girls surrounding you, with a great figure and a lovely face. The important thing is, she's a very hard worker. Give her a little time, and $45 million will be nothing. So, I'll just gift her to you. You can nurture her however you like, and I won't have any objection to you training her day and night. I only ask that you spare the Wang family and give us a way to survive. Please spare my precious boy. Good heavens, this old hag must have escaped from an asylum. What kind of grandmother talks like this? What? Shu Yu heard every single word, and her heart shattered into 100 pieces. Grandma, oh grandma, how could you? In your eyes, is this granddaughter of yours worth less than a vegetable from the market? Not only was Madame Wang shameless, but she also strained her neck to yell even louder. You shut up. Girls are worthless. Just a freebie. Using you to save your cousin is a blessing for 3 generations. At least you finally have some use. These words officially lit the fuse on the powder keg named Bei Chen, although he did not say anything. His killing intent was already through the roof, ready to transform into a Super Saiyan. Just then, Elder, he spoke up, Madame Wang, truly a genius mind. Your reasoning is also quite sharp. Hearing this, Madame Wang was ecstatic, her eyes shining like headlights. Really? Then Elder. Please hurry and release my precious grandson. But Elder, he was not finished. Unfortunately, I happen to be severely allergic to the whole favoring boys over girls thing. So, let that liability of yours go. If you hesitate to sign, your grandson will not need to spend money on a trip to Thailand for a change. I will have my men slice him up into premium sashimi right here for you to enjoy. As soon as he finished speaking, the henchman immediately moved forward, intending to inspect the goods on Wang Shu. Terrified of losing his family jewels, Wang Shu shrieked, "Boo-hoo, Grandma, save me. Sign it, Grandma, sign it quickly for my sake." Unwilling to let the only branch of the family tree be pruned, Madame Wang gritted her teeth and signed. Thinking of her family's fortune vanishing, she immediately staged a faint-on-the-spot scene. The next morning, the headlines were buzzing, "Young master of Wang Corporation gambles away entire family fortune," setting a new record for burning money this century. All of the company's real estate was slapped with red seizure notices. The queen, Madame Wang, was so furious she coughed up blood, had a stroke, and was rushed to the emergency room. Rumor has it that for the rest of her life, her only companion will be a hospital bed. After reading the news, Bei Chen nodded in satisfaction. Elder He, thank you for your seamless cooperation on this case. You helped Shu Yu get back what was rightfully hers. And lately, the Rongding Group has also brought me quite a few perks too. I am truly grateful. Hearing this, Elder He quickly waved his hands, looking flustered. Oh my commander, you are making me blush. You are being far too polite. Back in the day at the western border, if it were not for you, my whole family would be pushing up daisies by now. Let us let bygones be bygones. With that, he pulled out a mountain of items and spread them on the table. Commander, these are all the spoils of war collected from the Wang family. There are also diamonds, gems, and designer jewelry we found while searching their house today. What do you think we should do with all these companies and assets? Do you want to take charge of it all yourself? Bei Chen had always seen such material things as garbage, waving a hand in refusal. No need. It is not convenient for me to hold onto this scrap metal right now. Besides, this haul was Shu Yu's victory in the first place. You can just hold on to it for now and give it back to her on an auspicious day later. Elder, he happily agreed. It is a piece of cake. To him, this was a trivial matter. After everything was settled, just as Bei Chen was about to stand up and leave, he suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. This scene scared the daylights out of Elder He, who almost shot up from his wheelchair. Commander, what is wrong with you? Do not give me a heart attack. Bei Chen wearily sat back down, wiping the blood from his lips. Calm down. No need to freak out. It is just an old injury acting up. The internal damage is rebelling a bit, causing my chi and blood to go haywire. Back on a mission, I took a rather deep mosquito bite. Luckily, I had the Azure Profound Art to escape a trip to see my ancestors. But it left me with a lifetime warranty in the form of this hard-to-heal internal injury. If I cannot find the rest of the manual of the Azure Profound Art, I am afraid it will be hard to keep this worthless life of mine, even though he said he was fine. Elder, he was still worried sick, insisting on calling a medical board for an examination. Bei Chen shook his head dejectedly like a broken fan. It is useless. Unless I find the rest of the Azure Profound Art, not even a reincarnated Hua Tuo could do anything. Hearing this, Elder he got excited and slammed the table with a bang, making the whole teapot jump. Commander, rest assured. This old man will find the missing part of the Azure Profound Art for you, even if I have to sell my last pair of boxers. As it happens, suddenly, a jade necklace on the table danced its way over to Bei Chen, making Elder He fly into a rage and curse at the servants. What kind of sloppy work is this? I told you to put these things away. And yet, Bei Chen was grinning like he'd won the lottery, holding out the jade piece. Elder He, You don't need to go to such lengths to dissuade me from this piece of jade. I'm on a tight deadline here. I have to get home right away. The young man clutched the jade as if it were a priceless treasure and sprinted home. But who could have known? Oh my god, this jade piece has the aura of the Swan Qing art. If I can track down the creator of this jade, I might just find the rest of the lost cultivation manual. Just as he landed at his front gate, Bei Chen was excited to show his prize to Shu Yu, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw his mother-in-law in the middle of a tearful scene. Seeing Shu Yu comforting her mother, saying we'll find a way, Bei Chen cautiously approached with a confused look. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you two crying? The mother and daughter cried out dramatically in unison. Boo-hoo, our Wang family's fortune has all gone up in smoke. My husband is on his deathbed. Why is my life so miserable? We just got the terrible news that my father has a terminal illness. Honey, he doesn't have much time left. What are we going to do now? Hearing the devastating news, Bei Chen froze for 5 seconds. In his memories, ever since he was a little kid, Uncle Wang had treated him incredibly well. Back when the entire world had turned its back on him, only Uncle Wang treated him like his own son, always ready to step in and help. Even on his sickbed, he was still worried about the boy, little Chen. I heard about the drama going on with your family. If you're ever short on money, just come over and ask for my daughter Zijing. She's your future wife, so don't be shy. That memory was still crystal clear in little Chen's mind. I've always seen you as my own son. In the future, I'll give you my daughter's hand in marriage, and you'll be my precious son-in-law. Suddenly, Shu Yu answered her phone. This is Lanxiang Hospital. Are you a relative of the patient Wang Bo Ren? Yes, I'm his daughter. Bei Chen slammed the accelerator, racing to the hospital at the speed of light. Uncle, please hold on, he thought after a series of action movie drifts. They finally arrived at the hospital. The three of them burst into the room like a tornado, making the team of doctors and nurses jump. Uncle, Dad, honey, Dr. Qin Rong emerged like a goddess. You're finally here. Ma'am and Shu Yu, please follow me to see Mr. Wang. To briefly introduce her, this is Qin Rong, the medical prodigy of a renowned traditional Chinese medicine family. And you must be Jiang Bei Chen. Please wait outside. Hearing her dismissive tone, Bei Chen froze. Shu Yu quickly spoke up, Miss Qin Rong. My father was just asking for him on the phone. Why are you stopping him now? Qin Rong's face was cold as ice. It's precisely because of this jinx that Mr. Wang's condition has gone downhill so fast. If I had it my way, I wouldn't even let him breathe the same air in this hospital. Besides, with me on the case today, Mr. Wang won't be logging out. If you want to see him, you can wait. Now is not the time. The other doctors behind her immediately chimed in to flatter her. The patient was in critical condition just a moment ago, but thankfully, Dr. Qin intervened in time. That's why his internal organs have stabilized. That's right, Dr. Qin's medical skills are masterful. Her title Miracle Doctor is well earned. You can all rest easy now. That's 100% correct. Dr. Qin Rong hails from the legendary traditional Chinese medicine family in Yunhai. Her medical skills are truly top tier. The patient will be fine. Bei Chen shot her a withering glare, thinking to himself, they say a doctor should be like a benevolent mother. But a doctor who holds a grudge and brings personal feelings into her work like you can be considered a legendary physician? He spat the words right at Qin Rong's face. I think she's just got delusions of grandeur, hyped up by her followers until she's forgotten she's still on solid ground. Qin Rong was left speechless, but her squad of rabid fans behind her started foaming at the mouth. Hey, you little punk, what did you just bark? How could our idol Qin be like that? She's a divine doctor who saves people, you know? How dare you accuse her of chasing clout? Dr. Qin is the gold standard of the medical world. You're not allowed to insult her. Jiang Bo Chen suddenly became unusually serious. If that's not the case, then please put your personal feelings aside and get out of my way. Miss Qin, this case is beyond your abilities. She immediately stepped aside, giving him the stage. Let the almighty judge have his turn. Jiang Bo Chen grabbed the patient's hand, holding it as gently as a fragile egg. Sir, your Superman is here to save you. Oh man, the patient's complexion looked absolutely awful. He could only rasp out a single word. Bo. Jiang Bo Chen, I'm here. Just from that brief handshake, he instantly scanned the situation. The old man's face was rosy as if he'd just been sunbathing, but his pulse was as weak as a snail's. This was a classic bait and switch. What recovery? It was clearly a final burst of life before the end. Jiang Bo Chen quickly turned around. He's about to kick the bucket. Quick, where's your kit? Let me borrow it. Qin Rong's face was ice cold. What kind of act are you putting on? I just gave Uncle Wang a few needle pricks. The situation is very stable. The crowd of onlookers behind them were true connoisseurs of cheesy drama. Are you planning to use those needles for sewing? Do you even know acupuncture? Do you have any degrees or licenses to be acting so high and mighty? What a load of nonsense. Just shut your mouth. Miss Qin Rong is a top-tier doctor in our country. She's not someone to be trifled with. The boss lady is here, so what are you yelling about? You're getting way ahead of yourself, like an egg trying to be smarter than the hen. Even Shuiyu was looking at him with disdain. Brother Chen, you're a layman. Don't just mess around blindly. Miss Qinrong is a renowned doctor. You have to trust her. That's right. What's the point of these antics now? Son, stop causing trouble and come say your last words to your father. Just at that critical moment, another doctor ran in, his face drained of all color. Dr. Qin, the situation is critical. The patient's heart rate is going haywire. Qinrong's face finally turned pale, her jaw dropping in shock. Huh? How could it be going south? Quick, prepare for emergency resuscitation. The patient on the bed began to convulse wildly. Honey, Dad. Jiang Bochen's eyes scanned the room like radar, finally locking onto the medical kit on the table. He shoved the useless pretty-faced Qinrong aside. Move. Jiang Bochen rummaged through the kit and pulled out something brownish. The patient's life was now hanging by a thread, but the big-shot doctor's attention was glued to Jiang Bochen. What trick are you trying to pull? He drew out a very long needle, preparing to work his magic. Although the mystic azure art wasn't a miracle cure for cancer, by using the needle as a conduit to channel internal energy into the body, it might just be able to recharge the body and save his fragile life. A main character aura suddenly radiated from Jiang Bochen. He plunged the needle into the patient's Bai Hui acupoint. Seeing this, Qinrong screamed as if she were watching a horror movie. Are you insane? Where did you stick that needle? The patient's hand suddenly went limp, falling to his side. The heart monitor went silent, the screen flatlining. Shu Yu's mother was so scared she fainted on the spot, while Shu Yu herself could only scream "Dad" hysterically. Qinrong trembled like a leaf. Damn it. Did it really go south? Impossible. I clearly treated Uncle Wang already. In contrast to the wailing crowd, Jiang Bochen was still giving it his all. Not yet, this isn't over. He suddenly felt a pang of pain as a haunting memory flooded back. Years ago, I was just a useless nobody, unable to save my father. A phantom dragon opened its massive maw and lunged towards the motionless patient. He gritted his teeth. Today, I, Jiang Bochen, will not let history repeat itself. I will not lose someone again. After what felt like an eternity, the patient's finger suddenly twitched. The heart monitor let out a loud beep signaling. Patient revival successful. Qinrong checked Mr. Ren's pulse, her jaw on the floor. Oh my god, he's alive. He's really alive. Hey, young man, are you using some kind of cheat code? How are you so good? Bei Chen stood nearby, sweating bullets and trying to catch his breath. If the secret of the Xuanqing Ju art got out, he'd have to pack his bags and move to Mars. But he couldn't just leave it unexplained, so he thought on his feet and quickly came up with an excuse. Ah, this is something from back when I was in the army. I had the good fortune to learn a secret, traditional first aid method from some super mysterious tribes out on the frontier. Qinrong looked at him blankly. A mysterious ethnic minority? That sounds like a total lie. Narrator, seriously, I just want to smack those nosy doctors behind him. Which tribe? In what remote corner of the world? Tell us. But no matter what they asked, Bei Chen maintained a serious expression like a Hollywood actor. Back when I made a solemn vow to my master to never pass it on to outsiders, so please forgive me. I cannot say, but of course, that nosy crowd wouldn't let it go. Why are you being so stubborn? If such a miraculous technique really exists, do you know how many lives it could save? That's right. That's right. Human lives are important. Don't be so selfish and keep it to yourself. Besides, you're not even a doctor. Keeping this secret technique to practice medicine without a license is illegal and against regulations. You hear? Bei Chen sighed wearily. Oh, for heaven's sake. Is this really the time to be arguing about this? My father-in-law just came back from death's door. Shouldn't you all be focusing on taking good care of the patient right now? Narrator. Every word Bei Chen said was completely reasonable. No one could argue with him. And yet, the hospital's version of keyboard warriors kept clamoring. Why is this kid so unreasonable? He has no spirit of contribution to humanity whatsoever. What a selfish brat. Fortunately, the boss lady Qinrong stepped in to quell the chaos. That's enough. He's right. Our job right now is to care for the patient, not to turn this room into a chaotic marketplace. Disperse. Go check on the patient, now. Yes, Dr. Qin. The crowd sheepishly dispersed, and the room suddenly became quiet. Qinrong turned back and shot Bei Chen a sharp glare. You're a world apart from the good-for-nothing I heard about in the rumors. Bei Chen just nodded modestly. You flatter me. That's what she said, but she was already plotting something else in her head. Qinrong's inner thoughts. Bei Chen, you might have fooled them, but you can't fool me. That whole mysterious tribe story sounded fake from the start. I will definitely uncover your secret. After dealing with the external threat, Bei Chen turned to the internal one. Oh wait, I mean his beloved wife, Shu Yu. Are you okay? To his surprise, without a word, she rushed forward. Bei Chen was so surprised his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Shu Yu's voice was as soft as a whisper. Thank you. I really mean it. For saving my dad. His expression immediately switched to wife-doting mode as he gently patted her head. Silly, I'm your husband. Saving my father-in-law is my sacred duty. There's no need for thanks. Dad is fine now. You should take Mom home to rest. She just fainted, so she'll need you to look after her while she recovers. You can leave Dad here with me. I'll take care of everything. Narrator interjects, this scene might seem cheesy, but just wait a few more chapters, and you'll be in for a huge shock. Shuayu's face turned beet red as she mumbled, "Oh, okay, husband." It was like a bolt of lightning struck Bei Chen. Huh, what did you just call me? She turned away in embarrassment, denying it completely. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard me. Anyway, I'm heading home now. With that, she bolted. After a long and exhausting day, night finally fell. And yet, Bei Chen was still floating on cloud 9. Damn, that one word, husband, sweet as honey, kept replaying in his head all evening. He was sitting thoughtfully by his father-in-law's bed when suddenly, the old man's tired eyes slowly opened. Lost in his thoughts, Bei Chen jumped in surprise. He quickly rushed over, asking, Dad, you're awake. How are you feeling? Mr. Ren looked much more refreshed. I'm fine. It's strange. I just took a nap, but I woke up feeling completely healthy, as refreshed as if I'd just had a massage. I could have sworn I was about to meet my ancestors earlier. Don't say such ominous things, Dad. It must be because you're a good man, so your ancestors are watching over you. By the way, where are Shui, you, and Mom? Bei Chen said as he helped Mr. Ren sit up. Oh my god, my mom nearly fainted from all the intense drama, so Tuyet Vu had to carry her back to her room to rest. The old man put on his glasses to look more intellectual. Not bad. By the way, I have some juicy gossip I want to share with you privately. Back then looked dumbfounded, not understanding what this old uncle wanted to spill. Turns out, the old man had it all planned. Impressive, huh? For the past few years, my time has been running out. I've already taken care of Tuyet Vu and my wife. The only one left that I'm deeply concerned about is you. The young man was confused. Huh, uncle? What is there to worry about me for? But you can't fool an old man. You're still bitter about that incident, aren't you, son? About the day your old man passed away. The young man's face turned as black as thunder. Don't worry, I have no intention of being an obstacle. Whatever you want to do, just go all out. Back then, your father was in his prime, strong as an ox. It seems that the incident where Back then's father kicked the bucket was completely absurd. Suddenly the project went belly up, then he fell gravely ill and died. If you call that a coincidence, I'll be the first to object. This Uncle Nan doesn't believe in such fairy tales. These past few years, even though I've been a bit low on battery and bedridden, I've still managed to overhear the drama. And I've dug up some very interesting clues, according to my renowned detective skills. After hearing this, Back then's jaw dropped. The old man's face hardened, switching to serious mode. That plot twist, back then, where your father's project vanished into thin air, it was all orchestrated by your eldest uncle, Jiang Tianmin. Back then was like, I knew it, I've suspected that guy for a long time. Uncle Nan was so angry his voice trembled as he began to recount the story. That old bastard sold out confidential information, leaking your father's lowest bid, and just like that, the project went belly up. Then he even colluded with the board of shareholders, staging a perfect play to kick you and your father out. Recalling the scene where Back then was blocked at the gate, the entire Jiang family fortune is mine now. I won't even lend you a single penny. Tianmin puffed on a cigar, looking incredibly tacky. Now your project is bankrupt. You'll be living on the streets soon. You're truly a good-for-nothing, can't do a single useful thing. I'd rather use that money to feed a few more doggos, it'd be more useful. Remembering this classy past, the young man couldn't help but feel bitter. Jiang Tianmin, you're the type to bite the hand that feeds you, changing your tune in an instant. You caused my father to be kicked out of his own home. He didn't have a single cent to his name, riddled with illness and no money for treatment. I, Jiang Back then, swear I will show you what a living hell truly is. It's too late for regrets. Little brother, don't come over here. Ah. A scream tore through the night. The scream came from Tianmin's mansion. The old man was trembling like a leaf, clutching his head, having another nightmare. Tianmin's face was as pale as a ghost. Is it because the company has been under too much financial pressure lately? But no, it's all because of that troublesome brat Jiang Hianvian. I clearly told him to bring some gifts or a few sweet young things to the boss in charge of the Liao family's project. And yet, he just sat there like a car out of gas, refusing to go. The more he thought about it, the more his blood boiled and Tianmin roared. Where's Jiang Hianvian? If you can hear me, drag your butt in here. Hearing the summons from his royal father, Hianvian scrambled inside as fast as he could. Father, I'm here. I'm here. What is it? Did you call for me with any instructions? Where have you been hiding these past few days? What have you been so busy with? Well, I heard that Tutin's father has a terminal illnesses and is beyond cure, so he just returned to the country. Lately, I've been busy pulling strings and making arrangements for him to get treatment in Vansun City. The boy probably thought, but to his surprise, smack, Tianmin threw a pillow right at his face. The company is on the brink of collapse. It's about to go under. And you have the nerve to worry about some other man's father? The old man continued his tirade. I told you to go close the deal on the Liao family's project, and the result is you've made no progress at all. You're such a disaster. Hian Vian hurriedly tried to calm him down. Father, please calm down, calm down. There's trouble with the Liao family. We've set a trap and are waiting for Zixing's father-in-law to show up in Yunshan. Tianling gritted his teeth. Huh, what does the Liao family's business have to do with them? He scurried over to the bed and whispered, the head of the Liao family is drooling over our Shu Yu, Dad, and the Wang family is desperately searching for a cure for old Wang Boren. We just need to do this and then do that, and we'll be done. Tianming was visibly pleased and thought to himself, this little rascal actually has a brain. Okay, approved. Just go ahead with the plan, son. Yes, sir. Yunshan City, at the Jiang family mansion. The three of them moved back in. Beichen looked at the massive villa before him, his heart filled with emotion. Jiang family, I have returned. He was determined to reclaim everything he was owed this time, with interest. His mother-in-law had been in high spirits ever since. Zixing had bailed them out. She had never cared about family matters before. Who knew she would come through so impressively in a time of crisis? Honestly, I can't understand how this mother-daughter duo can fall for empty promises time and time again without ever learning their lesson. She said she would take us to a center called immunotherapy that specializes in eradicating cancer cells. I hear they have the best treatment regimens on the planet. They're guaranteed to cure your father's illness. Just you wait and see. Phew, thank goodness for our dear daughter Zixing. Father is saved. She excitedly rang the doorbell. Hello, is anyone home? Zixing, it's your mother. I've come to see my darling daughter. Huh, strange. Why isn't anyone coming to the door? I'm sure I arranged a specific time with her. Why is she standing me up like this? But even after shouting herself hoarse, it remained completely silent inside. Xu Yu pulled out her phone to call, but there was no answer. Baichen sensed that something wasn't right. He then strode forward confidently. Auntie, no one can hear you ringing the bell so softly. Allow me. Without another word, Baichen sent the door flying with a single kick. Xu Yu and her mother were left completely dumbfounded. And just like in a movie, a large squad of guards suddenly swarmed out from nowhere. Hey, who goes there? Who are you people, coming here to cause a ruckus? Baiken, what are you doing? Now you've made such a scene, everyone must have heard. Xu Yu quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. We're so sorry, gentlemen. We didn't mean to cause any trouble. I am Wang Xu Yu. I'm here to find my younger sister, Wang Zixing. Huh? You're looking for the young mistress? Hearing those three corny words, young mistress, Baishin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. My god, what century are we in? Who still uses titles like young mistresses? Ha ha, do you think you're royalty from some prestigious noble family? Ha ha, where did you guys crawl out from? What insolent brat who doesn't know his place dares to mock our young mistress? Xu Yu quickly reached out to intervene. No, that's not it. He's my husband, Jiang Baiken. We're here too. Just then, the main attractions, Xuan Yuan and Zixing, finally decided to appear. Who has the nerve to come to my house and scream like this? That's right, it's so noisy I can't even get my beauty sleep. Seeing their masters, the guards rushed to report, Young master, young mistress, there's someone here claiming to be the young mistress's older sister. She brought a brutish guy and some old hag with her. We were about to kick them out. Hearing this, Xu Yu's mother was furious. Hey, who are you calling an old hag? I am Wang Zixing's mother. Zixing's face was as cold as ice. Oh, sister, what brings you here to grace us with your presence? Let them in. She looked at the two of them as if they were complete strangers. Zixing's gaze shot towards him. Jiang Baiken, why has this useless piece of trash shown his face here? She commanded with a tilt of her chin. But as for the lowly peasant with her, forget it. Give him a good beating and throw him out for me. The guards obeyed like trained dogs and immediately moved to carry out her order. Yes, young madam? Shu Wu, why are you stopping Zeding? Is there something wrong with you? He's your brother-in-law, yet you called us here like this. And we're welcomed by a squad of brain-dead bodyguards like this. But the only reply she got was from these blockheads. We just want to teach a lesson to this punk who doesn't know his place. We have no intention of targeting you, so please step aside. If we accidentally hit you, don't blame us. Baichen remained completely unfazed. It's all right, Shu Wu. Just step back and enjoy the show. Baichen, it seemed he was about to serve them a hearty meal of pain. We went through all the trouble to come here, yet my little sister, my brother-in-law, and this whole gang of minions have absolutely no manners. It seems they lack a proper family upbringing. He then rolled up his sleeves to get professional. After all, it's an elder's responsibility to discipline the juniors, so let this brother-in-law teach them a crash course in guest reception etiquette. Seeing Baiken's tone, the man puffed out his chest and shouted, You want to get to young master Xuan Yuan over our dead bodies? And the young madam too? Buddy, you're seriously underestimating our professional security team. Baiken couldn't be bothered to argue. He immediately sent the man flying with a single blow. Captain Xuan Yuan yelled, Are you all just standing there like statues? Charge and swarm him for me. Baichen then landed a devastating kick on another guy, making his opponent clutch his stomach and scream in pain. Baichen's hands were as fast as lightning. He grabbed another man and swiftly gave him a free ticket to kiss the ground, all in just a few short minutes. He had completely cleaned up Xuan Yuan's entire ragtag army. Now then, it's the turn of our two hospitable hosts, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. The couple's faces went pale as they watched, but Ziding probably already had a script ready in her head. She began her act. Jiang Becken, I'm warning you, if you dare lay a single finger on us, I'll call the police immediately. Furthermore, with the power of the Xuan Yuan family, I'll make sure you rot in prison for a very long time. Baishan smirked. Rot in prison for a long time? That sounds pretty interesting. Go ahead and call. I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Beichan, you're insane. Screw it. Just call the cops and have them haul him away. Hurry. Xu Ranyuan immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. Xu Wu quickly tried to intervene. Baichen, maybe we should just stop. If the police really come, we won't be able to talk our way out of it, even with 100 mouths. A corner of Baichen's mouth curved up. Don't worry, just trust my skills. While Baichen stood his ground, Xuanyuan was as quick as the wind to call the police. Hello, is this the police? There's a lunatic wrecking my house. You guys need to get over here and arrest him. What? It'll take 5 minutes? All right, just please get here as fast as you can. This dim-witted couple was thrilled, thinking they had a brilliant plan. Ha ha. An emboldened Ziding lifted her chin smugly. Jiang Beichan, your number is up, buddy. In just 5 more minutes, get ready to rot your butt in prison for the rest of your life. In contrast to the couple's glee, Baichan was perfectly calm. 5 minutes? That's more than enough time for me to dislocate both of your legs. Then I'll pop them back in, and we can repeat that a few times just for fun. Tell me, after I put them back in place, do you think the cops could find any proof that you've been disassembled and reassembled, even with a microscope? Ziding was trembling like a leaf, but she still tried to act tough. Jiang Beichan, you are truly shameless. An intimidating aura radiated from Baichan, crackling with power. Oh, you give me too much credit. When it comes to being shameless, I'm just a rookie compared to you too. Xuanyuan thought he was being cool. He lunged forward with a kick, trying to land a cheap shot. Jiang Beichan, it's been years. Don't think you're the only one who knows a few pathetic moves. Let me enlighten you. I'm a black belt taekwondo master, myself. Oh la la. Right on cue, the boys in blue showed up. Wee woo wee woo. Beichan thought to himself, my lucky break has arrived. He gracefully dodged the moves of these 7 pampered young masters, while Xuan Yuan hadn't even processed what was happening. Ignoring his surroundings, he was still fired up and charged at Jiang Beichan to settle the score. You! Stop right there. Take one of Daddy's loving punches first. Just as the fist was about to leave its mark on his face, Beichan let out a sly smirk. Shuiyu screamed in terror. Beichan, oh no. And just like that, he successfully faked taking a full blow right in front of the police officers. Freeze! Xiao Ran flashed her badge of authority, police. Only then did the couple realize they were in big trouble. Xuan Yuan and Zijing started to break out in a cold sweat. She pointed her finger right in his face. Move again, and I'll send you on a long-term vacation to the slammer. Xuan Yuan's face twisted in disbelief. I've been framed. He clearly hadn't even touched the guy. Meanwhile, Beichan was successfully playing the victim of the year. Off, officer. You're a godsend. I don't understand where all this blood is suddenly coming from. Beichan clutched his wound, looking to be in utter agony. He was trying to off me, officer. Xuan Yuan's face went pale. What? You've got it all wrong, officer. I swear I haven't even laid a finger on him. This blood isn't Ev. A dark gun barrel was pointed straight at his face. Quiet. Xiao Ran commanded Xuan Yuan. Put your hands in the air. Clinging to the bars, Xuan Yuan cried tearlessly. Officers, I've been framed, but the car just drove off. His wife, Zijing, still not understanding the gravity of the situation, started to shriek. You filthy wench! My husband didn't injure that Jiang Beichan. How dare you arrest him? I'll tear that pretty mouth of yours apart. Xiao Ran calmly walked over, lifted her chin, and said something so chilling it made Zijing nearly wet herself in fear. Or perhaps, you'd like to go meditate in there for your beloved husband? Just that one feather-light sentence from the beautiful officer Xiao Ran was enough to make the woman shut her filthy mouth. At the same time, Xu Yu hurriedly ran after him as the paramedics loaded him into an ambulance. Beichen, are you all right? I'm fine, as long as I'm breathing. I'm still kicking, honey. Lin Xiaoran, deputy chief of the Yunshan City Police Department. He held the beautiful officer's business card, his jaw on the floor. Absolutely unbelievable. That officer looked so young and inexperienced, yet she was already a deputy chief. Beichen recalled how incredibly cool she had been just moments ago. I absolutely despise those who use their strength to bully the weak. Here's my card. If they ever dare to come and bother you again, just call me directly. He couldn't help but chuckle. He'd only planned on using an old wound to set a trap for that Jiang Xuan Yuan. Who would have thought the officer would look at him with such pity, thinking he was some poor, innocent lamb, pitifully bullied? It seems my face looks pretty pathetic after all, huh? Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door. Who are you? The quick-tongued Four Eyes replied, Sir, my boss is the eldest uncle of the wounded soldier in there. We came especially to inquire about our nephew's health. Hearing that they were family, the police officers nodded and allowed him to enter. All right, you may all go in. Tian Ming turned to his minions and instructed, I'm going in to teach that brat a lesson he'll never forget. You guys stand guard out here, and remember, no matter what happens inside, even if all hell breaks loose, do not let a single cop in. Yes, sir. You had to admit, this old man's face was just as punchable as his son's. Jiang Beichen, it's been a while. How are you, nephew? He said he was there for a visit, but his foot landed right on Beichen's hospital bed. You've got some nerve, barely back, and you're already stirring up trouble. Making your cousin go to the station for tea, you must feel pretty proud of yourself, huh? Or have you forgotten how I taught you a lesson all those years ago? Weren't you scared enough? But he wasn't the same person he used to be. Uncle, are you planning to teach me again? I'm so very scared. Tian Ming immediately grabbed his cheek and growled. It's good that you know fear. Now, hurry up and change your statement. Just say you and Xuan Yuan were only playing around, and that he had absolutely no intention of harming you. Once that was over, the young man dragged his body to the door, banging his head on the floor, to apologize to Xuan Yuan and the punching bags he had beaten up. This old master will graciously forgive you. Beichen shot him a death glare. Old master, you look like a flea that's been starving for 3 days. Did you crawl in here to suck my blood or something? Tian Ming was baffled. Huh. What are you blabbering about? Without a word, Beichen threw off the blanket and with a loud crack, bent the old man's index finger backward. Tian Ming let out a piercing scream. The cops outside, with ears like radar, were startled. Hey, sounds like something's happening inside. What's that wailing sound? Let's go check it out. But Tian Ming's bodyguards were quick as lightning, moving to block their path. Whoa, hold on there, officers. There's nothing going on, sirs. Us bodyguards just saw how you officers are working so hard day and night, all wound up, so we wanted to provide a little entertainment. So we decided to put on a little homegrown musical performance to help you relax. The theme is, everyone has body hair, so we'd like to sing a song about hair. The goons nodded knowingly to each other. The boss must be disciplining that punk. Man, listen to that pathetic scream. The old man still got it. Our boss is so vicious, we can't let them hear. We have to sing louder, drown out the boss's private conversation in there. We absolutely cannot blow his cover. He slapped 2 of the buff guys on the rear. What, did you skip breakfast this morning? Louder. Now, let's break down the different types of body hair we have, shall we? Let me sing you a little tune. We have eyebrows, eyelashes, armpit hair, and there's also. Meanwhile, inside, Tian Ming had cried a river, but Beichen remained completely calm, his hands still holding the lock. I know you're here for your precious baby, Jiang Xuan Yuan. You want me to change my testimony, right? Well, you'll have to show a little sincerity then. What do you want? The young man didn't hesitate to state his price. I want the entire Jiang family fortune, every single asset registered under your name and your darling son Jiang Yuanzum's. Tian Ming felt a world of pain, but as it turned out, he loved his money more than his son. Beichen, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? You've got some nerve. Beichen then added another affectionate comment. If you can't bear to part with your fortune, then we can just let your precious son go study abroad in the slammer for a few years. I'll hire the best lawyer and make sure he gets the full prosecution package. I guarantee he'll serve a full 15 years, and as a special bonus, I'll break 2 more of your fingers. How's that for a deal? Crack. Tian Ming once again let out his now familiar shriek. Spare me. I agree. I agree to everything. Hearing those golden words, Beichen let go as quickly as an ex-girlfriend changes her mind. Tian Ming clutched his hand, hissing in pain. Jiang Beichen, you've got guts. Your future is completely ruined now. This old man is happy for you. As long as you go out there and change your story with the police, then the real estate company, it's all yours. He was so furious his eyes were bulging, but he still managed to hiss through his teeth. When this is over, you better watch your back, you little brat. Meanwhile, the homegrown choir was still lost in their song. And there's another kind of hair that's quite funny, one that we can never see. The underlings were still beaming, thinking they were in for a promotion. Boss, the cops were about to rush in just now, but we stopped them with our brilliant thinking. What did you think, boss? Was my original song a masterpiece or what? The old man grabbed the 4-eyed goon. Tian Ming let out a roar that made the guy bawl his eyes out. That was Emmy screaming. Are you all deaf or just plain stupid that you couldn't recognize my voice? He furiously pushed the whole group away. You useless idiots, get out of my sight and go draft an asset transfer agreement for Jiang Beichen to sign. The 3 henchmen were so shocked, their jaws hit the floor. Sir. What? But one look at Tian Ming's sinister face told them the old fox was already scheming. "Oh, Jiang Bei-chen, you want the Jiang family empire, right? Fine, I'll grant your wish. I'll let you manage this whole billion-dollar enterprise. But it'll be nothing more than an empty shell, my boy. You're going to regret ever crossing me." The next morning, the young man appeared confidently at the headquarters of the Jiang group. "Dad." Bei-chen clenched his fists. "Everything that was yours, today, I've taken it all back." Distant memories suddenly came flooding back to him. "I'm buried in work at the office from dawn till dusk. Neglecting my own child like this is so wrong of me. Come here and let Daddy give you a hug so you won't feel so sad. My dear Xiao Chen, don't be upset anymore. Weren't you the one who kept asking to meet the boss of the house all the time? I'm grinding day and night to carry out Operation Rescue Mom for you." Hearing about his mom, the little guy stopped crying instantly. "Huh, is Mom at the company, Dad? Why doesn't she just get shipped home to see me?" Though a storm was raging in his heart, on the outside, the father still had to smile brightly. "Your mom isn't at the company, but this company is the master key to open the door to find her." The father dropped a mysterious line and then scurried off, leaving the boy with a bewildered face and a giant question mark over it. The moment he turned away, the father started sobbing like an actor. "Your mom has been captured by a gang of villains. The only way is to turn this company into an empire. Only then will I have the level to open the final boss room where your mom is being held. And only then can Xiao Chen be reunited with her." Bei-chen replayed the memory, but his brain was still lagging, unable to decode it. What kind of game hack or cheat code was this key anyway? While lost in thought, whoosh, an unidentified flying object shot toward him, and Bei-chen immediately executed his divine evasion technique, barely dodging in time. Oh, so it was flying eggs, a specialty from the workers who were holding a live show to demand their wages. "Pay up! Pay us now! Give us back the sweat we shed for your deadlines. Give me back the justice for my empty wallet, this unethical company." Just then, an army of vulture-like reporters sniffed out the drama. Discovering their juicy target was him, they swarmed in like zombies spotting a brain. Good heavens, countless microphones were pointed at his face, looking like a forest of weapons. Even with a garden of mics shoved in his face, Bei-chen could still hear clearly. "Mr. Jiang, care to share a bit of the spotlight? How does it feel to be publicly roasted like this right after taking office? Are you the type of person who'd do anything for money? Exactly how many months have you withheld your employees' salaries? Can you reveal the number for the folks waiting for the drama? Do you plan to bow your head and admit your fault?" Looking at this bunch of reporters and their over-the-top acting, it was definitely orchestrated by director Tian Ming. Suddenly, a mysterious hand grabbed his shoulder. "Chairman, the escape route is this way. Get in. Quick." Outside, the reporters pounded on the door. "Open up. Please answer our questions." As soon as he was safely inside the company, Bei-chen turned and immediately asked Zhang Miao, "What on earth is the emergency?" She explained concisely. "Chairman, we've been caught in a massive scam. Let's walk and I'll give you the scoop." Zhang Miao pulled out a thick file. "After taking over this mess, I had someone recheck the books, and was shocked to discover that the Jiang group is drowning in a sea of debt and full of ghost invoices. The employees' salaries have been delayed for over a year. And now, that old geezer Jiang Tianming is holding a press conference to slander your name." With that, she snatched the remote and turned on the news channel for him to enjoy. Meanwhile, outside, an army of workers was protesting fiercely against him taking over the group. "Please, enjoy the movie, Chairman." Tianming began his performance playing the victim. "Today, I have an important announcement to make. From this day forward, the Jiang group will be handed over to the son of my late younger brother to inherit." Hearing this, Bei-chen's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he perked up his ears, not missing a single word. The old man began his sob story with a tragic and pathetic voice. 5 years ago, because my younger brother was so bad at business, he suffered huge loss, causing the company to vanish 700 billion. From then on, the company basically hit a dead end. But I, with the heart of a saint, did not hesitate to take on this pile of scrap. Even though I've had to survive on instant noodles these past few years to revive the company, there have been some signs of improvement. Now, my brother's son, my nephew, has returned from his military service, and he keeps insisting that I snatch the company from his father. I really can't bear this false accusation, so I have no choice but to reluctantly hand the company over to him. Those reporters really go wherever the wind blows, immediately chiming in, "What an ungrateful wretch, returning kindness with hatred. A classic spoiled rich kid, forcing his uncle to give up the family fortune." You have to admit, the old man's acting skills. Tianming's performance was truly top tier. A crocodile tear rolled down his weathered face, because from now on, ownership of the company is no longer mine. So even though his heart was breaking and he desperately wanted to resolve the issue with the workers, his hands were tied, so all he could do was hold a press conference and cry. Aiming the camera directly at the victims, he began his showbiz-level sobbing performance with tears and snot everywhere, spouting an apology so sincere it was painfully fake. After watching this circus act, our boy Bei Chen could only slap his thigh and say, "Now that's a golden actor. The Oscar should go to that old man." Zhang Miao anxiously asked her boss, "Chairman, should we go gather the 10 pieces of evidence now and send Jiang Tianming to jail? Or should we just sit back and do nothing?" That old fox Jiang Tianming already showed his hand, leaving behind a pile of useless documents and then going on TV to cry crocodile tears. He's definitely set a trap for us. I'm afraid finding any solid evidence would be like finding a needle in a haystack. She flinched. Could it be? Could it be that we have to just swallow this bitter pill and watch him get away with it? What else? Jiang Tianming is the businessman of the century, after all, so kind that he willingly handed over the— What a pitiful nation's uncle. He thought silently, imagining his old man's toothless face, and couldn't help but chuckle. Bei Chen smirked mysteriously. "Don't worry, the real show is yet to come. I've already prepared everything. This debt, I'll make him pay it back tenfold, down to the last penny." A man of his word, he turned to give Zhang Miao a task. The most urgent matter right now is to clean up that madhouse outside. "Zhang Miao, follow me." "Yes, Chairman." The moment the door creaked open, a whole choir of workers waiting outside immediately hit their notes. Zhang Miao bravely stepped forward to clear a path. "Please make way. We will be holding a press conference soon to set the record straight, so please don't be hasty. Please wait until then to shove your microphones in our faces. Mr. Jiang Bei Chen, please give us a comment. The public is calling you a traitor who bit the hand that fed him. What are your thoughts? Rumor has it you're just a mere soldier with zero management experience, so how can you possibly take over such a huge company?" "That's right. Why should you get the company? Pay us our wages, cough up the money now. Justice for the workers." The young man looked wearily at the battlefield before him and whispered to Zhang Miao, "Sorry for making you my human shield. Don't worry, you'll get a big bonus after this." Suddenly, Bei Chen's face went pale, drained of all color. It turned out that amidst the chaotic crowd, there was a real-life keyboard warrior who wanted to take out the boss on the spot. The man pulled a gleaming paring knife from somewhere and lunged straight at Bei Chen like a man possessed. He was probably thinking, "Success. I'm sending this scumbag boss to meet his maker. Trying to get away with not paying us? If you won't cough up the money, then go to hell." Zhang Miao screamed in terror. "Chairman!" The surrounding crowd probably froze for a good 5 seconds. Just as the knife was about to kiss its target, Bei Chen casually grabbed the man's wrist, accompanied by his signature smirk. It was a smirk that seemed to say, "I've seen this move before, Tianming." All those years in the military weren't for peeling potatoes. He effortlessly foiled the amateur assassin's plot. The assassin probably never expected the new boss to be a martial arts master. As easy as pie, Bei Chen locked his arm and slammed his face to the ground to get acquainted with the cement. His face radiated killing intent. "Are there any other artists who want to perform a knife circus? Come on up all at once. I'll package you all up with a promotional one-way ticket straight to the police station for convenience." The choir that was shouting so loudly just moments ago was now dead silent, as if watching a silent film. Bei Chen then unleashed a move that no one could counter. "Very good. It seems we have nothing but model, law-abiding citizens here. Since you're all being so well-behaved, then I, on behalf of the Jiang Corporation, solemnly declare everyone's salary I will pay double." Zhang Miao, following the chairman's order, pulled out her treasure, a stack of contracts. "Now, I invite all of you to form a neat and orderly line and register one by one with my secretary, Jiang. As soon as verification is complete, the money will go cha-ching right into your account. Oh, but that's not all. There will also be additional compensation for the emotional distress of making everyone wait so long for their pay." The workers were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Is this for real? This young boss speaks in a way that's a world apart from that old Jiang Tianming. And his face doesn't exactly look like a scammer's either. Bei Chen picked up the knife from the death delivery guy earlier and declared coolly, "I, Jiang Bei Chen, mean what I say. And what I say goes. If I break my promise, you all are free to use this item to scratch an itch for me next time, and I swear I won't dodge even an inch." Seeing the young man was playing for high stakes, the crowd nodded in agreement. "All right, now that's what a real man sounds like. We'll trust you on this one, just this once." The crowd dispersed, and Zhang Miao asked in confusion, "Chairman, they caused such a huge scene and we're just letting them go that easily?" Bei Chen just smirked. "These people are just pawns being manipulated by Jiang Tianming. This debt, plus all the compounded interest from before. The entire bill will be sent straight to Jiang Tianming." Meanwhile, at the Jiang family mansion, the three masterminds were gleefully clinking their glasses. They thought their plan was a complete success. "Cheers! Our Xuan Yuan is finally free. Dad, you're a genius. This move of yours was top-notch. This time, that Jiang Bei Chen will be saddled with our ridiculous mountain of debt, and we'll be flush with cash to start a brand new company. A squeaky clean, debt-free company." Zixing beamed, raising her glass. "You said it. Dad's plan was a real lifesaver. It really saved our Xuan Yuan's skin." She breathed a huge sigh of relief. Just thinking about Jiang Chen going to the company today and getting crushed by that angry mob. Teaching him a lesson he'll never forget already makes me feel ecstatic. Jiang Tianming grinned from ear to ear. Hey, that's nothing. He subtly reminded them, don't forget our main goal is the Liao family project. Zixing, is everything all right on your sister's end? Zixing gave a deceptively sweet smile. No problem at all. That guy's drowning in debt now. My sister will definitely kick him to the curb to lighten her load. Then, I'll set her up with Mr. Liao, and I guarantee she'll be incredibly grateful to me. The three genius brains happily clinked their glasses again. Little did they know their future was as bleak as can be. Heh, perfect. Just like that. We'll use this project to get into the top 10 most prestigious families in Yunshan City. Let's see who dares to bring up Jiang Chen's father to mock us then. Come on, let's have another round. Absolutely, father-in-law, let's drain this glass. To our bright future. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming's ears perked up. Huh, who's blasting club music at this hour? Wait, no, I think those are sirens. This remixed sound is kind of familiar. I think it's stopping right in front of our gate. With that, the old man scrambled outside to see what was going on. He wasn't wrong. Xiao Ran had brought a whole squad to the main gate. The security guards immediately moved to block them. Hey, what do you think you're doing here? The officer coldly flashed her badge. Police, we have a summons, please cooperate. Inside, Zixing muttered in annoyance. Why is it this shrew again? Didn't Jiang Chen say he withdrew the complaint? Jiang Tianming hurriedly pushed forward. Move, let Chairman Jiang handle this. Everyone just calm down, put your toys away for now. Let me go negotiate with this fine officer. He then walked up to Xiao Ran. Hello, officer. About that incident the other day, wasn't it already resolved smoothly? My son and grandson were just having a friendly spar. They had no intention of hurting anyone. Jiang Tianming thought everything had been handled under the table, but Xiao Ran just stared at him silently, her gaze as sharp as a razor, making him break out. She spoke in an icy tone. I know about that case, but today, I'm here to invite the three of you for some tea. The three of them shouted in unison. What? Officer, we've been framed. We are honest business people. We wouldn't even harm an ant. Xiao Ran pulled out a pair of shiny silver bracelets. Someone has reported that the three of you hired a person to take someone out. Now, please put on these accessories and follow me to the station. Don't make me say it a second time. Hearing this, the three of them turned pale as ghosts, their faces drained of all color. How? How is that possible? Take someone out? Whoa there. Isn't there some kind of mistake? We're just simple, honest folks here, trying to live out our days in peace. Xiao Ran lost her patience and yelled, If you're all such innocent saints, then how about you cooperate with our investigation? Prove your innocence. Xuan Yuan, looking utterly clueless, scoffed, Who are you trying to scare, officer? Stop with these childish scare tactics. The old man leaned in close, whispering like a market gossip. I know exactly what's going on. You and that Jiang Chen are fooling around, aren't you? Did he put you up to this? You're just putting on a show to arrest us. It was the same last time. I swear, I didn't even lay a finger on him. And yet, you were still dead set on hauling me in. Having heard enough, Xiao Ran pulled out her gun and fired a bang into the air just to clear it. Ah! The police are killing an innocent citizen. Then she ordered her squad. The subject is uncooperative and on a power trip. Arrest him by force and take him to the station. Roger that. Looks like this bunch only behaves after some tough love from a pair of handcuffs. Sob, please be gentle, officers, it hurts. Before being shoved into the car, Jiang Tianming still managed to run his mouth. What's your name? Tell me. I, Jiang Tianming, for everything you've done today, Xiao Ran gave a wicked smirk. You should be more concerned with what plausible story you'll tell in the interrogation room rather than threatening me. Someone has already confessed, claiming you paid him to take care of someone at the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Miao reported to his boss. Chairman, I did as you instructed. I've sent the action video of those local thugs from today to the boys in blue. It's at the police station now. However, with just this flimsy piece of evidence, I'm afraid it won't be enough to put him away for a long... The moment Jiang Tianming sat down in the interrogation room, the hitman pointed directly at him. It's him. That's the guy. He's the one who hired me to send Jiang Chen to meet his ancestors. The old man shot up as if he'd been burned. Lies. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Watch your mouth. I don't even know you. We're complete strangers. Xiao Ran turned to the other man and asked, Do you have any proof that Jiang Tianming hired you for the job? For example, a bank transfer statement, a recording of your little chat, or anything of the sort? He scratched his head. Well, I'm the construction contractor for a project at his company. He stiffed me and my crew on our payment, then told us to go collect it from that Jiang Chen fella. Xiao Ran continued to press him, and then what? I suddenly can't remember. Hearing this, Tianming clutched his stomach and roared with laughter. Ha ha, you forgot? Or is it because there's nothing to remember since it never happened? He puffed out his chest threateningly. If you have no proof, then shut your mouth. And you, officer, why would you believe the words of an uneducated loser like him? It seems this was all just a little prank, officer. Next time you arrest someone, try using your brain. Now, take these cuffs off and let me go. Xiaoran nodded. Very well. In another 24 hours, if your friend here still hasn't managed to remember any evidence, we will personally escort you home. Right after that, both were invited into the VIP holding cell. Tianming started yelling, for the sake of a lowly laborer, a worthless grunt, you're locking up a brilliant and successful businessman like myself? Have your brains been eaten by termites? Just then, the other man spoke up, his voice surprisingly philosophical. Mr. Jiang Tianming, in the eyes of a big boss like yourself, do workers and farmers not even deserve to be treated as human beings? Hearing this, the old man's blood boiled as he lunged forward and grabbed the man's collar. Tianming roared, spittle flying, you're setting me up, aren't you? You uneducated country bumpkin. Why didn't you go after that Jiang Beishan guy? Why drag me into this mess? But the other man seemed unfazed, merely repeating his question. I just want to ask you one thing. Old man, you deliberately stiffed us on our wages, then kicked us over to Jiang Beishan like a ball, right? Tianming said smugly, that's right, so what? For you bunch of small fry, your fate is to slave away for nobles like us, so we can rake in the cash. Trying to get money out of my pocket? Dream on, sweetie. We'll see if you can still run that mouth of yours later. The worker ground his teeth. Someone like you is rotten to the core. Boss Jiang was right, you deserve to rot in jail for life. Tianming continued to argue shamelessly. It's that Jiang Beishan again. He must have put you up to this, right? Ha, what a pity. Tomorrow, I'll be free to do as I please again. Your cheap tricks are nothing. We really can't keep you here. He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. But just one night is more than enough to teach you a lesson. Tianming's face went blank. Sensing something was wrong, he took a step back. Our boss Chen has already promised to pay our wages, and I also promised him one thing. A promise? What did you promise Jiang Beishan? The old man, pale with fear, quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Wait, what are you trying to pull? This is a police station. I promised Boss Chen that I would massage you until you crap your pants. Ah yes, and I'm sure our dear audience can imagine the rest of the story. Asterisk, slam, asterisk. A hand slammed down on the table in fury. Tianming, his face swollen like a dumpling, roared. That damn Jiang Beishan. He has set us up 5, no, 7 times. I can't swallow this insult anymore. He ordered his precious son, Xuan Yuan, go find someone to take care of him for me, right now. Dad, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. I finally figured it out, that Jiang Beishan is as cunning as a fox, Dad. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we'll just walk right into another one of his traps. Tianming, so angry he could spit blood, yelled. Am I, a respectable old man, supposed to just swallow this insult? Xuan Yuan quickly tried to calm him. Dad, just calm down. Anger clouds your judgment. I have a brilliant plan. Weren't we originally planning to marry off Wang Shuo to the young master of the Lu family? When the time comes, we can lure Jiang Beishan over too, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xuan Yuan smiled sinisterly. Young Master Lu's residence has several Outer Realm experts. They're all top-tier fighters who can send a man to meet his maker without breaking a sweat. Even if that Jiang Beishan knows a bit of flimsy kung fu, facing these Outer Realm titans, he'll be a dead man. At that time, we'll make him watch helplessly as another man has his way with his woman. Hehe, that feeling must be quite a thrill. Tianming slapped his thigh and praised his darling son. My son, this plan of yours is absolutely brilliant. The Lu family is powerful and influential. It's perfect. I'm afraid even if Jiang Beishan gets trapped, he'll have no choice but to grin and bear it. Xuan Yuan shrugged as if it were a small matter. He should consider himself lucky for 7 lifetimes if that's all that happens. But Tianming suddenly hesitated. Zijing, no matter what, Wang Shouwu is still your biological sister. Can you really go through with this? To his surprise, she agreed in a heartbeat. Oh my god, Dad. You worry about the silliest things. What's so hard about a trivial matter like this? I'll call and lure her out right now while the iron is hot. With that, Zijing dialed Shuwu's number. Big sis, do you still want to come to the Cancer Immunity Center to treat Dad's illness? Oh, and remember, to bring brother-in-law Jiang Beishan along. You absolutely must not forget our dearest brother-in-law. These 3 villains thought their plan was perfect. Isn't this a piece of cake, Dad? Now all we have to do is sit back and wait to watch Jiang Beishan get beaten to a pulp. And then our family will just rise to the top. Well done. Ha ha ha. The scene changes to another location. Oh, Brother Lu. With us here, pouring you wine and keeping you company, who are you daydreaming about in that photo? Wen Yuan pouted, her cheeks flushed pink. There's the goddess of my dreams. I tried to woo her until I was blue in the face back in high school, but she never fell for me. She's the one that got away, the indelible mark on my heart. Suddenly, some clueless girl snatched the photo and pouted, The one that got away. My foot. What's so great about her? Can she even compare to my squad? Rip! The photo of everyone's crush was torn in two. The remaining guys' faces went pale as they simultaneously dropped to their knees, begging for their lives. Boss Liao, please forgive us. Only the purple-haired girl remained clueless, like a deer in headlights, thinking, it's just a piece of paper? What's the big deal? Then, she flirtatiously snuggled into Wen Yuan's arms, whining, Young Master Liao, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Don't be mad at me, okay? His face was cold as ice as he grabbed her hand, his voice dark. This pretty little right hand committed the crime, didn't it, sweetheart? Yes. A scream loud enough to be an alarm clock rang out. He said nonchalantly, ouch, that sounded painful. What a pity. I was actually starting to like her. Take her to the Jade Mine Resort for some first aid. It'd be a waste for such a pretty hand to become crippled. The girl's arm was now twisted into an abstract shape. Yes, sir. One of the underlings rushed in to report. Young Master Liao, the VIP guests from the Jiang family have arrived for their appointment, and they've delivered the package you requested. When Yuan's eyes lit up, Shuwu, the love of my life is here. Let's go. Let's go meet my future wife immediately. But they brought another man with them. Rumor has it he's Wang Shu's beloved husband, named Jiang Becken. He was stunned. What husband? Wen Yuan's handsome face instantly switched to low-level villain mode. So it's that Jiang Bechen guy. This dude disappeared for years, probably joined the military or something, so I couldn't even find him to deal with him. Who knew my rival would deliver himself right to my door, free of charge? Perfect. Saves me gas money. He turned to a shadowy figure, calling out a super cool alias. Lone Wolf, get a few of your toughest guys over here. I need to borrow them. Help me have a little chat with that Jiang Becken. The group looked up at the skyscraper with its massive sign. International Cancer Immunity Therapy Center. Zixing announced like a game show host, yes, this is the International Healing Center I was telling you about, that I told you about. Xuan Yuan pointed at the building, his voice full of pride. This is a massive enterprise of the Liao family. The Liao family is basically the final boss of Vanshan City. The host of the party is inside. Please, everyone, come in. Becken frowned, his brain starting to process the information. Vanshan City, the Liao family? Sounds vaguely familiar, like a bubble tea shop. He pulled out a jade pendant and showed it to an old man resting in bed. Sir, can you take a look at this antique and tell me where it's from? The old man squinted, nodding like an expert appraiser. This is genuine medicinal jade. It originates from one of the ancestral jade mines belonging to the ancient Liao clan in this very Vanshan city. Back in the present, Bechen's brow furrowed as the pieces clicked into place. It seems the clue to the profound azure art manual is connected to this Liao family. Shu Wu looked around the deserted elevator, wondering, why is it as empty as an office on the weekend? Beside her, Zixing smirked with a suspiciously friendly smile. Because today, we're only serving the couple's package for two. With that, she shoved the couple inside with all her might, as if they were on sale. The doors slammed shut faster than an ex can change their mind. Shu Wu panicked and yelled, Zixing, what kind of game are you playing? The elevator dinged, signaling a trip down into the earth. Suddenly, a cheesy voice echoed from the corner of the elevator, Goddess Shuo. The couple jumped and spun around. The speaker was none other than Liao Wen Yuan, wearing the signature smile of a total creep. After all these years, you're still as drop-dead gorgeous as I remember. Shu Wu froze for a moment, processing, Liao. Liao Wen Yuan? Oh my god, why is it you? Bechen, maintaining his poker face, whispered, Who's this guy, honey? He looks kinda lame. She quickly replied, Oh, just my desk mate from back in my troublemaker days. Hearing this, Wen Yuan smirked and put on a tragic act. Shu Wu, you wound me. Back in the day, the whole school was buzzing about us being the golden couple, a match made in heaven. And now you've demoted me to a mere social acquaintance? After speaking, he suddenly shot forward like a rocket and grabbed Shu Wu's hand. She recoiled instantly, shouting, Let go of my hand. Just as Bei Chen reached out to intervene, he was grabbed by one of Wen Yuan's lackeys, making him jump and turn around in shock. The man raised his fist and roared, Here's a one-way ticket to meet your ancestors. But Bei Chen reacted with lightning speed, landing a swift kick to the man's stomach. He propelled himself into the air, twisting like an acrobat to effortlessly dodge the henchman's devastating punch. Bei Chen glanced at the two lackeys before him and thought to himself, These two Middle Eastern guys don't look like your average thugs. They exuded the aura of highly trained professionals. Meanwhile, Shui Yu was captured by Wen Yuan and was being dragged towards the elevator. She cried out in panic, What do you think you're doing? Let me go. Bei Chen, save me. Hearing the damsel in distress, Bei Chen scrambled towards her, but the other henchman charged at him again like a raging bull. Bei Chen was forced to retreat and dodge the attack, his face darkening as he watched the elevator doors slowly slide shut. He growled, You dare block my path? Are you too tired of living? The two henchmen burst out laughing arrogantly. You ignorant Huaxia brat, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Outside, Zijing clung to Xuan Yuan, laughing as if she'd won the lottery. This time, Jiang Beichen is definitely done for. He's got some serious skills, but I wonder if young Master Liao's men can handle him. Xuan Yuan smirked. Of course. Young Master Liao's men are all elite, extraordinary individuals. Among them is a pair of Middle Eastern brothers. One is as agile as a squirrel, able to leap up trees as lightly as a butterfly. The other one possesses inhuman strength and can dent solid steel with his bare fists. Zijing's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's incredible. However, the scene inside was completely different. Amidst the swirling dust, one of the two henchmen was doing an involuntary headstand on a rock. The other was being held by the throat by Bei Chen, struggling to breathe, as Bei Chen stared at him with an ice-cold expression. Stop buzzing in my face like a fly, you're annoying me. Now tell me, how do I open this elevator? Bei Chen slammed the henchman's head to the ground with a loud thud and asked again, how do I open this metal box? The man was sweating bullets, his voice trembling uncontrollably. This elevator. It only works with young Master Liao's VIP card. You have no hope of getting in. Bei Chen turned and stood up, while the henchman quickly clutched his own aching neck. Bei Chen clenched his fist, gathering all his strength. An earth-shattering punch landed squarely on the elevator door, letting out a massive boom, but despite the force, the door didn't even have a scratch. Clutching his neck, the henchman sneered. It's useless, pal. This door is made from a special limited material. Even my brother with his monstrous strength couldn't put a dent in it. Your flimsy little kung fu won't do a thing. Bei Chen said nothing, remaining silent. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the door. The henchman's eyes bulged in disbelief, his jaw hanging open. Oh my god, that's impossible. A few seconds later, the door shattered completely. At the same time, Xu Yu was mercilessly thrown onto a bed by Wen Yuan. She stared at him, on high alert. Lu Wen Yuan, what are you trying to do? Wen Yuan smirked devilishly as he started unbuttoning his shirt. Why to discuss the meaning of life with you, of course. Xu Yu pushed him away, struggling fiercely. Stay away from me, I'm married. Plus, you'll go to jail for this. He completely ignored her, suggestively licking her hand. It doesn't matter if you're married. After tonight, you'll just be my cute little widow. With one swift motion, he ripped her dress. I'm not afraid of the police. They'll never be able to catch me. Xu Yu screamed in despair. Don't. She sobbed and cried out, Bei Chen, save me. He slowly closed in on her. Don't you worry, sweetheart. Honey, your hero isn't coming to save you. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the unfortunate door was blown away, and before Wen Yuan could even process it, he felt something flying straight at his face. He took a devastating punch to the face, sending a few of his teeth flying. Wen Yuan's entire body shot back like a leaf, crashing into the wall before making an unsafe landing on the ground. Bei Chen rushed to Shui Yu's side, gently asking, My princess, are you hurt? She whimpered, tears streaming down her face. Bei Chen, I want to go home right now. Like a gentleman, Bei Chen immediately took off his jacket and draped it over her, his voice as sweet as honey. Okay, my love, let's grab a cab. Suddenly, he noticed a group of thugs lurking by the door. Wen Yuan, grinning maniacally, reached out with surprising strength and grabbed Xu Yu's leg. She jumped and screamed, Ah, Bei Chen, he's still moving. He crawled closer to her, flashing a chillingly friendly smile. Xu Yu, my dear, with me here. Where do you think you're going? Wen Yuan's face at that moment looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Xu Yu, there's nowhere for you to run? His horror show successfully made the heroine faint right there in Bei Chen's arms. Yet, he stubbornly kept his grip on her leg, refusing to let go. Hey, my dear Shui Yu is so delicate. She must have fainted because she was overwhelmed by my handsome looks. Sprawled on the floor, Wen Yuan was still running his mouth. Jiang Bei Chen, that punch of yours really packed a wallop. Too bad, it's useless. We of the Lu family have a secret ancestral technique that lets us heal faster than a pay-to-win gamer. Bei Chen smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, really? That miraculous, huh? Then let's see how you handle this. Can it heal itself from this? As he finished speaking, he gave the man's arm a sharp twist, accompanied by a sickening crack. He watched the man convulse on the ground like an eel. I can feel it now. It's the chi flow from the Xuan Qingju that's giving him an auto-heal ability. It seems the missing piece of the Xuan Qingju is in the Lu family's possession. This Wen Yuan guy wasn't bluffing, and sure enough, his arm was slowly healing. He was overjoyed, as if he'd struck gold. Oh, Jiang Tianming, you plotted and schemed to destroy me, but who would have thought you'd end up delivering the long-lost piece of the Xuan Qingju right to me? Truly, a blessing in disguise. Wen Yuan sensed things were taking a bad turn. He immediately yelled for backup, Lone Wolf. What are you just standing there for? Get over here and deal with him for me. Lone Wolf slowly emerged from behind the other goons. He boasted arrogantly, That's Lone Wolf, the undisputed #1 assassin from the Middle East. You've just bought yourself a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Jiang Bei Chen, if you've learned your lesson, just cut off your own manhood with your own two hands, in front of all my men here, and I'll consider letting you live. Let's see how tough you are now. Without batting an eye, Bei Chen replied coolly, Are you daydreaming, honey? Feeling humiliated, Wen Yuan flew into a rage. Fine. If you're so eager to die, then I'll be happy to oblige. Then, Wen Yuan ordered, Lone Wolf, send him on his way. Bei Chen reacted in a flash, spinning around. An object whizzed past him at lightning speed, embedding itself in the wall behind him. It happened so fast that Wen Yuan didn't even register the excruciating pain, only noticing that his crotch was slowly being stained red. Wen Yuan collapsed to the ground, clutching his precious jewels. Bei Chen taunted, Young Master Lu, I wonder if that fancy qi technique of yours comes with a warranty for this situation. If you can't heal from that, I'm afraid we'll have to call you Eunuch Lu from now on. It seems these two experts already knew each other. Wen Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. Lone Wolf? What the hell? I told you to take him out. Why did you turn around and take care of me instead? Bei Chen casually slung an arm around Lone Wolf's shoulders. Lone Wolf, the Middle Eastern assassin. It's been years, but your skills are as unique as ever. You always have a penchant for aiming at people's weak spots. He turned to look at Bei Chen. I never imagined the person standing before me would be the final boss of the Western Border. The big boss of the Western Border, instead of staying in his territory, comes to this dump to play weak and ambush the strong. If I hadn't recognized you, I'd be a dead man, wouldn't I? Were you planning to send all my men to meet their ancestors? Van Vien's face was drenched in sweat as he yelled, Poison Wolf, how do you know this guy? Are you ganging up with him to set me up? The Lu family's martial arts manual. You don't want it anymore, I suppose. Poison Wolf glanced at Van Vien as if looking at an alien, thinking to himself, I could handle anyone else, but provoking the monster of the Western Border just for you. I'm out. Young Master Lu, your family's secret manual is too valuable for the likes of us to accept. Let's consider this deal off. With that, he waved to his men to scram, retreat. This problem child, Lu Van Vien, will leave him completely at Boss Jiang's mercy. Van Vien's jaw dropped as he watched Poison Wolf pack up and flee for his life. He trembled like a leaf, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed right onto the— Who the hell are you that even Poison Wolf had to run for the hills? That's not important. Back then leaned in close to his face. You dare lay a hand on my wife? I should have erased you from existence, but I've suddenly become interested in your family's manual. The one belonging to your Lu family. If you obediently hand over the manual, I might consider sparing your worthless life. I'll even call an ambulance for you while I'm at it. Take your time to think it over. Unfortunately, Van Vien was a classic spoiled rich kid, so his ego was still bigger than his life. You beat me to a pulp and now you want to steal my family's manual? In your dreams, back then didn't bother to argue, simply picking Tuyet Vu up in his arms. Fine then, I'm leaving. Oh, and by the way, there's not a single soul left in this. If you don't drag your body to the hospital soon, I'm afraid your little brother down there will be officially retiring early. Van Vien's face turned pale with fright and so, he hastily crawled over, begging, Boss Jiang, boss, please don't go. I'll give it to you, I'll give you the manual right now. Please call an ambulance for me. I don't want my family line to end with my generation. Boo-hoo. Back then calmly examined his prize. The paper that Lu Van Vien had just coughed up was indeed the missing piece of the mysterious azure art. Unfortunately, it wasn't the complete set, but just obtaining this piece meant that Uncle Vuong's difficult ailments, even cancer, would be a trivial matter to treat. Even his own internal injuries could be significantly healed. While he was engrossed in unboxing his new find, his wife, Tuyet Vu, startled awake beside him. She was having a nightmare and screamed, Ah, stay away from me. Seeing his beloved wife so panicked, Back then immediately rushed to soothe her. My love, are you awake? Don't be afraid, we're home now. Tuyet Vu's face crumpled, her heart aching as if it were being sliced. I trusted Tu Tin so much. Why would she do this to us? What could she be plotting? Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die for bait, my dear. He explained to Tuyet Vu, I've already done some preliminary investigation. Vuong Tu Tin wants to take over the Lu family's entire coal project. That's why she used you as bait to curry favor with that Lu Van Vien guy. She was in disbelief. What? She would sell out her own sister, me, just for a project. That girl. She dared to deceive me. She almost. Back then gently stroked his wife's head to comfort her. There, don't cry anymore. For all the wrongs you've suffered, I'll make them pay back with interest. They want that coal project, do they? Then I'll show them what a pipe dream is. As he spoke, the corner of his lips curved into a very friendly smile. The next morning, Bak Dan went looking for his old friend Van Vien. At the sight of Bak Dan, he was scared witless, quickly hiding behind his bodyguards and stammering, The manual, I already gave it to you. Why have you come here again? Bak then said casually, I'm just here to talk business with you today. According to my intelligence, Poison Wolf's arrows were tipped with a special poisonous seasoning. If I'm not mistaken, young Master Lu's little bird. Even if it could be treated, it would definitely leave some unwanted side effects. Hearing this, Wen Yuan instinctively clutched his family jewels, his jaw dropping in shock. You even know about something this private? You really have a way to completely cure my side effect? Wen Yuan asked hopefully. Bei Chen replied with certainty, absolutely, I can cure you. But this is a give-and-take situation. I want your family's coal project, and in return, you have to cooperate with me in putting on a little act. Wen Yuan nodded eagerly, like a puppy. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate with anything. As long as you can cure my critical illnesses, I'll hand over the coal project to you on a silver platter. I'll play whatever role you want. And just like that, images of a charismatic-looking Bei Chen were plastered all over the front pages. When Tianming saw the news, blood rushed to his head and he roared, "What the hell is going on?" before slamming his fist on the table with a loud bang. Why did that brat, Jiang Bei Chen, not only avoid complete ruin, but also manage to snag such a lucrative coal project? Xuan, Yuan, and Zixing were just as bewildered. Dad, we're completely clueless. We clearly lured that girl Wang Shui, and that guy Jiang Bei Chen right into young Master Lu's den. But now his phone is always unreachable. Tianming's blood boiled as he turned and cursed at the two of them. You bunch of disasters. The only thing you're good for is causing trouble. I can't expect anything from you. Dad, where are you going? I'm going to the company to demand justice. Well, get your popcorn ready for the drama. As the scene shifts to the Jiang group, get ready for a good show, everyone. Tianming storms in arrogantly, yelling, Jiang Bei Chen, you damn nephew, get out here right now. I need to have a little chat with you. As it happened, Bei Chen was there and greeted him with a bright smile. Oh, uncle, you came to visit? What brings you here today? The old man scowled. Jiang Bei Chen, stop playing innocent. You're the one who set me up to get taken in for questioning, weren't you? You even caused me to get a thorough beating from that guy. I know everything. Bei Chen replied with a nonchalant and slightly mocking expression. So, did you come here to hold me accountable, uncle? Feeling emboldened, Tianming pressed on. Seeing as you're my nephew, I can be generous and let it slide. I have no idea where this old man gets the audacity to say that, but you have to give the company back to your uncle. I've already heard about the coal project, but you're just a brat with no business experience. Without me around, this company will go bankrupt soon. It's best if you hand over management to me. Tianming was lost in the delusion that Bei Chen would have to obediently agree to whatever he said. Hurry up and let me get back to the chairman's seat and take over all the company's shares. As for you, I guess you deserve some credit for bringing in the project. I'll give you a little treat later on. Just look at Bei Chen's face right now. It's the perfect picture of where is that annoying noise coming from? Splat. A raw egg flew in a perfect arc and hit Tianming right on the forehead. He screamed in a rage, WHO was it? Ah, it was none other than the entire company staff. You want to be our boss? In your dreams? Tianming still tried to argue defiantly. How dare you worthless employees throw eggs at me? Just you wait. When I become the chairman, I'll fire all of you. What followed was a very affectionate response from the employees. Get out, get out, get out. We don't need a terrible boss like you. Kick him out of our sight. Such delusions of grandeur. You're useless at business, but number one when it comes to stealing our wages. Our CEO Jiang Bei Chen is the real talent here. Our CEO gives us jobs and pays us fairly. Don't even think about stealing his position. Now get lost and leave us in peace. Tianming had to scurry into a corner like a rat. That mob is finally gone. Suddenly, a hand tapped lightly on his shoulder. He jumped in surprise and spun around. Who's there? Two bald-headed heroes appeared. Excuse us. Are you Jiang Tianming? Our young Master Lu would like to invite you for a talk. Please come with us. The scene changes when Yuan is lounging on a sofa with a beautiful woman on each arm. Uncle Jiang, I've been waiting for you forever. Have a seat, have a seat. Tianming, as obedient as a puppy, complied. Young Master Liao, I've been looking for you too. There's something I need to clear up. The sweet deal on the coal project was already sealed for us, so why did you suddenly do a complete 180 and give it to that punk Jiang Becken? Wen Yuan said, pointing to his own dolled-up, recently renovated face. I'm not the one who backed out of the deal. That package you guys brought that day, I didn't even get a chance to sample the goods, you know? On top of that, I got a beatdown from that jerk Jiang Bechen. He physically assaulted me and then just snatched my project away. You tell me, who am I supposed to cry to for justice? Tianming was dumbfounded. Jiang Bechen dared to get physical with you? Xuan Yuan flipped through the file. Dad, this project of young Master Liao's actually looks pretty solid, but the price tag is way too steep, costing a whopping 1.5 trillion. Plus, this project is related to nuclear energy. It sounds way too risky. Tianming sneered. You're such a frog in a well. If you're out of money, just go to a bank. What's the big deal? Besides, We're in the 4.0 era. Technology is advancing at lightning speed, and you're still sweating the small stuff. It's utterly humiliating. If we can just get our hands on this project, we'll be able to just kick back and rake it in. No more grinding. That pathetic coal project of Jiang Baixin's will be reduced to ashes. Even if coal gets an update to the Pro Max Plus Ultra version, how could it ever compete with nuclear energy? The brilliant couple stared at each other, confused. He nodded eagerly. Dad, you're absolutely right. That guy, Jiang Baixin, has screwed us over time and time again. We can't let him get away with it. If we can secure this project, I guarantee Jiang Baixin will be crying his heart out. Then I'll go raise the capital right this instant. This time, we're going all out against him. Xu Yuan declared decisively, as if there were no tomorrow. I guarantee we can leave him bankrupt and homeless. So what are we waiting for? Zixing, go and gather up all your diamond jewelry for me, now. And all those designer bags I bought for you too. Saying this, he grabbed Zixing's hand. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hot news spread like wildfire across the internet. The former chairman of the Jiang Group, Jiang Tianming, has just launched his homegrown company, Tianming Incorporated, to develop a mega project on controllable nuclear fusion energy. The public was abuzz with chatter. If this project actually pans out, Jiang Tianming will basically become the new nuclear energy king. Everyone, let's go all in and buy up their stock. Once this nuclear energy project takes off, won't that upgraded coal project be totally obsolete? It's already toast, dude. I totally regret buying that stock when it peaked. Tianming boldly advertised. The controllable nuclear fusion research by our company is the most cutting-edge, high-tech energy source available today. It's not only incredibly economical, green, and clean, but its efficiency is also 10,000 times greater than that of certain enterprises. We enthusiastically welcome all far-sighted investors to come and partner with us on this grand venture. Baek watched the whole comedy routine on TV. Elder, I'll have to trouble you again. When the time comes, just follow the script exactly as I say. Fu Sheng nodded. Understood. We'll follow young Master Baek's orders to the letter. Xuan Yuan suddenly yelled. Dad, the wealthiest tycoon in Yunhai City is here to see you. I heard he was originally planning to inject capital into Jiang Baixin's company, but now he says he's had a change of heart and wants to pull his investment to fund our miraculous nuclear energy project. He's waiting in the living room now. I've already let him glance over the project proposal. Tianming was ecstatic. Great, take me to meet this VIP immediately. The father and son, faces beaming with joy, rushed out to greet Fu Sheng. Elder your grand visit truly brightens up our humble home. He cut right to the chase, forgoing any handshakes. This old man doesn't make a habit of physical contact with strangers. I've just reviewed your proposal and plan. Take a look at their project, Elder What do you think? Bei Chen whispered instructions through his high-end Bluetooth earpiece. Tell them this project looks pretty solid. I'm sealing the deal for 3 trillion. On the other end, Fu Sheng obediently followed the big boss's orders. This project looks decent enough. I'll invest 3 trillion. Hearing that number, Tianming's eyes lit up like car headlights. 3 trillion? Elder, he truly has a discerning eye. The coordination between the two was top-notch, but then he added, I have one small condition. Losing this golden opportunity would be a disaster, so Tianming hastily said. Elder just name your conditions, I'll agree to anything. With a cunning look on his face, Bei Chen whispered his instructions. Just tell them that looking at these numbers, the energy output seems pathetically weak. This nuclear reactor's power output is pathetic. If within the next 3 days, you can boost its output capacity to 3 times the current level, I'll invest the money immediately. No further discussion needed. Hearing this, everyone's faces went pale. 3 times the output? Are you trying to get us killed? We can't do that in 3 days, it's fatally dangerous. Annoyed by the chatter, Tianming turned and smacked his precious son on the back of the head. What do you know? Stop speaking out of turn, you talk too much. Shut your mouth. This is the first time I've seen a son who's actually smarter than his father. I thought you were going to ask for something difficult. This is a piece of cake. Who needs 3 days? Let me just make one call to the power plant. I'll show you what light speed really is. Fu Sheng smirked. Very well, I'll be watching. Tianming immediately dialed the number. Chairman, do you have any instructions? He growled into the phone. Crank the power output up to 3 times the current level for me. Right now. Let me see here. The female employee's face went pale as she quickly protested. Chairman, please don't. It's incredibly dangerous. Bei Chen whispered again, and Fu Sheng immediately put on a disappointed act. In that case, let's just forget it. I'll have to reconsider this investment then. Hearing this, Tianming started to panic. Hey now, Elder calm down. Let's not be so hasty. What do you mean dangerous? You people are just being lazy and making excuses to get out of work, aren't you? Who's the boss here? When I give an order, you follow it. Are you arguing with me? Now increase it to 3 times the output, quickly. The employee was helpless. A vein throbbed on her forehead, but she had no choice but to comply. Yes, sir. Increase the power output to 3 times the current level. Yes. Tianming turned to Fu Sheng with a fawning smile. Elder He, just sit back and enjoy the show. You'll see immediate results, and so the show truly began. Report, the reactor core is out of control. Shut it down, now. Activate the emergency freezing protocol. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Bei Chen calmly counted down as if watching a fireworks show. 3, 2, 1. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The explosion could only be described as absolutely massive. Fu Sheng looked bewildered. Why did the screen go black? Tianming quickly tried to do damage control. It's probably just a network lag. Let me call them back and see. Before he could finish his sentence, a shockwave from the explosion hit them. The windows shattered into a million pieces. Tianming looked utterly baffled. What the hell was that? An employee rushed in, panting, "It's an explosion, sir. It looks like it's coming from the direction of the power plant. The fire is absolutely massive." "Dad, that's our plant." Upon hearing this, Tianming trembled uncontrollably. No way. If it exploded, does that mean my multi-trillion project just went up in smoke? From where they stood, a mushroom cloud was clearly visible. Oh my god, it's a total catastrophe. Is my entire fortune gone just like that? Fu Sheng slammed his hand on the table in anger, his face grim. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you don't have the real capability, don't boast so loudly, or you'll just end up a laughingstock. In my life, I hate people who sell their conscience for money like you the most. Never mind about the let's just say I misspoke. Old He, take care. Tianming tried to chase after him to hold him back, but some beefy guys were blocking the door. Old He, don't leave me. Completely shocked by the outcome, he collapsed to the ground. It's over. This time he's really done for. He looks pitiful, but who cares about him anyway? It's unclear if it was because Baiken was seeding the news, but the information spread faster than the speed of light. Hot off the press, the energy at your fingertips factory just went boom, and the Tianming Group's stock plummeted without breaks. It has now officially gone bankrupt. That spiritual coal project that was all the rage, which people had only been gossiping about for a few days, just blew up. What controllable energy? It was all just empty talk. That's right, I heard it was supposed to be very tame and wouldn't explode. But because the boss got too clever, wanting to snatch up investment capital, his management was like a comedy sketch. Greed leads to ruin, serves him right. Now he's holed up in a hovel that barely looks like a house. Tianming reluctantly made a call for help. "Hello, my dear boss Liu, can you help me with some money to get by?" "Hello? Hello? Please don't hang up on me." Zixing, with tears streaming down her face, hugged her husband. "Xuanyuan, I don't want to live in this dump. You think I want to? The bank has sealed our house, and our money has been artistically frozen. I'm powerless to do anything. Stop your sniffling. You're giving me a headache." "Dad, still haven't managed to borrow any money?" Tianming looked grim. "I've called everyone in my contact list. Not a single soul will lend us anything." At this moment, Zixing timidly spoke up. "Father-in-law, there's actually still one person you two haven't asked for a loan." "Who?" "Jiang Bei Chen." After hearing those 3 words, Tianming's face froze like a statue. Meanwhile, the news continued to spread. He voluntarily went to the station, providing all the evidence about the controllable nuclear fusion project and the reason it went belly up. The explosion left many workers dizzy or temporarily offline, but luckily, no one had to kick the bucket. Although the project was advertised as controllable, for some reason the reactor got sensitive and exploded without a word of goodbye. However, Jiang Tianming will have to pay hefty compensation if anything happens to the state-owned equipment. The news was hot for several days straight. The #1 tycoon of Yunhai City just had a meeting with Comrade Zhang Miao. "Sir, Chairman Jiang Tianming has brought someone with him, saying he wants an audience with you. I hear he's drowning in debt now, probably a few hundred million. He's definitely here to borrow money. Sir, should I call security to escort the guests out?" Baiken smirked. It seemed all the fish were now caught in his net. "No need. I went to all this trouble setting the stage just to wait for the moment he comes begging and pleading. Let me bring the curtain down on this cheap play myself." He personally went out to greet the family trio. "Uncle, what kind of act are you all putting on in public like this? It's so unbecoming. Is my dear nephew tied up like that? I never thought you father and son would play this dirty. I was also just shocked to find out that my daughter-in-law dared to backstab her own sister. This whole thing is unbelievable. Look, aren't I dragging her here to confess her crimes? But do you really think I'll let them off as easily as a piece of cake? So how do you plan to atone? If it's just a hollow, perfunctory apology, I won't accept it. She has to pay the price." The 3 of them froze upon hearing this. Tianming's original plan was just to put on a pity ploy to get past Jiang Baishan. Who knew it would become so hard to swallow? Baiken has no intention of letting this go. What's wrong? You didn't come here to sincerely apologize? Was it all just an act? No, of course not. That's not it at all. He hurriedly turned to his precious son. "Xuanyuan, Hurry up and discipline your wife. Yes, he dropped the gentle husband act and ruthlessly ripped off the tape, slapped a piece of tape over Zijing's loud mouth, then gave her a loving slap so hard it could dislocate her jaw, adding, "Some sister you are, full of nothing but malice. How dare you sell out your own sister and not immediately apologize to your brother-in-law?" Zijing screamed, "Huh, Jiang Xuan Yuan, this wasn't in the script, we're just acting." "So what? Your acting was so convincing, I got lost in the role." Xuan Yuan showed no mercy. "That mouth of yours only produces foul garbage, so you deserve a beating for your mistakes. Of course I had to get physical. Who's pretending? I'm educating you." And just like that, one of Zijing's cheeks puffed up like a steamed bun. "Very good, Jiang Xuan Yuan. You're a useless piece of trash. You dare raise a hand against your wife for a few measly coins? I must have been blind to marry you. If I had known, I would have never said goodbye to Jiang Beichen back then, only to be stuck with this pathetic happy ending." Hearing this, Xuan Yuan's blood boiled to 100 degrees Celsius. "What? You're only now regretting that you ended up with me?" He landed a swift kick right in her stomach. "You really are the type whose eyes light up like car headlights at the sight of money. You think you're some kind of muse in Jiang Beichen's heart? He's the domineering CEO of a billion-dollar corporation. And you're a nobody, so stop being so delusional." With Zijing lying unconscious on the floor, Tianming quickly put on a gentle face and asked Beichen, "My dear nephew, now that the circus act is over, have you cooled down?" He grinned broadly and waved his hand. "All right, after watching that entertaining performance, I'm not angry anymore. Everyone can disperse now." Tianming hurriedly held him back as if afraid. "Wait, you're just leaving? Or was my uncle planning to offer a sincere apology for accidentally doing something wrong to me?" He waved his hands frantically as if warding off evil spirits. No, of course not. The groveling demeanor of this father and son was a perfect match. "Well, you see, our family's finances have been a bit volatile lately, so I was hoping to borrow a little something from you." Yes, just a Beichen feigned a thoughtful look, scratching his chin. "Borrow money, huh? I vaguely recall that about 5 years ago, when my father was gravely ill, I also came knocking on your door, didn't I, back then? I believe you uttered some rather fatal words, didn't you?" Hearing that, Tianming started sweating buckets. Beichen just smirked. "Lending money to good-for-nothings like you? I'd rather throw my money at a dog." "Uncle, weren't those your exact, immortal words?" Backed into a corner, Tianming dropped to his knees, whimpering, "Beichen, I was wrong, so terribly wrong. I'm on my knees begging you. Please forgive me this time. If you don't bail us out this time, my son and I are truly done for. But life isn't a fairy tale, and some mistakes can't be fixed with a simple apology. Uncle, to be honest, I'm still holding a grudge. But seeing as you're getting older, I can't bring myself to be too harsh. How about this? Why don't you try practicing a foreign language? You just need to bark woof woof a few times, and I'll consider you my pet. And as my pet, I, your master, will naturally provide for you completely. How does that sweet deal sound?" Tianming trembled like a leaf. "Jiang Beichen, you're shameless." Suddenly, a series of woof woofs rang out, startling them both. Turning around, the singer was none other than Xuan Yuan. You had to admit, this guy's brain had a few more wrinkles than his father's. "Woof woof, dear cousin. What do you think of my cosplay? Are you less angry now? Woof woof woof." Beishen gave a faint smile. "Cousin, you're quite talented. Your barking is very skillful. All right, fine, I'm not angry anymore. Go find Zhang Mu and collect your pay. But remember, this money is for your pocket only," he emphasized, "and if you share even a single penny with your father, I'll reclaim it immediately. Yes, rest assured. I absolutely won't tip the old man a single cent." "What?" Tianming's blood boiled. "You unfilial son. I wasted so many years feeding you." Before slipping away, Xuan Yuan didn't forget to add a few more parting shots. "For so long, we've been cursed at left and right and beaten like stray dogs. I'm sick to death of being broke. If only I had a better quality father, my life wouldn't be in ruins. Forget it, I don't acknowledge you as my father anymore. From now on, whoever has money is my daddy." He flew into a rage but was held back by the security team. "You God-forsaken brat." Beichen said it to his face. "Uncle, let's finalize the deal. Are you going to learn the foreign language or not? If not, then please get lost. You're not welcome here." The words made Tianming's face turn purple with rage. I am your biological uncle. Nephew, I'm begging you, don't push it. Just throw me some cash and I'll disappear." Back then rubbed his forehead, annoyed. "Sai, if you don't want to learn how to woof woof, let's make a deal instead. Back when you and the Kwang Hoi group joined forces to stab my father in the back, you tell me who the ringleader was, and I'll give you some money." Hearing this, the old uncle broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, back then? Are you joking? Me? Betray your father? Besides, that Kwang Hoi group, I don't know a single one of them. Thien Min's face went pale as he recalled that man's warning from years ago. If you dare to speak a single word, well, if you're so forgetful, we can just forget about the money. Hearing this, the uncle immediately blurted it all out. Wait, I remember now. It was a guy named Du Van Hoy. He was a classmate of your father's back in their wild school days, but a few years ago, he vanished without a trace. Back then frowned, muttering to himself, "My father's classmate, Du Van Hoy." Thien Min sidled closer. "See, I told you everything, so can you ka-ching me now?" Back then generously tossed him a card. "Take it and spend it. There's only 200,000 in here, are you messing with me?" "Only 200,000? Back then gently reminded him. "Uncle, it seems you've forgotten about your woof act. Paying 200,000 for a tiny scrap of information is already me doing you a huge favor." "Wait, I'll do it. I'll bark, all right." Without a moment's hesitation, Thien Min started barking right then and there. Back then coldly waved him away. "Sorry, uncle, but it's too late. My family just adopted a new pet named Zhang Hien Vian, so we're not looking to take in another. You can show yourself out." When his attempt to get money failed, the uncle's demeanor changed in an instant. Jang back then. "You brat, you dare to mess with me. I swallowed my pride to bark like a dog, and you only give me 200,000. What is 200,000? It's not even a drop in the bucket. I owe the bank 3 billion. You're drowning in money, yet you can't spare this tiny handout? I'm your blood uncle, we're family. Acting so cruelly like this, aren't you afraid I'll strike it rich one day and come back to repay you?" Brutally. Before Thien Min could finish running his mouth, he was swiftly detained by security. Immediately after, a familiar pair of silver bracelets were snapped onto his wrists. The officer, Tiun Yem, stepped forward. "Jiang Thien Min, you will face legal prosecution for instigating an employee to violate safety protocols, causing a severe explosion at the nuclear power plant, which led to catastrophic casualties. Please come with us." Thien Min yelled out. "This can't be, I already told you that. It was that employee who messed things up on his own. It had nothing to do with me. How the heck did they know? When the employee who was directly responsible is still unaccounted for." "Ah, it seems our boy back then had planned it all. I saw it on the news this morning. Elder Ha has already handed over all the video and audio files of you to the police. You're taking the fall for this nuclear plant explosion. Haven't you been following the news? Every move you made was right in the palm of my hand. There's no way for you to turn the tables now. Your final destination is a prison cell." The uncle's screams echoed throughout the entire company. "Oh my god, look. A military officer is visiting our company. He's got legs for days and is absolutely gorgeous. Well, our CEO Zhang has amazing legs too. I bet CEO Zhang would look incredible in a uniform. Ah, there he is, and he's kneeling before back then. Reporting, sir. The investigation into Du Van Hoy is complete. Triu Quan reported, 5 years ago, his account received a large sum of money from an unidentified source. Afterward, he colluded with Jiang Thien Min to stab your father in the back. He has now changed his name to Ma Van Win and is hiding out in the Jiangnan region. He is also still running a majority of the businesses belonging to the face. Even after 50 years, I could never forget that steamed bun face. Your father dared to touch a woman he shouldn't have, giving birth to an unwanted extra like you. Both you and your father deserve to be punished by the heavens. And on top of that, he dared to backstab my father." That old man whispered sweet nothings into a child's ear and even wanted to throw me to the sharks. I, Baiken, still have the face of that friendly man seared into my memory. And he even plotted to send me to meet my ancestors. "Hey Zhao Jun, listen up. Wait until I'm done with this birthday banquet, then I will personally go to Jiangnan. I will personally deal with Tu Wenhui and clean out the nest of vipers behind him. Zhao Jun, go and prepare at once. Understood?" Meanwhile, in another universe, Xu Yu was on the receiving end of the timeless lecture from her queen mother. "The party is coming up, my dear daughter Xu Yu. Baiken that he must announce to the whole world that my daughter is the one who wears the pants, the biggest shareholder of the Jiang Corporation. And while you're at it, take over his entire fortune." After hearing this, Xu Yu felt faint. "Mom, isn't that going a bit too far? That's his company, and he's the one who saved Dad's life. How can we be so shameless as to demand his assets?" Her mother's blood pressure shot up. "You foolish girl, he's my son-in-law, isn't he? Without my precious daughter, would he be where he is today? What's the big deal about taking a little of his fortune? It won't hurt him one bit. Just look at the cautionary tale of Zi Qing. She didn't control the finances, and look at her miserable end now. When men have money in their pockets, they are bound to start acting up. If you don't tighten his purse strings, he'll run off with some other woman, and then you'll be crying a river. And look at that girl Jiang Miao. That secretary of his, she looks as seductive as a 9-tailed fox spirit. If you're not careful, you'll lose your husband just like that." Xu Yu's head throbbed as she just rubbed her temples. "Mom, Baiken and Jiang Miao aren't like that." Just as the drama was reaching its peak, the door suddenly swung open, interrupting the mother-daughter speech. Baiken, looking dashing in his suit, strode in. "Xu Yu, Auntie, are you two ready to go? The party is about to start. Seeing her prey had arrived, Shui Yu's mother immediately seized the opportunity. Ah, Jiang Bacon, you've come at just the right time. I have something I'd like to have a little chat with you about. Of course, Auntie, please go ahead. The moment he finished speaking, she laid into him without mincing her words. Are you planning to use this party to formally announce the transfer of your entire fortune to my daughter, Shui Yu, to be in her name? Shui Yu quickly covered her mother's mouth. Mom, keep your voice down. It's a fortune of hundreds of millions. How can you transfer ownership as easily as that? Baichen's ears were ringing as he stammered, my entire fortune. Seeing he was in shock, the mother pushed her advantage even further. Hey, think back. When you first came to our house empty-handed, did my family look down on you at all? We still gave you our precious daughter, you know. So what? Now you're making a long face just because I told you to hand over your assets to your wife? You don't want to, right? Fine, get a divorce. My daughter has no shortage of men lining up, ready to offer their entire fortunes to marry her, to offer all their assets to Shui Yu. At this point, Shui Yu couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and stood up. Mom, that's enough. I will definitely not divorce Baichen. Whether he has money or not, he is still the husband I chose. Give up on that idea. Hearing their daughter's firm declaration, both the mother and Baichen were frozen for 5 seconds. With that said, Shui Yu transformed into a strong female lead, stepping forward to grab Baichen's hand and pull him away. Let's get out of here, honey. Leaving her mother behind, who was throwing a tantrum and slamming the table. Has that girl been bewitched by him or something? Everything I do is for your own good. How dare you talk back to me? You'll live to regret this. Seeing his wife bristle up, Baichen tried to soothe her. Actually, what Auntie said makes sense. We're married now, so of course my wife should hold the purse strings. Shui Yu pouted, feigning disinterest. I don't care about your money. I can make my own. He gave her cheek a loving pinch. Then just think of it as you helping out this husband of yours. I accidentally made a bit too much money, and now I don't know how to manage it all. I humbly request my dear wife to lend a hand and help manage a little of it. Shui Yu said nothing, only gently pushing Baichen's hand away before elegantly smoothing her platinum blonde hair, and then behaved like an obedient little wife. Only then will I deign to accept you. Baichen raised his glass, shouting, I sincerely thank all of you for traveling great distances to join us in this celebration. The resounding success of this project is thanks in large part to all of you for your enthusiastic financial backing. Oh, and by the way, I have some the entire fortune, assets, and supreme authority of the Jiang Group from this day forward shall be fully entrusted to the queen of my castle, my wife, Wang Shuyu. Thank you, my love, for standing shoulder to shoulder with me through this long grind. The entire hall below was stunned with their eyes wide open. Oh my god, he gave his entire fortune to his wife. I'm so jealous of Mrs. Jiang. He's truly the legendary perfect husband. She must be over the moon. In the middle of their tender moment, Jiang Miao scurried over to ruin the mood. Chairman Jiang, Elder, he is calling for you urgently. He says there's an extremely tense situation. Got it, I'm on my way. Baichen rushed to the meeting place. Elder He, I heard a rumor that you were looking for me about an important matter. Shui Yu looked around, bewildered. Where had her beloved husband disappeared to? Huh, where did Baichen go? He vanished so quickly. I was even going to ask him for a dance. After searching for a moment, she finally spotted her husband's figure. Ah, so you were hiding over there, Shui Yu beamed, trotting happily towards her husband. She was completely unaware that a nuisance was secretly tailing her. Meanwhile, Elder He got straight to the point. Chairman Jiang, this old man truly needs your help this time. Allow me to introduce you. This is my close friend, Fang Zhenzhen, the beloved daughter of Mr. Fang, the main financial backer of the Jiangnan Jingsheng Group. The young woman stepped forward confidently. Hello, I am Fang Zhenzhen. That would be me. Elder, he then explained the situation. Chairman Jiang, it's a terrible disaster. Miss Fang and her father have been repeatedly visited, meaning they've been ambushed multiple times recently. Fortunately, they have strong luck and have always escaped by a hair's breadth. I was wondering if Chairman Jiang here could assign some top-notch bodyguards to protect them. The group was so engrossed in their chat that they failed to notice a group of thugs had been quietly closing in. I heard from Elder Ha that Chairman Jiang is a big shot in the military. If you can guarantee the safety of my father and me, the Jiangnan Jingsheng Group promises to wire the money without hesitation. As the strange men edged closer, Baichen instantly sensed the danger. He gave a subtle glance to Zhao Jun, signaling, it's showtime. Zhao Jun moved like a gust of wind, kicking the weapon out of the man's hand. Thwack! A clean blow to the back of his neck. Suddenly, a familiar panicked scream echoed. Ah, Baichen. He spun around in panic. This is bad. There's still one left. The man had Shui Yu in a chokehold. Jiang Baichen, if you want your wife to live, then get rid of that Fang girl next to you. Zhenjin muttered to herself. I knew it. I'm the target. The man growled. I'm counting to 3. If you don't do as I say, I'll blow your precious wife's head open right now. Baishen's mind spun, devising a plan in a split second. He moved behind Zhen Zhen and whispered, "Miss Fang, things are getting extremely tense. Would you mind playing a part for me? And what about my bodyguards? It's a deal." Having said that, he immediately turned and locked lips with the other woman. It was such a drastic plot twist that the assassin froze, his brain failing to compute. Not just Xu Yu, but the entire crowd of guests was left gaping. The assassin screamed, "What the hell? I told you to kill her. Who the hell told you to kiss her?" Seizing the golden opportunity, Zhao Jun got behind the man and knocked him out cold with an elbow. Bacon immediately ran to his wife's side. "Xu Yu." He gently embraced her. "Xu Yu, are you all right?" But her reply was a face as cold as stone, without a trace of emotion. Smack! A searing slap echoed through the air. Narrator, if that were me, I would have just cut my losses and bailed. Baichen quickly explained, the situation was critical. I had to make him lose focus. I had no other choice. There is absolutely nothing going on between Miss Fang and me. Please don't misunderstand. Xu Yu, where are you going? Without a single word, she turned and walked away, leaving her husband stunned. Zhao Jun asked anxiously, "Boss, should we go after the missus?" "There's no need. Send a few of our men to protect her from the shadows. As for you," Bei Chen said while adjusting his tie, "go smooth things over and apologize to our distinguished guests for this mess of a party. Once you're done, prepare the private jet immediately. We need to fly to Jiangnan to settle the score with that old geezer, Tu Wenhui." And just like that, the two of them had arrived in Jiangnan. Bei Chen turned and asked Zhao Jun, "Regarding the case that wench Fang Zhenzhen entrusted to us, how far have you gotten with the investigation?" "Sir, all of those amateur assassins are connected to the Guanghui group," he reported. "They're trying to expand their influence in the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, with the goal of eliminating the Jingshen group for daring to oppose them. Too bad for them, they don't stand a chance in the business world. That's why they've resorted to these cheap sabotage and assassination tactics." Bei Chen's expression darkened. This old fox's ambition is nothing to scoff at. He wants to swallow the whole world by himself. I'll turn that old man into a Jiangnan specialty turtle for the whole world to trample on. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Make way, make way. The entourage for the great Kun Kun is arriving. Where's the red carpet? Roll it out now. Bei Chen and Zhao Jun instinctively turned to watch the drama unfold. You can tell they're rabid fans at a glance. If you're not a fan of Kun Kun, use another exit immediately. Don't block the way here. It's this godforsaken crowd again, Zhao Jun whispered. Sir, please keep your voice down. It'll be a real pain if you provoke them. They might swarm you and start something. An elderly man, not paying attention, accidentally strayed onto their holy ground. A young woman immediately lunged out and pushed him to the ground. This is the royal carpet for my Kun Kun. Don't you dare get it dirty, old man. The poor old man tumbled down the stairs like a ball. Yet, that witch didn't even bat an eye, just sneering. Why aren't you guys dragging this nuisance out of the way? Don't let him delay the great Kun Kun's arrival. And why are you all just standing there like idiots? Looks like he's having some kind of episode. Should we call airport security? He really picked a bad time to have an episode. Just drag him into a corner so he's out of sight. Kun Kun's priceless appearance cannot be delayed. Just drag him away. Stop. Bei Chen could not stomach this scene any longer. He stepped forward and carefully helped the old man up. Sir, are you all right? That airheaded girl started spouting nonsense again. Hey, are you two done with your little drama? Our idol is about to land, so get lost and clear the area. Bei Chen scoffed. This is a public airport. Since when did it become your private property to section off? Are your eyes just for decoration? Can't you see this old man isn't well? Or is your idol the same kind of uncultured vermin as you, with no sense of respect? You really don't know your place. As expected, he had just poked the hornet's nest. Who are you calling vermin, you punk? What gives you the right to even utter the name of our universe's greatest Kun Kun? It's because of people like you that genuine idol fans get a bad reputation. Exactly. I hate it when people who know nothing about Kun Kun open their mouths just to criticize him. You scum better apologize to Kun Kun immediately and then buy 3,000 copies of his latest album. If not, don't blame us for being ruthless. Bei Chen casually slipped his hands into his pockets and raised an eyebrow. Oh? And if I refuse, how exactly do you plan on being ruthless with me? The girl's blood boiled with rage as she yelled to a man in the crowd. It seems you won't learn until you're staring at your own coffin. Yang Shi, go teach him a lesson. The man immediately charged forward, yelling, How dare you anger my goddess? Die! But before he could even lay a finger on Bei Chen, he was sent flying back to the Stone Age by a single kick from Zhao Jun. It finally dawned on the onlookers, heavens, Yang Shi is from the Ziwu Hall Taekwondo Association. And he was taken down in a single move? Good heavens, who on earth are these two? Everyone was stunned, except for that one dim-witted girl, who was still shouting defiantly. Not only did you drag our Kun Kun's name through the mud, but you dared to hit a member of his harem. I'll mobilize the entire fan club. Kun Kun's fan club will beat you to a pulp. Bei Chen simply curled his lip into a contemptuous smirk. Oh my god, you girls are always threatening to dox people and put them on blast. Aren't you afraid your idol will find out and be left with nothing to eat? That girl acted completely unfazed. Afraid of what? Our Kun is the king of forgiveness. Okay. He said it himself. Even if the sky falls, he'll still be our shield. What's scared now, buddy? It's too late to get on your knees and beg for mercy, sweetie. Just get ready to be cancelled online. It looks like this guy is about to explode. Ah, so that's it. This swarm of angry bees has their idol backing them up, which is why they're acting so fierce. Well, if you like being spoiled this much, then I don't need to be polite either. Zhao Jun, call the Cultural Affairs Bureau right now and tell them to permanently cage that insect star Kun for me. Some kun something. The young man nodded vigorously. Yes, sir. I've already faxed the takedown order to the Cultural Affairs Bureau, but that rowdy bunch still wouldn't back down. Pfft, who do you think you are? The king of the world or something? My brother Kun has backing as solid as a mountain. You think you can just say blacklist and he gets blacklisted? This guy is so dramatic, I'm laughing my butt off. All talk and no action. The kindest old man on earth spoke up again. Serious young man, I know you mean well, but all this trash talk won't get you anywhere, son. People will just laugh their heads off at you. Don't you worry, sir. When I say I'll do something, I do it. I'm not just bluffing. Just sit back and watch the drama unfold and you'll see. Suddenly, that girl picked up her phone. Low. Her jaw dropped wide open, probably big enough to swallow a whole swarm of fruit flies. What? Brother Kun isn't coming anymore? The show is canceled too? His posters have all been taken down and used as scrap paper? Oh my god, no way. This has to be an early April Fool's joke. Could it be? That godlike guy really meant it when he said, blacklist? The girl held her phone, her ears perked up, her face as pale as a ghost as beads of sweat poured down. We're screwed, girls. It looks like our great brother Kun has really vanished. Jen's mood plummeted, and the noisy airport suddenly became as silent as a graveyard. Ignoring Bei Chen, who was helping Mr. Sun, the girl collapsed with a thud onto the airport steps, her soul leaving her body as if she'd just failed a final exam. Oh, life is so cruel. Could it be that the words of this judge were the truth? Even though she was fuming inside, the girl had to force out an apology, her eyes glaring daggers at Bei Chen. I was wrong earlier. I was completely and utterly wrong. But when kids act rashly, adults shouldn't hold it against them. My brother Kun is innocent. Please don't muzzle him. Have mercy. Bei Chen sneered contemptuously. For an idol to spoil his fans to this extent, he's not so innocent himself. If he doesn't know how to discipline his own crazy fans, then it's best for him to retire to the countryside to raise fish and plant vegetables. Getting blacklisted is a picture-perfect ending for him. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was completely stunned, their jaws on the floor. How could you be so cruel to me? I'm a weak, fragile, delicate girl. You're being so unreasonable. While sobbing, Jen rubbed her eyes, planning to use her feminine wiles to seduce the man. With a face that could launch 1,000 ships and this smoking hot body of mine, all I need to do is shed a few crocodile tears and everyone around will automatically take my side. I can't believe there's any man who would have the guts to reject a peerless beauty like me. But life isn't a fairy tale. While the girl was busy putting on her little soap opera, Bei Chen had already helped Mr. Sun into the car. Zhao Jun, who was last, glanced back and threw a savage parting shot. Hey, your fake butterfly wings are falling off. Still think you're a fairy descended to Earth, huh? The girl froze, her face turning stiff with embarrassment. Huh? My curtains? Jen quickly covered her eyes, her face as red as a beet from the sheer mortification. The love-struck guy rushed over to console his crush. Goddess of my heart, don't be sad anymore. If you cry, my heart will break into 100 pieces. Completely ignoring his cheesy words of comfort, the girl turned and chewed him out. It's all because you're so useless. You claim to be a Taekwondo black belt, but in the end, you just got your butt kicked and let them bully me. He stood frozen for 5 seconds. The girl added, do you have any idea that old geezer just slapped my butt? He did what? In the business lounge. Mr. Sun was helped onto the sofa by Bei Chen to rest, but the old man suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for air like a fish out of water, making the young man extremely worried as he quickly checked. Sir, are you all right? He quickly placed his hand on the old man's wrist, starting to check his pulse, like a real traditional doctor to figure out what was wrong with Mr. Sunday. Well, according to the cosmic signals from his pulse, this is a sudden myocardial infarction due to a fatal syndrome. He needs emergency treatment right now, or he's a goner, or the old man would be pushing up daisies by now. Zhao Jun, where are my tools? Hurry up. Zhao Jun pulled out an acupuncture needle in a flash, and Bei Chen immediately stuck it into old man Sun's forehead. The unconscious old man's eyes shot wide open, the pain disappearing as if it were all a joke. Old man Sun jumped, clutching his chest as he stared at Bei Chen, stammering, "Huh, I was just having an attack. Why do I feel perfectly fine now? What kind of magic is this? It's you again, young man, saving this old man's life. What kind of miracle doctor are you? Bei Chen replied humbly, Sir, I just know a few basic tricks. Sir, the root of the illness is still quite stubborn and hasn't left yet. Let me help send it on its way, he said, once again aiming the needle at the old man's wrist. I need to apply a few more needles to get your heart beating calmly again, because it was doing the lambda a little too wildly just now. Suddenly, Tian Tian burst in like a whirlwind, her face drained of all color. Stop right now, she yelled, swatting the needle from Bei Chen's hand, leaving old man's son completely stunned and bewildered. Immediately, Tian Tian stood protectively in front of old man's son like a mother hen, spreading her arms and spitting venom at Bei Chen. You scammer, you damn trickster. What were you trying to do to my grandfather? You dare try to scam him? Watch out, or I'll have the cops haul you down to the station. Standing behind them, Zhao Jun watched this unfold as blood rushed to his head, his face contorted with a murderous aura as if he wanted to eat the girl alive. Seeing how tense the situation was, old man's son quickly tried to stop his troublemaker granddaughter, Tian Tian. You silly girl. Tian Tian, this is a huge misunderstanding. But ignoring his explanation, she insisted he had Stockholm Syndrome and was defending his captors. Grandpa, stop covering for them. The doctor said you just have an autonomic disorder. It's nothing that's serious. It's because you worry over nothing that you create opportunities for these scammers to exploit you. Hearing his granddaughter lecture him, old man's son's blood pressure began to boil. The old man snapped, He has saved my life 2 times. Young lady, how can you be so disrespectful? Apologize to him this instant. She crossed her arms, pouting, I'm not apologizing to some snake oil salesman. She was a lost cause. Old man's son was so furious he could have coughed up blood, raising his hands to the heavens. I told you they're not scammers. You could cut the tension in the air with a knife. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Bei Chen stepped in to smooth things over and make a quick exit. It's okay, sir. There's no need. Your precious granddaughter is back now. Just let her take you to the hospital to be safe. We have other business to attend to, so we'll be on our way. Hearing this, old man's son could only laugh awkwardly. My granddaughter is foolish. Please don't hold it against her. Thank you so much for everything today. Meanwhile, the little Miss Tian Tian, with her nose still in the air, casually remarked, At least the scammer knows when to leave. Get lost so you don't stir. Before she could even finish her sentence, old man's son's eyes suddenly bulged, his forehead creased, and sweat began pouring down as he clutched at his shirt. Old man's son clutched his abdomen and groaned, causing Tian Tian to turn pale and nearly jump out of her skin with fear. She frantically tried to console him. Grandpa, please don't scare me. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Right away. Meanwhile, inside a luxury car, Zhao Jun reported, Brother Chen, the troops are already in position in the suburbs. We're just waiting for your order to proceed to the Feng Corporation and carry out our reluctant babysitting mission. Suddenly, screech. The car slammed to a halt. A group of youths in taekwondo uniforms blocked the road, led by a tattooed boss and followed by the same guy Bei Chen had beaten up the other day. The lackey pointed them out. Boss, that's them. The boss, looking smug, cracked his knuckles loudly, his voice booming like a megaphone. I know, the man growled. You dare to mess with someone from our taekwondo dojo? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The guy who got thrashed before gloated, pointing at Bei Chen's car with a wicked smile. Well, look who we have here, if it isn't our model citizen. Well now, trying to be an airport hero and demand justice? I thought you were pretty gutsy, but all my boys are here now. If you're so tough, why don't you get out of the car and fight me one-on-one? Haha. Bei Chen smirked, his eyes full of challenge. If you run now, you might still have a chance, sweetie. You might still have a way out. Hearing this, the other guy burst out laughing hysterically. What? Run? Are you so scared you're just talking nonsense? Get your butt out here now, or I'll turn this tin can into scrap metal. Suddenly, a whole fleet of military vehicles appeared out of nowhere. The vehicles screeched to a halt right in front of them. A soldier calmly placed a hand on the guy's shoulder. You guys are pretty brave. As he finished speaking, his hand gently moved to the man's neck and gave it a squeeze. The guy was so scared his face turned into a mess. You dare mess with our big bro Bei Chen's ride? How about we test your skills for you? Just like that, an entire troop surrounded them, making the thugs turn pale as a sheet, looking like they would faint on the spot. The big boys here want to have a chat with you. A moment later, the whole gang had been taken care of until they were black and blue, their faces swollen like balloons, and they were silent as the grave. Is this all you've got? Bei Chen let out a long yawn. These small fries aren't even enough for a warm-up. From a car in the distance, a voice suddenly called out, Useless trash. The car doors slowly opened, and a fancy-looking foot stepped onto the pavement. Haha, you can't even handle a bunch of lowly grunts? The remark made all the soldiers turn around at once. All eyes turned in that direction. The 2 guys whose faces were swollen like pumpkins just moments ago were now beaming with joy. It's Junior Grandmaster Yi. Junior Grandmaster Yi is the martial arts genius of the martial arts sect. You guys are doomed. Junior Grandmaster Yi puffed out his chest, clasping his hands behind his back with a look of arrogance. With a smug expression, he sneered. It looks like this young master will have to handle this myself. He then began to channel his internal energy, putting on a grand display. With just a light wave of his hand, he sent one of Bei Chen's soldiers flying. This performance made Bei Chen a bit surprised. Oh, quite talented for one so young. Not only is he a cultivator, but he's also mastered internal energy. He took down one soldier after another with a single palm strike. The sight of the whole group collapsing like dominoes made him even more smug. They can't even withstand a single blow. Seeing someone avenge them, the two swollen-faced thugs were ecstatic, yelling, "All hail Junior Grandmaster Yi! Please teach them a lesson, sir. Our dojo will pay double the membership fee to the Chinese Martial Arts Federation." Hearing that cha-ching, the other guy's eyes lit up. A grin stretched from ear to ear. Double the membership fee? Sweet. All right then, allow me to give these guys a good massage for you. He channeled all his internal energy, growling, "Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for poking the hornet's nest of our martial arts alliance." Before he could even unleash his ultimate move, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Internal energy? It was Bei Chen. What a coincidence. I happen to know a little about that myself. The martial artist flinched, his face bewildered. This guy, when the hell did he get here? Bei Chen simply flicked his hand, and a thunderous slap imprinted 5 fingers on the guy's face, deforming his handsome features. How can such profound internal energy exist in this world? Just a single love tap from Bei Chen sent him flying away. He spun like a pinwheel before flying toward Bei Chen's car. The two disciples' jaws dropped at the sight. In the distance, their genius grandmaster was plastered to Bei Chen's car like a decal. Meanwhile, Bei Chen glanced at his brothers sprawled on the ground and smirked. "All right, you can stop the act now. All of you, get up." He gestured to his men with a wave of his hand. "I told you not to use internal energy on normal people. But this kid here is no ordinary opponent, so you guys can go all out." Bei Chen leisurely walked back to his car, leaving the battlefield for his soldiers to handle. Each one of them began to channel their energy, their auras blazing like a furnace. They had all been waiting for this one command from their boss. Finally, we can let loose. Holding all that in was killing me. The Taekwondo brothers, seeing the terrifying sight, huddled together trembling, then ganged up to corner Wu Dao against the wall, scaring the pants off him. Who was that loudmouth just a moment ago claiming he would take care of all of us? Such an arrogant rookie. His face was drained of all color, and his mouth was a bloody, "Please spare me." The next morning at the Fang family estate, Bosses Jiang finally graced them with his presence. Bei Chen quickly spoke up, "My apologies, everyone. Traffic was a bit heavy, so I'm a little late." Zhen promptly introduced him to Mr. Jingsheng. "It's no problem at all. Please come in, Mr. Jiang and your men." Zhen turned to her father. "Dad, this is Mr. Jiang Bei Chen, whom Uncle He, introduced to us. He's going to be our super elite bodyguard." Feng Jingsheng, the chairman of the Shengjing group, shook his hand while praising him profusely. "Young friend Jiang, you are truly talented for your age. It's an honor to meet you." Bei Chen returned the greeting. "Hello, Mr. Feng, the pleasure is mine." He glanced at the beefy bodyguards behind Mr. Jingsheng and thought to himself, these guys are supposed to be protection, but no matter how he looked at them, all he could see was an ordinary squad of muscle heads. Mr. Jingsheng nodded. "You're absolutely right. This batch of assassins is not to be underestimated." "Then these guys are just for show," Bei Chen added. "It seems these soldiers have nothing going for them but their muscles." Miss Zhen quickly interjected, "Not at all. We also have masters from the Martial Arts Association and the Chinese Martial Arts Federation here." Wang Shuai rested his chin on his hand with a smug look. "Miss Zhen, only exceptional talents from the association and the Martial Alliance, such as myself, are qualified to handle this sweet gig. These muscle-bound soldiers are only good for scaring children. They can't protect a beauty like you. The safest bet is to let this Wang Shuai personally shield you." Standing beside Bei Chen, Zhen quickly interrupted, "Mr. Wang Shuai, excuse me, but my father is offering a reward of 10% of the company's shares for this as compensation. These so-called masters probably don't want to share such a fat prize, which is why they're being so nasty." Bei Chen let out an "ah," instantly understanding the issue. Zhen turned to him with a determined gaze. "Don't worry, I assure you that you, Mr. Jiang, will absolutely not leave here empty-handed," Zhen declared, not wanting Bei Chen to be shortchanged. "Gentlemen, I know you are all martial arts masters," Zhen said, "but at the last party, it was Mr. Jiang and his subordinate, Mr. Zhao Jun, who saved my life. I trust that they will be able to protect me this time too." Hearing this, Wang Shuai's blood boiled and he roared, "Oh, so you're the punk who got fresh with Miss Feng and then had the gall to claim it was for her protection. You were clearly just taking advantage of the situation to pull a fast one." Zhen's face flushed crimson as she frantically waved her hands to explain, "No, it's not like that. The situation was life or death. Mr. Jiang had no other choice. Mr. Jingsheng looked thoughtful, his expression serious. Young friend Jiang, I am truly grateful to you for saving my beloved daughter and for agreeing to protect our family. Then he continued with a serious tone. However, our enemies this time aren't the small fry assassins from before. We fear it will be difficult for you to handle this alone, young friend Jiang. Therefore, Jianjin quickly pleaded with her father. Dad, I'm sure Mr. Jiang can protect us. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shuai chimed in, Old Master Feng, how about we do this? Let him have a match with me. If he loses, he can take his ragtag group of soldiers and get the hell out of here. So, how about it? The man said smugly, making mocking gestures at Baiken. If you don't have the guts to face me, then get on your knees right here and slap your own face 50 times in front of everybody. We'll call it punishment for daring to touch Miss Feng, and I'll be generous enough to let you off the hook. Once you're done punishing yourself, take your raggedy-ass soldiers and get as far away from here as you can. His surrounding underlings also took the chance to jeer. Master Wang is so skilled, there's no way that punk would dare to fight you. Either choice is equally humiliating for him. Well, it looks like a good show is about to start. Zhen, looking furious, snapped right in his face. Wang Shuai, this is my business, so you can just keep your nose out of it. Getting scolded by the young lady, the guy's face darkened as he growled. Miss Feng, this is a man's business. Don't be a busybody. On the other side, Jing Sheng and Wang Shuai's minions were facing off, when one of them suddenly said something that made Bei Chen's face darken, and a murderous aura flared up around him. Unless Mr. Jiang here admits he's not a real man. Hey. Sensing the palpable tension, Jing Sheng's face went pale. He rushed forward to intervene. Big brother Wang Shuai, you're a professional after all. You've even cultivated internal energy. It would be a shame if you were to accidentally injure Mr. Jiang. He shot a smug glance toward his rival. Turning to Elder Feng, he arrogantly declared, I don't like to force anyone. As long as he admits he's weak, I will generously let him go. To me, this is a trivial matter. Bei Chen calmly adjusted his tie with one hand, a smirk on his lips. Okay, I'll take you on. His words were as light as a feather. His words immediately made Zhen and Jing Sheng's jaws drop in worry, while Wang Shuai laughed in delight, and the surrounding crowd started buzzing with chatter. I heard Wang Shuai is the #1 star of the Yudu Association, who has even mastered profound internal energy. A normal person trying to fight him is just asking to get wrecked. Looks like someone's about to end up in a wheelchair. Hearing the crowd's gossip, Bei Chen remained as calm as if he were taking a walk in the park, his expression completely unfazed. All right then, if I win, you'll take your entire martial arts association and get out of here. Deal? Bei Chen's terms made the atmosphere more heated than ever. Wang Shuai disdainfully raised a finger, wagging it back and forth. A promise is a promise, what's there to fear? But you should stop daydreaming, kid. The word lose isn't in my vocabulary. Today, I'm going to teach you what happens when an egg tries to smash a rock. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. The minions behind Jing Sheng began to shout, cheering for the beatdown to happen as soon as possible. Elder Feng, those two are fired up for a fight, just let them go at it. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Jiang looks so cool. Why would he be scared of some Yudu Association guys? Everyone's worrying over nothing. The attempt at persuasion failed. Elder Feng sighed helplessly. Fine, whatever. Please take this to the backyard to settle your scores. And with that, the entire crowd filed outside. Wang Shuai tensed his body, clenched his fists, and took an attack stance. Hee, kid, prepare to get a beating. Bei Chen, however, remained calm with his hands in his pockets, completely unbothered. Please, you go first. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuai began to channel his power, his eyes glowing red as his body levitated like a superhero, drawing in the spiritual energy of the world. Seeing Wang Shuai's flashy move, everyone's jaws were on the floor, but Bei Chen's expression remained completely unfazed. Good heavens, isn't that the legendary 7 Wounds Fist of the Yudu Association? They say Wang Shuai has been training that move since he was in diapers. It's over. Mr. Bei Chen Jiang is about to get thoroughly thrashed. As his internal energy kept him hovering in the air, Wang Shuai thought to himself, with a dangerously grim expression, just you wait, I'll use my family's heirloom 7 Wounds Fist to smack you on the butt. I'll utterly humiliate you in front of my crush. With that thought, Wang Shuai shot towards Bei Chen. His devastating punch was easily caught with just a single hand. Wang Shuai froze, his eyes bulging. What in the world? With only one hand? Huh? This is my 7 Wounds Fist, right? How did he catch it so easily, like catching a dragonfly? This is impossible. The crowd immediately switched sides, erupting in loud cheers for Bei Chen, which made him visibly pleased, while Wang Shuai stood frozen like a statue, utterly speechless. Mr. Wang, your move is indeed very flashy and looks quite intimidating. It's just a shame that it's rather useless. Now then, it's my turn. Bei Chen slightly lowered his left leg, clenching his left hand into a fist, right in front of Wang Shuai's utterly terrified gaze. What? You're returning the favor? Now it's my turn to reciprocate. A thunderous blow sent the guy's mouth spitting out crimson pearls. Before he could even recover, he sent Wang Shuai on an aerial tour with a kick, drawing a perfect parabolic arc before Jing Sheng's bodyguards froze for 5 seconds, unable to process the drama unfolding. Jing Sheng, however, nodded in satisfaction, looking at Bei Chen, as if he'd found his true idol after seeing him give Wang Shuai a Meanwhile, Zhen Zhen turned into a true fangirl, screaming and cheering. See, I told you so. Mr. Jiang is the absolute best. As for Wang Shuai's disciples, their faces turned ashen, their hearts shattering into a million pieces. They lamented, "Oh my God, Master Wang Shuai, the most legit one among us, the only one who has cultivated profound internal energy. If even our master got so thoroughly outclassed, wouldn't we small fries just become punching bags for him?" Meanwhile, our protagonist, Bei Chen, casually dusted off his collar and asked softly, "So, was that performance enough to prove that my team is credible enough to take this sweet deal and protect you all?" One of Wang Shuai's disciples quickly threw his 2 hands in the air, stammering, "We surrender. The Brewing Association is officially backing out of this gig." Witnessing the tragicomic scene of the disciples carrying their defeated master away, the Wu Bang stepped forward aggressively, beating their chests and declaring, "If the Brewing Association is too chicken to do it, then let us handle it. We of the Wu Bang are more than capable. The Wu Bang is full of final bosses, the cream of the crop of martial arts geniuses." The disciples behind them nodded furiously. That's right. Our Grandmaster is on his way. Just you wait. Those fancy, flowery moves of that Wang Shuai guy aren't even worthy of carrying our Grandmaster's shoes. An overeager one pointed into the distance, shouting, "Ah, the Grandmaster is here. The Grandmaster has arrived. Brothers, line up and roll out the red carpet for the boss. Quick!" The whole crowd was stunned to see their final boss, Yi Xiaoba, shuffling over with one hand wrapped in a thick white bandage. They swarmed him, asked, "Grandmaster, what happened to your hand? Are you all right?" Grandmaster Yi, his face murderous as if he'd just been robbed, growled, "I'm fine. Who just had the guts to try and steal the Wu Bang's livelihood?" A quick-witted disciple, without a moment's hesitation, pointed straight at Bei Chen, who was just chilling over there. "Grandmaster Yi, it's that group over there. They want to snatch our sweet deal." Hearing this, Grandmaster Ye flew into a rage, roaring, "They dare to mess with the Wu Bang's bread and butter? Do they have a death wish?" But the moment he looked up and recognized the enemy as Bei Chen and his charismatic bodyguards, Grandmaster Yi's face turned from red to green, then to white. "Oh my God, what kind of fate is this? It's you guys again. It's such a small world." His disciples, however, remained utterly bewildered, not understanding why their boss changed his tune so fast. They continued to shout provocatively, "Grandmaster Yi, teach them a lesson. Show them why hibiscus flowers are red, Grandmaster. Let me first show you why flowers are red." With that, Yi Xiaoba spun around and gave the overeager disciple a thunderous slap, leaving a perfect 5-fingered print. Without a second's hesitation, he scrambled over to Bei Chen and his brothers, bowing and apologizing profusely, leaving behind a sea of confused, bewildered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Big bros. My disciples are blind as bats. They failed to recognize that you, gentlemen, are dragons among men. This sweet deal, only people of your stature can handle it. How could small fry like us possibly compare?" Then he turned to his disciples and yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Pack up and get lost." He continued to grovel, "Yes, sirs, I'll take my leave with my men right this instant." Then turning to his disciples, "Didn't you hear me? Scram." The onlookers, who were enjoying the show, now had their brains completely short-circuited. Hello, what in the world is going on?" Even the ferocious Wu Bang had to tuck their tails and run. Amidst a sea of confusion, only young Miss Zhen Zhen was beaming, grinning from ear to ear. She puffed out her chest proudly. "There, Mr. Jiang has now proven his credibility. Does anyone else have any objections? If no one says anything, I'll take that as a yes from everyone. In that case, my father will seal the deal and transfer 10% of his shares to Mr. Jiang. Consider it a protection fee." Suddenly, a pot-bellied uncle waddled out from nowhere, shooting his hand up to object. That person was none other than Director Chen. "I object." He cleared his throat. This kid might know a few moves, but paying him with 10% of the company's shares is insane. It's outrageous. That's right, boss. How can we let some complete stranger with an unknown background just swoop in and take a huge chunk of our company's shares? One of his underlings standing behind him quickly chimed in. The guy added, "The boss is absolutely right. The service fee needs to be renegotiated. In my opinion, paying them a few million as a tip should be more than enough." Zhen Zhen was fuming at this greedy crowd when suddenly a pair of designer leather shoes glided into view, followed by a powerful voice. "Stop it." It turned out to be Elder Jing Sheng. He sauntered over to Bei Chen and his squad of grim-faced men, then started his usual speech. What has allowed our Jing Sheng group to skyrocket to where it is today? It's thanks to our rock-solid reputation for trust, not by nickel and diming people. He emphasized again, his voice like steel. I already finalized the 10% stake, so I must fork over 10% to Mr. Jiang here, and to these badass soldiers as well. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he declared it loud and clear in front of the entire crowd and the bewildered bodyguards. He gestured wildly as he spoke, as if to say, "You mean to tell me this massive Jingsheng group, plus all of your lives aren't worth that much? It's a deal, no more fussing or bickering." After speaking, he strode imposingly towards Bei Chen and his squad, extending a hand as if to seal the protection contract for himself and the young Miss Zhen Zhen. "The safety of everyone here, I entrust it all to you, Mr. Jiang." Bei Chen smirked. "Since Elder Feng trusts me this much, then I, Jiang, promise to provide complete protection from A to Z Prime." And just like that, with a firm handshake, the contract was sealed. The soldiers behind them looked completely dumbfounded, both confused and resentful. A young man quickly grabbed Zhao Jun and whispered, "Commander, I can't wrap my head around this. What good is a measly 10% stake? Why do we have to suffer this humiliation? Why does Bei Chen have to swallow his pride and act as a bodyguard for these old men who have one foot in the grave? We are proud men. How can we just stay silent and watch our boss get put down like this?" Zhao Jun clapped his shoulder and taking this protection job is just an excuse. Bei Chen wants to use this opportunity to take out the two Wen Hui from the Guang Hui group. After hearing this, the whole group's eyes lit up and they slapped their thighs. Ooh-hoo, so that's what this is about. Our brains really are made of mush. If it helps our boss serve the enemy on a platter, forget protecting these grumpy old men. I'd treat them like fresh young beauties. Another soldier yelled, "Exactly. The boss's enemy is a thorn in our side too. If they dare show their faces here, we'll beat them toothless." Zhao Jun quickly put a finger to his lips. "Shh. Okay, keep it down, you guys. Don't cause any unnecessary drama for Bei Chen." Just then, Bei Chen, while adjusting his tie, shot a razor-sharp glance towards Zhao Jun. "Are you guys putting on a play? Have your brains gone rusty after just a few days without a beating? Do you need me to push the start button for you to do anything?" The soldiers jumped, shouting in unison, "Yes, Bei Chen, we will deploy a defensive formation right here, right now." To protect our VIP clients, Zhao Jun didn't waste a second. Turning to bark at the soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Get your asses in gear." The entire squad saluted in perfect unison. "Sir?" "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Bei Chen's phone rang loudly. The name Shuiyu flashed on the screen. It was the powerful boss at home whom Bei Chen treasured so dearly. As he was glued to his phone, Zhao Jun furtively peeked over his shoulder and asked quietly, "Bei Chen, is the madam still ignoring you?" Bei Chen held the phone, his face cold as ice, and decided to decline the call. "Yeah, not answering. Looks like he'll have to waste time placating the baby again." He turned and ordered Zhao Jun, "After you track the madam's location, report the coordinates to me immediately." Zhao Jun solemnly accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Shui Yu was drowning in a sea of sorrow. She stared at her phone as her mind started spiraling. "It's been days and Jiang Bei Chen has only called me 100 times. And when I was upset and didn't answer, he didn't even bother to call again. It's true, I mean nothing to him. I'm probably just a wife in name only, just for show." Just as she was lost in her gloomy thoughts, Miss Kai approached with a glass of water, calling out, "Vice President Wang." "Oh my, is our future vice president just going to stand there spacing out? The meeting is about to start. The big boss and the entire staff are rolling out the red carpet just for you." "Yes, I'm flying over." She dragged her feet while sighing heavily, her face a mask of misery. "Why is my life so hard? I originally just planned a trip to Jiangnan to have coffee with old friends and reminisce about the good old days. Who knew my best friend would trick me into this trap, pushing me forward as a scapegoat like this?" Shui Yu gloomily recalled the fateful day she set foot in Jiangnan, when Ru Yan clung to her as if she'd found a... That scene still gives Shu Yu goosebumps. "Shu Yu, you came to Jiangnan to find me. I'm so happy I could cry. I have a problem right now that only you can save me from." Ru Yan, her face as bright as a flower, gushed out a speech that sounded like a pre-written script. "My husband's company is going downhill with no brakes. You used to be so top-notch at managing your family's brand. Please come and revive my husband's company. I'll make him appoint you as vice president right here and now. You can start tomorrow." And so, Shu Yu's first day at work was welcomed with a comedy show from her friendly colleagues. "Isn't that Wang Shu Yu? Rumor has it she's the childhood best friend of our boss's wife. Her family's business probably went bankrupt or something, forcing her to flee all the way from Yunshan to Jiangnan for refuge. And yet, she barely arrived and already parachuted straight into the vice president's chair. She's truly the master of connections." The three women huddled together, their tones as sour as vinegar. That vice president position was supposed to be for our Miss Tai, but some distant relative-type girl just swooped in and snatched it. Ignoring it and moving on, Shui Yu treated their words like the chirping of cicadas and walked straight ahead. One woman saw her and nudged the other two. Shh, the main character has arrived. Lower the volume, you guys. Another woman pouted. Why should we lower our voices? If you have the guts to do it, you should have the guts to face it. Is she afraid of people talking? A male colleague even burst out laughing behind her. Hey, come on now. You ladies better watch it, or you'll make Vice President Wang cry her eyes out. Shu Yu remained silent, but she bit down hard on her lip. At the same time in the meeting room, President Zhou cleared his throat and began his one-man show. Ahem. I would like to officially open. The main topic is the super project collaboration with PCC. I'm sure everyone here already knows we just need to get featured on the PCC homepage, and the money will automatically flow into our pockets, millions, even tens of millions. He delivered this line with a serious expression, as if he were addressing the United. Our ultimate mission now is, within 10 days, to get our company's masterpiece pneumatic jacket, priced at only $3,000, featured prominently on there. With that, President Zhou solemnly held up the pneumatic jacket for all to see. The result was, oh boy, our profit margin will increase exponentially. Total revenue will definitely surpass all of last year's combined. As soon as they saw the jacket, everyone's expression changed. From Miss Tai to the janitor, everyone stared at the floor. President Zhou noticed this and Huh? What's with this attitude? Why isn't anyone clapping or applauding? Is there something wrong with my plan? Down below, everyone started whispering, nudging each other to speak up. Sir, President Zhou, we've tried our absolute best to contact PCC, but we couldn't even get a glimpse of the person in charge. That's right, boss. The PCC homepage is filled with products from the big players, sir. We're just a small fry, up-and-coming brand. They wouldn't even give us a second glance. I think it'd be more realistic to just post it on a third-tier site for now. President Zhou crossed his arms, tilted his chin up, and began his counter-argument. I know it's difficult, but if everything were easy, did I hire you all just to stand around and look pretty? I pay your salaries to turn our brand into the channel of China. Understand, he yelled. If you can't even handle a tiny little difficulty like this, what good are you? Just work hard and you can do anything. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Shui Yu had to speak up to enlighten the president. President Zhou, let's not even talk about getting on the PCC homepage. Just with a gaudy, flashy pneumatic jacket like this, I'm afraid customers would run for the hills upon seeing it, let alone buy it. This statement poked the hornet's nest. He glared daggers at her, Vice President Wang. How can you be so short-sighted? This is the exact same pneumatic jacket model as Chanel's. What do you mean customers won't buy it? This is way cheaper than Chanel, at the lovely price of only 3,000 yuan. Your job is to put your heads down and work hard to push it to the top. It's guaranteed to be a blockbuster that will break the internet. Shui Yu could only facepalm in exasperation. My goodness, so how much of a percentage does the boss plan on bleeding to PCC? Boss Zhou insisted, sacrifice profits, my foot. We'll just split the percentage according to the usual practice. Otherwise, is our company going to eat dirt? The entire meeting room started whispering like a chaotic market after the boss's cringeworthy statement. No way, our brand is tiny. Who even knows about us? Are we supposed to just bring our products over, hang them up for decoration, and then beg them to sell it for us for free? And who in their right mind would buy this jacket that looks like a stage costume? How could it possibly become a hot trend? The boss's ambition is truly higher than Mount Everest. Seeing the funereal expressions on all the employees' faces, the boss slammed the table with a bang, shot up with her hands on her hips, and roared, "What are you all whispering about? If you have a problem with me, just say it to my face." Hearing this, Miss Tai, as if seizing a golden opportunity, slowly stood up to speak. Boss Zhou, I think this idea is indeed a challenge of cosmic proportions, but as long as it's assigned to the right expert, it will definitely be a resounding success. Flattered, the boss nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, only Miss Tai understands me. So, in your opinion, who is the expert capable of shouldering this great responsibility? Miss Tai dramatically pointed her finger straight at Shu Yu, causing the girl to freeze for 5 seconds before coolly declaring, "Of course, it's our corporation's new vice president. Who else could it?" Miss Wang, Shu Yu, me? Me? Seeing that Miss Tai had set the stage, the boss sealed the deal. That's right, Miss Wang. Our Miss Shu Yu was the founding mastermind behind the famous lingerie brand. Her abilities are certainly no joke. Hearing this, Boss Zhou nodded enthusiastically. Miss Tai spoke with a sinister, spine-chilling smile. It was crystal clear she wanted to set Shui Yu up to fail as revenge for snatching the vice director's seat. For that reason, let's entrust this mission of the century entirely to our new vice president. What does everyone think? Any objections? The whole crowd raised their hands in unison. I agree. No objections, 100% in favor. A panicked Shui Yu tried to protest. But the boss gave her no chance. She cut her off sharply with a piercing side eye. Or in other words, is our new vice president actually all bark and no bite? Miss Tai's words made Boss Zhou stroke her chin thoughtfully. While the boss was still pondering, she menacingly pushed up her glasses and added another sarcastic comment that left Shu Yu. She's just a pretty face who relied on her connections to get in here and do nothing. Shu Yu was speechless, completely frozen in place. Miss Tai crossed her arms, smirking triumphantly at Shui Yu. If Vice President Wang here isn't just all for show, then please, show off your skills and enlighten us who have been slaving away here for so many years. Vice President Wang, a newcomer, jumped straight into the VP chair. You must have some earth-shattering talent. Seeing her taunting attitude, she just casually waved a hand. Miss Tai, you don't need to use that cheap reverse psychology on me. This PCC collaboration project, I'll handle it. The next morning, at 10 o'clock on the dot, Shu Yu strode up to the reception desk, waving as friendly as a beauty queen. Hello there. She flashed a radiant smile and introduced herself. I'm Wang Shui Yu, the product director for the brand Eagle's Secret. I have an appointment with your CEO at exactly 10 o'clock this morning to discuss a massive deal. It's about an exclusive collaboration for PCC's next cover issue. After hearing this, the two receptionists, their faces colder than stone and grimmer than a debt collector's, replied curtly with a single word. Oh, Boss Guan isn't in the office today. You should just leave. Despite their openly hostile attitude, she just beamed. Oh, that's fine. I have all day. I'll just plant myself here and wait for your Boss Guan. With that, Shui Yu calmly walked over to the waiting area and sat down. On the other side, the two receptionists shot her a death glare and began to gossip. Oh my god. She's so persistent. Is she planning to meditate here or what? Whatever, let her sit there until moss grows. Boss Guan doesn't even have an appointment with her. The clock ticked away until it was 12 o'clock noon. The orange-haired receptionist's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my gosh, it's 12 o'clock. It's lunchtime, ladies. Let's order a giant, super spicy Haidi Lao hot pot. Oh my god, I'm craving it too. But that place is so popular now. People are ordering like crazy. If we order now, we probably won't get anything to eat until late at night. Suddenly, from a distance, a savior wearing a bunny-eared helmet, carrying bags of food, zipped over to Shu Yu like the wind. Wang Shui Yu, your order is here. Beautiful. Shu Yu waved her hands frantically as if she'd struck gold. Over here, over here. Mission accomplished. The delivery guy vanished and Shu Yu even saw the delivery guy off to the door like he was family. The two gossips at the reception desk glared after her. Huh, it's been since this morning. Why hasn't this freeloader left yet? Not only has she not left, but she's also ordering food to eat here. Does she have the nerve of a thief? Let me call security to escort her out, okay? Just as she finished speaking, Shu Yu suddenly turned back and stared, catching them red. Caught in the act, the two girls were speechless and utterly embarrassed. One quickly buried her face in her phone, pretending to scroll, while the other pulled out a compact. Suddenly, like a food fairy, Shu Yu brought a whole tray over to them, smiling as brightly as a flower. Hey, beautiful ladies, this is the legendary fishing at the bottom of the lake dish that I just ordered. I accidentally ordered 2 portions, and it would be a sin to eat it all by myself. Could you two rescue me? Hearing this, the two receptionists' eyes lit up like car headlights as they answered in unison. Wow, it really is the fishing at the bottom of the lake dish that's all the rage online. We feel a bit awkward. Shu Yu's eyes crinkled with a smile. Don't be awkward at all. You have to accept it to make me happy. Refusing such a delicious and rare treat would be a crime against our ancestors. Well, in that case, we won't be polite anymore. So, she waved goodbye and moved away to let the two ladies enjoy their meal. Please, make yourselves at home. I'm just going back over there to continue my meditation. As soon as Shu Yu was out of sight, the two gossips put their heads together. Hey, maybe we should call Manager Guan and give her a hand? She does seem pitiful, but more importantly, she's so considerate. Yeah, she's both beautiful and generous. Helping her a little is worth it. In some dimly lit space, someone's phone suddenly rang loudly, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. A red-haired woman, in a state of severe fabric shortage, was hugging a blanket and suddenly jolted. Who the hell is calling at this ungodly hour? Manager Guan snatched the phone, his face scrunched up like a dried apple, but he changed his expression faster than flipping a pancake, breaking into a radiant smile as he put the phone to his ear. Hello, what can I do for my little treasure? His voice was sickly sweet. The other end of the line replied, Manager Guan, that lady from the Weiger's Secret brand has been growing roots in the lobby since this morning, sir. Why don't you come down and meet her just once? This manager was no fool, and he had a good relationship with the receptionists, so he chuckled, all right, if my treasure has spoken, then just let her come up. The moment the call ended, Manager Guan's angelic face vanished, revealing his true cunning fox nature. He couldn't care less about meeting with that measly brand. I can't believe she used the tactic of bribing my own receptionists. Guan Ming muttered as he hurriedly put his clothes back on, with the silhouette of a woman still sound asleep behind him. Sigh, if I weren't still in the special care phase with my two muses at the reception desk, I would have just rejected her outright without a second thought. Whatever, I'll just let her come up and find an excuse to send her off later. Knock, Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and the person who arrived was none other than Shuyu. She walked in, flashing a professional smile at Guanming, who was sitting smugly. He put on a bossy tone. You're from Wager's Secret? Whatever it is, make it quick. I'm swamped with work. Her eyes lit up with joy as she respectfully placed the folder on the table. Hello, Manager Guan. Thank you for taking a moment of your precious time out of your busy schedule to give me a chance. I'm the person in charge of the Wager's Secret brand, and today I'd like to discuss the proposed brands with you. On the next page of the PCC, while she was talking enthusiastically, Guanming was using his laser-like eyes to scan her from head to toe, and her hands still deftly flipped through the documents, full of hope that Guanming would pay attention. I've done very thorough research. The initial plan for the hot air jacket from Chanel is that we will invite popular TikTokers from Douyin, leveraging their fame to drive traffic to us. She thought the boss was deeply contemplating the strategy, but it turned out his head was full of thoughts, darker than ink. Well, this kind of prime specimen is truly a rare find. His gaze gradually became unusually deep, and his mind began to imagine her work performance in a different environment. Suddenly, Guanming raised his hand, cutting Shuyu off. Hold on, Miss Vu. I don't want to discuss such a major deal in a crowded place like this. She looked flustered for a moment and pleaded urgently. Boss Quan, my plan is absolutely top-notch. Just give me a few minutes to present it. He chuckled and replied, What I mean is, I heard through the grapevine that you've been waiting for me for so long, you poor thing. How about this? I'll take you to a fancy restaurant nearby to relax. We can sit down, and you can slowly lay out your plan for me. How about that? Tu Yet Vu was overjoyed, thinking to herself that the contract was in the bag this time. Yes, of course. Thank you, Boss Quan. Then let's just go with your idea. All right, let's go while it's hot. At an incredibly classy restaurant, under the dim yellow lights, next to 2 glasses of shimmering red wine, Boss Quan and Tayet Vu were discussing business in the most romantic, This is my passion project, sir, please take a look. But his hand moved faster than his brain, suddenly grabbing her delicate hand. Easy there, my dear. Quan Min showed no restraint at all, casually draping his arm over Tu Yet Vu's slender shoulder as if no one else was there. Holding a wine glass with a face as cunning as Kowtow's, he cooed. Beautiful Tu Yet Vu, everything needs a warm-up. Come on, let's bottoms up to get the mood right. Despite her using all her strength to push the glass away, I'm sorry, boss, I'm a lightweight. Seeing this, Boss Quan narrowed his eyes at Tu Yet Vu. His eyes flashed with a predatory glint. If you don't know how, we can practice. I'll be your tutor. What's there to be afraid of? She started to feel that something was very wrong. Her heart started pounding in her chest. I'm sorry, boss. I came here to discuss business, not to compete in a drinking contest. Seeing his sweet-talking fail, he showed his true colors in an instant. He grabbed the wine glass and forced it to Tayet Vu's lips. You really don't know what's good for you. No drinks, no deal. You want to discuss the contract, right? Finish this glass first, then we'll talk. The wine spilled everywhere, making her choke, but he only got more aggressive, pressing the glass against her mouth without a care for his surroundings. He didn't even notice a dark figure looming behind him. That's right, that's the way. Drink it all up like a real business person. The dark figure approached, carrying a plate of hot spaghetti. His other hand grabbed Quan Min by the neck, leaving him speechless. It was the man of the house, back then. Without a word, he slammed the entire plate of pasta onto the guy's face like a special face wash. It sent the guy sprawling, forcing him to let go of Tayet Vu. Ag. Seeing her husband, she was as relieved as if she'd found a life raft. Her eyes lit up like headlights. My dear husband, Jiang Bakthan. He's here to save me. I thought he was still mad and ignoring me. But wait, how did he know I was here? Is he tracking me? Bakthan shot his wife a scorching glare, his eyes a mix of affection and anger. Meanwhile, Quan Min was still rebooting his system after landing hard on his butt. The wine glass flew in a beautiful arc before shattering into pieces. Bakthan slammed the table with a bang and roared, Don't you know your own alcohol tolerance? And you even dared to go drinking alone with a strange man? Tu Yet Vu wasn't one to back down, glaring back at her husband. Hold on, you explain first. How did you even find me here? Are you stalking me? Hearing this, Bakthan froze for 5 seconds. Seeing the tense situation, his best friend quickly ran out to act as a mediator. It's a misunderstanding, madam. I'm Boss Jiang's close friend, let me explain. A moment later, standing before Bakthan were 2 individuals, Quan Min and his beloved nanny, both tied up like sausages. Triu Quan immediately ordered his subordinates, Boss Bak, then has already cleaned up all the spies. Boss Quan, resentful and unwilling to accept defeat, yelled, Impossible! How could you bribe so many people? Even my own trusted butler. Same here. This nanny has served my family for over 15 years. I can't believe I've been nursing a snake in my bosom all this time. Suddenly, from the door, one of Bakthan's underlings ran in, pale as a ghost, and stammered, Boss, we're screwed. A squad of heavily armed, fierce-looking soldiers is storming in. They said they're looking for Jiang Bakthan. Bakthan's gaze was as sharp as a dagger as he looked at the group. Ah, so it's old Captain Lam. He was leading an entire platoon inside. Seeing this, Bakthan's men were scared out of their wits. Oh crap, isn't that Captain Lam? What terrible luck brought him here today? The two big shots stared each other down, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. But their next move was shockingly unexpected. Turns out they were blood brothers. Captain Lam threw his arm around Bakthan's shoulder. Bakthan grinned from ear to ear, teasing. The big boss graced Jiangnan with his presence and didn't even give me a heads up. I saw the troops being mobilized and thought something was up, so I rushed over to check it out. I was even worried you were short-handed, so I specially mobilized a mighty squad to back you up. Bakthan scratched his head sheepishly. It's just a personal matter, my friend. I didn't want to make a big scene. I never expected to alert the big brother himself. And so, the two left the restaurant with their arms around each other's shoulders, with Captain Lam shouting, "Tonight, we have to grab a few drinks and reminisce about the old days." Their destination was the Kim Sun Hotel, a subsidiary of the provincial court, the perfect place for brothers to catch up and talk. As soon as they arrived, the first thing they saw was Bakthan's wife sitting right there. Captain Lam quickly scratched his head with an awkward laugh, trying to cover for his comrade. "Ah, we just came here to grab a bite to eat." The thing is, while passing by, President Jiang's radar-like ears had picked up an unmistakably familiar voice. He slipped in to investigate and couldn't believe his eyes when he found his wife being condescendingly questioned by some director named Quan. "Who the hell are you two to cause a scene at the Kim Sun Hotel?" Upon hearing this, Bakthan's face instantly darkened. "She is my woman. If I don't allow it, not even the heavens can force her to drink." The guy named Quan Min, though intimidated, still tried to argue back. "Even if you're her husband, don't you dare act like a thug here. Who's forcing her? Huh? We're having a very civilized business networking session." Hearing the word networking, Bakthan's face turned as black as soot. Beside him, Captain Lam's blood also boiled, and he began to tremble with rage. "Which bastard just said this was networking?" Captain Lam roared. Yet, that Quan Min guy shamelessly continued to argue his innocence. "That's right. This is a perfectly normal business networking event. Someone like you has no right to interfere," the man yelled furiously. Without saying a word, Bakthan grabbed the man's collar and lifted him up with one hand. The guy's face turned pale with fear. "Oh my god, civilized people don't use violence." Bakthan ignored him and simply dragged him away. "Business networking, is it? Fine. Today, I'll let you network until you drop," he said, despite Tuyet Vu running after them and asking worriedly, "Jiang Bakthan, where are you taking him?" There was no reply, only the sound of a door slamming shut, leaving her outside. Bakthan threw Director Quan right onto the floor in front of everyone. Quan Min stammered in fear. What are you going to do?" Bakthan calmly adjusted his cuffs and then casually called for a waiter. "Bring me all the liquor, wine, and beer you have. Today, I'm going to let this gentleman network to his heart's content." Captain Lam chimed in, yelling at the staff member, "Hurry up and do as the boss says. Do you want to get fired or something?" The young waitress was scared out of her wits. "Yes, sir." Bakthan casually opened a bottle of beer and turned to his friend, "Old Lam, let me borrow a few of your men." Captain Lam laughed heartily. "No need to be so formal. My men are your men." As soon as he finished speaking, he just waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Quan Min's limbs went weak, and he could only tremble like a leaf. The man backed away while shouting, trying to save some face. "I'm the CEO of the BCC group. If you dare to offend me, I'll make sure you rot in jail." One man immediately put him in a headlock, while another shoved a funnel straight into his mouth. The networking session had officially begun. What followed was the sight of Bakthan artfully pouring a continuous stream of alcohol into the man's mouth. Seeing his friend going a bit easy, Captain Lam jumped in to help. He brought over an entire case and poured it all into the man's mouth in one go. Before long, empty bottles and cans littered the floor. Bakthan turned away, signaling for Captain Lam, who was still enthusiastically hydrating Quan Min, to stop. "Put all this alcohol on my tab. Let's go." Captain Lam's fun was cut short, and he asked in confusion, "Huh? Is the show over already?" He stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the back of Bakthan, who was now calmly walking towards Tuyet Vu. He hoisted her straight onto his shoulder under the death glare of Captain Lin, and she, red-faced with embarrassment, thrashed about, "Hey, what do you think? Put me down now." Captain Lin shot to his feet, hastily trying to intervene. "Bei Chen, I'm begging you, please calm down for Sui Yu's sake." Ignoring Guan Ming, who was sprawled out and reeking of alcohol, he mumbled, My, just a little lover's quarrel is all. They'll make up in no time. What's the big deal that they can't sit down and talk it out?" Being carried on Bei Chen's shoulder, Shui Yu kicked and screamed, shouting a threat, "Jiang Bei Chen, put me down. If you don't put me down, we're getting a divorce right here, right now." His steps faltered for a moment upon hearing those words, and Bei Chen gently set her down, but he was frighteningly silent. He gripped her shoulders tightly, leaning in and growling, "Staging your own disappearance drama, refusing to answer my calls, and getting wasted with some strange guy. We finally meet after all this trouble, and the first thing you say is you want to go our separate ways. Wang Shuyu, you've really got some nerve." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and argued stubbornly, "Who told you to go locking lips with someone else first? You're my husband, for crying out loud." Bei Chen was stunned for a moment as she reached out and cupped his face. She looked up at him with shimmering eyes, her face flushed from the alcohol. "I haven't even gotten a chance to kiss you yet, and you let some other girl beat me to it." With that, Shu Yu stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick peck on his lips. All around them, everyone's jaws dropped, getting a face full of their public display of affection. Captain Lin quickly covered his face, reminding them, "Fellas, close your eyes, no peeking." After the kiss, Shu Yu stumbled backward, mumbling, "So sleepy, I'm shutting down." Captain Lin silently gave a thumbs up. "You really can't underestimate women. They don't give us men a chance to react. Women these days are absolute tigers." Inside the car, speeding down the road, a conversation started. Captain Lin stammered, About that, Jiang Bei Chen." In the car, Bei Chen let Shuiyu rest her head on his lap as he replied calmly, "All right, just spit it out. Stop beating around the bush. I figured it out a while ago. You probably didn't look for me today just to treat me to a simple meal." Captain Lin laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. "It's true that nothing gets past you." He got straight to the point. "Here's the thing. The entire Jiangnan region knows you've paid a visit. Even some of the major families in Jiangnan have caught wind of it. They want to ask through us. They were wondering if CEO Jiang would be willing to grace them with his presence for a bit." Bei Chen frowned and replied, "You know, I despise all that social schmoozing and pointless networking." Captain Lin quickly turned to persuade him, "I know, but they've already come knocking. What's the harm in meeting them for a bit?" The Fan family, one of the top families in Jiangnan, went all out and booked the entire Baiwei Tower just to host you. Bei Chen scoffed, "Fine, I'll do it for you this once. There won't be a next time." Captain Lin's face immediately lit up as if he'd struck gold. "It's a deal. See you at Baiwei Tower tomorrow at noon." The next morning at Baiwei Tower, in a room where clothes were strewn about like a war zone, a phone screen lit up, displaying 10:15. The girl straddling Kun Kun said in a coquettish voice, "Mr. Kun, should we get right to it? I haven't even showered yet." Suddenly, the door was kicked wide open. The figures of two men strode past. Seeing the steamy scene before them, Bei Chen froze for a few seconds. "My apologies, we're interrupting." Seeing the two turn to leave, the couple in the room hastily wrapped themselves in their clothes. Kun Kun shrieked, "Stop! You two! Stop right there!" He stormed out of the room, pointing at the two men and threatening them, "You better keep your mouths shut and not breathe a single word of this to anyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending people to pluck out your eyes and cut out your tongues." Bei Chen and Zhao Jun turned back to look straight at him, then wondered aloud, "Huh, where's that mosquito buzzing from?" Kun Kun stretched his arm up as high as he could, seething with rage. "I'm right here. You think you're so great just because you're tall? If I wore shoe lifts, I'd be as tall as you." Just then, the girl from the room also rushed out, pointing straight at Bei Chen's face. "It's you! I remember now. You're that show-off from the airport the other day." She scowled, turning to tattle to Kun Kun. "Honey, it's that damn guy, the one I told you about. He tricked us at the airport, acting like some big-shot gangster blocking your way. But when we investigated, it turned out to be just some guys from the cultural department pulling a stunt." The girl played innocent, snuggling into his arms and whining flirtatiously. Sob. "And not only that, he got handsy with me at the airport too. Honey, you have to get justice for your baby." He raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bei Chen. "Oh, so it's you? You dare touch my favorite fan? If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I'm not who I am." He roared. "Guards, get your butts out here now." A group of thugs immediately rushed over, and Kun Kun arrogantly pointed straight at Bei Chen's face. "Those guys saw something they shouldn't have. Gouged their eyes out for me," he sneered, pointing. "As for this guy, he dared to get a taste of my fan's goods. Chop off his hands." Bei Chen's face darkened. "Gouge out eyes? Chop off hands? Do you know that intentional injury gets you a few years of free room and board from the state?" He pounded his chest, pointing at himself with a smug look. "The law? That's just to scare the common folk. To me, it's just toilet paper. I'm from the Fan family. And today, my family has even invited a real heavyweight from the military, so I've got some serious backing. Forget gouging out your eyes. Even if I accidentally send you to the afterlife, no one would dare say a single word." The girl next to him snuggled closer, her voice sickly sweet. "My Kun Kun is so cool." Flattered, Kun Kun puffed out his chest and ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Gouge their eyes out for your daddy." The thugs obeyed, surging towards Bei Chen. "Yes, sir." Bei Chen whispered to Zhao Jun, "You handle this. Go easy on them." He replied, "Understood." With that, he leaped into the air, delivering a picture-perfect martial arts kick that sent the entire charging mob flying backward. Seeing this, the couple's jaws dropped in utter astonishment. One move. It was all over in one move? How is that possible? They watched as Zhao Jun began striding towards them. Kun Kun, pale with fear, stammered, "Sir, spare me. How about you come work as my bodyguard? Whatever that guy is paying you, I'll double it." Zhao Jun scoffed, "Oh, thank you for the generous offer." Thinking he had found a lifeline, Kun Kun asked, "So, does that mean you agree?" Zhao Jun burst out laughing. "Ha ha, what do you think?" He took a few steps back, then charged forward, swinging his fist. Instantly, Kun Kun was treated to a non-stop combo of punches from Zhao Jun, flying like a kite with a broken string, slamming into a wall before dropping to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, elsewhere, seeing a group of people approaching, a man quickly spoke in a flattering tone. "Captain Lin, your mere presence brightens this entire place up." The speaker was the head of the Fan family, Fan Wengshuan, and the woman beside him was his wife, Yun Ru. Yun Ru smiled radiantly. "Captain Lin, why isn't that important personage with you?" Captain Lin frowned. He had an urgent matter to attend to, so he'll be a bit late. "However, my boss has already arrived. Haven't you gone to greet him yet?" The fan couple looked at each other, bewildered. "Arrived already? We didn't see anyone." Suddenly, a guard rushed in from outside, panting, "Master, we have a problem." "Madam, the young master is getting beaten to a pulp." Yunru's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. "What?" The whole group hurriedly rushed to the scene. Kun Kun was lying on a stretcher, being carried by two guards. He grabbed his mother's hand, crying and wailing. "Mom, I was just going to gouge out the eyes of those two country bumpkins, but they dared to lay their hands on me like this. They even punched my silicone nose right off," he whimpered, his face swollen like a steamed bun. "You have to get revenge for me, Mom." Yunru hugged her son's arm, sobbing, "My precious baby, don't worry. Mom will send people to find that damn brat and tear him to shreds for you." Nearby, the girl from before was also clutching her head and wailing. "Ah, my hair. Those bastards even shaved my head bald." She was livid, turning to order the guards. "Go find those two troublemakers and bring them to me. How dare they touch my precious son? I'll definitely gouge his eyes out." Just then, Wen Xuan finally spoke up, raising a hand to stop the guards. "That's enough. We are hosting an important guest today. We can't make a scene. Other matters are trivial. If we can latch onto that big shot, our family will truly rise. Getting revenge is nothing compared to that. Anyway, I'm going back to receive Captain Lam first." With that, the old man scrambled back, dashing to Captain Lam's side with an extremely fawning expression. "Captain Lam, have you managed to contact the big boss? Where is he so we can rush over to pick him up?" He gave a sharp glance and replied, "No need to pick him up. I just called to clarify. That VIP has already left." Van Hen's jaw dropped as he stammered, "Gone? So soon?" Captain Lam shot to his feet. He stared at the old man, his voice as cold as ice. "Your precious son has some serious nerve, doesn't he? To dare threaten to gouge out Jiang Bacon's eyes. And he even wanted to take care of his precious hands." The old man's mouth hung open, sweating buckets. What? Don't tell me." The man my son provoked was the big boss?" Captain Lam turned to leave, tossing back a chilling remark. "Who else could it be? It was hard enough for me to invite him here, and yet your family has eyes but can't see. If you provoke Jiang Baishan with this kind of reception, you're on your own." He waved his hand, and the whole group left in a hurry. Only Van Hien remained, trembling like a leaf, his body going limp before he collapsed to his knees. This time we're really screwed. Mrs. Pham had just returned to see the group leaving and quickly shouted out, "Captain Lam, why are you leaving?" Seeing her husband kneeling on the ground with a devastated look, she rushed over in a panic. "Honey, why did Captain Lam leave? Did you get to meet the big shot? Our son is still waiting for him to help get revenge." The old man was furious and gave his wife a massive slap. "Revenge? Revenge my foot." She held her face, whimpering. "Ouch, honey, why did you suddenly hit me?" The old man roared like a wild beast. "The precious son of yours who wanted to gouge someone's eyes out is the big boss. Mess with him, and this entire family will end up on the streets." Hearing this, his wife's limbs went weak. Van Hien turned his head, his face drained of all color. "This is bad. This is really bad. I have to think of something." Just then, a voice blaring from the TV caught his attention. "Breaking news. Recently, Chairman Xu Wenhao of the Guanghui Group has once again dug into his personal funds, donating 500,000 to the Yangguang Welfare Institute." The old man felt like he'd found a lifeline. "Ah, that's right. I have to find Director Xu and ask him for advice." Meanwhile, the TV droned on. Xu Wenhui has been awarded the title of Goodwill Ambassador of Jiangnan. At this moment, the ambassador was happily playing hide and seek with the children. "Hide well now." Just then, his secretary secretly approached. "Sir Xu, we have a problem." Instantly, Wenhui switched to child-soothing mode. My dears, Uncle has some work to do. You all play by yourselves for a bit. I'll be back to play with you later. Okay, we'll wait for you, Uncle. The old man walked to a stone bench and plopped down. Wen Hui's demeanor did a complete 180, from gentle to ice-cold in an instant. What is it? Speak quickly. The secretary cautiously reported, Sir, the assassins we sent to the Feng family have all been wiped out. They somehow hired a top-tier special forces team that surrounded and protected the shareholders as if they were chickens in a coop. Knives and guns were completely useless. She held out a photo. This is a picture of the special forces team's commander that we managed to snap. Xu Wenhui's eyes widened the moment he glanced at it. This face, it's familiar. It's the guy from the memorial portrait in my house. It was none other than Beacon. It's him. Staring at the photo, his eyes turned bloodshot as if they were about to burst into flames. Xu Wenhui couldn't believe it. That little brat was still alive. Those tough old geezers from the martial union. Perhaps it's time to let them stretch their old bones. He casually sipped his tea, watching the children play, but his mind was filled with dirty schemes. Let's see how he deals with these martial arts grandmasters this time. But sir, the secretary said worriedly, those guys from the martial union are incredibly arrogant. I'm afraid they won't listen to us. He scoffed, unconcerned. Don't those old men dote on their disciples like their precious eggs? Especially that Yi Wudao. Ah, I understand now. The secretary understood his meaning and scurried off to carry out the scheme Xu Wenhui had just assigned. She sidled up to Wudao, saying coquettishly, Brother Wudao, well, what a sweet deal. Some lady is dropping a whopping 50,000 just to find us. Word is, her boss just bought an entire deserted island, so she wants to hire you heroes to check it for any monsters or dangerous creatures. The pay is supposedly limitless, so are any of you interested? The moment they heard money, the guy's eyes lit up like headlights. A deserted island? That sounds like a paradise vacation. We're talking sizzling BBQs, swimming, and even beach volleyball. We're in. We're totally in. We'll go right now. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, the secretary immediately played along. Of course, if we're going to do it, let's go all out. We'll even arrange for some pretty ladies to play volleyball with you to make it more Hearing about pretty girls, Wu Dao's lecherous side took over, and he grinned from ear to ear. He excitedly jumped onto a table and roared. Then what are you— Let's get ready for an island party. The secretary looked at the horn dogs in front of her, thinking to herself, a bunch of simpletons, easy to fool. The scene then cuts to a remote mountain hideout. The secretary arrived alone, her expression cold as stone, and stated her purpose. I have a very important contract today, and I hope the Wu Bang can take this job. She then presented a photo of Bei Chen, her voice deceptively sweet. I hope you elders can help send this man on his way. The old masters immediately waved their hands, refusing outright. We take on any job, but we don't do assassinations. Don't you know the rules of the Wu Bang? That's right, we won't accept it, so please leave. The elder, Gang Hai, also nodded in agreement. Miss, the Wu Bang may walk the path of martial artists, but we absolutely do not send innocent people to their graves. That is our code of conduct. So for this job, please find someone else. The secretary, as if expecting this, pulled out another photo with a smirk that screamed, rules are made to be broken. So, what's more important, your antiquated rules or your precious young disciples? The moment the elders glanced at the photo, they flew into a panic. Oh my god, that's Wu Dao and his crew. What? What did you do to them? She simply gave a mysterious smile, not bothering to answer. Take your time and think about it. Give me your answer tomorrow morning. We'll be waiting for the good news. All the elders' faces turned pale, and the tension was palpable. We're screwed. How did Wu Dao get caught? If we really take this person out, the Wu Bang's righteous reputation is ruined. But if we don't, Wu Dao and his crew are finished. Without hesitation, Gang Hai slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. I'll send that brat off myself. The others quickly tried to intervene. Elder Gang Hai, don't be rash. This is a bad idea. That goes against the very principles of the Wu Bang. We know you're worried about your nephew, but without a word, old Gang Hai silently removed his outer cloak. Gang Hai declared loudly, as of today, I, Yi Gang Hai, am officially out of the Wu Bang. Whatever I do from this point on has nothing to do with this group. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, here boys, catch my love ball. The girl spiked a fiery volleyball to the other side. Seeing this, Wu Dao and his gang started drooling, all yelling over each other. I got it. Let me get it. I'll get it for you. Smack. Despite getting hit square in the face, which was now swelling up, he just grinned happily. The lady's love ball is mine. Hey. And yet, for some reason, Wu Dao suddenly froze, sensing that something was wrong. He looked up to see dark clouds swirling in the sky. A strange sense of unease began to stir within him. At that exact moment in the city, it was pouring rain with thunder and lightning. Zhao Jun was in the driver's seat. Reporting in, Boss Bei Chen, I think we have a flat tire. I'm going to get out and take a look, so please don't mind me. Our boss couldn't care less, still busy grinding his game and muttering, pentakill incoming. But then some commotion outside caught his attention. He thought it was trouble, but it was just the sound of a claw machine. Zhao Jun, driver of the year, braved the storm to check the tire. Suddenly, a panicked scream cut through the downpour. "Are you looking for death? I'll break your legs." In a dark alley, two young thugs were shaking down an old man. "Hey, old geezer, fork over everything you have right now, otherwise, we'll send you to meet your ancestors." Zhao Jun's inner hero awakened. Without a word, he launched a flying double kick that sent the two punks flying several yards. Once they were dealt with, he hurried over to help the old man. "Sir, are you okay?" "Oh, thank you, you chivalrous young man." And yet for some reason, after saying this, the old man gripped his hand tightly, his eyes gleaming the old man then produced a tattered book out of nowhere. But hold on, did anyone else notice his beard just changed color? He sized up Zhao Jun from head to toe and declared, "Young brother, I can tell your constitution is simply extraordinary. You are truly a once-in-a-10,000-year martial arts genius. I happen to have an heirloom secret manual, and since top-shelf stuff here, honey, just $100, final offer." Ah, it seems our boy Zhao Jun just finished downloading his IQ and realized the whole crowd was getting scammed by the old man. Truly, the older the craftier. A real A-list. "Hey now, the old man is picking our pockets, so why are you getting physical with us?" "Oh, I see. Our Uncle Shen is still keeping his cool, just casually giving the old man a 4K glare of contempt. I'm dirt poor too. I only have 5,000 in my pocket. Take it and turn over a new leaf. Stop scamming people. It's a terrible sin." And just like that, Zhao Jun suddenly sprouted wings, his halo shining as bright as car headlights. The entire crowd was frozen for 5 seconds. The old man immediately switched to hoarder mode, clutching the wad of cash like a mother holding her child. "No, my treasure. Nobody touches it." Suddenly, the guy's radar went beep beep. "Whoa, this aura. It reeks of the real deal, profound internal energy. Look, some strange guy is holding a sword, coming down from the sky to split a melon on the car's." The target was none other than Uncle Shen. This Shanghai guy aimed with GPS-like precision right at the seat where Uncle Shen was sitting. Zhao Jun immediately activated rocket mode, launching himself towards Uncle Shen. His anger hit the roof. It was a wonder he didn't just sprout wings and fly off. Damned old man. Zhao Jun flexed his arm, and his biceps bulged like tidal waves. Unexpectedly, old Shanghai wielded his sword as lightly as a feather, easily deflecting his punch. The old man's eyes widened. Ooh la. Turns out he's also an internal energy user. So young and talented, to have trained his hands to be like bronze and iron. No wonder the boss kept pushing the deadline, forcing me to make a move. Seeing this was getting intense, Shanghai switched to parkour mode, flipping into the air. He landed lightly on a tree branch, with the grace of a circus performer. Shanghai started preaching, "Hey, my good friend, this is adult business. Kids shouldn't butt in. My KPI doesn't include the lives of innocents, so you'd best not interfere. But the way you greeted Uncle Shen just now." Zhao Jun just couldn't stomach it. Get lost. He furiously charged in, unleashing a combo of strikes, forcing Shanghai to struggle against the spam. Bracing against this young man's rage was utterly exhausting. The old man thought to himself, "At this rate, this job won't be done until the cows come home." So Shanghai played dirty, somehow managing to transfer the damage to the onlookers behind them. Huh? Ah! While Zhao Jun was busy being a human shield, the old man unleashed a decisive blow. He managed to cover for the team, but the price was taking the full damage. The old man's entire combo was delivered straight to Zhao Jun's gut. The pain crushed his spirit, and he collapsed to the ground, shaking like a leaf. Shanghai glanced over, assessing, just as I predicted, aside from his hands. The armor on the rest of his body is still too thin, not a high enough level to block my sword chi. He approached, looking smug. "See, if you hadn't meddled in other people's business to save that old beggar, you wouldn't have gotten lightly scratched like this. You really are a good kid. Now sit tight and play there. Don't run around and get in the way of adults working." Zhao Jun remained defiant. "Like hell. I'll let you touch Uncle Shen." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man didn't waste any more words. Xing**, he gifted him a genuine skewer. "Shanghai struck as coldly as your ex. I was kind enough to warn you, but you didn't listen. Well then, I'll just have to send you off with him so you'll have some company." He coldly pulled out his sword, blood splattering everywhere. But wait, this is the first time we get to see Zhao Jun's windows to the soul in uncensored full HD? Goodbye, kid. Shanghai swung his sword, preparing to endgame his life. But with a clang, the sword was stopped dead by an arm. Old Shanghai was in a state of utter panic, looking up to see none other than Uncle Shen. "Looks like you escaped death just to come over here and play this real-life version of a claw machine game, huh? You dare bully my guy? You must have a death wish, don't you?" Shanghai looked at Uncle Shen with a loading at 99% expression. "Huh? You? When did you get out of the car?" I clearly saw. Uncle Shen frowned and snapped. Clearly, your crooked eyes didn't see me get out of the car, right? Tailing us for the entire journey. I've known about it for ages. Finishing his sentence, he gifted the old man a devastating punch. Boom! Old Kang Hai went flying like a kite with a broken string. The old man had to plant his sword into the ground to support himself. Sweat poured down him like a waterfall as he groaned internally. Godlike speed. I couldn't even dodge for a millisecond. Bei Chen clenched his fists and dashed towards Gang Hai. Hey old man, are you cosplaying a statue standing there frozen? That was followed by a crisp smack. His punch landed squarely on the old swordsman's face. Being relentlessly pummeled by Bei Chen, Gang Hai could only brace himself and clutch his sword tightly. The old man frowned, looking at his opponent with an "I can't believe this" expression. This Wi-Fi signal of internal energy was incredibly strong, a world apart from the rookie from moments ago. He's not even weaker than me. How can someone so young be so talented? Suddenly, his brand-name sword began to crack. Gang Hai's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe he was holding a fake. Wait, what? My Kangai's sword is actually cracking? Could this kid's internal energy be even more insane than mine? Realizing this was a losing battle, he started sweating bullets. Gang Hai cursed inwardly. This really sucks. I'm out of tricks. Guess I have to use this final move again. As he said that, he shot a meaningful glance to one side. He immediately acted on his thought, launching a devastating blow towards the audience below. A young man nearby screamed in panic. Oh my god, old man, spare me. Bei Chen smirked. This cheap feint tactic again. But too bad for you, this trick of launching palm strikes from a distance. I know all about it. With that, he immediately spun around and unleashed his own move. Another wave of palm energy shot out, intercepting Gang Hai's attack. The unlucky spectator fell sprawling to the ground. The two forces collided, creating a firework-like boom. Gang Hai glared, seizing the perfectly timed opportunity. He suddenly shot his entire sword towards Bei Chen. Unexpectedly, the sword stopped halfway through the air, as if it had hit an invisible wall. He gritted his teeth. Why can't it pierce through? Could it be? Gang Hai's voice began to stammer nervously. You've mastered the indestructible diamond body. Bei Chen chuckled. Congratulations, you guessed right, but sorry, there's no prize. He casually grabbed the blade pointed at him. Now then, it's my turn, isn't it? Bei Chen effortlessly snatched the sword from Gang Hai's hand. He delivered a powerful punch to the old man's stomach, causing him to spew a torrent of red. After that blow, Bei Chen pulled his hand back and shouted loudly. This is payback for my subordinate, he asked coldly. Speak, who hired you? Gang Hai collapsed to his knees, his voice as faint as a dead battery. This old man is just a hired hand. I have no idea who the big boss that wants you dead is. Rain began to pour down, adding to the drama. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating a corner of the scene. Bei Chen, holding a teddy bear, turned to leave and called out to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, if you haven't kicked the bucket yet, drag yourself and follow me. Zhao Jun clutched his rumbling stomach and replied, yes sir. The two of them just left, leaving Gang Hai to play in a red puddle there. The old man's voice trembled. Wu Dao. I'm sorry, my boy. Grandpa. Couldn't protect you. He began to drift into a flashback of the good old days. Gang Hai pointed a finger as he taught Wu Dao. Listen here. To learn martial arts, you must follow the martial code. That's the code of conduct for our martial alliance. Rule number 1, never bully the innocent. The martial code is something you must protect with your life, understand? You are forbidden from changing, no matter what happens. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing broke out. The old man asked worriedly, Good Guagua, why are you crying? Who bullied you? The little boy sobbed. No matter what happens, does that mean I'm not as important as that martial code in your heart? Boo-hoo, Guagua. He quickly placed a hand on the boy's cheek, wiping away the crocodile tears. Hey, no, that's not it at all. He lifted the boy high up and shouted, My little Wu Dao is number 1. The best in the whole world. The present-day Gang Hai was full of regret, and yet I still couldn't protect you. He slowly closed his eyes, his face showing clear regret as he checked out with a troubled heart. Somewhere, a person looked up at the sky and wondered, why did it suddenly start raining? By now, dusk had fallen at Bei Chen's villa. Bei Chen, still holding the teddy bear, secretly hid behind a door, eavesdropping when he heard a shrill scream coming from inside the room. Shu Yu covered her blushing face and shrieked, Oh my god, what did I do when I was so drunk? Why did I suddenly attack Bei Chen? She held her head in turmoil. What do I do now? How can I ever face him? Hearing footsteps outside, Shui Yu jumped as if she'd been scalded. Oh my god, he's back. She frantically jumped into bed, hastily pulling the blanket over herself. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. What do I do now? Where can I hide now? Bei Chen calmly pushed the door open, lugging 2 stuffed pigs in his arms. Shu Yu gritted her teeth, squeezed her eyes shut, and muttered a mantra. I'm sleeping. I don't see anything. I'm still sound asleep. Bei Chen, completely unfazed, said nothing as he casually walked over to the vanity and took a seat. He cleared his throat. Mama Pig, don't be upset anymore, okay? Shui Yu's brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't believe her ears. What, Mama? Pig? Bei Chen held the two stuffed pigs and started his one-man show. It was Papa's fault. I was too reckless. Papa admits he was wrong. Shui Yu cracked open an eye to sneak a peek. Her face was beaded with sweat from holding her breath. Bei Chen shook the Mama Pig doll again, speaking in a whiny voice. Humph. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Unless you give me a kiss. The Papa Pig immediately replied dotingly, Of course, anything. I'll give you 100 kisses, even 1,000. With that, he made the two stuffed pigs smooch each other. Shui Yu couldn't stand it any longer, shooting up like a spring and yelling right in his face. You're the Mama Pig, you big dummy. She coughed awkwardly to hide her embarrassment and turned away. Besides, who would even want to kiss you? That was only because I was drunk. Suddenly, Bei Chen clutched his chest, his body trembling violently. Ugh. Shui Yu frantically rushed to support him. What's wrong with you? Seeing the bloodstain on Bei Chen's shirt, she panicked. Good heavens, why is there so much blood on you? Are you injured? He immediately feigned a weak, whispering voice. That's right, I carelessly slipped on a banana peel today and got injured. Shui Yu was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Then why didn't you go to the hospital immediately? Quick, let me see, is it bad? Suddenly, something clicked in her head. It didn't add up. Shui Yu glared at him. Hold on. Your skills are so incredible. How could you possibly fall? You're playing tricks on me again. Just as she looked up to press the issue, Bei Chen moved faster, grabbing her wrist. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulled her flush against him, and then leaned in, causing them both to lose their balance and tumble backward. Ah! They landed on the bed in a very compromising position. Bei Chen reached out and affectionately pinched her nose. My wife is so sharp, isn't she? Then, he gently explained, this is just Zhao Jun's strawberry syrup. He was injured. I just got some on me while taking him to the emergency room. Shui Yu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Injured? How? Was it like the incident at the last party? Someone trying to stir up trouble? Bei Chen leaned his face in closer. He gazed at Shui Yu with utmost adoration. Don't worry, it's just a noisy little cricket. I can handle it. But it would be best if you don't go wandering around by yourself these days. Be good and stay at home for me, okay? Shui Yu's face turned bright red as she quickly averted her gaze. Okay, I know. It's not like I can help anyway, so I'll stay home and out of trouble. But you have to be extremely careful too, you know? He smiled and replied, Then Bei Chen's gaze shifted, and his tone suddenly grew serious. And one more thing. About the party last time. I'm sorry. He suddenly leaned down, his forehead touching hers. I wasn't mindful of your feelings. It won't happen again. Will you forgive me? She looked at Bei Chen, her heart swelling with emotion. About that, I was at fault too. Her voice softened considerably. You were only trying to save me then. I shouldn't have gotten so upset and stormed off to Jiangnan like that. Bei Chen's face lit up with delight. So you forgive me then? Blushing furiously, Shui Yu mumbled, we'll have to see how you behave. He inched closer again, one hand slowly sliding under her dress. Behave? Like this? She blushed and turned to push him away. No, but Bei Chen was quicker, grabbing both of her hands and pinning them above her head. What? You don't want to? It's about time we made a little piglet. With that, he leaned down and locked her lips in a kiss. At that very moment, the phone on the table buzzed softly, the screen lighting up with an incoming call. A text notification from Zhao Jun popped up. Bei Chen, we're in deep trouble. Something big is going down. 3 missed calls. Just as Bei Chen and Shui Yu were reaching the climax, the phone rang insistently, shattering the atmosphere. Just as things were getting good, someone had to ruin the mood. He shot up and grabbed the phone, a murderous glint suddenly appearing in Bei Chen's eyes. He growled into the phone. What is it? The person on the other end immediately yelled, Boss, it's a disaster. Everyone's in trouble. You need to get to the Feng residence now. The scene shifts to the Jiang family villa. As soon as he arrived, Zhen frantically ran over. Mr. Jiang, I don't know what your men ate. Suddenly, they all collapsed. Some are puking their guts out, others have a bad case of the runs. Bei Chen's eyes were fixed on the pile of food as if he wanted to burn it to a crisp. Have the food samples been sent for testing? Zhen quickly replied from the side, Yes, sir. The results should be back any minute now. Paying no attention to her, he was lost in his own thoughts, his face grim as he mused. Could this be related to the assassination attempt from earlier? An assassination plot via the digestive tract? No way, the Two-Wind Society isn't that smart. All the spies in the Feng family have been rooted out, so was it a kitchen ghost who did the poisoning? Suddenly, a guy scrambled in, shattering his serious detective-like atmosphere, and hastily reported, Miss Feng, the test results are in. The man glanced at Zhen and continued, "We've checked everything. The culprit was some expired nightmare tofu that they ate, which caused the food poisoning. It's just a minor digestive issue. A few pills to stop the runs should fix them right up." Hearing this, her jaw dropped. "What? Stinky tofu? My kitchen only serves gourmet delicacies. We'd never have that. Pungent dish." Just then, from behind them, one of the victims trembled and whispered, Bei Chen, I know what happened." This was followed by an image of a mountain of cleaned-out, stinky tofu containers. Seeing this, Bei Chen's face turned black as the bottom of a pot. He turned to the guy and hissed through his teeth. "Spit it out. Did you all get greedy for a cheap deal? Buy 3 boxes of stink bombs to eat and end up with a collective case of the runs?" The man trembled like a leaf. "Yes, sir. I never expected the quality of stuff from that PCC company to be so reliable. If I had known, I would have bought from PTTU instead. Their reputation and quality have always been top-notch." Suddenly, Bei Chen's expression became extremely grim. He lost control and roared, "I think your brains have all been flushed down the toilet. Everyone, assemble. Hop on 1 foot around the villa for 300 laps. Anyone who dares to take a bathroom break before finishing is done for." The men's faces turned green, but they still shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." At the front, the group hopped and groaned. "Brothers, the back door can't hold on much longer. Hop faster so we can go release the flood." Bei Chen stood behind them, turned to Zhen and said casually, "I'm usually a kind and easygoing boss, so I apologize for letting Miss Feng witness such an unsightly scene. I'll stay here and watch over them until they recover." Seeing this, she giggled, "It's all right. Your men are quite spirited." But just after her cheerful moment, Zhen's expression changed in a flash and she warned him seriously, "But after this incident, you should have them use products from Pin 22 from our Jingsheng group and use less from PCC of the Guanghui group. At the very least, our quality control is extremely good." Hearing this, he was surprised. "Pin CC is an enterprise of the Guanghui group?" Zhen quickly replied, "Yes, right now on the market, there's only Pin CC from the Guanghui group and Pin 2 from our Jingsheng group. We are the only 2 giants in group shopping, but to compete with us, they've engaged in an extreme price war, so the quality is a total gamble. Buying expired food is a common occurrence. This wallet-busting war has been going on for several years, and recently, Pin CC has been playing really dirty, and I'm afraid they're about to go all in for a life-or-death battle with our Pin 22. Zhen's expression became more tense than ever. "Our side and the Guanghui group have been at each other's throats for years, and this time, victory or defeat hinges on that AI teamwork. And whichever AI secures this will become the overlord of Jiangnan." Hearing this, our boy Bei Chen bluntly declared his intention to overthrow the Guanghui group. To bring down the 2 Van Hoi, we must target their 2 core business sectors. Her eyes flashed with worry as she quickly added, "Whenever you need me, just give me a call and I'll be there in a flash." Her words were music to his ears, and Bei Chen laughed heartily. "Of course I'm getting my hands dirty, don't forget. Your big brother Jiang is now a major shareholder in your Jingsheng group, you know." As he finished speaking, she suddenly reached into her pocket, fumbling around for something. "Oh my, I almost completely forgot," Zhen said as she hurriedly pulled out a small, elegant invitation. Holding it out in front of him, she chirped, "Mr. Jiang, this is an invitation to my company's annual product showcase. It's being held in Jiangnan, so you must come and join the fun." Before Bei Chen could even answer, her face flushed red and she stammered, "And there's one more thing." She thought to herself, "I'm going to take a leap of faith and ask him to be my dance partner. I wonder if he'll agree. My heart is pounding so hard." Just as she was working up her nerve, Bei Chen suddenly reached out his hand. "Could I have 2 invitations? I'm planning to bring a date." Hearing this, Zhen froze for 5 seconds, then stammered, "Ah, yes, as long as you have an invitation, you can bring your date, sir." Having gotten what he wanted, he didn't hesitate for a second, simply turning and walking away. "My date and I will definitely be there tomorrow. You should get some rest, Miss Feng. I'm going to check on how my soldiers are doing." Zhen stood there as if struck by lightning, her heart shattering into 100 pieces. The next day, at a lavish banquet hall, while everyone was celebrating wildly, our dear Zhen was sulking in a corner. Suddenly, a gentleman approached her and elegantly extended his hand. "Miss Feng, would you do me the honor of having this dance?" However, she rejected him flatly. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today, and I'm not in the mood for dancing." That's what she said, but in her heart, she was utterly devastated. If only he were the one asking me. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Zhen gave a wry smile and mentally slapped herself. "Get a grip, he already rejected you so cruelly, and besides, he's already taken. His date must be his wife, so there's no chance for me anyway." Right at that moment, from the entrance, Bei Chen strode in with a female companion whose appearance was, let's just say, interesting. The security guards stopped them. "Invitation, please." Ignoring the security guard's curious gaze, Bei Chen held out the invitation. The guard quickly waved them through without further questions. All right, no problem. Please come in, Mr. Jiang and... Your wife. I can't believe the boss is taking it this far. Boss, if sister-in-law finds out about this, isn't she going to make you sleep on the couch? Bei Chen grimaced and replied, I have no other choice. I can't let her walk into danger like last time. Someone has been trying to ambush me for the past 2 days, so I have to ask you to bear with this. Just as the two of them passed by, a strange object suddenly fell to the floor with a soft thud. You dropped something. The girl gently bent down to pick up Zhao Jun's fake breast. Tian was stunned, her jaw dropping as she stared at the couple before her. She looked bewildered for a moment, then screamed, Why is it him? Faced with Tian's explosive reaction, Bei Chen simply asked nonchalantly, Who are you? Witnessing his boss's terrible memory, Zhao Jun quickly tried to prompt him. Boss, it's the schoolgirl from the airport the other day. Hearing this, Tian was absolutely fuming. Just great. You might not remember me, but I remember you crystal clear. You're the one who gave my grandfather that shot at the airport, and because of you, his condition now is getting worse and worse. I'm going to settle this score with you. Hearing this, Zhao Jun's face darkened. Not again, this girl. We're not trying to pull anything, and we certainly didn't trick you last time. But the young lady remained skeptical, leaving the two guys flustered and only able to stammer, Wait, you? Aren't you the man from the airport? Tian pointed directly at Zhao Jun's face, her voice filled with outrage. How dare you disguise yourself as a woman like this? And you still have the nerve to deny you were tricking me? Zhao Jun was tongue-tied, unable to say a word. Seeing this, Tian pressed her advantage, starting to shout while the two guys were still frozen stiff. Security! Waiter! There are 2 scammers in here. Throw them out immediately. Suddenly, the young lady's eyes widened in utter horror. Zhao Jun lunged forward in a flash to cover her mouth. He also swiftly snatched back his bust. Only after the commotion did the security team leisurely appear. What's going on here, folks? As soon as she was released, Tian immediately pointed and accused them. It's those 2. They're professional scammers. Catch them and throw them out. For some reason, the artist decided to bless the guy with sparkling, tear-filled eyes. The 2 immediately got into character whining, "Oh, security officers. Don't listen to her lies." Bo Shen, standing beside him, didn't dare look directly at the master actor Zhao Jun as he continued to whisper. Here's what happened. This girl, she's madly in love with my boyfriend. But unfortunately for her, she loses to me when it comes to assets, so she became bitter. Since she couldn't accept it, she started stalking us everywhere, spreading rumors that my husband is a heartless player. The security guards glanced at Tian and nodded in understanding. Zhao Jun deserved an Oscar for his performance right then and there. It really looked like she had followed them here just to cause trouble. Hitting a sore spot, Tian jumped up. Nonsense, how could my chest be smaller than yours? Yours is the fake one. With that, she lunged forward and hugged Zhao Jun tightly. You see, officers, even after getting an upgrade, she still refuses to admit it. Everywhere she goes, she calls us liars. Tian was so shocked she nearly went crazy. You know that's not what I meant. The surrounding crowd began to whisper and gossip. What's all this hot drama about? That handsome guy has some peculiar tastes. To be into a woman who's so built like that, I really don't get it. Hey man, with the lights off, all cats are gray. But you have to admit, that lady looks a bit strange, but her assets are definitely oversized. The experience at night must be incredible. No one bothered to listen to Tian's explanations anymore. It's obvious she's just green with envy, right? A woman's jealousy is truly a scary sight. Backed into a corner, Tian could only scream in helplessness. Don't listen to them. They're the real scammers. Security stepped forward. Ma'am, we don't allow disturbances here. Please leave. Suddenly being told to leave, an infuriated Tian raised her voice. Why should I have to leave? I am Sun Tian, the eldest young miss of the Sun family. Who dares to kick me out? Bo Shen calmly pulled out an invitation. We came here with a proper invitation. Beside him, Zhao Jun awkwardly whispered, Hey, that's enough acting. Stop groping me. Bo Shen turned to Tian and asked, You say you're the eldest young miss of the Sun family, so where is the invitation to prove your identity? The young lady hurriedly rummaged around, looking for her invitation. Of course I have it. Huh, that's strange. Where did my invitation go? I'm sure I put it in here. Immediately, the poor young miss was escorted out. Let me go. I really am the eldest young miss of the Sun family. Suddenly, the two guys' eyes met, and a powerful sense of camaraderie surged between them. Neither of them could continue the act any longer and rushed off to have a good puke. Once they were done, the two straightened their clothes. Time to get down to business. They had important work to do today. Inside the hall, a person was flattering Mr. Shu. Thanks to your contributions, the renewal of our city's infrastructure has proceeded incredibly smoothly. I also heard that you've established a scholarship fund for all the orphanages in Jiangnan. You truly are the great philanthropist of this Jiangnan region. The man beamed, replying humbly, "Not at all, not at all. It's simply what I ought to do." Wen Hui also smiled in return, appearing as friendly as possible. The moment he turned away, his expression changed in a flash. "I'm going upstairs to rest. Call the guards outside to come in." If someone showed up, he'd find a way to escape, but then a deafening boom suddenly echoed. It startled the bodyguards. They had just managed to yell, "Who the hell is that?" when they saw Tru Quan and Bak Then, who had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing his imposing figure, the whole group stared at each other dumbfounded. Bak Then glanced at them and smirked, and all that was left were agonizing screams. What do you people want from me?" Van Hoi, who had been bedridden for years, whispered weakly. What kind of monster was that kid Jiang Bak-chan anyway? For years, even a powerhouse like Diet Thuong Hai, who was incredibly influential, had been defeated by him 7 times and was eventually— The old man sensed trouble outside, and his secretary, pale as a ghost, ran in to report. Chairman, we're screwed. Someone is demanding to see you." Van Hoi groggily opened the door a crack, grumbling. "Didn't I say I'm not seeing any visitors? I told you to get rid of them politely, didn't I?" But the scene behind the door left him speechless. Back then, and Tru Quan had already put all of his henchmen to sleep. Well, Chairman 2 is quite the big shot. It's been years, and you're planning to give me the cold shoulder at the door like this?" Dien was fuming, shouting, "Damn it, you actually believe those 2 scammers instead of me? This young lady swears she'll come back and have this cheap-ass hotel razed to the ground." Her expression suddenly turned to panic. "Huh, what's that commotion upstairs?" "Up there," Bak Then was strangling Van Hoi like a chicken. Up there." Van Hoi, choked to the point of suffocation, stammered, "You're insane. This place is covered in cameras like a spiderweb. If I die, you're going down with me." Bak Then sneered, "I don't care. As long as you disappear spectacularly, that's all that matters to me." He glanced over, "Goodbye, Uncle 2. Van Hoi's soul nearly left his body as he screamed, "Wait, hold on. I was forced back then. I was a victim too." Bak Then loosened his grip, and Van Hoi's face had turned deathly pale. But before the old man could even recover his senses, he snatched the old man's hand as quick as a flash. Van Hoi let out a string of curses. Bak Then smirked, his voice deceptively sweet. "Speak up, darling. Who ordered you to do it?" The old man's whole body trembled like a leaf as he was dangled in the air. "Hey buddy, pull me up first. Let's sit down and have a heart-to-heart over some tea." Bak Then just scoffed. "If I let go this time, there are no do-overs." He glared at the old man and began to count down. 3. The old man screamed in terror. "You," Bak Then said nonchalantly. 2. The old man hurriedly spilled everything. "Wait, don't let go, I'll talk. It was the old man who's about to marry your mother. He came to me, put a gun to my head, and forced me to find a way to send you and your father to meet your ancestors." The old man looked up, drenched in sweat. "I don't know his name. I only know he's the son of some big shot. Someone who could have me finished with a snap of his fingers. I had no other choice." Bak Then raised an eyebrow. "My mother's fiancé?" Van Hoi screamed as if about to cry. "I'm not lying. I've told you everything. If you don't believe me, just let go and put me out of my misery." Bak Then looked at the old man in silence for a moment. He frowned and yanked the old man back inside. Van Hoi fell sprawling onto the floor. He shot him a glare as sharp as a knife. "Who is my mother? Who the hell is her fiancé? Why would he go out of his way to come after my father and me?" Bak Then growled out every word. "Spit out everything you know. Don't you dare hold back a single word." A look of astonishment flashed across Van Hoi's face. The old man searched his distant memories and began to recount. This story is a whole melodramatic, tragic romance novel, and it all started many years ago. Back then, your folks were the golden couple at Jiangnan University, so deeply in love it was all they knew. It wasn't until much later that we were shocked to find out that your mother was actually the princess of a prominent family from the north, and she had been betrothed to a crown prince from another powerful family since they were in diapers. Van Hoi lowered his head. To be with your father, your mother decided to run away from home, giving up a life of luxury to be with your old man. They were scared to death for their own lives, yet they still managed to produce you while on the run. Your parents truly were the golden couple of naivety. 2 frail people trying to stand against an entire tyrannical dinosaur of a family, * chuckles times. It wasn't long before your mother was captured and escorted back to the mansion. Your father took you back to the Jiang family, crying a river of tears. It was lucky for you too that your maternal family still respected blood ties, or you would have been erased long ago. However, their fancy in-laws weren't so forgiving. He gave a meaningful smile. After all, she was his wife. And she even came with a bonus's child from another man. Do you think the noble husband would let you and your father live in peace? When Hui looked at him, his face changing colors like a chameleon. So they came to me, giving me the KPI to clean up you and your father completely. Yet our boy Bei Chen remained stone-faced, giving a razor-sharp glance. Just as things were heating up, the blaring sirens of the boys in blue echoed from a distance. All three of them turned their heads in confusion to see what was happening. Some nosy Parker was pointing frantically upstairs, rambling on and reporting, "Officers, up there. I swear I saw someone get kicked right out of the building. And there's also some hero inside making mincemeat of people." Seeing the blue uniforms, the crowd gathered in clusters, their jaws dropped. Huh, what's all the commotion? Why are so many cops here? Something bad was definitely going down. The police officers started knocking on every door, asking very politely, "Excuse me, have you noticed any strange occurrences in your room?" The guest looked as bewildered as a deer in headlights. "Huh? I didn't notice anything. Please open the door for a routine spot check. We appreciate your cooperation." Wen Hui's face went pale, his smile looking more like a grimace. "These officers have impeccable timing. What do we do now, son?" Bei Chen was unfazed, silently escorting the little gun lying on the bed out of the room. Outside, an officer let out a long sigh. "We've searched until our legs are about to break, but we haven't found a thing. Maybe that girl was cross-eyed and saw it wrong." The other officer was also exhausted but tried to rally their spirits. "One last room to go. Let's do this, guys." So the two officers dragged themselves to the final room, knocking on the door as per protocol. "Hello, routine check. Please open the door." The door slowly creaked open, and Zhao Jun bowed deeply with extreme politeness. The two officers froze for 5 seconds, because what greeted their eyes was the sight of Bei Chen and Wen Hui exchanging martial arts moves in a very friendly manner. Bei Chen blinked and asked with a wide grin, "Huh, what's all the commotion, officers?" The two officers stepped inside, glanced around the room, and replied, "Well, someone filed a report, suspecting some great hero was cleaning house on the upper floors. Is there anything unusual here?" Bei Chen put on a great act, his face showing extreme horror as he turned to Wen Hui. "Oh my god, is it really that terrifying, uncle? I haven't seen a single unusual thing. Uncle Wen, did you see anything?" The old man just kept his head down, stammering, No. I didn't see anything." The officers turned to leave. "Sorry to bother you, please continue your sparring match." He waved, smiling as brightly as a flower. "You've worked hard, officers. Goodbye now." The moment the door slammed shut, Bei Chen spun around, a wicked smirk on his face. Hey, Uncle Wen, don't look at me with such an affectionate gaze. Outsiders who don't know any better might think I was the one who sent you for a swim all those years ago." He patted the man's shoulder, leaned in close, and whispered, "Don't worry, I was just kidding earlier. The whole script about going to the underworld together with you gives me goosebumps." His eyes glinted affectionately. "I'll serve up your Guanghui group on a platter first, and then it'll be your turn. Uncle Wen, just wait for the good show." Bei Chen smirked, turned, and ordered, "Zhao Jun, withdraw." The other man obeyed instantly. "Roger." Just as their two figures disappeared from view, Wen Hui could no longer stand. His legs turned to jelly and he collapsed onto the floor. Seeing her boss hit the deck, his assistant rushed over in a panic. "Chairman." He was so furious, his whole body started to convulse. "Did you hear what he said? He wants to grind my Guanghui group into dust." "Ha ha, what an international joke." Wen Hui gritted his teeth hard. "Is that punk Guangming at the hotel? Get him up here for me." The assistant mumbled. Mr. Guangming took a leave of absence. He hasn't arrived yet." The reason given was his alcohol tolerance was too high, so he's still busy cleaning out his system to recover. He roared furiously, "A break, my foot. Tell him, you want to sit on Bing Shishi's big boss throne? Then drag your butt over here right now." Meanwhile, outside, Tian is racking her brain trying to explain until she's breathless. How could things possibly be that normal? My 20/20 vision saw someone dangling out there as clear as day. After saying that, our girl suddenly froze, clutching her heart with her jaw dropped and eyes wide. The two officers saw this and immediately crowded around, asking, "What's wrong, beautiful lady?" Tian waved her hand weakly, her voice as faint as a snail's. "Oh, it's nothing. I just have a little hereditary anemia, that's all. Sometimes my blood sugar just drops without warning." Hearing this, the police officer forced a crooked smile, as if to say, Maybe your sugar hallucination, my foot. I just had a ton of sweets, I'm wide awake, there's no way I'm dizzy. If you guys don't believe me, go ask someone on the street. I'm sure someone saw it, unless this whole street— Hello? Who is this? The other side immediately unleashed a torrent of words like a machine gun. "Miss Sun, your grandfather is about to check out of Earth." Hearing this, our girl's face went from white. Bei Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wanting to completely erase Bing Shi by relying only on the Jing Sheng group seems a bit tough. Bei Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wanting to completely erase Bing Shi by relying only on the Jing Sheng group seems a bit tough. If only we could pull in a few more big shots from this Jiangnan region for backup, the chances of turning the tables would definitely skyrocket. From a distance, Jen's eyes lit up like car headlights when she recognized the group of handsome men and she cheerfully called out, "Oh, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Zhao Jun, is that you too?" The guy quickly made a sharp turn, introducing, "This is Zhao Xiaohua, my Zhao Jun's long-lost twin sister." Zhao Jun acted his part just as convincingly, responding shyly, "Yes, just call me Xiao Hua." Zhen Zhen's face turned beet red as she scratched her head. "Oh, so that's how it is. Turns out it's his sister," I thought. Heh, I was totally mistaken. Bei Chen played the part of the cool guy and initiated the conversation. To be invited by Miss Zhen Zhen today is an honor. I wonder how many talented individuals and powerful families of Jiangnan this party has gathered. Among this crowd, is there any faction strong enough to help Bing Shi? She go all out against Bing Tutu, miss. She smiled mysteriously. Of course there is, don't you worry. But most of the big players have already picked a side. Now only two fence-sitter families, the Sun family and the Liu family, are still on the sidelines watching the show. And that is precisely the prey I'm targeting today, Bei Chen smirked cunningly. So I wonder if Miss Zhen Zhen could play matchmaker for me. She immediately puffed out her chest, her eyes shining brightly. Oh my, that's a piece of cake. Mr. Jiang, Miss Xiaohua, follow me. True to her word, Zhen Zhen turned to her secretary. Hello, may I ask if Miss Sun, as in Miss Sun Tian, has a reservation here today? The secretary shook her head frantically. I've already checked with the reception department. There's been no sign of Miss Sun today. Zhen Zhen looked pensive, her eyebrows furrowed like a rope. How strange. The Sun family is a no-show. Could it be that something happened to old Master Sun at home? Bei Chen scratched his chin, his brain beginning to load. Sun Tian? Why does that name sound so familiar, like I've met her in a dream? He turned and asked Zhen Zhen. Well, since the Sun family has bailed on us, let's switch our target to the Liu family first. Zhen Zhen quickly grabbed his arm, her voice hesitant. Wait about the Liu family. Bei Chen smelled something unusual in her tone. What's wrong? Is there some drama? Zhen Zhen turned, waving her hand mysteriously. Just follow me, and you'll find out. Spoiling it beforehand would ruin the fun. The moment the two set foot in the main hall, the MC's booming voice echoed. A warm welcome to all the successful entrepreneurs and prestigious families who have traveled far to join our annual prosperity gala. After speaking, he flashed a textbook-manufactured smile, effortlessly bright. And tonight's winner will take home the masterpiece Purple Jade Sculpture by the Great Master 20, a diamond-sponsored prize from our very own city museum. The crowd below started whispering after hearing this. My goodness, a piece from Master 20? And it's Purple Jade, a super rare find. The city is really going all out this year. No wonder the young masters and young misses of all the families have flocked here like it's a... This prosperity gala, business partnerships are secondary. The main goal of the old folks is to get their hands on that piece of jade. Exactly. You need good bait like this for the sharks to bite. The gossip circle continued their lively chat. Look, Pan Wenxuan and Li Rugu, the golden couple of the Jiangnan tycoon world. Oh my god, even the old matriarch Lu Mei Ling, the final boss of the Liu family, has shown up. Oh my god, look at the rare VIPs showing their faces. Even the final boss of the Fan family and his powerful wife have landed. How shocking. The crowd was completely jaw-dropped. All the bigwigs are gathered here, proving this competition is no small affair. Ru shot mailing a sideways glance, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, Miss Liu, what a small world. To think we'd end up at the same table. What a coincidence, huh? I hear the prize for this little dance-off is quite grand, and Miss Liu here has had her eye on that. Jade sculpture for ages, hasn't she? She squinted with a malicious smile, taunting Mei Ling. But it seems you came alone. No one to guide you? How about I lend you my husband for a bit? Mei Ling scoffed in reply. Rumor has it that your master fan can't even last a minute on the field before going limp, and he still wants to show off his moves. Hearing that, Ru was speechless, her face turning beet red with utter embarrassment. When Xuan, sitting beside her, nudged her and grumbled, just drop it. Why are you provoking that old hag and making us lose face? The Guanghui Corporation is going all out this time, calling in a whole crew of professional disciples from the Wushu Association to compete. Their goal is to snatch the jade sculpture and toss it to Liu Meiling. Why would I need to show up personally? She replied coquettishly. I don't know anything. Meanwhile, in another corner, Zhen Zhen was playing drama tour guide, pointing towards them. Look, that's Liu Meiling, the matriarch of the Liu family. Rumor on the street is that she's the Grand Master of the Jiangnan region, notoriously hard to please. There's only one thing in this world that catches her eye, and that's anything related to jade. It's a safe bet she dragged herself here for that enormous prize. Shen Baichen then asked, so if we win this dancing prize and offer it to Liu Meiling, can we persuade the Liu family to join our side? Zhen Zhen replied, it's possible, but it'll be tough. That Guanghui Corporation is eyeing it just like we are. I don't know where they get their intel so fast. They're even showing off by inviting an expert from the Wushu Association to be their backup. Our chances of winning are pretty slim, he said nonchalantly, turning to Zhao Jun Xiaohua. You think this is a tough match? The guy gave a wry smile. Tough? Not at all, it's a piece of cake. We're definitely taking home the trophy. Ha ha ha. The MC's voice cut through his monologue, and now, let the competition begin. Instantly, the dance floor turned into a fiery battlefield with divine moves. Rue twirled elegantly, exuding an intense aura that screamed, "I can crush you with my money," the very picture of a rich, classy madam. But after just a few beats, she ran out of steam, collapsing and panting as she whispered weakly to Wen Xuan, "Honey, I'm done for." He snapped, "You're out after only 5 rounds? Quick, get me a new partner." Meanwhile, another couple was, gliding as smoothly as silk, painting a vivid picture. Wang Shui flashed a classic, handsome male-led smile. In his mind, he was sure the trophy was his. This is in the bag, a guaranteed win. Suddenly, the entire hall let out a collective gasp of amazement. Wang Shui curiously looked over. Wow! Baiken had just lifted Zhao Jun into the air, and the surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous applause, cheering for the top-notch performance. Seeing this, Wang Shuai's face completely fell. For the rest of the time, his eyes were glued to Baichen and Zhao Jun like superglue. Then, suddenly, he smirked contemptuously. He thought to himself, "I'm a pro backed by the Guanghaoi Corporation. You small fry think you can beat me? Keep daydreaming, sweetie." Zhao Jun also snorted coldly. "You scum, trying to make a fool out of me in front of Baiken." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately took the lead, pulling Baiken into a more passionate dance. Baiken was a bit surprised. It seems Zhao Jun is really getting into this role. The cunning guy decided to provoke Wang Shui, pulling Baichen's hand to glide right up next to him. Seeing this, Wang Shuai's competitive spirit flared, and he refused to be outdone. As Zhao Jun gracefully sashayed closer, the other guy pulled a dirty trick, reaching around his back and ripping the dress with a clean swoosh that was completely And just like that, it was a disaster. Zhao Jun's slit dress suddenly betrayed him, revealing all of his rippling masculine muscles. The guests' jaws dropped, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared at Zhao Jun, their brains temporarily shutting down at this massive plot twist. Good heavens, this beauty was more built than a bodybuilder. Bei Chen could only rub his forehead in frustration, not expecting the plan to go up in smoke so fast. Zhao Jun just laughed awkwardly to brush it off. Wang Shui pointed a finger right in his face, screaming, "You cross-dressing sicko! What are you trying to show off your six-pack abs in broad daylight? Have you no shame? Get the hell out of here." The two of them could only look at each other and let out a long sigh. It was an awkward situation with no easy explanation. Thinking he had it in the bag, the guy puffed out his chest and grinned like he'd won the lottery, boldly declaring, "I, Wang Shui, am the ultimate victor." But little did he know, the center of attention wasn't his smile, but the gaping window right at his crotch. "Wait a minute, is the Gucci gang here too?" They shot him a sidelong glance and began to whisper. "Well, that size is a little underwhelming, isn't it? Truly a small fry. I thought people from the Guang Association were supposed to be impressive, but turns out he's just mini-sized." Wang Shui was completely baffled until he finally glanced down. His face slowly changed colors like a chameleon, then contorted in horror. Snickers echoed in his ears. "I guess you really can't judge a man by his stature." Wang Shuai's dance partner's illusions were completely shattered. She covered her face, cried a river, then turned and left without a single word. "Oh, I don't know this needle." Wang Shuai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, glaring daggers at the couple laughing at his expense. While the other guy was fuming, Bei Chen coolly announced to all the guests, "If there are no further objections, we'll be accepting the trophy now." Wang Shui completely lost it, wailing like a child whose candy was stolen. "Wait, I object. My team clearly spun 1 full turn more than them." Mei Ling gracefully spoke up. "The number of spins is a minor detail. However, letting your earthworm go astray is an unforgivable offense, especially for someone from the Guang group." With that, she glanced over at Zhao Jun. "As for this young lady, I believe the result is still valid, because there isn't a single line in the rulebook that says, contestants are required to dance with a biological woman." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and quickly checked the rules only to have a sudden realization. "Hey, it's true. There really is no such rule." Wang Shui trembled with rage, resorting to throwing a fit. You're all ganging up to bully me." With that, he went berserk, charging straight at Bei Chen like a moth to a flame, determined to settle the score and salvage the pride of his mini size. "If my reputation is ruined, then you're not getting off easy either." Bei Chen knew with a single glance that Wang Shui was trying to drag him down with him. Bei Chen calmly spun around and delivered a picture-perfect kick straight to his stomach, like something out of an action movie, leaving the guy speechless. That wasn't all. He even threw in a complimentary stomp on his head, a blow so powerful that the surrounding floor tiles cracked under the pressure. The MC froze for a full 5 seconds, sweat pouring down his face, as he tremblingly presented the trophy to the boss with both hands. Bei Chen, on the other hand, was the picture of elegance, giving a slight nod to accept the prize. The MC gathered all his courage, cleared his throat, and announced in a loud voice, "The champion of this year's dance-off competition is Mr. Zhang Bei Chen's team." The scene then shifts to a different room. Bei Chen's voice rang out, saying, "This exquisite, carved purple jade piece now belongs to you." He moved closer, introducing himself in a flat, emotionless voice to Mei Ling, who was sitting across from him. "Miss Liu, I'm Jiang Bei Chen." She gave a meaningful smile and a flirtatious glance, replying, "Mr. Jiang, it seems you're quite capable. In every sense of the word, I saw you arrive with Zhen Zhen, and I have also heard about her situation." Hearing this, Bei Chen immediately snapped his head around to look at Zhen Zhen. Not sure what this lady was up to, Mei Lin suddenly whined, shooting daggers at him. "But if you want me to help with something so huge, you can't just rely on a few lifeless carved jades." She boldly made a direct proposition. "How about if you, Mr. Jiang, are willing to go all the way?" Before Mei Lin could elaborate further, the guy bluntly threw cold water on her. "Aim, Miss Liu, have some decency." Rudely rejected, she didn't even bother to speak and turned away in a huff. Tesk. What a boring man. In that case, Mei Lin's eyes suddenly lit up when she spotted a much more interesting toy, her slender finger pointing straight at Zhao Jun, who was standing cluelessly in the corner of the room. "I want him." At the Liu residence under a clear blue sky, Mei Lin seemed extremely pleased with her trophy, Zhao Jun. "Next time you need anything, just come find me any time, darling. You just have to ask." Meanwhile, our poor protagonist was running to tattle to Bei Chen with tears and snot all over his face. Bei Chen was visibly thrilled to have the Liu family's backing, leaving poor Zhao Jun as the only victim. "Oh God, why is my life so miserable?" Back home, the young man sulked alone in his room. Now, only the Sun family remained as a tough nut to crack. Feng Shen reported that someone in the Sun family was in poor health. Bei Chen twirled something in his hand, looking thoughtful and dangerous. "Aha, then perhaps we should start our visit from here." Just then, the TV suddenly switched onto the news. Here is this morning's breaking news. The chairman of the Sun Group is at death's door. The eldest young Miss, Sun Tiantian, is currently keeping vigil at the city's most prestigious hospital. He squinted. The girl looked familiar. Ah, so it was Sun Tiantian. On the screen, she was arguing at the top of her lungs with a doctor. "Nonsense. No way. Nothing can happen to my grandpa." Someone beside her hurriedly tried to console her. "Tiantian, you have to accept the truth. The old master's time is up. Don't be selfish and make him suffer any longer. Listen to me." But she still screamed, "I don't believe it." Just then, Bei Chen slapped his thigh, realizing what was going on. So it's Sun Tiantian. No wonder she looks so familiar. He immediately picked up the phone and called Zhao Jun. "Hello, I need you to do something for me. Right now." Bei Chen smirked dangerously. "I must pay a visit to the Sun family." 3 hours later, at the hospital, Tiantian slammed her hand on the table, her face filled with killing intent. "I don't give a damn who you are. As long as you can cure my grandpa, you will be an honored guest, a benefactor to the entire... But if you can't, then you better watch out." Hearing this, the doctors' faces turned pale as they all hurriedly tried to explain themselves. We've really tried everything. We're completely at a loss." An older-looking doctor timidly spoke up. "Miss, well, I'll be frank with you. Previously, it was your Sun family that kept delaying and refused to let us doctors see his medical records. Old Master Sun's examination was delayed, and at this point, even a god couldn't do anything." Hearing the doctor's harsh words, Tiantian was stunned as if struck by lightning. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Just then, Sun Gang kicked the door open, laughing sinisterly. "Haha, well said, my dear sister. You don't need to worry about the rest of this mess. It was you, you beast. How could you? This bastard even brought a gang of goons to intimidate Tiantian, all because the old man insisted on leaving the family fortune to her. So I had to send him on his way to the afterlife a little early. He's probably meeting his ancestors by now, right?" The more Sun Gang thought about it, the more pleased he became. "But then again, this is all thanks to you, little sister. If you hadn't rashly declared that the Sun family would grant any wish to whoever could cure the old man, I wouldn't have needed to act so hastily. Besides, whatever you offer is my money anyway." He arrogantly kicked a chair, acting all high and mighty. Sun Gang was ecstatic, gloating because he thought his plan had succeeded perfectly. "My money? Heh, it's all mine." Tiantian's voice suddenly turned cold. "Are you sure? If that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Get out." She glanced wearily at the madman in front of her. That Sun Gang was still clueless about what he was up against, taunting her. "Damn you, what are you barking about?" Yet, a moment later, his jaw dropped as if he'd swallowed cement. Grandpa Sun was wheeled in, his face as cold as ice. Sun Gang's face drained of all color as he stammered. I must be seeing things. Grandpa, you're not dead?" Sun Gang trembled like a leaf. The old master growled. "I deliberately spent a fortune overseas to buy health supplements and even framed that Bei Chen." So this is that chick's accomplice? Why does this guy look so ridiculous? Trying to play the villain with a negative infinity IQ? Seeing back then slowly advance, Tan Kwang turned pale with fear, as limp as a wet noodle. You, what are you planning to do? Stay away from me. Guards! Where are the guards? Save me. Bakthan said nonchalantly, Oh, that poison? I can deal with it with a snap of my fingers. But never mind, it's okay if you don't understand. I was just conveniently curing the old man's baldness and his chronic blockage issue at the same time. Old man Tan, sitting behind him, coughed and spluttered, gently reminding him out of embarrassment. Ahem. You don't need to be so detailed, son. And just a reminder, this is the main character. A villain who still falls for promotional deals. Remember to stay away from that pin tattoo shop next time, you idiot. What a complete newbie who hasn't experienced the world. A vial of medicine rolled to Tan Kwang's feet from out of nowhere, and he picked it up curiously to inspect it. After reading the words on the label, Tan Kwang looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes bulging so wide they looked like they would pop out. Harming people is illegal. Do you think I'm stupid? He let out a loud laugh and then fell backward. He bitterly realized he had become a laughingstock for everyone. Oh my god, Pin Tutu is a scam. A tragic scream echoed from the Tan family mansion. After Tan Kwang's comedy act concluded, everyone gathered again in the meeting room at the ancient house. Old man Tan was so furious his blood boiled, repeatedly slamming his hands on the wheelchair. His anger overwhelmed the pain, making him forget he was a wounded man. Mr. Bak, say no more. No matter how useless Tan Kwang is, he still carries the Tan family blood. After saying that, the old man shot to his feet and turned to face the window, looking extremely cool. He can be stupid, he can be an idiot, but he absolutely cannot be allowed to bring shame upon our family for buying fake products. And he bought them twice. The weather is getting cold, make that Pin Tutu company go bankrupt. Just look at that powerful aura. I bet old man Tan has been binging those domineering CEO novels for over 180 minutes. But wait, did anyone notice when the old man's hair turned black again? The whole group had to suppress their laughter to the point of internal injury. Sir, what you said sounded really cool, but taking down a company with your whole crew just because it sells fake constipation medicine is a bit weird. Thus, the plan to dispense justice was shelved. Bak then turned to Miss Tan and advised her leisurely, Don't worry, since the old man is all geared up like this, he surely has a plan. You can rest easy. Anyway, I'm heading out now. I'll be waiting for the good news as promised. A few days later, somewhere, two men with pale faces were glued to a stock chart that was plummeting. Go up! Please, just go up. Damn it, it dropped again. Is the report finished yet? Kwon Min, his face purple with anger, slammed the table. He roared in his employee's face. What the hell is going on? Have you all checked thoroughly? The subordinate stammered. Yes. We checked carefully, boss. Old Master Tun of the Tun family just made a huge media splash, saying he nearly died from taking the fake medicine from our Pin Tutu. Now that those broke customers know, they're cursing us for harming people and are flocking to demand refunds. Kwon Min furiously screamed, Nonsense! They're twisting the facts. Everyone in this entire Jiangnan region knows. If our poison was the real deal, that old man would be long gone by now. He obviously saw through Tan Kwang's plot. Go shut down all the media outlets. Spread the word that we intentionally sold fake poison to take credit for saving a life. Do you understand, you imbecile? He just grabbed the employee by the collar and screamed like a lunatic. But boss, our public relations team. Just then, the door swung open, and two police officers walked in with friendly smiles. Hello there. Excuse me, are you the boss of Pin Tutu? An officer flashed his badge. Please come down to the station with us right now. I have no idea how much the boss paid this employee, but even as his boss was about to do hard time, he still tried to argue, but the Sun family already gave us a heads up. Yes, this time was just a slip-up, but all the products we sold before were completely authentic. The officers probably died laughing, called Kwon Ming directly, and then hauled him away. This guy really has the memory of a goldfish, not saying a single word about such a huge problem. The employee looked dejectedly at his former boss, who now looked as pathetic as a wet dog. The company's stock was probably only good for folding into paper airplanes. He muttered, You think you're still... Or were you waiting until you threw the whole company in my face to be satisfied? He turned away in frustration and dialed his phone. Hello, is this Mr. Du Wenhui? Here's what happened. Yes, sir. Yes, I've done exactly as you instructed, sir. You can rest easy. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bei Chen was at home, kicking back and enjoying the show. He nodded in approval. This trick was the perfect way to deal with insolent fools. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Truly worthy of an old fox, Zhao Jun had lived most of his life but never expected the old man from the Sun family to show his grandson such tough love. Facing the risk of bankruptcy, no wonder he was so ruthless. It turns out Bei Chen didn't intervene because he had foreseen this scene 8 lifetimes ago. The newspaper headline screamed, CEOs hold hands on their way to the big house. With Pin Tutu under investigation, he clenched his fists. This was big trouble. Pin Tutu and the Guanghui group will have a hard time escaping this one, but it's still too early, Bei Chen commented. The Guanghui folks are probably scrambling to divorce Pin Tutu as we speak. They'll just scream that it was an individual's mistake, knowing that old Du Wenhui's character, for the arrest to go this smoothly. He definitely has another trick up his sleeve. I'm afraid he's probably at home right now, patting himself on the back thinking he's so clever. Zhao Jun worried anxiously. So what do we do now, boss? Bei Chen, if we don't take this chance to kick Du Wenhui while he's down, it'll be a huge pain later. Bei Chen just waved his hand dismissively, looking mysterious. Calm down. Rest assured, I've already planned this whole scene out. The delicious bait is ready, just waiting for old Du Wenhai to take it. At the same time, Mei Ling had arrived at the Du family's doorstep. Has Mr. Du been waiting long? She flirted. Getting an audience with you is harder than climbing to heaven. Mei Ling tossed a photo onto the table. Lu Mei Ling, don't care about fame or fortune here in Jiangnan. I'm only interested in handsome men. She gritted her teeth. And yet that bastard Jiang Bei Chen dared to have his lackeys humiliate me like that. For this grudge, I'll make him pay back with interest. Looking at this picture, I only have one question. Why didn't the author draw Zhao Jun a little more handsome? You have the money, I have the connections. Let's work together. All the money I make from whitewashing Pin Tutu's image, I'll give it all to you. I only need one thing, Jiang Bei Chen's life. Wenhui looked at the photo, his face turning pale as a ghost. Fine, all right. I believe you. Now put that picture away for me. The media was in an uproar. Breaking news. Today, Pin Tutu, a star on the Jiangnan stock market, was taken into custody for its involvement in selling counterfeit goods and producing special candy. The director of the Guanghui Group, Mr. Du Wenhui, even publicly admitted that his business of dealing in prohibited goods was related to using Pin Tutu as a front to traffic hot merchandise and attempting to grease the palms of a prosecutor named Liu. This is reporter Li Koi reporting from the scene. It's truly unbelievable that someone with a negative infinity IQ could establish the entire Guanghui Group. It's a miracle. The case was practically a done deal. When Hui heard the news and was boiling with rage, yelling in Mei Ling's face, "You dare to play me." But she nonchalantly asserted, "I swear I'm not lying. I came here because of that goddamn Zhao Jun he and she." His face was ashen. You and him. When Hui couldn't take the pressure, spat out a mouthful of red syrup and screamed, "I've been framed. Jen, what's the point of explaining anymore? The day he decided to sell fakes to play dirty with us, he should have known this day would come." Bei Chen announced confidently, "From this day on, there will be no trace of Pin Tutu left in this land of Jiangnan, only the empire of Pin Shi. You can call it a total monopoly." When Hui staggered to his feet, looking like death warmed over, and he laughed like a lunatic. "I bet you never imagined you'd take me down with such a lame script." Wen Hui's face was as crumpled as a dish rag as he growled, "I've been navigating the business world for 35 years. Your little tricks are nothing to me. You little brat, your time is up." And yet, for some reason, Jen pressed herself tightly against that taken man. Luckily, Bei Chen's sturdy back was there to shield her. "Oh, I heard you still have a trump card, don't you? How about I lend you my phone to check on your goods?" He casually held out his phone, causing all of Wen Hui's confidence to evaporate instantly. Trembling like a leaf, he took the phone, and a familiar, booming voice immediately came from the other end. "Mr. Jiang, Old Master Sunday. Miss Liu and Miss Feng, along with their families, have all been well taken care of by us. We also have to thank your friends minions for so enthusiastically showing us the way." Hearing this, Wen Hui's blood pressure skyrocketed. "I told you guys to go clean them up," Wu Dao explained defensively from the other end of the line. "Yes, we did clean up, but not Mr. Jiang's friends. It's you we're cleaning up." Wen Hui's face turned as white as a sheet, completely drained of blood. He screamed frantically, "How much did that Jiang Bei Chen pay you? Why did you team up with him?" Wu Dao went silent. Then he passed the phone to the person next to him. "Of course, it's because of me." A familiar voice answered. It turned out to be Gang Hai. "Surprise, old man. This old master hasn't kicked the bucket yet." The story is, just when old Gang Hai thought he was about to meet his ancestors, lying still and waiting for the end, his stomach suddenly let out a long rumble. That gurgling sound pulled him back from the gates of hell. Even Gang Hai himself was bewildered. Why am I here? His underlings quickly gathered around. "Old master, you're awake. We know we were wrong. Easy with your hands. Kids, you're about to crush me to death." It turns out it was cracking their knuckles with a snap. "It's payback time, old man. Time to die." Wen Hui finally understood that all of his dirty tricks and schemes had been completely read by Bei Chen. He just smirked. "Sorry, but I already figured out all your moves." Wu Dao pulled out a weapon and listed his crimes. "This old geezer Wen Hui kidnapped me and even threatened Lian Mengjun. He almost sent my elder to meet his ancestors. He raised his blade. Someone's going to have to make a blood donation today." A terrified Wen Hui backed away. his face pale. Wait, Jiang Bei-chen, I'm still useful. You can't let him make mincemeat out of me, he screamed in desperation. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death, but who would have thought Wu Dao didn't even make a move, just muttered, "Damn it, I can't believe I was tricked by such a foolish old man before. To think I actually fell for the trap of an amateur like you." Wen Hui was so scared he wet himself on the spot. If not for the fact that Mr. Jiang still had questions for him, I would have sent you to your grave a long time ago. He lifted Wen Hui by the collar, then turned and asked, "Boss, do you need me to interrogate this guy for you? I'm an expert in this field." Bei Chen replied coldly, "No need." Immediately, Wu Dao let go. With a thud, Wen Hui collapsed right in the puddle of his own holy water. Wu Dao clicked his tongue. Whatever, it's too filthy, better not to touch it anyway. Wen Hui lay there, cursing under his breath. Damn it. How dare you all humiliate me like this? Bei Chen looked down from above at the pathetic man. Oh, no, it should be Mr. Jiang, shouldn't it? Chairman Jiang, please, I raise the white flag and admit defeat 7 times over. You've clearly won this round. That Bin Tutu is all yours now. You're not like those crude gangsters. Please spare me. Before he could even shut his mouth, Baiken grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away, using his greasy head as a hammer to break the glass, leaving Wen Hui dangling outside the window screaming like a stuck pig. Trying to give you a one-way trip. Huh. Hey, old man Wen Hui, did you ever imagine this day would come? After the day you sent my father to his grave and threw me into the sea as a buffet for the sharks. Wen Hui desperately begged for his life. Big brother Jiang, don't let me go. I'm afraid of heights. But Baiken was no saint who would let things slide so easily. Ever since I was discharged and returned to the city of Yunhai, my career path has been a bed of roses. My enemies just lined themselves up for me to catch and crush. And today, the final boss, Wen Hui, the last butcher on my blacklist, has finally been caught. I just need to send you to meet your ancestors right here, and my revenge movie will officially have its happy ending. Hearing this, Wen Hui's eyes shrank smaller than a bean as a film of memories flooded back. Baishan mumbled the old words, "Your father dared to mess with my woman, and even spawned a piece of trash like you. He deserved to die, and you should follow him to make a pair." I still remember every word those old geezers blurted out, the horrifying memories of that year replayed like a 4K horror film in his eyes. Wen Hui could only weep and wail, his eyes so bloodshot they looked like they would pop out. Seeing this, Gang Hai and Zhao Jun quickly huddled together to whisper, "This old Wen Hui is like a dog with its tail between its legs now. If Mr. Jiang makes him fly from here, it'll be a lot of trouble. It wouldn't be good if someone saw." Zhao Jun chimed in, "Baishan, I have a few things to discuss with this old man. Why don't you go back to your room and get some sleep first? You should go finalize the takeover of Bin Tutu. Tomorrow, we'll come to assist you again, so don't do anything rash. Shut your mouth and let's go, old man." Mealing snapped as she dragged Gang Hai away, not forgetting to wink at Zhao Jun. "Bye-bye, handsome. Remember to come find me tomorrow." It was only then that he realized Miss Feng was still standing there alone. "Huh, Miss Feng, you haven't left yet?" She immediately spoke up. This operation was a resounding success, all thanks to Mr. Jiang, directing everything from A to Z. I've always wanted to thank Mr. Jiang. But actually, I was planning to quietly retreat into the background because I heard a rumor that Mr. Jiang is already taken, so I didn't dare to say a word about my admiration. Zhao Jun quickly cut in, "Wait a minute, Miss Feng, but what I saw today made me realize a truth. Only a man like Mr. Jiang is a real man. He's the idol of my heart." Hearing this, Zhao Jun broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, Wait, Miss Feng, I don't know if tonight, after Mr. Jiang finishes his work, could I invite him over to my place to hang out alone?" Zhao Jun just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "I'm afraid it's too late. That Baiken probably isn't in the mood. It's a bit inconvenient. Maybe Miss Feng should just..." But Jen wasn't one to give up. "It's more fun when it's late. The later it gets, the quieter it is. Just tell him to meet after 12 o'clock at night. My villa's window is the perfect spot." Suddenly, a clownish figure appeared from nowhere. Wu Dao put his arm around Jen's shoulder. "Hey beautiful, Mr. Jiang might be a real looker, but he's already taken. Are you trying to steal the spotlight and be the other woman? It's such a waste for a beauty like you. Stop fantasizing about him. How about the two of us go grab a bite to let our feelings grow?" But she just growled in response, delivering a devastating kick straight to the family jewels of the foolish Wu Dao. "Forget being the other woman. Even if I had to be his pet dog, I still wouldn't deign to eat with you." Meanwhile, in the next room, Baichen was having a heart-to-heart with Wen Hui. "Speak. If I spare your old life, what use is it other than as an offering to my father in heaven?" "Well, Baichen clasped his hands together, his voice dropping low. "Speaking of which, there's something I really want to get to the bottom of. At first, I thought that. Rumor has it you were head over heels for my mother back in the day, followed by some tear-jerking drama. But when I dug into this scandal to investigate, I couldn't find any connection between you and my mother whatsoever. Hearing this, old Wen Hui was overjoyed. That's it. It wasn't me. I'm as clean as a whistle. You've got the wrong guy. Go find him. But just as things were going smoothly, he suddenly froze for some reason. Bei Chen found it strange. Find who? Old Wen Hui jumped, waving his hands frantically. Oh no, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. I did it all. It was all my fault. Bei Chen lost his patience, jumping up and snapping. What? You two-faced Wen Hui. My parents fell in love 15 years ago. 15 years ago, you had already reached the top of the Guanghe group. What does my Jiang family have to do with your family? Why not sooner or later? Did you have to send my father to meet his maker exactly 5 years ago? Huh. The old man stammered, I. He got right in the old man's face. Hey, Wenhui, you yourself admitted that my sworn enemy was you in your Guanghui group. After saying that, he switched to a harsh interrogation mode. Spit it out. Who's pulling the strings behind you? What is their goal? Who knows how powerful this hidden force was to make old Wen Hui tremble like a leaf? If I dare to breathe a single word, they'll make me disappear without a trace. But if I don't talk, I'll kick the bucket right here and now. He started to bargain. I'll talk, but you have to promise not to take me out after I'm done. He gave old Wen Hui a side eye, as if to say, you think you're in a position to bargain? Seeing he was screwed either way, he mumbled under his breath. It's the Helian family. Bei Chen, standing outside, felt the world itself lag. The Helian family? The streets say that in the imperial capital, there are 4 top dog families that have existed for 1,000 years, living in seclusion like real ninjas. They secretly control this entire empire as if playing a game. No one knows where they are, but messing with them means getting completely wrecked. The Helian family is one of those fantastic 4. He pondered thoughtfully. Well, this sounds absurd, but is very convincing. Isn't this just the urban legend that soldiers shoot the breeze about? The Helian family actually exists? Seeing Bei Chen's death glare. I'm telling the 100% truth. It was the young master of the Helian family who orchestrated this, because your mother, to put it bluntly, is his runaway fiancée. He fell silent, signaling the old man to continue, as if waiting for the drama. Wen Hui swallowed and cautiously explained, the name Li Shuyun was just an alias your mother used. She used that name when she bailed on the wedding. As for her real name, I have no idea. I only overheard that she's a rare treasure and very important. To the young master of the Helian family, that is, back then, the Helian came to me, threw some photos of you and your father at me, and gave an ultimatum. If you can't bring them back, your chairman position is finished. I would have even been exiled to an island to feed the sharks. The image of his father patting his head before leaving suddenly flooded his mind. Bei Chen, your mother ran into a little trouble, but don't worry, Dad's here to handle everything. Bei Chen's face darkened. What on earth happened to my mother? He gently hugged him, as if it were the last time he'd get to hold his son, Helian or whatever, it doesn't matter. Bei Chen, just go and have fun for 2 days. It was only then that it dawned on him, so what happened that year wasn't an accident. He hurriedly pushed Bei Chen into the car. Just get in the car. Son, leave everything to me. But what he really meant was, oh crap, the Helian family is right at our doorstep. A young Bei Chen sat in the moving car, his eyes glued to his father's back. That action movie-style farewell scene was forever etched in his mind. Dad, Mom, if all this is really such a cliché drama, then just how incredible is Mom's true identity? Sometime later, the doctor came out to announce, the patient has suffered severe heart trauma and needs immediate surgery. To make matters worse, the bank card he was given had suddenly been frozen. Out of money for the hospital bills? Well then, we're washing our hands of this. Hearing that, Wen Hui clutched his head, about to faint, and that's when I snapped out of my daze. It turns out the Guanghui group is just a backyard operation for the Helian family, and the previous director has already vanished. The reason he got taken out was for not meeting the boss's deadlines, and I'm quite fond of living, so I don't want to follow in his footsteps. He glared at Bei Chen, his face as tense as a drum. Spare me, and I'll give you a tip. Your mother has an arranged engagement with the Helian family's eldest son. It seems your background isn't so simple after all. Try checking yourself for some unique family heirloom, you know? Like a birthmark in the shape of a treasure map or something, if you can find it. Then you wouldn't need to bother with small fry like us anymore. Hearing this, it clicked for Bei Chen. So that's how it is. So that whole business with old Wen Hui embezzling funds from the Tutu battery project and all those counterfeit goods was the handiwork of the big boss from the Helian family pulling the strings. Where is that one-of-a-kind treasure? He growled. Is that why you recommended my mother to the Helian family? Hearing this, Wen Hui's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the floor. I've been framed. It wasn't me. The Helian family orchestrated the whole thing themselves. He clung to Bei Chen's leg like a lifeline. Those top bosses just point and order, giving tasks with a you get what I mean, right? kind of vibe. I don't have a clue what they're truly planning. Go after the person responsible, not the messenger. I've spilled everything I know. so don't you dare try to frame me." His face was as cold as ice. Looking at the pathetic figure at his feet, Bei Chen clicked his tongue. "All right, deal. As long as you do one more job for me, I'll let you live." And just like that, a press conference, hot off the presses, was organized. I, Wen Hui, solemnly announce, "My resignation, as of tomorrow, I am officially retiring," Wen Hui declared boldly, "and the CEO's hot seat will be filled by the charismatic Jiang Bei Chen." The reporters, smelling drama, immediately shoved a forest of microphones in the old man's face. "Excuse me, what is the relationship between you and Mr. Jiang? Why the sudden handover? Or is it because of the scandal that the contraband version of the 22 batteries is real, and you're about to become a guest of the state?" Wen Hui swallowed his anger, which felt as large as a goose egg. "The smuggling incident was my folly, my fault, my grievous fault. It was Mr. Jiang who enlightened my misguided soul, and I bow my head to. I am prepared to take a long-term vacation at a state-sponsored resort, but to be fair, I was also just a victim of sweet temptation." You could tell by his face that he was still incredibly bitter. Moving forward, Mr. Jiang will take the lead, coordinating with the boys in blue to expose this entire network. Bei Chen sat in a corner, yawning, finding this whole play as bland as dishwater. The reporters, spotting their new idol, did a 180-degree turn. "Mr. Jiang, I still have so many questions." "CEO Jiang, just one question, please." But Bei Chen gave them the cold shoulder, treating them like thin air. "The Hellion family, let's see how you'll play out the rest of this drama. You really know how to stir up trouble every single day." This next part is rated 18+. Oh wait, no. It's just Bei Chen training shirtless in his room. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, as sharp as a butcher's cleaver. "It's thanks to the spiritual energy radiating from this pendant that I've managed to hold on this long." Bei Chen suddenly recalled Old Man. His words, "The origin of this pendant runs deep, my boy. Its history is anything but ordinary, and it has ties to my family's lineage. The last time I went on a dungeon run, I only got trash loot, so I got discouraged and left without thinking too deeply about it. So I have to go snoop around to get to the bottom of this." The dapper young man in a white shirt toyed with the pendant, but his mind was now solely focused on, "Or is it that in your eyes I've become some old hag who's past her prime, so you don't even bother to look at me anymore? Or are you afraid some mistress of yours nearby might see us, huh?" For some reason, Bei Chen's face went blank, and he quickly made an excuse. "I'm just afraid of affecting your skyrocketing career." Shou Yu squinted disbelievingly. "My career? Are you serious?" He raised 3 fingers and swore, "I swear, there's absolutely no other woman by my side except for that annoying Zhao Jun." But in reality, a completely different scenario was playing out in Bei Chen's head. He was worried the Black Lotus clan would come looking for trouble with her if they were truly as fearsome as Tu Wen Hui had boasted. They could show up at any moment. How can I let my guard down? As he was deep in tense thought, the voice of another woman suddenly echoed from outside the door. In that moment, it was as if someone had hit the pause button on the couple. "Ah, Mr. Jiang, it's Zhenjian. I asked Zhao Jun, and he said you were free today, so I've already prepared everything." This whole cutesy act is so infuriating. I don't know why I hate this kind of two-faced act so much. By the time the other girl realized the situation, Shou Yu had already gifted Bei Chen a glare as sharp as a razor, filled with love. "You want to play a 3-person game?" It was unclear if this Zhenjian girl was truly naive or just pretending, as she coughed lightly and whispered, "Cough. If it's 3 people. I'm not entirely against the idea." This suggestive answer brought the situation to a dead end. Shou Yu exploded. Bei Chen panicked. Jiang Bei Chen, have been wronged. This is just a terrible misunderstanding. I can explain." She growled, her voice as cold as ice. "If you try to explain, I'll take care of you right now. The wife is truly the boss, after all." Just as things were about to boil over, a phone rang. Bei Chen grabbed it like a lifeline. "Hello. Hello, this is Jiang Bei Chen. Great, I'll be there immediately." But the 2 Leonesses weren't about to let Jiang Bei Chen go. "Don't you dare run." "Ah, Mr. Jiang, so you were lying. That call was from Zhao Jun on the other end of the line. You little punk, you really know how to stir up trouble, don't you? You intentionally let Fang Zhenjian in to watch the show, right?" But the information Zhao Jun was about to give Bei Chen was far more serious than ever. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, paramedics were loading a body into an ambulance. Zhao Jun delivered the shocking news: Tu Wen Hui is gone. Bei Chen was startled. "So, did they catch the culprit?" he asked while glancing around warily. "Not yet, but there's something more important." Zhao Jun whispered into the phone, "I was quick enough to check Tu Wen Hui's goods before the boys in blue arrived. The wounds on his body are identical to your handiwork. It's unbelievable. It's as if someone is intentionally trying to frame you." Bei Chen frowned as he looked at a picture of Wen Hui. "This is impossible. How the hell could someone imitate the traces of the Xuanqing art?" He imagined the scene when Wen Hui was ambushed, someone who could infiltrate a secret chamber and eliminate the target with a single, effortless strike. Bei Chen mused, breaking into a cold sweat. I'm afraid this person is even stronger than me. His eyes darted as he calculated, to stage such an elaborate crime scene, they must want to mess with my head. Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun couldn't linger there any longer, lest he arouse suspicion. Besides, he knew damn well he wasn't skilled enough to go one-on-one with that mysterious assassin, so the best thing to do was to flee for safety. Realizing this, Bei Chen hurriedly called Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, get out of the crime scene now. On the other end, Zhao Jun managed to stammer a few words before the signal cut out. Static. Bei Chen, you told me. To be. Care. To. Full. Bei Chen panicked and yelled into the phone, hello, Zhao Jun. But he was only met with an endless dial tone. His whole body trembled, when suddenly, the line on the other end came back. Sorry, Boss Bei Chen. Some idiot just called to mess with me. Hello? Boss, why are you so quiet? Bei Chen snapped into the phone. It's fine. Get back here this instant. Don't go anywhere, and don't bother checking on anything. Zhao Jun on the other end was utterly bewildered. Bei Chen let out a loud umph and hung up, the corner of his lips curling into a cunning smile. The Helian family, The stronger the opponent, the more fired up I get. He suddenly felt unusually excited, but then he remembered something. Bei Chen looked back and let out a long sigh. Well, for my own safety, I guess I'll have to crash with these she-devils tonight. They're just my wives. What's there to be so worked up about? Muttering to reassure himself, he reached out with a trembling hand to open the door. And then, the fateful door swung open. Greeting Bei Chen were two pairs of eyes, sharp as daggers, from the two beauties. They roared in unison. You still dare to show your face here? Bei Chen hurriedly tried to defuse the situation. Hey, the three of us. Let's all just calm down. Shoo you. I didn't mean it like that. But his explanation was lost to the wind as a pile of his luggage was thrown out the door. Xiu Yu's steely voice rang out. Too late, you scumbag. Get out of my sight. A few days later, in a remote town near the border, a familiar figure took off his glasses and looked around, bewildered. He clumsily dragged a suitcase, hurrying to the designated location. Bei Chen couldn't help but muse to himself. The Helian family sure is calm and collected, sending a master to put the Tu-Wen society in its place first. Bei Chen said, putting his hands on his hips. Standing in the bustling crowd, he analyzed. First, they take down the Guang society, then they retreat to give me a good scare. Then they wait for the opportune moment to settle old scores. He glanced around. What a shame. A thief can try for 1,000 days, but you can't be on guard for 1,000 days. Bei Chen quickly ducked into a roadside stall and picked up a necklace to examine it. The Xuan Qingju, the failure that you all cast aside. He smirked, admiring the prize in his hand. You probably never imagined in your wildest dreams that a clue to its whereabouts would fall right into my hands. Seeing Bei Chen just standing there staring, the stall owner started to get annoyed. Hey, kid, you buying or not? Say something. He looked at the owner and replied calmly. Sir, could I ask you a few questions? The owner waved his hand dismissively. Go on, get out of here. If you're not buying, don't get in the way of my business. Bei Chen just smiled, gently pulling out a thick stack of green bills and placing it on the counter. The owner's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, his voice becoming sickeningly sweet. Ah, you were asking about this type of necklace? Of course. This is all sourced from the wholesale market. It's the crown jewel of the Shanghai knockoff industry, the owner said, crossing his arms with a proud look on his face. Of this same model, I easily sell about 1,000 or at least a few hundred units a day. It's genuine, Dongguan. Just one click and it's delivered right to your door. What's the matter? Did your wife try to pull a fast one and tell you this thing costs tens of thousands? It's just a fake, my friend. Bei Chen pocketed the necklace, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The one I have isn't a Shanghai knockoff. He then asked the owner, so where can I buy the authentic Shanghai goods? The owner pointed towards a skyscraper in the distance. Oh, you've got a good eye. See that building over there with the tallest dome? Just go inside and ask around, they'll sort you out. The owner kindly added a warning. But let me tell you, that place is full of bigwigs, so you better be careful. Bei Chen looked up at the building, the auction house. Rock. Bei Chen muttered, Task. The last time I dropped by, I wasn't even qualified enough to be part of the main crew. Bei Chen pressed his hand against the glass case, his face pensive as he recalled the time he was just a rookie under the big boss. Back then, I had to play hide and seek behind this rock with a guy who wanted to send me on a one-way trip. Suddenly, boom! The rock lit up with a blinding yellow light. Bei Chen's eyes widened and his jaw dropped, staring at the beam of light wrapping around him like Christmas lights. He asked in bewilderment, What's this? Did I win the lottery? He felt a surge of energy, as if he had just chugged several cans of Red Bull bubbling inside him. Oh my god, this must be the power-up of a lifetime that I've never experienced before. His old scars automatically healed. Bei Chen tilted his head back, enjoying it like a massage. Then whoosh, his whole body levitated like a superhero about to save the world. The room instantly transformed into a concert stage filled with ethereal white smoke. As Bei Chen powered up, he calculated in his head, "Wow, my injuries have vanished by at least 1/3. My power has skyrocketed by 70%, more than enough to slap around that hacker guy the Lian family sent. This trip was a huge score." The glass case began to crack like a dropped phone screen. He thought to himself, "The speaker on the stone went silent after I was fully charged. And looking closely, this material seems familiar, just like that pendant that I was gifted back then." Bei Chen's eyes were glued to the case, an image of the designer necklace appearing in his mind. It must be a limited edition piece crafted from this mountain rock. While he was busy appraising it, two menacing-looking men appeared out of nowhere and yelled at Bei Chen. "Hey kid, what do you think you're doing here?" Bei Chen nonchalantly pointed at the case, as polite as a consultant. "Excuse me, gentlemen, is your big boss in? I'd like to discuss some business about this rock with him." The two guys frowned, their voices wary. "Our boss doesn't see walk-in visitors, especially suspicious-looking ones. Now get lost and let us be." Bei Chen chuckled. "Why so tense, fellas? You're in the service industry, right? I'm a potential customer, and I genuinely want to close a deal." Before he could finish, one of the two men lost his patience and threw a powerful punch towards him, yelling, "Get out of my sight!" Bei Chen casually raised a hand to block the attack, frowning as if to say, "This is a bit annoying." "Well, your auction house's customer service is certainly impressive." The two guys quickly grabbed their walkie-talkies. "Hello, hello. We have a VIP guest causing trouble here. Send backup requesting assistance. Right now." He sighed wearily. "Hey, how long are you going to play this game of cat and mouse?" But the two guys acted as if they were deaf and charged in again, fired up. Bei Chen just waved his hand lightly as if swatting a fly, and one of them went flying like a kite with a broken string. He didn't hold back, giving the other one a kick to send him off. The two guys hit the ground with a thud, letting out a mournful ah. The rescue team arrived as fast as the wind and saw their two colleagues on the floor, trembling like leaves. So the whole group roared in unison, "Who has the guts to cause trouble here?" Then they all pulled out their toys and aimed at Bei Chen. "Take him down." He just glanced at them and let out a cool snort. Bei Chen immediately switched to high-powered fan mode, blowing away the entire newly arrived group. They only had time to cry out, "Oh my god," in confusion when a clear, melodious female voice rang out, "Sir, please stop." Hearing a beauty's voice, Bei Chen immediately paid attention. His actions paused instantly. Pretty girls get private. He looked up and saw a female figure standing on the upper floor. She leaped down like an action movie star, all while shouting, "I said stop." "Ah, so it's the big boss of this auction house, Wan Ruxu." Bei Chen glanced over and smirked, right on time. Ruxu was no pushover either, her hand already gripping the decorative sword at her hip. "Hey you dare trespass on my territory and bully my men?" Bei Chen raised an eyebrow, pulling out a handful of what looked like melon seeds, and let out a humph. Ruxu brandished her sword and dashed towards him. "How dare you bully people like this?" Bei Chen calmly flicked his wrist, throwing the handful of melon seeds at her. Two of the seeds hit her wrist, making Ruxu cry out, "Ouch!" and drop her sword. The rest of the seeds conveniently embedded themselves in her body. "Ah!" Ruxu stumbled and fell into Bei Chen's arms. He smirked, smoothly grabbing her wrist. Caught off guard and restrained, Ruxu was fuming. "You!" Bei Chen nonchalantly reminded her. "Stay still." She whipped her head around, glaring daggers at him. "I don't care how skilled you are, I won't let you get away with any tricks." A look of annoyance flashed across Bei Chen's face, and he immediately pushed Ruxu away as if she were something unclean, with a clear look of disdain. After that, Bei Chen seriously dusted off his sharp clothes. "Oh, so you're the boss of this joint, huh? No wonder the minions act like thugs when their leader is so arrogant. Why are you getting all worked up?" Ruxu was fuming. "What the hell are you talking about?" He remained unfazed. He replied coolly, "Your people were trying to send me to meet my maker. If I had returned the favor in kind, your auction house would be full of people taking a long nap by now." The woman's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. "What? It was clearly you. Huh." Ruxu glanced down at the strange object lodged in her body. She gulped hard, screaming internally, "Oh my god, this isn't some martial arts hidden weapon. This is one of our company's proprietary bullets." Ahem. A light cough to hide her embarrassment. Ruxu quickly crossed her arms. Switching to her boss lady persona, "You're quite something. Your skills are definitely no joke. You're clearly not just some small fry. What business do you have with me?" Bei Chen then held out a sparkling necklace. "I don't believe I've caught your name. Do you recognize this one-of-a-kind necklace?" The moment she saw it, her expression changed. "My name is Wan Ruxu." Her eyes darted sideways to the huge rock in the glass case, then back to the man's necklace. Bei Chen's gaze followed hers. The corners of his lips curved into a knowing smile. Aha, the fish has taken the bait. This lady definitely knows something. Ru Shui pointed a finger at the necklace. Where did you steal this thing from? Bei Chen tilted his head and gave a mischievous grin. Miss Wan, you haven't answered my question, yet you're turning it back on me? Ru Shui crossed her arms and lifted her chin, as if she was above it all. Forget it. Didn't you come all this way just to swipe that thing? Bei Chen rubbed his chin, looking confused. That thing? What thing? Crap, I think she's mistaken me for someone else. She replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's fine. You don't have to admit it. I've seen a dime a dozen guys like you. All brawn and no brains. The thing you want will be on the auction block in 3 days. Bei Chen smirked. This smells fishy. Why is she so eager to give me this information? Aren't you afraid I'll just pull a fast one and snatch it, Miss Wan? His mind was filled with questions. It's strange. She knows my intentions, yet she's so composed. Ru Shu raised an eyebrow. Snatch it? Without the blood of my Wan family. You can dream on about opening our ancestral stone. Bei Chen was dumbfounded. Open? Open what? Ah. So this Wan Ru Shui can help outsiders who don't have the Xuan Thang quiet to absorb the cosmic energy from that stone. He glanced sideways at Ru Shu. Wait a minute, her eyes are sharp. Did she realize I've already used a bit of the piece in the glass case? Meanwhile, Ru Shu still had her arms crossed, putting on a superior air. Long story short, if you want that damn thing to work, then you have to acquire it fair and square. And let me give you a tip. For this weekend's auction, you'll need to show 300 million in cold, hard cash just to prove your worth and get a ticket in the door, and that's before you even buy anything. Her gaze was filled with disdain. Hey, someone like you? Bei Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. If I were you, Miss Wan, I wouldn't speak so soon. With that, he tossed a few cards into the air, twirling them in his hand. 300 million. Is that supposed to be a lot? Bei Chen started to feel amused. This is getting good. The plot thickens. He said in a tone like he was buying groceries. It's just a bit of pocket change. The balance. 100 billion. Ru Shu's jaw nearly hit the floor. You. Is this for real? I was truly blind. The henchman beside her whispered, Boss, something's happening with the mountain stone. Ru Shui furrowed her brows, looking at him as her mind started racing. The mountain stone is a unique treasure used to test our clan's lineage, and now it's vibrating. Could he be a long-lost relative of mine? She raised an eyebrow and asked him directly, Did you touch the mountain stone earlier? Bei Chen smirked and admitted it without a second thought. I did, so what? Hearing that, Ru Shu's face froze like a statue. Wait, how the heck is this possible? Could he really be from that limited edition clan? That clan vanished ages ago, and the only one who ever showed up was the person that my aunt spent half her youth hunting for? Could this guy be a descendant left behind by that person? Bei Chen, as serious as a dramatic actor, said, This humble one has just acted improperly towards you, miss. I must participate in this auction. I hope you will be lenient. She glared at him in silence for a moment, then, like a domineering female CEO, tossed a piece of paper at Bei Chen, her voice as cold as ice. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock sharp, the auction begins. If you want that item, bring enough cash. Bei Chen calmly reached out and caught the paper, completely unfazed. He glanced at the 2 huge words invitation card on the paper and grinned widely. Haha, Miss Wan, you are as beautiful as you are kind. I am most grateful. Ru Shui thought to herself, her cheeks blushing. Oh my god, if he really is a descendant of that person, isn't he basically my fiancé who fell from the sky? According to the agreement left by our ancestors, he held out the necklace. By the way, I'd still like to ask Miss Wan one question. Have you ever seen this designer necklace before? She didn't answer, instead putting on a dangerous expression. You want to know the origin of this necklace? Then show up at the auction tomorrow night, and I'll tell you. Bei Chen replied gallantly, Deal. I will definitely be there. Ru Shui said softly, Okay, get lost. He waved goodbye like a friendly beauty pageant contestant, farewell, then started calculating in his head. If I can snag some more mountain stones at the auction tomorrow night, my internal injuries will get a buff, and I'll also get more clues about the lost Xuan Qing art. Sweet. Watching Bei Chen's figure disappear, Ru Shui muttered, Oh, auntie, if this guy really is the successor of that person. But judging by his clueless demeanor now, it seems he doesn't even know who he is. What should I do? As soon as he stepped outside, Zhao Jun saw him and immediately called out, Bei Chen. The man looked towards the entrance and saw his boss strolling out as if on a fashion runway. Bei Chen ordered Zhao Jun, Tomorrow night at 8, I'm participating in an auction. We must acquire that mountain stone at all costs. To be safe, just use the Western Region's slush fund. Zhao Jun bowed obediently. Understood, Bei Chen. I'll go prepare the ammunition right away. The two turned and left, chatting as they walked. Bei Chen spoke first. All right, let's go home. Zhao Jun was bewildered. Huh? Bei Chen, you're not going shopping anymore? Where did you want to go, boss? This? Huh. At 8 o'clock the next evening, a long line of supercars was queued up outside. Bei Chen and Zhao Jun strode into the magnificent building. A female employee greeted them warmly. "Welcome, you two handsome gentlemen. This way, please." She gracefully gestured for them to follow. Suddenly, an old man walked by, glared at the two of them, and shouted arrogantly, "You two, go sit on the lower floor." Zhao Jun flared up, raising his voice. "How insolent. You expect my Bei Chen to sit downstairs?" Standing behind him, Bei Chen patted his shoulder lightly. "Hey, calm down, little brother." The aura emanating from Zhao Jun made the old man and the female employee turn pale with fear. Just then, Ru Shui approached, her voice filled with authority. "Everyone, stop." Bei Chen turned his head to look. Ru Shui smirked, looking intrigued. Well, I didn't expect you to actually show up. Did you bring enough cash? I forgot to mention that our items have sky-high prices. The 300 million in your pocket probably isn't enough to make a splash," he replied. "Could this necklace have some distant connection to my Jiang family? Whatever, I'll join the auction first and figure it out later." Zhao Jun stealthily peeked through the curtain, while Ru Shu pointed outside like a queen giving orders. "Your place is just here. With your status, there's no spot for you upstairs." Hearing this, Zhao Jun's face wrinkled up in a scowl. "Hey lady, that's way too insulting. I'm a Bei Chen, for crying out loud." Yet, Ru Shui couldn't be bothered, completely ignoring Zhao Jun. She replied nonchalantly, "Little brother, I know you're a big shot out there, but remember, there are always mountains beyond mountains, people more pro than you. So when you meet me, you should know your place." The young man was fuming and shouted, "You." Behind him, Bei Chen could only clutch his head as if thinking, "Oh my god, this is so exhausting." "That's enough, Zhao Jun, that's enough. Tone it down." A booming voice suddenly interrupted the drama. All eyes in the hall immediately turned to the stage. The MC standing there struck a loud gong and shouted, "Let's begin." Ru Shui turned to give Bei Chen one last piece of advice. "The auction has started. I'll take my leave so I don't disturb the big shot at work. I wish you success in closing the deal on the mountain stone." Receiving her well wishes, he also replied courteously, "I'll be counting on your good luck, miss." Bei Chen sat down and leisurely sipped his wine when a dramatic voice echoed from a distance. "He's definitely a descendant of that person, there's no doubt about it." Ah, so it was the matriarch Samai. On stage, the MC gently reminded everyone, "We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Since you're all regular customers, I'll skip the tedious rules. Let's get right to it with the first lot." Samai and Ru Shui were glued to the young man. The niece cautiously asked, "Auntie, are you sure?" This question from Ru Shui really hit a nerve. "Absolutely certain. Just look at his eyebrows, they're exactly like that unfaithful bastard's. It's unmistakable." Samai observed and judged. "Based on my years of experience chasing that old man, this brat definitely has powerful backing." The niece quickly retorted, "But he seems clueless about his own identity, Auntie." Samai's voice grew stern and dangerous. "Just let him be. It's not too late for you to enlighten him after the auction." An idea suddenly popped into Ru Shu's head. "Oh, by the way, Auntie, the necklace he's wearing seems to be an antique from King Wu Lai. I can feel his aura on it." Hearing that, Samai scoffed. "Ha! To think the treasure the royal family turned the world upside down looking for would end up in the hands of this brat." She looked into the distance again, her eyes filled with a melancholic sadness like a romance movie actress. "That girl, Lin Jing, back then, I went through hell to protect her and her child, and yet she dared to ghost me." Ru Shui then offered a little plan. "Auntie, what if you want to get that item back? Wouldn't it be faster to use some tricks?" The aunt explained thoughtfully. "Things belonging to King Wu Lai can't be taken just because you want to. It's not that easy. If he's not the real deal, a true descendant, he won't be able to handle this kind of fortune. He might even be struck down by the heavens." Samai said this while glancing towards Bei Chen. She then warned her niece, "Ru Shui, promise me you'll stay away from that brat. Not a single person from the Zhao family is any good." Bei Chen suddenly felt a shiver down his spine, as if someone was staring at him. "Huh, is someone spying on me?" On the observation deck, Samai continued her rant. "He's just as arrogant as his father." Seeing her aunt worrying over nothing, Ru Shui blushed and said, "Auntie, what are you talking about?" Her aunt's face was as cold as ice as she ordered. "In short, you are forbidden from getting involved with him. If word about the treasure gets out, and those two old bosses find out, it's game over for this brat." Seeing that it was the final lot and Bei Chen was still sitting as still as a statue, Zhao Jun nudged him. "Hey, it's the last item. Aren't you going to bid?" And on the stage was a rock. No, an absolutely massive boulder. The MC cleared his throat and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this stone has the elegant name of Mountain Stone. Rumor has it that it helps unblock meridians and improve qi and blood circulation, just like a high-end spa treatment. And now, for the main event, we will put this boulder up for auction with a modest starting." The crowd below was gobsmacked, nearly falling out of their chairs. The Mountain Stone? They're really selling such a unique item? This has to be a heaven-sent treasure. My ancestors appeared in a dream and told me I must have it. And so, a tycoon waved his hand. 20 billion. Seeing this, Ru Shui nudged Samai and asked, "Ma'am, if this troublesome rock falls into that kid's hands, won't he be doomed? If he manages to get it, he'll just be eaten alive by those two big shots sitting down there." Just as she finished speaking, someone shouted a higher price, 30 billion. Samai calmly observed and replied, "If that kid has enough cash to bring the mountain stone home, then it's his destiny. Just let him have his fun." Boom. Another voice rang out. 50 billion. A dandy young master holding a wine glass put on a posh air. 100 billion. The Ma family was more aggressive, yelling, 300 billion, then hurriedly clasped his hands together. His posture was very respectful. "Young Master Nalan, the head of my family has taken a great liking to this rock, so could you perhaps yield it to us?" That Nalan guy sneered in contempt. "Your old master is just a lackey. What clout does he have to ask me to stop? Your boss isn't any better." After speaking, he arrogantly yelled, 500 billion. The old man from the Ma family was boiling with rage, waving his hand to signal, "We're going all in." Young Master Nalan's mouth was unbelievably rude. This old man might just be a servant, but I'm still better than some trash who can't even awaken his bloodline. The old man growled, 600 billion. Feeling his pride trampled, he shot up like a spring, pointing directly at his opponent. "What, you dare call me a piece of junk? We'll see about that. I'm taking this matter for the Nalan family into my own hands. Follow me if you dare, 800 billion. Seeing that Nalan wasn't backing down, the old man started sweating bullets. "Oh no, 800 billion is the absolute limit my master gave me. We can't compete anymore." On stage, the MC yelled into the microphone, 800 billion going once. Are there any other high rollers willing to bid? If there are no further bids, this stone will belong to the Nalan family. Suddenly, a voice as light as a feather rang out, 1 trillion. The entire room was thunderstruck. Whispers erupted like a disturbed beehive. Good heavens, 1 trillion, that's enough to bankrupt an entire clan. This isn't a joke. What kind of powerhouse just made that bid? I have no idea, I've never heard of them. Where did such a powerful clan come from? Look, young Master Nalan's face went pale as he walked out. Meanwhile, the MC was sweating profusely after hearing that astronomical price. He quickly stammered, The guest in room number 3 on the second floor has bid 1 trillion. Does anyone else want to play bigger? Bitter and refusing to lose, Nalan waved his hand and yelled again. Some no-name punk dares to compete with me for this item? Raise the price. I have to raise it. I'll add more. 1.1 trillion. Instantly, that voice rang out again, cool as a cucumber. 2 trillion. Hearing that number, Nalan froze for 5 seconds, then screamed like a stuck pig. 2 trillion. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe he has that much money. I demand an asset verification. Hearing this from the upper floor, Ru Shui crossed her arms and looked down, her voice challenging. Young Master Nalan, you know the rules of this place very well, don't you? Are you sure you want to check his funds? The old butler, seeing his young master was about to cause a huge problem, quickly whispered in his ear. Young master, please reconsider. Verifying assets requires lighting the heavenly lantern. If he actually comes up with the money, we will have to pay the auction house the full 2 trillion as compensation. The old man quickly turned to the bidder, who was Bei Chen, clasped his hands and put on his most pleasant face. This esteemed brother, how about we settle this peacefully, and you yield this mountain stone to my young master and our Nalan family? We would be forever in your debt for this great favor. Holding a wine glass, Bei Chen leisurely stepped out from behind the curtain with a slight smile. My apologies, the Nalan family. I don't believe I know them. And as for your favor, I have no need for it. Seeing Bei Chen dare to disrespect his family, Nalan roared furiously. This little brat, he's clearly determined to oppose my Nalan family to the end. Whatever, I don't care. I'm going all in, light the heavenly lantern for me. And so, the dazzling heavenly lantern was lit. The crowd got a whiff of the drama and gathered around, whispering, Whoa, he's playing for high stakes, lighting the heavenly lantern? It's been over a decade since we've seen a play like this. If I recall correctly, the last person to light it was that same guy. Young Master Nalan is way too confident. Isn't he afraid of choking? Well, the kid on the second floor is probably the one who should be sweating, seeing that much money is terrifying. If you can't pay up, you'll have to compensate the auction house 10 times the amount. Ru Xiu glanced over, asking Nalan Tu one last time, Are you absolutely sure about this? Hearing that, Nalan Tu's blood rushed to his head, and he pointed a finger straight at her. Absolutely positive. But let me tell you something. The moment that lantern is lit, I want that guy's assets verified immediately. The old butler behind him tried to calm him down in vain. Young master, please calm down. Ru Shui then cast a flirtatious glance up to the second floor, asking Bei Chen, So, dear sir on the second floor, do you dare to go all the way with this heavenly lantern? Our guy crossed his arms, looked up at her, and replied nonchalantly, Humph, Why wouldn't I dare? Seeing that both sides were fired up, she began to orchestrate the event. If that's the case, what's with all the talk? It's getting complicated. Hang up the lantern and let's get this show on the road. And just like that, the lantern had barely been set down when Nalan Tu eagerly asked, Miss Wan, can we verify his assets now? She nodded sharply. Of course. Upon hearing this, Bei Chen calmly took out a dazzling gold card. The crowd stared at the unfamiliar color of the card. It was completely different from a regular card, giving the entire hall another reason to gossip. What the heck? What kind of card is that? I've never seen one before. It looks like a supermarket loyalty card, doesn't it? I bet this punk is just putting on a show. Seeing his boss being mocked, Zhao Jun's blood boiled, and he growled, You bunch of blind fools. That's a supreme card from the Underworld Bank, you idiots. A shopping card, my foot. You're all just a bunch of frogs in a well. Bei Chen raised a hand to signal, Calm down, bro, don't mind them. Meanwhile, Ru Shui had someone bring out a machine and place it on the table. She pointed to it and began her sales pitch. This is the real deal, folks. The Wan family's exclusive asset verification machine. This baby can read balances up to 2 trillion. Now, I'll test the card publicly and transparently, so you all can't say the Wan family is trying to pull a fast one. Hearing this, Nalan Tu sneered in response. Let's just see if he even has 2 trillion. Seeing the guy's arrogant attitude, Bei Chen just smirked. Meanwhile, Ru Shui gently placed the card into the machine. She worried silently to herself, Oh Jiang Bei Chen, this is all up to fate now. Suddenly, the machine beeped error. Scan failed. The sight made her jaw drop. Huh. Seeing this, Nalan Tu burst out laughing as if he'd won the lottery, pointing straight at Bei Chen and crowing. Haha, the card failed. See that, kid? I told you so. You're just a cheap con artist. There's no way you have that kind of money. Idiot, Bei Chen said softly. What a pity. The old butler, seeing his master had the upper hand, grew bold and shouted for Bei Chen to apologize. It's not too late to regret it. Crawl over here and kowtow to my young master. My young master is in a good mood. He might just spare your life. At that moment, Ru Shui's clear voice rang out from the stage. It's truly a pity, because this machine can only verify a maximum of 2 trillion. Her words made everyone's jaws hit the floor. One audience member slapped his friend on the head. What does that mean, you idiot? It means his card has more than 2 trillion. Get it? Oh my god. Nalan Tu froze for 5 seconds, his face completely blank like a statue. No, I don't believe it. What in the world is happening? Bei Chen slowly clasped his hands together, smiling as he thanked young Master Nalan. Many thanks to young Master Nalan for conceding. With that, he channeled his energy and leaped into the air, glancing down at Nalan Tu with a wide grin and My humble self is untalented and weak, with nothing but money, so I had to use this pocket change to show off my poor skills before an expert. Hearing this, the young man's blood boiled. You little brat, you dare get cocky with me. Seeing his young master getting put in his place, the butler next to him couldn't just stand by. He roared, 1.5 trillion. Hand that stone over to my young master right now, or don't blame us for what happens when you mess with the Nalan family. Those are consequences you can't afford, boy. Seeing this arrogant display of family power, our protagonist simply replied calmly, The Nalan family? What's that? You're just an obedient mutt, and you dare to bark in front of me? Hearing this, the old butler saw that this kid truly had a death wish and was fuming with rage. You little punk, prepare to die. With that, he leaped from the upper floor, launching himself at Baiken like an out-of-control rocket. His hands already You dare disrespect the golden families? The matriarch Samai was getting annoyed. How could they ignore her after she'd made such a grand display? Insolent. She let out a deafening roar. Are you all treating me like I'm thin air? The moment she spoke, a spear flew out of nowhere, piercing straight through Lando's butler like a barbecue skewer. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Lando screamed his lungs out. Butler. Baishan, watching from afar, thought to himself, Damn, with an aura that powerful, I would have been vaporized in an instant if I got involved. I probably wouldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the matriarch Samai on the upper floor, with a grim expression, parted the curtains and stepped out like a queen. The moment he saw her, young Master Lando's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor with a loud thud. The young man's face was now as pale as a ghost, his soul practically leaving his body as he stared at his butler lying in a pool of blood. She spoke, Lando, for the sake of the alliance between our 3 golden families, I will let this slide for today. She continued her threat, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, Baiken suddenly went as if a light bulb went off in his head. The 3 golden families. Sounds familiar? While our hero was still processing, Lando was already on the floor, screaming into his phone for backup. Just you wait. Just you wait. You all just wait. Uncle, get over here and surround this auction house for me. Hearing this, Miss Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Admiral Nalandi of the South Gate is here too. This kid is a lost cause. Lando, do you really need to take it this far? The guy slowly scrambled to his feet. He lifted his head, pointed directly at Baishan, and played the victim. It was this brat who forced me, and then the Wanjia auction house went and killed my butler. I have nothing more to say, but my butler died because of this punk, so he must join him in death. Ru Shui was furious upon hearing this, but Samai quickly held her back. Just ignore him. Baiken, however, was still smiling brightly, not looking panicked in the slightest. He turned to reassure Ru Shui. Don't worry, then rolled up his sleeves. Miss Wan, please step back and enjoy the show. This is my personal affair. I promise not to involve the auction house. As for sending me to my grave, his Nalan family isn't nearly powerful enough for that, but rules were rules. And Miss Wan turned back, making a gesture of authority. You are our VIP guest. On Wanjia's territory, I will not allow anyone to lay a single finger on you. Seeing how openly Ru Shui was protecting him, our hero quickly replied, Thank you, Miss Wan, but please don't worry. I can handle these small fries myself. Just then, Lando's final boss appeared, the Admiral of Yanjing's South Gate, Nalande. Seeing his savior, Lando shot over to his uncle like a rocket, pointing at Baishan and Ru Shui and whining, Uncle, that's the punk over there, who dared to disrespect our Nalan family. Get him for me. Nalande frowned, shooting an annoyed glance at Miss Wan Ru Shui, but she was not intimidated in the slightest and replied bluntly, Admiral, surely you are aware of the rules here. It was your Nalan family that broke them first. This has nothing to do with this young man. The Admiral remained firm. Miss Wan, I didn't come here to break the rules of your auction house, but someone has dared to provoke the Nalan family. For the honor of our clan, I must teach him a lesson. With his uncle's support, Lando instantly became cocky again. Wan Ru Shui, hand that brat over right now. Your Wanjia family is already on the decline. If you dare to offend my Nalan family as well, your Wan clan will be utterly destroyed, especially once we join forces with the Ma family. Just as he finished speaking, members of the Ma family appeared, clad in brilliant red and exuding a powerful aura. Master Ma quickly chimed in to suck up. Oh my, every word young Master Nalan says is absolutely correct. This humble one begs your permission to add a few. Moreover, how can a treasure like this mountain stone fall into the hands of some nobody? Hey, young man, spit that stone out now, and we'll be generous enough to spare your worthless life. Trying to scare a kid, he replied calmly. T-S-K-T-S-K. The Golden family's name is truly prestigious, but why are your manners so strange? You truly have no shame. I already sealed the deal for this stone for 2 trillion, so if you think you're good enough, come and take it. Nalan too was boiling with rage. He pointed all 5 fingers at Bei Chen and whined to his uncle. Uncle, take care of this damn brat for me. Seize him right this instant. However, before Nalandi could even make a move, Master Ma had already eagerly sprung into action. He reached his wrinkled hand towards him, growling, Let this old man see what you've got. Seeing the old geezer about to try and grab him, Bei Chen remained as calm as if he were watching a circus act. Ruxia, standing beside them, was horrified and screamed out, Be careful. But her worry was unnecessary, as Bei Chen easily grabbed Master Ma's hand. He gave it just a slight twist. Crack. The bone-deep pain made old Master Ma's jaw drop and eyes widen, letting out a scream that could shatter the heavens. Bei Chen dusted off his hands as if nothing had happened. Ugh! Master Ma clutched his nearly broken arm, his mind reeling. Where did this kid crawl out from? I'm a renowned master on the dragon transformation ranking. How could I be taken down so easily by him? Could he be? Just then, Zhao Jun approached from a distance, holding a phone in his hand. He reported, Bei Chen, they've arrived. Hearing this, Master Ma's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Meanwhile, the culprit Bei Chen, Ru Shu, standing nearby, was completely stunned. Huh? The legendary divine commander of the Western Border? Oh my god, I can't believe he's the big boss of the Western Border. And he's so young too? Seeing that his identity was exposed, he turned to Nalande and asked in a nonchalant tone, So, do you still want my stone? Nalande's face went pale as a sheet as he frantically waved his hands. Ah, Commander Jiang, you must be joking. We are civilized people who always abide. This stone was won by Commander Jiang in the auction, so of course it belongs to you. Nalan too, standing beside him, called out resentfully, Uncle. Nalande shot him a glare, then turned back and continued, his voice trying to maintain a serious tone. I only hope that Commander Jiang can reign in the and not let them go mowing down people everywhere. Hearing this, Bei Chen chuckled. Ha, a small matter. Seeing that peace had been restored between the two sides, Ru Shui quickly stepped in. Yes, everyone, the drama can now come to a close. According to the rules, this mountain stone officially belongs to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, please follow me to complete the collection procedure. As for the rest of you, please make yourselves comfortable. With that, she led Bei Chen away. This way, please. Bei Chen nodded. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Wan. Seeing his uncle let Bei Chen leave so easily, Nalan too was not convinced and whispered, "Uncle, are you really just going to let him go like that?" Seeing his nephew boiling with rage, the old man quickly tried to calm him down. "Calm down, nephew. We're at the border and at a disadvantage. If we charge in now, we'll just get our butts handed to us." He advised his nephew to swallow his anger for now and wait until that guy shows up in Yanjing. Then, making him disappear would be easier than melting snow in the Sunday. As she walked, she whispered in his ear, "Hey mister, you just poked the Nalan family's hornet's nest. You better watch your back when you get to Yanjing, or you'll get a beatdown you won't see coming." Bei Chen nonchalantly replied, "So where is that stone so I can go get it?" She jutted her chin. "There. That whole massive slab is yours now. Go haul it away." Bei Chen quickly waved his hands and thanked her profusely, his eyes shining like headlights. Wow, although this one is slimmer than the last, the internal energy inside seems much more profound. He suddenly turned to Ru Shui, his face beaming. "Oh, Miss Wan, those sweet promises you made to me earlier. Do they still have an expiration date?" Her face lit up, and she smiled until her eyes crinkled. "Of course they do, but are you sure you really want to hear it?" Bei Chen nodded vigorously, his gaze as firm as steel. Seeing the handsome man's determination, Ru Shui cleared her throat and put on a mysterious air. "Listen carefully now. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, so I'll only give you a little hint. And that bracelet on your wrist. It's connected to your real birth certificate." Bei Chen, who was caressing the stone, jumped in shock and turned to look at her, completely dumbfounded. "A real birth certificate?" Bei Chen barraged her with questions. "Do you mean? I'm not some abandoned nobody but a lost crown prince? But my parents are just ordinary people. How could there be a twist like that?" She held up a hand to shush him, as if it were a national secret. "When you've leveled up to an insane degree, everything will become clear. For now, I'll leak you the information for your first mission." Hearing this, Bei Chen closed his eyes, preparing to accept the quest. Miss Wan was right. There's definitely a hidden story here. I guess I'll just focus on healing up and maxing out my skills for now. The drama can wait. Bei Chen let out a long sigh. "Okay, Miss Wan, please spoil it for me." Ru Shui began the revelation of his mysterious identity. That bracelet is an authentic item from Shangzi. To unlock all its features, you just have to go straight to Shangzi. Hearing the words Shangxi, he pondered. "Huh, is that the same Shangxi from the movies?" Ru Shui, seeing right through him, nodded firmly. "You got it. On your way to Xiangxi, if you happen to pass through Jinling, you should stop by for a visit." Hearing a side quest, Bei Chen nodded eagerly. "Okay, Jinling, huh? All right, I'll go. What's there to be afraid of?" Seeing his enthusiasm, she could only offer a wry smile and her well wishes. "I wish you a safe journey." In response to the beauty's kindness, Bei Chen gave a suave bow and then turned to leave. "I'll gladly accept your good luck, milady, until we meet again." Just as Bei Chen's figure vanished, a mysterious voice spoke from behind the screen. "Is the little heart-to-heart over?" Madame Samai emerged from behind the curtain like a goddess. Ru Shui looked at her and quickly reported, "Yes, I performed the role you gave me perfectly, without missing a single word of the script." Her face was ice cold as she stated bluntly, "The rest depends on whether that brat is tough enough to make it to Yanjing. Let's hope he's not a dud." As night fell, a confused Zhao Jun asked his boss where they were going. The young man asked, "Boss, where are we going now? Back home?" Bei Chen shot him a sidelong glance. "Home? What home?" They were in the middle of nowhere, thousands of miles from Jinling. Bei Chen commanded loudly, "Gear up, we're heading straight for Jinling, and then Shangxi is next." Zhao Jun replied formally, "Yes, sir." A few days later, in the city of Jinling, warning, this area is the home turf of many powerful and influential clans. Plus, being right next to Xiangxi, every clan has a few highly skilled Miaojiang sorcerers on hand. The streets were absolutely packed, like a festival. People were bustling in and out. Looking at this scene, who knows what thoughts were running through our handsome hero Bei Chen's mind. Zhao Jun suggested, "Boss, what are we looking for here? I remember old Huang has a base here too. Should I call him for backup?" Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed from a distance. "My name is Jiang Lai. And you, Chen Jiahua, my good sir. How many more times do I have to repeat myself before your rumor mill finally gets that Don't even dream of me getting engaged to you." This melodrama successfully caught the attention of the male lead Bei Chen, and as for Jiang Lai's self-proclaimed boyfriend, he started sniveling, his face a crumpled, tear-streaked mess. "You can be into anyone else, so why not me?" Despite Jiang Lai shooing him away like an evil spirit, that Chen Jiahua was as persistent as a leech, clinging tightly to her hand, making the young lady shout like a megaphone. "What business is it of yours who I like?" Meanwhile, the famous detective Bei Chen, after a quick 3D scan of the girl, let out an aha. That face. Even Zhao Jun, who was eavesdropping from behind, had to exclaim. He leaned into Boss Bei Chen's ear. "Boss, this girl looks like a bootleg version of you." This remark made Bei Chen freeze completely, his brain starting to run its deduction operating system. Could this be someone my old lady planted? Or a long-lost relative? Or who? Chen Jiawa refused to accept the divorce papers and switched to brute mode, tightening his grip on her arm like a vice to hold on to his love, Lai Lai. Our match was already sealed by the elders. Even if you have a crush on someone else, you'll still have to marry me in the end. There's nowhere for you to run. She was furious, veins popping on her forehead. With her arm being squeezed like a sausage, she used all her might to pull it away. Get your filthy paws off me! The powerful tug made her lose her balance and fall backward. Luckily, the hero Bei Chen was there in time to catch her. Let go. Bei Chen gently reminded him, be careful. Jiang Lai quickly looked up at her savior, and, loading, 99%. It seems she recognized something. Meanwhile, Bei Chen's eyes were still glued to her, unblinking. You are? Her eyes were fixed on him as she stammered, you are. Seeing this rom-com scene, Chen Jiao's face wrinkled up like a dried jujube, and he pointed straight at Bei Chen. Hey, punk, get your filthy hands off Lai Lai right now. Ignoring his screaming as if he were auditioning for an action movie, Jiang Lai stood up straight and declared firmly, Chen Jiahua, let me make this crystal clear. I, Jiang Lai, make my own decisions. When I say I won't marry you, I mean it, so stop bothering me, okay? Chen Jiahua finally got the message, his face switching to serious mode. Oh, so I'm not worthy, but this guy is? He's just a pretty boy with no background. Even if he knows a little martial arts, in my eyes, he's just a piece of trash. Hearing her rejected suitor insult her damsel in distress saving hero, Jiang Lai bristled like a porcupine and argued back, he is absolutely worthy. The worthiest of the worthy. The most worthy in the entire world. In this life, no one is a better match for me than him. Suddenly, Bei Chen placed a hand on Jiang Lai's shoulder, cutting off her impassioned speech. He looked at her like a scientist, studying a strange new specimen. Who in the world are you? She stammered, I'm Jiang Lai. Thinking to herself, oh my god, you're the long-lost brother I've been searching for. Seeing that the mirror was broken beyond repair, Chen Jiahua reluctantly accepted the situation. Lai Lai, I hope. You won't have to go back on your decision today. With that, he shot Bei Chen a death glare and growled, you little punk, just you wait. I won't let you leave Jinling in one piece. Despite the threat, Bei Chen's face remained completely unfazed as he replied succinctly, I'll be waiting. Not wanting to waste another second on this cheap drama, Jiang Lai quickly grabbed his hand. Just ignore that loud mouth. Come with me. This isn't a good place to talk. She held Bei Chen's hand tightly as if afraid he would run away. Then she dragged him away, leaving Chen Jiahua behind, fuming with anger. I'll take you somewhere safer, and we can talk in detail later. But before they could leave, Zhao Jun rushed over like a whirlwind. Boss Bei Chen. He breathlessly reported about the fateful call he had just received. Old Huang just called me, asking for you to come and appraise something for him. I hear he dug up some kind of bizarre-looking bronze gift box. At the base, the car screeched to a halt in front of the gate. Is this Shangxi Poju village? Bei Chen stepped out of the car with the air of a king. Old Huang and his two disciples were already on standby, rushing to open the car door as if welcoming a head of state. Master Jiang, you've arrived. Without any preamble, Bei Chen got straight to the main event. Old Huang, give me the detailed report on this incident. Wiping away beads of sweat, the old man began to explain, it's like this, my regiment. While tilling the land for vegetables, digging fortifications, we hit the jackpot and found a bronze coffin. And this blasted thing is just indescribably weird. For 100 meters around here, not even grass dares to grow, and there's this creepy laughter echoing, while old Huang's face is as wrinkled as a prune. I was so scared things would go south that I wanted to find an expert, and luckily, Zhao Jun tipped me off that you were here. I was overjoyed. Master Jiang, I vaguely recall you have a track record of dealing with the undead in Yanzhou, so I had to trouble you urgently. After hearing this, Baiken just waved his hand dismissively, like, all right, let's see what's up, then said, lead the way, boss. Jiang Lai clung to her brother like glue, I'm going too. He looked down at his clingy little tail and teased her, if you get scared and wet your pants later, don't expect me to comfort you. The little girl puffed out her chest and looked straight at Baishan, her face determined, I'm a bona fide strong female lead. What's crying? Can you even eat that? So the two siblings headed for the gate, let's go. The girl was beaming with excitement. Oh my god, behind the gate was a massive mansion with 3 or 4 guards patrolling around. From inside the house, a dude dressed to the nines stepped out, calling out in a loud voice, is that you, General Huang? You're back? Who are these strangers? Hearing this, old Huang chuckled. Ah, let me introduce you to the real deal. This is Master Jiang, the top-tier Feng Shui master that I went all the way to Jinling to invite. He's going to help us handle that troublesome bronze coffin. Hearing this, Zhao Gang immediately went into troll mode, sizing up Master Jiang from head to toe. Hey, General Huang, I thought I already told you. It's weird to involve outsiders in our Miao Jiang affairs. Did you forget? And besides, look at that baby face. You call him a feng shui master? I'll believe it when I see it. This taunt made little Jiang Lai's blood boil on her brother's behalf. As for the man himself, Baikon's face remained cold as ice, treating him like thin air. Old Huang hurriedly waved his hand and scolded Zhao Gang. Watch your mouth. Grandmaster Jiang is a Xuanmen expert, not someone to— How dare you speak so recklessly about the Grandmaster? Then he quickly turned to Baishin and tried to smooth things over. He's young and foolish. I hope your excellency will be magnanimous and not stoop to his level. But this tough guy didn't seem to know the meaning of fear, adding another sarcastic remark. Oh, General Huang, our business in Shaanxi is indeed strange, but it's not like you can just invite some Xuanmen amateur and call it a day. This dark energy, especially that bronze coffin, might just be housing a final boss undead king in there. For this case, you need someone from my Miaojiang to handle it properly. Only a great shaman can solve it. Suddenly, Zhao Gang's expression changed. Baishin muttered, Ah, the goo worm he's raising is gnawing at his soul. Just then, an old woman was seen being helped over from a distance. It was Apu and Away. Grandma, slow down or you'll trip. Baishin glanced in their direction, his face suddenly lighting up as if he'd struck gold. The young man scrambled over to the grandmother and granddaughter. Grandma Apu, you're finally here. Then he spun around and loudly announced to old Huang. General Huang, let me introduce you. This is Grandma Apu, the esteemed great shaman from the Tai family of the Four Clans. She's agreed to take a look at the bronze coffin for us. Grandma Apu smirked, the wrinkles on her face bunching up. Cut the empty pleasantries. Take me to see the bronze coffin right now. Zhao Gang immediately scurried to lead the way. Yes, of course, Grandma Apu, this way please. Baiken casually followed behind. Jiang Lai and the town crier Zhao Jun followed suit. Let's go see the drama. As she walked, Away kept shooting flirtatious glances at Baishin behind her. Her fiery gaze caught his attention. The corners of her lips curved into a scheming smile. Suddenly, she masterfully staged a faceplant into Baikon's arms, leaving the guy frozen. As she fell, Away tried to quickly plant some kind of pet on him. She imagined being embraced by the handsome guy, but who would have thought? Baishin ruthlessly flung her hand away, causing the female lead to stumble back, stunned and confused, and she planted a kiss right on the wall without a second thought. Away's body went limp, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Baikon. How could you be so heartless? I almost smashed my face. Baikon gave her a sidelong glance, his voice ice cold. Who the hell are you? Hearing his brutally harsh question, the girl's expression changed in a flash, and she beamed a radiant smile. Who I am isn't important. What's important? Before she could finish her pickup line, from up ahead, Grandma Apu called out sharply. Away, get over here now. The girl got up, conveniently bumping her hip against Baishin before walking away, which made Jiang Lai, who was standing nearby, fume with anger. Hey, handsome. After this is over, you and I are going to have a private chat. Let's have a little heart-to-heart. Old Huang, having witnessed Away's entire hero saves the damsel act, turned to tease Bei Chen. As if the Jiang family's luck wasn't thin enough, he was teased until his face turned red. Little did he know someone's head was about to explode with rage. Come on, Old Huang, let's hurry or we won't even be able to eat their dust. After dragging themselves for a while, the group finally reached the area near the wooden box. A lush, refreshing green garden suddenly embraced them. Not far from there, the supersized gift box had been excavated. It was surrounded by soldiers standing guard like a swarm of ants. Bei Shen could only widen his eyes in surprise. Oh my god. Before them was a coffin caked in mud, looking as if it had just taken a mud bath. On top, it was gifted with a mess of chains wrapped tightly around it, looking like a O. And on its side were some artistic tattooed inscriptions. Seeing these details, Bei Chen's mind immediately clicked. Dragon trapping locks? What else could it be? These high-quality locks were usually used to seal a corpse king. We're screwed. There's definitely a final boss in here. Upon hearing this, old lady Apu's face turned as pale as a banana leaf. The sealing talisman is already broken. It looked like the corpse king's seal was about to bite the dust as well. The old woman's hand trembled uncontrollably as she pointed straight at the coffin and shrieked. Tonight is the full moon of the 15th. The final boss, Corpse King, will definitely break out. When that happens, even calling a grandmaster would be like giving it a good scratch. Hearing this, old Huang's blood pressure dropped from fear. He scrambled over to Bei Chen, whimpering, Mr. Jiang, save us. What do we do now? Seeing Bei Chen standing still as a statue, Zhao Gang seized the opportunity to mock him. Heh, look at that. Is our Mr. Jiang so scared by the Corpse King that he's frozen stiff? With his can't even utter a single word now, huh? Seeing his insolent attitude, old Huang didn't hold back any longer and immediately lectured him. Hey, you, Zhao Gang. If you're disrespectful to Mr. Jiang one more time, get ready to be on toilet scrubbing duty. Amidst the chaos, Bei Chen remained perfectly calm and stated coolly, everyone, head back first, because this case seems a bit tough. Just go back first. It appeared the situation was more than just a bit tough. At the encampment, Apu walked straight towards the table, her face all business. She stood there, facing Bei Chen and the whole group. After a moment of deep thought, she put on a grim expression as if at a funeral. I'm sure you all understood what I just spewed out, right? The item in the coffin is indeed a corpse king. Tonight, when the moon rises, it will unbox itself. Right after the scare tactic, she turned to reassure everyone, a true master of her craft. But don't you worry, this old lady is a renowned great shaman. As long as I have all my tools, a puny corpse king is nothing. Thinking you get help for free? Life isn't a fairy tale. Apu raised an eyebrow with a merchant-like expression. However, if you want this old lady to handle this corpse king, then your army must fulfill one small request for us. Old Huang, standing behind Bei Chen with his stomach in knots, quickly asked, "What is the condition, ma'am?" She replied slowly, her voice deadpan, "I need you to help me snatch the Shaman King's throne for myself during our Miaojiang People's Mountain God Festival, which happens once every 3 years, next month. Oh, and while you're at it, you can station your troops at the God Temple on the mountain for a long time." Hearing the demand, Old Huang's face wrinkled up like a dry jujube. "I'm sorry, great shaman Apu, but our army has regulations. It's not a marketplace, so we cannot interfere in the internal affairs of your Miaojiang people. I cannot agree to this deal." Upon hearing this, Apu's face darkened, her anger clearly visible. "This old lady is the exclusive one who can destroy the corpse king, so that price is a bargain," she muttered. "Just let the corpse king get out and see. You'll be crying your eyes out then. Besides this old lady, I'm afraid that even if you invite a grandmaster, he'll just be a punching bag for it. Or can you bear this responsibility?" Old Huang immediately sent an SOS signal toward Bei Chen. The young man simply replied nonchalantly, "We'll just have to wait until tonight to find out. But there's no need to get worked up over it. As long as I'm here, whether it's a corpse king or whatever other thing it is, it won't even dream of escaping from my grasp." Seeing Bei Chen's over-the-top confidence, Apu quickly interjected, "Hey, young man, you can't just brag like that. Kid, you have to understand that what's in that box is a genuine article corpse king, not a toy. Don't joke around with the lives of the entire village. It's just because of his arrogant nature." Bei Chen glanced at the old woman and stated coolly, "If I can't even handle the little toys in that chest, then you jumping in would just be a death sentence." His answer made Zhao Gang and Apu furious, and the old woman glared at Bei Chen. As for Zhao Gang, he jumped up, pointed straight at Bei Chen's face and yelled, "Who the hell are you to speak such nonsense to the great witch doctor? Get on your knees and lick her shoes now." Before Apu could even nod, a loving punch flew right into his sensitive spot, making him double over like a boiled shrimp. Zhao Jun was fuming. "And what the hell are you to talk to my boss like that?" Seeing her bodyguard collapse, Madame Apu could only get up and leave in a huff. Before leaving, she didn't forget to utter a threat. "Fine, it seems your lowly soldiers are pretty tough. In that case, I won't bother with you any longer. Just you wait. If the Corpse King doesn't wipe you all out tonight, I'll walk on my hands. Away, let's go, dear." Away's eyes, however, were still glued to the hottie in her heart. "Appa, see you later." Madame Apu and her boy-crazy granddaughter left, leaving only Bei Chen and his crew in the tent. Suddenly, a strange object flashed with light, immediately catching Bei Chen's attention. He was lost in thought, completely ignoring Brother Jiang's question. "Boss, what's our plan now? What the heck is this?" Bei Chen could already smell drama brewing. He immediately ordered Old Huang to send men to stake out the dry well at the end of the village, telling them to report immediately if even a fly passed by. "Tonight, I'll prepare a few toys." Old Huang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir." A while later, Apu and her granddaughter Wei were strolling down the road. Madame Apu turned and asked quietly, "Where did you use a goo worm to put a charm on that boy?" Wei replied nonchalantly, "Yes, Grandma, I've completely fallen for him. I want him to be my husband." Hearing this, Madame Apu almost fainted. "This girl is crazy. Why did you cast a spell on him? What if he kicks the bucket tonight? It'll all be for nothing." The granddaughter quickly reassured her, "I'm helping you too, you know. That guy is under my love spell now, and I'm the one who holds the heart of the Goo Emperor. The general respects him a lot. Who knows? If we can win him over, it'll be a huge advantage. So, what kind of charm did you use?" The young woman replied without hiding anything. "A love charm? Of course, Grandma. I've already activated it inside of him. If he doesn't want to kick the bucket, he'll have to marry me." Away's face suddenly flushed red as it beat. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll go pay him a visit tonight, to make him the man of my life." Night gradually fell, and under the trees, the lights from Bei Chen's group's tents glowed dimly. Inside one of the tents, Bei Chen was meditating, hot steam rising furiously around him. Suddenly, a delicate foot poked inside, and by natural reflex, Bei Chen opened his eyes to see who would be so bold. It was Wei. She leaped inside, landing right on Bei Chen's lap, her hand lifting her appa's chin to gaze at him. "Hey, handsome, the night is young. Don't waste your time cultivating. Come play with me." Bei-Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you really cast a spell on me? So that squirming, insect-like feeling I got when I touched her wasn't my imagination." This wench? Wei was extremely surprised to see him still so lucid. "Huh? How is your mind still so clear? You're not affected by my love charm at all?" This only made her more excited, and she pushed Bei-Chen straight down onto the bed, face to face. "Truly the man I, Wei, have chosen. So amazing," Wei said excitedly. "The night is short. Darling, let's not waste any more time. Let's enjoy a moment of ecstasy together." On the rickety bed, Bei-Chen was pinned down by Wei. He finally spoke up, out of respect for the fact that you're a woman. "I'm giving you one last chance. Remove the spell and get off me." The girl giggled. "Ha ha. And what if I say no?" She cast a flirtatious glance, her eyes scanning Bei-Chen from head to toe, and even threw in a lick of her bright red lips. "What are you going to do to me? Hey, are you planning to lecture me all night?" Bei-Chen heard this and shot up like a spring, grabbing Wei's wrist, making her let out a surprised "ah." He pinned her to the bed, face to face, and growled, "Do you really think I wouldn't dare get physical with a woman?" Yet, her eyes lit up with anticipation. "Aha, so you like to be on top? Why didn't you say so earlier so I could prepare?" But just as things were getting intense, Old Huang ran in, his face drained of all color, pointing frantically behind him. "We're doomed, Master Jiang," the chains on the bronze coffin. They've all snapped. The coffin lid has popped open too. The two who were getting lovey-dovey froze, turning back with blank faces, completely clueless. And what Old Huang saw was the sight of a match made in heaven, on a bed in a rather misleading position. Seeing the two look up at him, Old Huang coughed awkwardly to clear the air. Oh my, Master Jiang, I didn't realize you were busy with official business. My apologies for interrupting." Bei-Chen quickly threw his coat back on and slipped out of the tent. "Follow Old Huang. Let's go. Let's go see what happened." Old Huang hurriedly led the way. "Oh, okay." Wei also trotted after them. "Wait for me, hubby." In the dead of night, the coffin had been wide open for who knows how long. Inside was a beautiful woman in a deep slumber, entangled in chains. Apu was already there, shouting orders at the crowd. "Everyone, stand still. Especially the young, able-bodied men full of yang energy. Don't you dare move. You might wake the lady." The guys looked at each other in confusion. "What's going on, great shaman? Is something serious happening?" Apu took out a few talismans from her pocket and waved them reassuringly. It's fine. Everything is still under control. For now, the lady is still docile, showing no signs of breaking the seal. We just need to reinforce the seal, and we can keep her contained for another 180 years. Suddenly, snap, snap, the chains on the female demon's body broke like noodles. She was free, levitating into the air, surrounded by a suffocatingly thick, murderous aura. Apu saw that the situation was not good at all, her face turning deathly pale. She quickly threw the 3 talismans in her hand towards the female demon. "Take this." Who would have thought, with her eyes still shut tight, she just flicked her hand, and the talismans flew right back as if they were nothing. This move left Apu. "Wait a minute, this isn't a corpse king that's been sealed for 1,000 years, is it?" She slowly opened her eyes, bearing a set of sharp fangs as she glared at everyone. Everyone froze in terror, screaming in unison, "Oh my god, it's a female demon." The demon shot towards Bei-Chen. He quickly shouted, "She's coming. Everyone, fall back." Hearing the command, Old Huang immediately signaled for everyone to run for their lives. "Run, get back. All of you, get back." Bei-Chen and the female demon officially began their all-out brawl. Seeing Bei-Chen being so reckless, Apu shouted from below, "Is this brat crazy or something? You're up against the real deal. That's a female demon. Why aren't you running instead of playing the hero?" At this rate, even if a Grandmaster showed up, all they'd bring home is a pile of dry bones. "Kid, get back here, now!" Meanwhile, in the air, Bei-Chen and the female demon were clashing in a fiery battle, evenly matched. On the ground, the people whispered, "Heavens, how can he be so ridiculously strong?" He pushed her away with one hand, while with the other, he gathered all his power, concentrating his energy to unleash his ultimate move. Bei-Chen threw a heaven-shattering punch straight at the female demon's face. Their internal energies collided, creating a blinding explosion that obscured everyone from view. With a boom, the wooden box fell to the ground, and a plume of white smoke billowed out from inside. Old Huang's jaw dropped. Is it over?" Bei-Chen remained hovering in the air, silently staring at something. Then his expression suddenly changed to one of utter shock. Amidst the white smoke, a streak of red smoke suddenly appeared, slithering as if trying to escape. Bei-Chen's entire body suddenly erupted in a brilliant. He roared, "Vile demon, what other tricks are you trying to pull?" Glancing down at the empty box on the ground, he growled, "Trying to run?" Bei-Chen then gathered a blue energy sphere in his palm. "A little too late for that, sweetie." He shot the energy beam towards the female demon, yanking her back. Yet, in midair, there wasn't a single sound. Bei Chen thought to himself, huh, did she actually get away? Old Huang rushed over to ask, Master Jiang, are you alright? He seemed annoyed and replied, I'm fine, but this is frustrating. I couldn't finish her off on the spot. Old Huang was worried sick, so what do we do now? Judging by the direction she fled, she's definitely headed for the Miaojiang territory. I'm afraid the villagers there are in for some serious trouble. Bei Chen, with a grim look on his face, reassured his old friend. Don't worry, although I haven't sent her to the afterlife, I did leave her with a full-body disability. She won't dare cause trouble anytime soon. When I have some free time, I'll take a trip to Miaojiang and conveniently reset her for good. Just then, the old woman Apu spoke up, her voice tearful. Oh, Mr. Jiang, this old woman truly had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I have wrongly offended you, my lord. I beg for your forgiveness, my lord. Bei Chen pointed directly at Wei next to her. I can forgive you, but this lady here needs to remove the love charm she placed on me first. Lao Huang's jaw dropped. What? Hero Jiang, you've been cursed? Apu stammered. Well, it's not that it can't be removed. It's just that Mr. Jiang was hit with our Shi family's exclusive product called the Love Goo. Wei mumbled. This Love Goo has no antidote. The only way to remove it is for the two of us to become one family. But luckily, the product on you hasn't been activated yet, so you're still perfectly fine. Bei Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh, why is there no antidote? That's ridiculous. Apu lowered her head and began her explanation. The Love Goo is cultivated from the caster's life, essence, and blood, so the antidote is the caster themselves. And as for the Love Goo on Mr. Jiang, it can only be cured by uniting with my granddaughter. Bei Chen shrugged, as if to say, so what? Is that the only way? Is there no plan B? The old woman immediately replied, there are still two other options. One is to use the divine 13 needles of the Ghost Gate to extract Mr. Jiang's golden soul, and then transfer it to another person. The second is to eliminate the caster. Hearing this, Wei's face turned deathly pale. Apu's voice trembled slightly. But I assume your army wouldn't be so cruel as to do that. Bei Chen just stared at her silently, with a look that said, try me. Apu mumbled, I mean, sacrificing my granddaughter. Suddenly, Zhao Jun held up a phone and yelled, Big bro, you have a call. He frantically handed the phone to Bei Chen. It's Miss Jiang Lai calling, boss. Bei Chen snatched the phone and put it to his ear. Hello, Miss Jiang. Are you all right? On the other end of the line was Jiang Lai's voice, trembling like a leaf. Brother, help me. Bei Chen frowned. What is it? What happened? Jiang Lai whispered, I don't know either. A moment ago, that Chen Jiawa guy came looking for me, saying he wanted to discuss something, but I refused, so he made me smell some kind of sachet. Nothing happened at first, and then suddenly my body started burning up like a furnace. I think he made me inhale something. Brother, save me. Bei Chen's eyes blazed with a fury that shot through the roof. Bei Chen stared at the phone, his body trembling with rage. He growled an order to Zhao Jun. Take the shadow guards and capture that bastard Chen Jiahua right now. Bring him to me alive, and if he's dead, bring me his body. With that, he dragged Wei by the hand and walked away, calling back to Apu. Old woman, I'm borrowing your granddaughter for a bit. A moment later, with a loud bang, the room's door flew off its hinges from Bei Chen's kick. He frantically shouted her name throughout the room. Jiang Lai. Bei Chen saw her on the bed, shivering pitifully, and cried out in alarm, My God, how did it come to this? He rushed over and wrapped her tightly in a blanket. Are you okay? Jiang Lai grimaced, her voice petulant. Brother, what took you so long to show up? Wei glanced at Jiang Lai's condition and declared knowingly. From the looks of it, she's been afflicted by a love goo. The love goo inside her has been switched on by someone. Once activated, if yin-yang harmony isn't achieved in time, it will begin to drain the host's life force. If this continues, she'll die. Jiang Lai let out a few weak moans. Brother. She looked at him, on the verge of tears. I don't want to die. I haven't even officially acknowledged you as my older brother. I haven't heard you call me little sister once, and I haven't had the chance to introduce you to the Jiang family clan yet. I don't want to die so young. Boo-hoo. After hearing this, Bei Chen froze like a statue, completely losing his composure as he questioned her urgently. Whoa, hold on. What are you talking about, sworn brothers, a platonic sister, and also being named Jiang? No one can understand you when you ramble like that. Wei snapped. Mr. Jiang, you need to calm down. Right now, she's losing her mind because of that love charm. If we want to save her, we have to find a way. What else is there to do? We have to save her life first. Bei Chen seemed to snap out of it, nodding repeatedly. Right. A person's life is the top priority. Saving someone is as urgent as putting out a fire. We must act now. Zhao Jun rushed in, out of breath, to report. Reporting, Sir Bei Chen. That damn guy with the surname Chen has vanished into thin air. Bei Chen gently leaned Jiang Lai against Wei. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his voice hissing through his teeth. He just vanished? My elite team went after him and let him slip away? Give me an explanation that actually sounds convincing. Otherwise, you can just submit your resignation right now. Zhao Zhan was sweating bullets and quickly clarified, Sir, I just discovered a secret tunnel. It's located right under Jinling and is managed by the Wei family. Bei Chen glanced over and saw Wei prying open Jiang Lai's mouth to pour in some strange-looking liquid. He gave a curt order. Understood. Dispatch troops and surround the Wei family estate. I'm on my way. Roger that. With that settled, Bei Chen turned and called out in a soft... She looked up at him with her big, round eyes. Bei Chen scratched his head, stammering, let me ask a stupid question. Can you do what A Pew said, suck the love charm out of Jiang Lai and transfer it into me? Awei's eyes widened in disbelief as she yelled, Mr. Jiang, are you out of your mind? You already have one type in your system, and now you want to load another one in? You'll be pushing up daisies. Bei Chen waved his hand dismissively, his face unfazed. I can handle it, don't worry. And just like that, he took out the 13th Fang Mon needle and pricked Jiang Lai's head. The love charm was instantly express delivered into Bei Chen's body. He only had time to let out an ugh before his world turned upside down. A lineup of beauties with legs for days appeared, beckoning. Hey handsome, come and play with us. Well, it seems the sleeping beast has finally awakened. Bei Chen squeezed his eyes shut and muttered, Damn it, I never expected two charms, one male and one female, would collide and create a big bang like this. Seeing his face turn from pale to red and his breathing become ragged, Wei grew frantic. Mr. Jiang, are you about to kick the bucket? The young woman pushed a set of clothes into his hands, gently reminding him, You should change, sir. You're soaked like a drowned rat and dripping with sweat. Bei Chen said awkwardly but politely, Thank you. While he was changing, Wei secretly glanced at his scar-covered back and gasped internally, Good heavens, is that a back or a map? What kind of dungeons has this guy been grinding to get so many scars? While Wei was lost in thought, she saw Bei Chen's face contort in pain as he clutched his head as if he'd been struck. Suddenly, Bei Chen staggered as if he were drunk. Wei panicked and quickly grabbed his arm, asking urgently, Hey, are you still okay? Without a word, he pulled Wei into his arms, leaving her speechless. Oh, and just like that, smack. A passionate kiss ensued. P.S. If Sister Shui Yu finds out about this, you're definitely going to be... The next part is a bit steamy. So we'll leave it to your imagination. Wei quickly pushed him away. Hey, you! Luckily, at that very moment, suddenly, a wave of guilt flashed through his mind. Oh, Jiang Lai, how could I do something so despicable right in front of your sister? I'm such a scumbag. Overwhelmed with guilt, he quickly turned his face away and stammered to Wei. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Seeing Bei Chen as shy as a teenage girl, she put on a cool, big sister act to reassure him. It's okay, Mr. Jiang. But despite her words, Wei was secretly disappointed, her cheeks blushing as she thought, Bei Chen slowly walked over to the bed where Jiang Lai was fast asleep and solemnly entrusted her to Wei. Please look after Jiang Lai for me for the next few days. With that, he placed a hand on her forehead in a nation's big brother gesture. Good girl. Big brother is going to take care of this mess now. Hearing Bei Chen say this, Wei's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Okay, you can go, Mr. Jiang. Night fell at the Wei family mansion. Wei Lei was kneeling on the ground, while Wei Shan was crying and begging. Big brother Wei Jing, my boy Lei was just being foolish. He didn't mean any harm. He only wanted what was best for our clan. Hearing that lame excuse, he boiled with rage. Best for the Wei family? You mean best for getting our entire family served up on a platter? Overcome with fury, Wei Jing roared in Wei Shan's face, making him jump back as if he'd been burned. Do you have any idea what kind of hornet's nest your goddamn nephew just kicked? That's Jiang Bei Chen, the commander of the First Realm, you idiot. He's the final boss of the Huaxia Beihai Yishi Mei, you know. The old man pointed right at Wei Lei's face and unleashed his fury. Our family was planning to use Huang Wenshan as a bridge to latch onto him. But you smooth-brained idiot, you went and let the tiger back into the mountains and even sent off the very person he wanted to erase. You take the cake for stupidity. Wei Lei hastily dodged the blow. Grandpa, calm down, he's still just a general. Teaming up with the big shots from the prestigious families is the best strategy. That's the real classy move, Grandpa. Besides, if he becomes a husband later, our family will still have an escape route. After hearing this, old Master Wei Jing's blood pressure shot through the roof. The old man fumed. Let me knock some sense into you, you disgrace of the family. Just as he raised his cane, he saw Bei Chen suddenly appear, which made him jump. Oh, mister. Bei Chen gently borrowed the cane with one hand and then, without a word, gifted a devastating blow to Wei Lei's useless head, snapping him to his senses. Ah! The cane broke into two pieces, and strawberry syrup gushed out like a spring, while Bei Chen's face was blacker than the bottom of a pot, ignoring Wei Lei, who was now cosplaying as a beggar. I don't know if other people have a back door to escape through, but today, your Wei Lei family's emergency exit has definitely been sealed. Bei Chen stuck both hands in his pockets, striking a CEO pose, and looked at Wei Lei to spit it out. Where did you ship that bastard Chen Jiahua off to? Seeing his fate was sealed and there was no escape, he stammered, I'll talk right now, sir. He went to Black Stone Town in Shangxi. I heard he's looking for some high-level sorcerer to exorcise you, sir. Having gotten the information, Bei Chen turned on his heel coolly. I'll spare you this time, consider yourself sensible. Brothers, let's roll. But in reality, he was struggling with all his might to maintain his image until he was out of sight. Zhao Jun scurried over. Big bro, are you all right? Bei Chen clutched his chest with one hand, his face pale, but his words were tough. I'm fine. He thought to himself, this Guqing thing, although it's been muzzled by the Xuanqing art, it still acts up sometimes, affecting my handsome face. I'll send that bastard Chen Jiahua to meet his ancestors first, then I'll deal with purging the poison later. The next morning, at a certain family fort, a shiny car screeched to a halt right at the gate. Bei Chen thought to himself, the parasite inside me is temporarily getting a beatdown from the Xuanqing art, so it's lying perfectly still. I have to find a way to expel it as soon as possible. The car window slowly rolled down, and Bei Chen spoke in a voice as sweet as honey. Excuse me, sir, can I ask which way to go to get to Black Stone Town? The person he asked was the master of the Fu family fort named Fu Tong. This guy acted as enthusiastic as a tour guide. Ah, our Fu family fort is the only road that leads to Black Stone Town, young man. But unfortunately for you, it's been raining for the past 2 days, so the road was carried away by a flash flood. It's currently undergoing emergency repairs by the work. It probably won't be open to traffic until tomorrow. Bei Chen looked bewildered. Huh, I can only go tomorrow? Fu Tong nodded in confirmation. That's right, but our fort has a cheap homestay for stranded travelers. Would you like to come in and get some rest, my friend? It sounded appealing, so Bei Chen nodded. Sounds good, please lead the way. Fu Tong immediately said enthusiastically, follow me. So, the man led Bei Chen up a few steps to a row of houses that looked quite decent. This is my mansion, make yourself at home, just pick a room to settle in. After the brief tour, he turned and walked away, just as his servant came running over in a hurry. Reporting to the fort master, I have secret intel to report. Fu Tong frowned, what's the rush? The servant's hand was holding a small piece of paper. As he spoke, he shoved the piece of paper at him. There's an urgent dispatch from Blackstone Town. We must stop the guy in this photo. Under no circumstances can we let him get to the town. Fu Tong took the paper, his gears started turning, he connected the dots and realized, wait a minute, the face in this photo looks familiar, isn't it the guest who just arrived? Seeing the old guy's expression, you could tell his head was full of bad ideas. He shot a sideways glance at Bei Chen and smirked sinisterly. Tonight, take some men and follow this plan for me. The servant obeyed, but his sixth sense was screaming, trouble, there's trouble. Strange, my intuition tells me something dramatic is going to happen tonight. Well, I'd better stay on high alert just in case. Night fell, and in a room as big as Bei Chen was just entering a meditative state when thump, someone was knocked out and thrown straight into his room. The strong, fragrant smell of smoke instantly woke him up. Oh, do I have a visitor? Bei Chen immediately came up with a brilliant plan to play hide and seek and see what tricks they were up to. The moment the door opened, he vanished in a flash, just as a gang of thugs kicked the door down and stormed in. They aggressively barged in, each one with a murderous look on their face, their hands gripping their weapons. Perched on the rafters, Bei Chen silently observed them. He smirked triumphantly. Ah, so they're here to take my life. The leader, Fu Dong, aggressively advanced towards the bed, sensing that something wasn't right. He suddenly stopped, a growing sense of unease washing over him. He ripped the blanket off the bed. Where is he? A sharp-eyed subordinate spotted something and yelled, Chief, he's up there. Hearing this, Fu Dong quickly looked up at the ceiling. Instantly, Bei Chen leaped down from above like a god. No, trying to take my life? Do you guys even have what it takes? He launched a devastating kick straight into the man's face. Ag. Fu Dong was sent flying, tumbling like a soccer ball. This guy was prepared though, and quickly pulled out a small, bright green jar, flinging it straight at Bei Chen. Just die already? Bei Chen was slightly startled, but this little toy wasn't enough to faze him. He quickly regained his composure. He shattered the jar with his bare fist. Smash. From inside, dozens of glowing insects swarmed out, surrounding Bei Chen. Oh, so these are golden goo worms. They rushed to attack him, clearly not realizing they had just bitten off more than they could chew. Bei Chen scoffed. How preposterous. A bunch of tiny bugs dare to act so boldly before me? I've heard rumors that these golden goo worms are the embodiment of the great Tao. In that case, this master will treat you as a first-class tonic to nourish myself. The power of the bugs was gradually being drained as the full might of the golden goo worms converged on Bei Chen, and there was a massive number of them. Seeing this, Fu Dong grinned from ear to ear, gloating inwardly. Once the golden goo worms attack, then this guy is dead for sure. Bei Chen mimicked his words sarcastically, taunting him while forming a hand seal. The chief sounds so confident. Seeing Bei Chen still standing there unharmed, Fu Dong's glee turned to utter disbelief as he shouted in astonishment, You're still alive? How the hell are you not dead?" Hearing this, Bei Chen calmly retorted, "How am I not dead? What gave you the absurd confidence that these tiny little bugs could ever defeat me?" He opened his palm, which was now filled with the poisonous gift from the golden goo worms courtesy of Fu Dong, and looked at him. "In consideration of you letting me stay for a night, I will spare your life." As he spoke, Bei Chen unleashed the full, potent toxic energy of the golden goo worms. He sent the gift back to Fu Dong with a flick of his fingers, shouting, "Whether you live or go, meet your maker is all up to fate now." Only blood-curdling screams of "ah" were left to tear through the silent night. Meanwhile, Bei Chen clutched his chest and quickly made his escape. He rushed to the escort vehicle, one hand on the steering wheel and the other clutching his chest tightly. Ugh, it seems these golden goo worms have some serious side effects. Damn it, this burning sensation inside me just won't go out. With that thought, he floored the gas pedal and sped off like a demon was chasing him. I need to get out of here fast, find a quiet place to treat my injuries and put out this fire. The next morning, in Shangyao of Miaojiang, a man named Huang Fengzhen was frantically chasing after a girl, Hua Ruo. "You stop right there for me. You're going to be my wife soon," he shouted as he ran. "In all of Shangyao, I am the most powerful man. If you don't marry me, who else are you going to marry?" The girl shouted back while running, "I'll tell you what, I would rather die than ever marry you." While running, Hua Ruo suddenly screeched to a halt. In front of her was a massive wall, causing her to panic. "Oh no, it's a dead end." Behind her, Guolong and a henchman had caught up. "Hurry, she's over there. Grab her for me." Seeing her desperate situation, she decided to risk jumping over the wall. But out of nowhere, Bei Chen suddenly came flying over from the other side. The guy suddenly slung his arm over Huan Ruo's shoulder. Pressed so close, her face turned red as a beet as she stammered, Mr. Jiang, how in the world did you get here?" Bei Chen looked like he just swallowed a fly and started coughing violently. Huan Ruo panicked. "Oh my gosh, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to call 911? She suggested, "Hey, how about we get out of here first?" So the two of them shuffled off to another inn and landed straight on the bed. Bei Chen was silent and began circulating his profound internal energy. Huan Ruo sat beside him, staring for a moment before declaring, "Mr. Jiang, did you get hit with that special goo poison?" It seemed this bug was the Pro Max version, tormenting him to no end. Even after mustering all his strength to use the Xuanqing art, he still couldn't suppress the love curse that the golden insect had thrown in as a bonus. Huan Ruo flew off the bed, slipping on her shoes at the speed of light. "Mr. Jiang, just hang in there a little longer. I'll go buy the Miaojiang miracle cure to rescue you right now." But Bei Chen had reached his limit. His battery was about to run out. He grabbed her hand, let out a cry, and pinned her down on the bed with a thud, leaving Huan Ruo dazed like a deer in the headlights. "Mr. Jiang, calm down. Breathe in, breathe out." Bei Chen, looking as anxious as if he were on pins and needles, replied, "I'm sorry, I'm shutting down. I can't take..." Seeing this, Huan Ruo had no choice but to give in, closing her eyes and taking the plunge. "Mr. Jiang, if you really can't hold it in anymore." He looked at her, his eyes blazing with passion. The two of them rushed at each other like moths to a flame. Well, you can imagine the rest. He quickly started to take care of her clothes, making her shy. "How embarrassing." "I'm sorry." Bei Chen quickly reassured her, "Don't you worry. After this is over, I'll give you a lifetime warranty." The next morning, after the deed was done, both were fully dressed and sitting on the bed. Bei Chen's face was full of guilt. "I'm sorry. Yesterday I..." The girl next to him replied softly, "It's okay. I'm fine. I know you were basically hacked and didn't do it on purpose. I don't blame you at all, and I won't make Big Brother Jiang take responsibility for the consequences either." Saying that, she forced a smile. "After all, you're the one who saved this worthless life of mine. Without you, I would have been pushing up daisies a long time ago. Just consider this me repaying my debt to you," Huan Ruo said while pulling back the blanket, showing off her perfect figure before quickly getting off the bed. "Big Brother Jiang, you just rest up and regain your strength. I'm out of here. My family is rushing me to get engaged. I actually ran away from home to have some fun. My old man is probably raising hell right now." Suddenly, a hand stopped Huan Ruo. "Do you take me, Jiang Bei Chen, for a use and dump kind of guy?" With that, he pulled her into a hug, startling her. Big Brother Jiang?" He looked at her with a wide grin. "You're taken now, Ji Ruo. I forbid you from marrying any other guy." His domineering words made her face flush bright. "So now, can I take my wifey out to eat our way through the city?" She shyly nodded, "Yes." as the streetlights outside began to turn on. Hand in hand, Bei Chen was taking Huan Ruo on a date when suddenly, the clang of a bell rang out, followed by a booming shout. "The beasts are here! All living people get out of the way!" A motley procession of people with hats on their heads and scarves covering their faces walked in a long line, their arms stretched out stiffly in front of them. Bei Chen looked at this strange fashion sense and odd behavior. Ah, the specialty of Xiangxi corpse herding. Suddenly, a demonic smile from one of the men in the crowd radiated a chilly aura, which for some reason annoyed Bei Chen. That guy just now had such a strong air-conditioned chill, didn't he? Could it be the big sister Nuba? But this scent doesn't seem quite right. Huan Ruo, seeing him lost in thought, gently shook his arm. Bei Chen? Brother Bei Chen, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're bummed out because you're scared. Hearing this, he reached out and stroked her head with the utmost affection. Me? Scared? As if? That's the famous corpse walking of Xiangxi. She grinned and replied, You bet, that's exactly it. Huan Ruo suddenly had a bad feeling and whipped her head around, her face pale as a sheet. Seeing her terrified expression, he asked, Huh, what's wrong? She quickly hid behind Bei Chen, pointing with a trembling hand toward 3 people in the distance. Look over there, the man in the brocade robe. That tall guy is the guy my father is forcing me to marry. He's the precious son of the great chieftain of the Kwa family. His name is Kwa Long. After hearing this, Bei Chen snorted with laughter and replied, Aha, so that's my love rival, is it? She clenched her fists and shot him a scorching glare. Love rival, my foot. I can't stand him. Come on, don't say such silly things. He quickly stroked her head to soothe her, his eyes filled with adoration. All right, there, don't be mad. You go back to the hotel and rest first. I'll go lure those flies away. Huan Ruo hurried away, looking back to remind him. Then you better come back soon. After watching the beauty's figure disappear, Bei Chen spun around 180 degrees and dashed straight towards Kwa Long, blocking his path. Kwa Long was just vibing when his path was suddenly blocked and his blood boiled as he roared, You little punk, where are your eyes? You dare to block your daddy's path. True to his word, he threw a punch toward Bei Chen. The guy dodged it effortlessly and even threw in a taunt. Well now, haven't you heard what a big shot our great master Kwa Long is? Seeing his opponent dodge the blow so easily, Kwa Long was actually delighted and laughed boisterously. Whoa, not bad, brother. Your skills are pretty good. Are you Han Chinese? Want to stay in the Miao territory and start Come work as a soldier for me, and I'll pay you 20,000 a month. Hearing this, Bei Chen scoffed in reply. You want me to be your soldier? Are you even qualified? The henchman behind him said condescendingly. Hey, little brother, we're giving you a golden opportunity here. Don't be someone who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that Bei Chen had no respect for them, Kwa Long's face turned purple with rage as he pointed straight at him. The brother-in-law also chimed in, You brat, for your brother-in-law here to notice you is a blessing for 3 generations of your family, so don't be ungrateful. He just smirked and casually provoked them. Seeing Bei Chen's utter arrogance, Kwa Long's blood boiled as he tightened his fist and charged straight at him. You arrogant little punk. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Just then, quick as lightning, Bei Chen's hand grabbed the waistband of his pants while he nonchalantly asked, Teach me a lesson, you say? Don't you 2 brothers feel something strange, an unusual breeze down below? He froze for a few seconds, then both of their pants dropped without warning, leaving them both frozen like statues. Oh my god! From a distance, Bei Chen gave a cheeky farewell wave, while Kwa Long and his dear brother-in-law could only fume as they held up their pants and watched him go. Both of them were fuming. Damn it. The next time I get my hands on that little brat, I swear I'll make him pay. In the middle of the passing crowd, 2 young men struggled to hold up their pants. With a click, the door swung open, and Bei Chen strode in confidently. Seeing him, Huan Ruo was overjoyed and chirped, Bei Chen, you're back. The girl cheerfully pointed to the strange woman on the chair. I forgot to introduce you. Bei Chen, this is Yi. She's a tourist just like us, and she even offered to buy us a drink. Bei Chen stared at the person before him, his eyes wide and his jaw nearly hitting the floor. A female ghost. He hurriedly pushed Hua Ruo out the door, quickly making up an excuse. Hua Ruo, I'm suddenly craving a fried donut could you run and get one for me? I have a little business to discuss with Missy here. Bei Chen's attitude was incredibly The girl asked in confusion, Huh, didn't you just complain they were too greasy? The moment she was out of sight, Bei Chen slammed the door shut, locked it, and leaned against it, panting heavily. Bei Chen spun around, glaring at her. I can't believe you managed to track me all the way here. The ghost's eyes suddenly glowed with a demonic light as she revealed her true form. Her messy hair stood on end, and she let out an earth-shattering shriek. Don't think I won't dare to touch you just because we're in Miaojiang. I have 100 ways to make your soul scatter to the winds. Her hair suddenly elongated, tightly wrapping around Bei Chen's arm. A stream of unfamiliar memories suddenly transferred directly into his brain through the strands of her hair. Whoa, are these the memories of this big sister? When she was alive, she was a person cherished by the gods like a precious jewel. That's why everyone had to revere her. Unbelievably, in life, the female ghost was a Luo Hua Dong Nu. A Luo Hua Dong Nu, in simple terms, is a girl chosen by a god, but tragically, as a person chosen by a god, she was strictly forbidden from falling in love or marrying. To put it bluntly, it was a curse to be forever single, and yet she fell in love with a young man. The two of them ran away together, but their happy ending was short-lived as she was captured and dragged back. They locked her inside a wooden box with a glass lid, an act of unimaginable cruelty. An extreme sense of pain washed over Bei Chen, and her hair suddenly released his arm. Bei Chen suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it, you want me to bless your marriage, right? Since the Miaojiang mountain god is the deity who controls the rain, wind, and lightning, this ghost lady mistook me for the Miaojiang mountain god. Hearing this, the female ghost let out a long, heavy sigh, her expression turning somber. Bei Chen felt sorry for her and racked his brain. According to the ghost girl's memories, her lingering obsession was to be one family with the Wu King. She just wanted to graduate from the Luo Hua Dong Mive curse, then pack her bags and find the Wu King no matter what. In that case, first, I need to cool this lady down. The young man slapped his face to clear his head and then casually said, "All right then, for the time being, you can just stick with me. Just relax. When we get to the divine temple, I'll help you debug the curse." From a distance, Huan Ruo burst through the door, yelling, "Bei Chen, we're screwed. Miaojiang. A corpse king has appeared in Miaojiang. It's too powerful. No one can suppress it." She collapsed to her knees, hugging them and muttering to herself, "What are we going to do? If the corpse king appears, all of Miaojiang will be done for." Seeing Huan Ruo panicking, Bei Chen quickly reassured her. "Calm down, don't freak out. I have a way to handle this. Now, give me the corpse king's coordinates." She looked at him blankly. At the Cao family cemetery. Bei Chen, are you serious? You really have a way to deal with the corpse king? As she spoke, Bei Chen grabbed Huan Ruo's hand and pulled her along, with the ghost girl quietly tagging along behind to see what was up. While leading her by the hand, Bei Chen replied curtly, "Yeah, let's go." In a flash, they arrived at the Cao family cemetery, a hilly area with tombs packed closely together. It was definitely the Cao family's graveyard. As Huan Ruo was walking with Bei Chen, she suddenly waved frantically at a girl up ahead. "Sister Jin He. This is the eldest young miss of the Cao family, Cao Jin He." Seeing Huan Ruo, Jin, he looked visibly surprised. "Huh, Huan Ruo, what are you doing in this godforsaken place?" While she was still bewildered, Huan Ruo quickly linked arms with Bei Chen and boasted with a wide grin, "I brought an expert here to deal with the corpse king." After hearing this, Jin He's eyes skeptically scanned Bei Chen from head to toe, and her hopes plummeted. The one to deal with the corpse king? This kid? Looking so young and inexperienced, what could he possibly do against a corpse king? The ghost girl who had been following along was also there and saw Jin He's distrustful expression. Huan Ruo immediately started hyping him up. "Bei Chen's power is totally insane, sis." Jin He didn't want to hear any more and cut her off. "All right, that's enough. You don't need to sell him to me anymore. I've already invited a master to help suppress the corpse king. He has no business here, so just take him home and stay out of it." Just as she finished speaking, a servant came running up, his face pale as a sheet, and stammered, Eldest miss, it's a disaster. The corpse king can't be suppressed any longer. Master Zhang says we need the dragon-subduing wood to handle it." Jin, he froze when she heard this. "What, you can't suppress it?" Jin, he hurriedly ran after the subordinate, shouting, "I always have the dragon-subduing wood on me. Quick, bring the dragon-subduing wood to Master Zhang now." Seeing how tense the situation was, Huan Ruo turned and asked, "Big brother Bei Chen, what do we do now? Looks like something big is about to go down." The young man said with a serious expression, "Let's go in and check out the situation." In front of them was a coffin exuding a dark aura, plastered all over with talismans. In the middle of a large courtyard, a master was performing frantic rituals within a magic array, while the coffin lay perfect. He was forming hand seals and muttering some kind of dangerous-looking incantation. Bei Chen and Huan Ruo had just reached the entrance, and as she was about to rush in, he pulled her back. "Wait." Huan Ruo was confused. "What is it?" Before she could finish her sentence, the coffin lid suddenly shot into the air with a loud boom. Bei Chen's expression suddenly changed. "It's awake." From inside the coffin, a gigantic ape leaped out and casually sent the master flying to his doom. "Oh my god!" That girl suddenly went wide-eyed, grabbed her weapon, and charged like the wind, screaming, "You inhuman monster! I'm sending you to hell today." With a loud bam, the ape sent her flying into the distance. Seeing their young miss in danger, the maids screamed their heads off, "Oh my god, young miss," while the ape raised its hand again, probably wanting to land another hit. Her brain still buffering, Jin, he could only sit on the ground, her limbs trembling, as she thought to herself, It's over. I'm definitely a goner this time. Suddenly, lightning crackled around the brutish ape like a disco ball. The surrounding crowd stared with their jaws agape, shouting, "The mountain god has descended. Everybody, the mountain god is here." Jin. He quickly turned her head, and her eyes fell upon Bei Chen, who was frantically forming hand seals. She was stunned. "It's you?" He swept past her like a god and said coolly, "Step back, sweetie." Kim Ha looked on with a completely bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Back then stood opposite the ape with a cocky attitude, not showing a hint of fear, prompting someone to shout from behind, "Be careful." The young man crossed his arms and muttered, "To take a heavenly thunderstrike and still get back on its feet. What a tough beast." Suddenly, a female fiend appeared out of nowhere, drifting towards Back Fan. Her eyes were bloodshot red, and her mouth gaped open to reveal fangs sharper than daggers. The female fiend dashed towards the enraged ape, aiming a fist brimming with killing intent straight at it. Back then watched the drama from a distance, observing the battle between the two powerhouses in great detail. The young man immediately realized something was off. This female fiend's attacks were like a kitten's scratches. She wasn't using her full strength. What's going on? He thought, activating his Could it be? This Corpse King is the female fiend's old flame. While he was speculating, the ape quickly landed a devastating punch on her, sending her crashing to the ground. The female fiend clutched her stomach, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, as she called out sorrowfully, "Vu." In response to her earnest plea, it just growled in her face as if to say, "Do I?" She staggered back to her feet, reaching out towards it while still calling, "Vu." The ape frowned, bared its fangs menacingly, then abruptly turned and walked away, leaving the female fiend all alone. So it turns out that Ape was the Vu King, the female fiend's beloved. Seeing her sobbing, Back then stepped in to console her, saying, There, stop crying now. When we find him later, I'll help you check if his brain is still working." The female fiend, with tears still welling in her eyes, said resentfully, "I just can't believe it. After they upgraded me into a female fiend, they didn't even spare him. For this grudge, I will make them pay back everything with interest." Witnessing this tragic Korean drama scene, Back Than's blood also boiled as he cursed inwardly. That old Vosu from 1,000 years ago really racked up some inescapable karma. How could he have the heart to turn a deeply loving couple into this mess, one into a female fiend and the other into a corpse king? It's so unbelievably dramatic. Unable to let the couple suffer any longer, Back then promised firmly, "Rest assured, once we find the corpse king, I will rack my brain to find a way to bring you two back together." His words moved the female fiend to tears, and she immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, great master." After that was settled, he stood up and walked back to Kim Ha. Hoa Nuog jumped and hugged Back then tightly. He then said, "Let's go. Hoa Nuog, we should head home." She happily agreed without a moment's hesitation. "Yes, Master Back then is the absolute best." In the distance, Kim Ha, seeing she was about to be left out, hurriedly spoke up. "Great master, the Corpse King issue isn't resolved yet. I have a favor to ask." She looked at Back then with sparkling puppy dog eyes. "Great master, could you stay at the Tao family as the high priest?" He bluntly cut her off, rejecting the offer in a heartbeat. "I must decline. I came to Miaojiang because I have other important matters to attend to. I'll be on my way now." But in reality, Back Than had only one thing on his mind. After all this time, it was finally time to continue his journey to Blackstone Town to take care of the Chen family. And so, Back Than's car sped towards Blackstone Town. According to Cao Qian Ha, Whitestone is the closest to Blackstone Town. "I've been driving my butt off for a while, so we should be approaching Whitestone Town soon, right?" Something appeared that startled him. Back then quickly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. Looking around, he saw 3 or 4 other cars had completely surrounded them. The author was too lazy to draw, so they just copy-pasted this part. A menacing-looking gang, brandishing weapons, stood blocking Back Than's car. "Hey kid, get out of the car." Seeing the situation, the young man calmly opened the door and stepped out, glancing around before asking, "What's with the big—" A henchman in the back got a clear look at his face and hurriedly reported to his boss, "Boss, that's the punk." Looking at this cast of extras, he instantly figured it out. Must be more people from the Chen family sent to check on my health. These guys were spoiling for a fight, raising their weapons to make our hero disappear. "Get him, boys. This job will make us rich," one shouted. But suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "You've got some serious nerve, don't you? Who gave you punks permission to cause trouble in my territory? Men, get this rowdy bunch out of my sight." The moment they saw the boss lady, the thugs' faces turned pale as they cried out, "Oh my god, it's that ogress. I mean, the Great Earth Master of Whitestone Town. What is she doing here?" The intel was wrong. It said she was on patrol today. If we fall into her hands, we're totally done for. Hearing that familiar, commanding voice, Back then had an aha moment and immediately recognized the girl Wei. Bei Chen struck up a conversation. "Oh, Miss Shi, how have you been?" She quickly returned the courtesy. Long time no see, Mr. Jiang. What fateful wind has blown you to Whitestone Town? As she said that, the scene cut to A Wei's private residence, where she was bustling about, serving tea to the handsome man. A Wei looked at Bei Chen with maximum curiosity and asked again, "Really? What wind blew Mr. Jiang to this backwater, Whitestone Town?" Our guy calmly sipped his tea and slowly, "I was playing a game of cat and mouse with a guy named Chen Jiawa and ended up here. What about you? When did you get back? Is Jiang Lai doing okay these days?" The moment he mentioned that, her eyes suddenly fell. "Miss Jiang Lai is doing just fine. I came back to take over my grandmother's business. The last time, she fought with a female tyrant and was unfortunately hit with a cursed corpse poison, so she passed. Now I'm back to succeed her, acting as the general manager to handle all affairs in Whitestone Town." After hearing this, Bei Chen held his teacup and glanced sideways at the little ghost opposite him. "Corpse poison, huh?" Our guy looked at the little ghost and muttered, "What a load of bull. If she really got hit with that stuff, my scanner would have gone off ages ago." While he was lost in thought, the sound of frantic footsteps approached from an old man rushed in like the wind, gasping for breath, and stammered out the news, Great Earth Master, we're screwed. The gang from Black and White Town has brought their forces to ambush us." A Wei jumped in surprise. "What?" Bei Chen, overhearing the commotion, whispered enticingly, "Black and White Town, huh? Sounds interesting. Let's go see what's poppin'." Bei Chen thought to himself, "I bet that bastard Chen Jiao is here too. This time, your number's up, kid." Just as he finished that thought, a group of minions from Blackstone Town had already formed up and surrounded the gate. The crowd's jaws dropped in amazement. The old man crossed his arms, looking smugly at A Wei, and said in a sycophantic tone, "Oh, isn't this the great Earthmaster Shi Hongshan, the precious granddaughter of Shi Yun?" Long time finding his words grating, she snapped, "Humph, who's your granddaughter? The Black and Whitestone clans split up eons ago. This young lady is the great Earthmaster of Whitestone Town, not some relative of yours. You got that?" A Wei asked bluntly, "Shi Hongshan, what did you drag yourself here for?" The old man quickly explained, his shifty eyes pointing towards a bald old man who looked like a final boss. "It's not that I wanted to cause trouble, it's just that our great shaman Lan has a little heart-to-heart matter to discuss with your Whitestone Town." With that, he pointed directly at Bei Chen and ordered, "It's quite simple, really. You people of Whitestone Town just have to hand over this young punk, and we'll be done." Hearing that ridiculous reason, A Wei immediately bristled. "Great Shaman Lan Feng, aren't you going too far? Mr. Jiang here was a VIP guest of my grandmother when she was still alive. In short, I'm not handing him over." The great shaman pointed at Bei Chen and said, "He is a bad omen that will bring disaster to the entire Miao territory. For the peace of the Miao people, we must send him to the afterlife." Bei Chen glanced over and immediately saw the ugly mug of Chen Jiahua peeking from behind, thinking to himself. Bei Chen instantly figured it out, so this old great shaman is Chen Jiahua's backer. Blood rushed to his head, his hands clenched into fists as he growled, "Who did you call a bad omen?" The memory of when he had to save Jiang Lai suddenly flooded back. His anger flared even more, and right at that moment, the damned Love-Gu curse inside Bei Chen suddenly acted up, tormenting him to the point of near collapse. Bei Chen thought to himself, "This damn thing is acting up again. The only mission, destroy its controller so I have a chance to live." He shot a death glare at Chen Jiawa. "Chen Jiawa, today will be your death anniversary." His hands began to channel energy, his power surging. From a distance, the great shaman yelled like a sports commentator, Look at those pitch-black marks on his body." Without a word, Bei Chen shot forward, preparing to send the whole lot on a trip to the afterlife. He threw a thunderous punch towards him, shouting, "Chen Jiawa, surrender your life." Seeing our hero looking as ferocious as Rambo, Jiawa was scared out of his wits and quickly turned to beg. Jiawa screamed, "Great Shaman Lan, save me." The old man jutted his chin and ordered his minions, "All of you, charge. Mince that brat for me." A group of disciples responded in unison and charged forward. Even though he was barehanded, Bei Chen took care of the whole group as if he were clearing out weeds. Every move he made was a powerful combo to vent his anger. Bei Chen grabbed Jiahua's collar with one hand, brought his face close, and sneered. "Hey buddy, when you were messing with Jiang Lai, did you—" The guy turned pale with fear, stammering and begging, Ugh, big bro Jiang. "I know I was wrong, please spare my life this time," while our hero coldly clenched his teeth. "Too late, honey." With a single smack, he punched him straight in the neck, and Jiawa spat out a torrent of blood. Our guy also gave the remaining small fry a thorough beating. Seeing this, the great shaman was pissed and began to wildly channel his energy with flashy moves, which actually looked pretty But you're still too green to show off in front of me. The old man conjured up a magnificent-looking circle of electric fire. Awei's face went deathly pale, and she screamed, "Mr. Jiang, be careful or you'll get your hair singed." That's the secret family technique of the great Phoenix Master of the Land family. And yet, our hero's expression didn't change at all. He just raised his hand, channeled a bit of power, and lightly flicked it towards the old man's secret technique. Oh my, the great sorcerer's signature move was just blown to smithereens. Bei Chen smirked, "My bad, I accidentally broke the old man's toy. I was just a little too rough." The great sorcerer, fuming with a purple face, pulled out a jar. "You insolent brat, your time is up." Who knew the jar was full of actual scorpions? "Go capture him for me." Suddenly, Bei Chen felt a sting, and opening his eyes, he saw a writhing swarm, so he waved his hand and sent them all back to their maker. After dealing with the old man's pets, he performed a few martial arts moves. "It's showtime." Bei Chen raised his hand, mumbling something in a language that sounded like a rap. Instantly, a yin-yang compass as large as a platter appeared beneath his feet, and he roared, "Get served." The great sorcerer's face went from purple to green, his jaw dropped and eyes wide, frozen for a good 5 seconds before the boy's strange technique. Seeing the beam of light closing in, the old man jumped back in terror as if electrocuted, but there was no escape. The great sorcerer took the full combo without a single miss. A world-shaking boom sent the old man to meet his ancestors. Bei Chen gave a cool half-smirk, his voice as cold as ice. "Lan Feng is dealt with, so what are you all going to do?" Hearing this, the whole group began to kowtow frantically. Their faces were all teary. "Big brother, spare us. We've learned our lesson, we'll never dare to show off in front of an expert again." Ah Wei ran out, overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for taking out the trash. Please come in for some tea and rest up." He just gave a nod, letting the others clean up the battlefield. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from the distance at lightning speed. His voice was breathless. "Alert! Alert! Great Earth Master, the Corpse King has appeared. It's wreaking havoc at our Tang family estate. Please, leader of the 4 great families, dispatch 500 men to the Tang family for support to hunt the Corpse King boss together and restore world." Ah Wei looked bewildered, her face full of question marks. The Corpse King? Never heard of it. Bei Chen then gave her a summary of the lore behind this boss. "Oh, I see now." Ah Wei smiled sweetly. "I believe in you, Brother Jiang. It's a deal then. In 3 days, I'll lead reinforcements." The servant breathed a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. Oh, by the way, the day after tomorrow is also my young Miss's engagement ceremony with the young master from the Guo family. At that time, you are all invited to the Guo family estate for the party. My master, the Great Earth Master, will treat you." Bei Chen thought he had heard wrong and asked again, "An engagement for your young miss?" The man nodded, "Yes, sir." Without another word, Bei Chen spun around and walked away. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly dropped to sub-zero temperatures. Nonsense. Tanghua Ruo is a flower that already has an owner, and that owner is— The scene quickly shifts to the Tang family estate. Tang Yan's face was wrinkled with worry, his eyes fixed on the doctor taking his father's pulse. He asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my father?" The doctor shook his head and let out a long sigh. "The situation is dire, my boy. It doesn't look good. This corpse poison is extremely stubborn. Ordinary medicine is useless against it. Only the mountain god fruit, a one-of-a-kind, rare item, can cure it." His voice lowered. "But the divine mountain is desolate now. Where would we find that fruit?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's mind raced. He said to the doctor, "I think the Guo family has one, but I don't know if they still have it." He then wearily rubbed his forehead. "It's a complete dead end, unless the Tang and Guo families were to be joined by marriage. But our eldest young miss refuses." "Hello, did someone mention me?" Hua Ruo appeared as if out of nowhere. She pushed the door open and declared firmly, "As long as the Guo family is willing to offer the mountain god fruit as the engagement gift, I will marry him." 2 days flew by in a flash. The wedding of the century between the Tang and Guo families was held with great fanfare, painting the entire sky red. The festive atmosphere was shattered by a loud crash as the main gate was obliterated. A few guards ran out to block the way, but Bei Chen sent them all flying like birds with a single kick. The group only had time to let out a scream, "Ah!" Now, who would dare to stand in his way? The others, sensing some major drama, gathered and started whispering, "What's with the tension?" While another guy squinted at the stranger. "Who the hell is this guy? How dare he come and ruin a happy occasion?" Bei Chen's face immediately turned smug, his voice as nonchalant as a main character's. "I am Jiang Baiken, and I am here specifically to claim the bride, the eldest young miss of the Tang family, Tang Huanruo." Seeing this, Tang Yan crossed his arms and sneered, "Hey, who gave you the balls to come here and steal someone else's girl? Huh?" Standing beside him, Guo Long's blood pressure shot up upon hearing that. "Where's my blade? Bring it here. If I don't send this brat to the afterlife today, then my last name isn't Guo." The young man started to lose his patience, glaring at the 2 goons and declaring, "I came to take my bride peacefully today and don't wish to get my hands dirty, so don't push me." Tang Yan immediately changed his tone, speaking sweetly to Bei Chen. "Hey little bro, today is a joyous day for our Tang family. Bloodshed would spoil the fun. How about this? I'll give you 2 T-Hills. You come work for me, and you'll have more beautiful women than you can handle. How's that for a sweet deal? Bei Chen glanced at him and replied, "No thanks, my family has plenty of T-Hills. I only want Huanruo." Suddenly, an old man dressed in a pitch-black robe like Batman stepped out. The old man cleared his throat and warned, "Kid, if you turn your tail and leave right now, I'll spare your life, so scram. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary." As he finished speaking, he shot the young man a scorching glare, the killing intent in his eyes slowly rising like smoke. Bei Chen wasn't one to be trifled with either, getting powered up the moment he was threatened. A tiny, gleaming golden vortex appeared in his palm as he began to charge his technique. Glaring back at the old man, he growled, "I came today to bring Huanruo home. Who are you to stop me?" After saying that guy pointed at Bei Chen and yelled like a megaphone, "Get him, take him down for me." Immediately, a crowd of minions rushed into attack. Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice rang out. "Let's see who dares to make a move." Jin, he led a formation of incredibly cool-looking Taoist priests toward the young man. She bowed respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, we're late. Sorry to have given you a scare." Hearing this, Tang Yan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He reverted to his taunting tone to threaten her. "Hey, Miss Cow, today is my sister's happy day, and I don't want anyone ruining the party. If you insist on protecting this brat, then our 2 families, the Tang and the Guo, aren't to be messed with either." Another female voice cut in, "Oh, is that so? My Shi family will be watching today to see what you 2 families can possibly do." Tang Yan's jaw dropped when he saw her appear. Shi Yun. Why? Why is it you? His mind was a complete mess. What the hell? This guy has only been in Miaojiang for a few days, and he's already formed such powerful alliances. The young woman announced to Bei Chen, "Mr. Jiang, the reinforcements have arrived." The young man then turned to the enemy side and coldly ordered, "Hand over Huanruo. Otherwise, I, Jiang, will make a scene here today." Tang Yan frowned, extremely annoyed by the young man's cocky attitude. "You," Huanruo, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke up to intervene. "Stop fighting, you guys." She was dressed in a brilliant red wedding gown. Her face as radiant as a flower, she called out in a sweet voice, "Brother Jiang." The young man stared at Huanruo, mesmerized, not even blinking. He was frozen for a few seconds by her dazzling beauty. After she spoke, Bei Chen opened his arms and pulled her into a tight hug, comforting her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to take you home as my bride." Huanruo whispered in a guilt-ridden voice, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry." Suddenly, a servant ran in, out of breath, to report, "Young master, it's a disaster. The Corpse King has invaded our Guo family's territory. The Great Earth Master has led the mages to quell the chaos. But our team ended up taking heavy losses. Even the Great Earth Master was wrecked by the Corpse King and is now completely poisoned." Guo Long, who was still holding a grudge against Jiang Beichen, stammered when he heard the shocking news. What? My dad got hit too?" The servant replied, "Please calm down, young master. After the Great Earth Master ate the mountain ginseng, the situation has temporarily stabilized." Tang Yan was furious, grabbing the man's collar and yelling, "Your Guo family has run out of mountain ginseng, haven't you?" Standing to the side, Huanru's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, father, what's wrong with you?" She immediately thought of Bei Chen, grabbing his hand like a lifeline and whimpering, "Brother Jiang, are you a divine doctor? Please, I beg you to save my father." He replied calmly, "Settle down, don't panic. Take me to see the situation first." The scene shifts to the girl's family estate, where the future father-in-law is lying down. Without a word, Bei Chen delivered a powerful strike to the old man's wrist. Instantly, a mouthful of dark blood spurted from the man's mouth. The 2 young people screamed in terror, "Father." The old master physician standing by simply smiled, stroking his beard with a look of profound wisdom to reassure them. "Rest assured, it's just the poison from his heart being expelled." Master Tang clutched his chest, his jaw dropping in amazement at his potential son-in-law's skill. "Your medical skills are truly extraordinary." The young man clasped his hands humbly. "You 2 are too kind. It's just a meager talent. The corpse poison from that old Earth Master has been dealt with. However, he'll still need to rest for a while. He won't be able to walk normally until the remaining poison is completely flushed out." The father-in-law cleared his throat, squinting as he asked the young man, "Hey, young man, I hear you want to marry my daughter?" Bei Chen nodded firmly, his voice resolute. "Yes, sir. I am determined to do so, no beating around the bush." Master Tang then made a proposal. "The Tang family is not short on money. We don't need any betrothal gifts. But marrying our daughter to an outsider is something that has never been done before. How about this? The Mountain God Assembly is coming up. If you can win the title of Shaman King, I'll approve the marriage to my daughter right away, no more questions asked." Hua Ruo, standing beside them with her face as red as a beet, frantically tried to intervene. "Father, are you serious? How is that even possible?" Tang Yan also chimed in. "The Mountain God Assembly is a gathering of absolute monsters. It's not just the great shamans who will be competing for the top spot. There will also be martial arts grandmasters and mysterious wandering cultivators. All of them are incredibly tough opponents. How could this kid possibly have a chance at winning? The old man leaned in to look at him, his voice full of challenge. So, what do you say, kid? Do you dare to take the challenge? Bei Chen just smirked. He replied coolly. Okay, it's a deal. Hua Ruo rushed forward and grabbed her lover's hand tightly. Frantic with worry, Bei Chen, the mountain god assembly is no joke. Can't you please reconsider? He pulled her closer. His gaze was as gentle as water. Hua Ruo, you have to trust me. This is a promise from a man to his woman. Master Tang let out a cough, interrupting the romantic scene. All right, that's enough. In 3 days, it will be the Miao People's Festival. The Mountain God Assembly will take place after that festival. You should go and prepare thoroughly. He then added one more thing. For the sake of Hua Ruo's reputation, you two are not to see each other again before the assembly. Bei Chen nodded. Very well. In his mind, he had already made a firm resolution. I must win this Shaman King title so I can officially make her my wife. Bei Chen, A Wei, and the others went for a stroll around town. The weather was picturesque, the festive atmosphere was bustling everywhere, and the sound of laughter filled the air. People eagerly flocked to watch the various entertainments, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. A Wei said excitedly. They have dragon boat racing, buffalo fighting, and all sorts of things at the festival. It's a lot of fun, Mr. Jiang. We have to go check it out. Jin, he also nodded in agreement. That's right. Suddenly, Bei Chen noticed a temple up ahead and asked, what's that temple over there? She replied, oh, that's the ancient god's temple of the Miao people. It's been here for ages. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off, and whispered to the other two, let's go check it out. Something smells fishy. The three of them walked up the moss-covered steps and entered the ancient temple. Just as they crossed the threshold, they saw a group of people kneeling devoutly, muttering as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Bei Chen froze for a few seconds at the sight. Before him was a giant painting of a glowing, bright yellow beetle, flanked by 2 slithering, bright green snakes. He blurted out, golden cicada. Suddenly, Bei Chen felt a strange surge of energy. He quickly clutched his chest, wondering what the hell was happening. The golden dragon inside me is making a racket. I thought it was already snoring away. Meanwhile, the leading Taoist priest, the whole group suddenly felt a strange chi drift by, making the old Taoist priest jump as if he'd been burned. He hastily raised his staff to the sky like he was trying to catch a Wi-Fi signal. His voice trembling uncontrollably, he shouted, good heavens, it's the ancient god. The ancient god has revealed himself, people. The minions behind him rejoiced as if they'd struck gold. Oh my god, the ancient god has been... Well, this is just great. Bei Chen thought to himself, and, while the crowd was busy with their trance, he quietly turned to slip out the door. This place is too much trouble. I shouldn't linger. It's safer to leave now. Although his mind, that golden cicada from before, was acting like it wanted to rebel and move out. I'm sure I made it sign a lifetime employment contract when I caught it, so why is it throwing a tantrum now? Bei Chen quickly came to a conclusion. It seems that something you hunted down isn't as reliable as something you raised yourself. Oh well, if it can't be taught a lesson, I'll just have to send it on its way for an early reincarnation. Just then, a servant with eagle eyes spotted him and hurriedly pointed him out to young Master Guo Long. Look who's here. He frowned, giving our guy an annoyed look, then sneered. Well, if it isn't Jiang Bei Chen, this guy has a lot of nerve, daring to show his face here again. Guo Long, still salty about last time, waved his hand to command his cronies. Get him. Boys, let's go have a little talk with him. Du Sheng, standing nearby, smirked with utter disdain, then turned to flatter him. Brother Guo, do you have some kind of feud with this brat? He let out a brazen laugh. Ha. Little punk, surprised? It's your unlucky day to fall into my hands. Guo Long took a small box out of his pocket, flashing a wicked grin. This grudge is a deep one. As he spoke, a bright green snake shot out from inside the box and slithered onto Guo Long's arm. He roared furiously, this brat dared to steal the woman I love. Today, I'll make sure you disappear for good. Du Sheng laughed inwardly. My father told me to engage more with the great young Master Guo. This is a golden opportunity to get on his good side. The guy immediately seized the chance, stepping up to suck up. The feud over a stolen woman is a grudge one cannot live with. Brother Guo, let your little brother handle this for you. Bei Chen simply smiled at the circus act before him and asked softly, are you all sure you want to spar with me right here? The other guy didn't deign to answer, just let out a loud snort. With that said, a brilliant golden light suddenly gathered in the man's hand. Du Sheng launched a surprise attack that looked as gentle as a dance, but its killing power was no joke, leaving a long streak in its wake. The man laughed in delight as if he'd hit the jackpot. You little brat, I'm a chi condensation grandmaster. I can move mountains and fill seas with a mere wave of my hand. If you're scared now, then hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Brother Guo, and maybe I'll spare your life. Hearing this, Bei Chen couldn't help but burst into a sarcastic laugh. Move mountains and fill seas? I think you might have a slight misunderstanding of what moving mountains and filling seas actually means. The moment he spoke, a small vortex of energy started forming in his palm, then erupted. It unleashed a terrifying stream of power that shot straight towards the sea. This little demonstration was enough to stir up the ocean, creating mini tsunamis that sent several people sitting on a boat flying high into the air. He casually remarked, "Now that's what moving mountains and filling seas is supposed to look like." Then, he turned to glare at Guo Long and his crew. His gaze clearly expressed his intent to show them the door. He began gathering an even larger sphere of energy in his hand. It looked like he wasn't just bluffing, it was a genuine threat. Guo Long and Du Sheng were scared out of their wits, their legs gave way, and they flopped right onto the ground. It was only then that the guy realized, stammering, "You're a martial grandmaster." Guo Long was scared witless and begged for his life, so Bei Chen lowered his hand and began to teach them a lesson. "Consider yourselves spared this time, but you better watch out next time." After saying that, he felt a sharp cramp in his gut. The pain was excruciating, so Bei Chen quickly turned to make a run for it, as sweat was already streaming down his forehead. "This damn bug is causing trouble again. I have to get home and suppress it immediately." Guo Long clenched his fists, shooting daggers at him. "You just wait. In 3 days, at the Mountain God Festival, I'm going to tell my dad to deal with you. Let's go, guys. Asterisk. Quick scene transition asterisk. Whoa, the scenery here is absolutely surreal, like something out of a painting. Inside the room, an old man is calmly brewing tea. Kwa Q asked doubtfully, "Great Elder, are you absolutely sure that's the golden cicada?" The old man nodded firmly, positive. The mural contains a secret left behind by the Witch King. Only the golden cicada can receive its signal. Yao Liet looked thoughtful and stated bluntly, "I'd bet my old life on it. It's definitely the golden cicada, no doubt about it." Kwa Qa then pried, Don't tell me your younger brother Yao Hong is back? I remember that unique character. He was the one who swiped the golden cicada back then." Yao Liet waved his hands dismissively. "No way. I just did a tarot reading last night, and the card said he's kicked the bucket. The golden cicada has a new master now." The other man froze for 5 seconds upon hearing this. "What? Yao Hong is really dead?" Yao Liet smirked at his old friend. "What's the matter? Aren't you glad he's pushing up daisies? You should know that my brother took the fall for you back in the day, Kwa Q, so you wouldn't get reamed out." After hearing this, the other man slowly pushed himself up, his voice sulky. "Great Elder, must you be so harsh with your words?" Kwa Q's voice suddenly deepened. "That year, your brother Yao Liet was having an affair with the Witch Queen, and unluckily, the Witch King caught them. If we hadn't sent off the Witch King, I'm afraid your entire family would have been wiped out." He sneered. "But whatever, there's no point in dredging up the past now. Our two families are in the same boat, as long as during the Mountain God Festival. If I become the Witch King, won't this entire land of Miao be ours to share?" Yao Liet calmly lifted his teacup. "Easier said than done. The Mountain God Festival isn't some village market where only your family is participating. Look, you have the Tang family, the Tao family, the Shi family, none of them are pushovers." Kwa Ku quickly reassured him, "Just calm down. I've already joined forces with Wan Zun, the #1 Grandmaster of Lingnan. When the time comes, he'll carry the team for me." He let out a cunning laugh. "Besides, that bunch from the Tang family still thinks I'm on my last breath from the corpse poison. A mere brat who dared to betray the Kwa family, who dares to aim for the Kwa family's Mountain God title. Just you wait. After I become the Witch King, the first thing I'll do is to make that little girl from the Tang family the Mountain God's wife." 3 days later, the Mountain God Festival officially began, revealing a magnificent arena. The crowd swarmed in, eager for drama and ready to watch the fiery battles. Bei Chen looked around and exclaimed, "This stadium must be nearly 1,000 years old. Right, Jin?" He explained, "This is an ancient battlefield. Way back in the day, whenever the tribes had a conflict, the Witch King would herd them all here to settle it with a one-on-one duel." His face lit up with excitement as he grinned at everyone. "Come on, let's go check it out." Bei Chen strode into the arena with the confidence of a supermodel when a voice as sweet as honey called out, "Bei Chen." It was Hua Ruo, waving her hands wildly to cheer him on. "You have to do your best." Bei Chen looked at her with an affectionate gaze and replied confidently, "You got it." In another corner, Hua Long was fuming as he tattled to his father, "Dad, that's the guy who stole my girlfriend. You have to get justice for me." Kwa Q's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The old man scolded him, "You disgraceful son. Are you really crying for your father to get revenge over a girl that's already been used by someone else? Our Kwa family doesn't make a habit of picking up leftovers." The head of the Tang family, sitting nearby, heard this and slammed the table, questioning him with a furious expression. "Kwa Ku, how dare you insult my daughter?" The other old man replied nonchalantly, "Hey now, I'm just stating the facts about what your daughter did with that kid." This clueless buffoon's comment made the family head absolutely livid. all he could do was shoot daggers at the man. The time had come. A dozen men lined up in a straight row, and a long whistle, like a train's horn, blew. It immediately drew everyone's attention. Elder Yao Liat, leaning on his cane and coughing, cleared his throat and announced loudly, "To all esteemed guests, I declare, the Mountain God Festival." Boom! Before he could finish, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and a Taoist priest appeared out of nowhere like Sun Wukong. The old man in the pitch-black cloak pointed straight at Bei Chen's face and yelled, "I, Wan Zun, am going to knock some sense into this punk." Bei Chen just smiled, ignoring the crowd's gaping faces. "All right, old-timer, I accept." The crowd began to whisper as they recognized the old man's identity. "Wait, is that Wan Zun, the powerhouse ranked 24th on the Hualong ranking? Does this guy have a screw loose or something to actually agree?" Tang Yan scoffed from the stands. "Little sister, your man is done for this time. Truly the recklessness of youth, daring to go against Wan Zun." Hua Ruo pouted with absolute confidence. "So what if he's Wan Zun? My brother Bei Chen can handle anyone." As she spoke, he leaped down from above, landing on the stage as lightly as a feather. His expression remained unchanged, while Hua Ruo cheered loudly from the side with blushing cheeks. "Go, Bei Chen." He shot her a wink that screamed, "I've got this." He had the air of someone who knew the trophy was his for the taking. Opposite him, Wan Zun was already in position. The old man spoke with a superior tone, absolutely certain of his victory. "Kid, you have no chance of winning. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I'll spare your life." Bei Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Make me kneel, you're not qualified." Hearing this, Wan Zun's blood boiled as he stomped his foot with a loud thud. The old man channeled all his energy and shot towards him like an arrow. In a flash, he was right in his face. His hand was already charged with energy, preparing to unleash a palm strike. He looked at the boy like he was just some rookie punk. "Time to die, kid." Wan Zun's hand almost connected with Bei Chen's face, but the boy simply took a light step back. The old man thought his one-hit attack had landed. To his surprise, he hit nothing but air, leaving a dent in the arena floor. The old man's face went blank for a second. Was that an afterimage? While Wan Zun was still dazedly looking for his target, Bei Chen's mocking voice rang out, "Hey, Elder Wan Zun, was that just supposed to tickle me?" Wan Zun was seething with rage, raising his hand to create a mini-energy vortex. "You impudent little brat, let me show you what real power is," the old man shouted, "Suction palm." Immediately, Bei Chen felt a powerful pull, as if he were being sucked in by an industrial-strength vacuum. His whole body was violently pulled forward. Wan Zun gloated smugly, "The suction palm is an exclusive technique of my Wan family, you know? Its suction is thousands of pounds strong, even a Grand Master would be helpless against it." Hearing this, Bei Chen just sneered. "Is that so?" Bei Chen said calmly. He went along with the suction, raising his leg to plant a kick right in the old man's face. The old man was still busy boasting and hadn't processed the situation yet, his eyes widening in shock. What? Fortunately for Wan Zun, his elderly reflexes were still sharp, and he dodged just in the nick of time. Bei Chen's kick missed and smashed straight into the floor. The arena floor shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Bei Chen flashed a terrifying grin, his eyes blazing as he stared at the old man. So close, what a pity. Wan Zun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he'd almost met his maker. He stammered, asking the boy, "Kid, how are you so freakishly strong?" Bei Chen chuckled, glancing at the old man's sorry state. "Me?" As the words left his mouth, he snapped his fingers, while Wan Zun was still confused. Kaboom! Several bolts of lightning as thick as pillars crashed down from the heavens. Bei Chen yelled, "Here's a special offer, Hualong's single plum blossom." This surprise attack caught Wan Zun completely off guard, leaving him looking utterly stupefied. It crashed down where he stood with apocalyptic force, the deafening sound blasting through the arena and leaving Wan Zun completely frozen. The old man was utterly shocked by the move's Hollywood-level destructive power, stammering, Are you Yi Jianmei?" Meanwhile, a giant fissure had been carved into the ground. The entire arena was split clean in two. Bei Chen glanced at the old man and sneered. "So, what do you say, Chief? Want to continue, or should we take a water break?" Yao Li appeared out of nowhere behind old man Wan Zun and patted his shoulder lightly. "Old-timer, if it's broken, it's broken. Don't push yourself into an early grave. This really stings. I never thought I'd be taken down by a snot-nosed kid I used to look down on." "Fine, I admit defeat." The old man clasped his hands in front of his chest. His attitude seemed reasonable, but his spirit was still as defiant as ever. He calmly made a cool remark, "A golden apricot blossom. Consider this old man's eyes open today." Hearing this, Yao Li perked up his whiskers. He boomed for everyone to hear. "This arena now belongs to Brother Jiang. Is there anyone else itching for a fight, wanting to clash with him? Step right up." The crowd of contenders looked at each other in utter confusion, their faces falling. Good heavens, he's just too overpowered. Yeah, Who can even compete with that kind of fighting? The old man shot a meaningful glance at Gua Kui, as if to say, "What's your call, boss?" The great shaman replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Jiang's divine skill is unparalleled. I humbly admit defeat. Well then, just hand over the Wu King's throne to Brother Jiang. What else is there to do?" The gears in Bei Chen's mind turned rapidly. Strange, why would that old Gua Kui give up so easily? Wasn't he drooling over this throne? Something smells fishy. There's something not quite right here. At the same time, Yao Li hurriedly straightened his clothes, putting on a serious expression like he was attending a parent-teacher conference. He presented the staff with both hands as if it were a priceless treasure, his voice booming. "Since the deal is sealed, Brother Jiang is officially the new boss of our Miao borderland. Brothers, cue the music." Immediately, the entire arena chanted in unison like a choir. "We pay our respects to the Wu King." Bei Chen maintained a noble composure, calmly accepting all the ceremonial gestures. His entire body radiated the aura of a sovereign as he waved his hand. "Dispense with the formalities, you may all rise." At his command, the crowd obediently raised their heads, their faces full of gratitude. "Thank you, Wu King, for your grace." Yao Li once again clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Reporting, "Boss. Next up is the Wu King must worship the mountain god to secure the throne." He replied curtly, "Lead the way." This is too much of a hassle, so they led him to a massive ceremonial altar, upon which stood a fierce-looking statue of a god, the very mountain god the entire village spoke of. As soon as he arrived, he looked up at the statue that was hundreds of feet tall and gave a slight smirk. Just then, Yao Li bustled over. The old man offered a few incense sticks, bowing repeatedly before the statue. A few servants hurriedly brought out a dazzlingly yellow imperial robe that was blinding to the eye. "If you wear this, boss, you'll look absolutely fire. This is the royal garment. We invite the Wu King to suit up." They swarmed him, helping him like professional stylists. Bei Chen put on the robe, meticulously careful to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. Once done, he walked towards the statue, preparing to kneel and perform the ritual. Yao Li hoarsely ordered the nosy crowd behind them. "The Wu King is worshipping the mountain god. Unauthorized personnel keep out." Bei Chen clasped his hands in front of his chest, feigning obedience. His every gesture exuded elegance and grace, but his authoritative vibe was still unmistakable. Out of nowhere, a basin of glowing red charcoal appeared before him. Yao Li then tossed in some joss paper money and a few scraps of paper. The old man began his same old tune. "Reporting to the Wu King, although you are the biggest boss here, you must still kneel before the mountain god. Otherwise, it'll be trouble when the mountain god gets angry." Bei Chen, who had been silent until now, suddenly broke into a smile that sent a chill down everyone's spine. He questioned nonchalantly, "I'm already the king. Why should I have to kneel and worship some god?" Yao Li gave a conspiratorial smile. "Brother Jiang, if you want to sit securely on this Wu King's throne, you must bow to the mountain god. Otherwise, we brothers will have to say no." Gua Kui immediately chimed in. "Exactly. A Wu King who doesn't worship the mountain god, who doesn't bow his head, what kind of ruler is that?" Bei Chen shot to his feet, retorting fiercely, "I, Jiang Bei Chen, only kneel before my parents in this life. You want me to kneel to some mountain god? In your dreams, darling." Yao Li's eyes widened, his face contorted with rage as if he wanted to eat him alive. Disrespecting the deity is the same as looking down on us people of the Miao borderland. You are not qualified to be our king. If that's the case, then consider the last solo match cancelled. Jin, he quickly jumped in to defend him. "Great Elder, Brother Jiang won that match fair and square. According to the law of the jungle, oh wait, the law of our ancestors, once the Shaman King deal is sealed, the boss has no chance of dethroning him." And Wei also nodded in agreement. "Absolutely right. Our Shi family picked Mr. Jiang to be the Shaman King. Boss Tang over there was present too, nodding his head like crazy. He brought his whole powerful clan, his face as serious as a heart attack, and declared, 'Our Tang family also casts a vote of support.' Then Jin he stepped up. According to the ancient family rules, to kick the Shaman King off his throne, you need 4 families to vote against him, but who would have thought the tables would turn a full 180 degrees? Our 3 families have already locked in our choice for Mr. Jiang. His claim to the Shaman King's throne is by the book, completely legitimate." Guo Kui was left speechless, his face frozen like a statue. People rushed to restrain Yao Li, but he acted as a peacemaker. "Boss Guo, calm down, take it easy. If the 3 big bosses have already come to an agreement, then I, Yao Li, am also speechless. I won't dare say another word. How about this?" The old man said casually, "Each of your 3 families can send 1-star player to pay respects to the mountain god in the new Shaman King's place to make it official. Think of it as an inauguration to seal the deal." Jin he immediately jumped at the chance. "Okay, deal. I, Cao Jin." He volunteered to represent the Shaman King in presenting the offering to the mountain god. Hua Ruo's father also spoke up. At the same time, our Tang family nominates young master Tang Yan as our representative. Inwardly, old Yao Li was ecstatic. "Heh, The fish took the bait. What a bunch of naive fools, he thought to himself. Good, let me send you all off in one clean sweep. But out loud he said in a warm, deep voice, wonderful, let the show. The old man cleared his throat and boomed like an MC at a wedding, pay respects to the mountain god. Just as the three actors knelt, the cane in his hands suddenly let out an otherworldly glow. Bei Chen sensed that something was off. He noticed the ground was starting to crack, and he mumbled, wait, something feels wrong. The crack spread as fast as 5G internet. Bei Chen lost his footing, and the entire group screamed in a terrified chorus. The ground split open like a cracker, swallowing the whole group into a deep abyss, as a clear voice screamed out from somewhere. Bei Chen, be careful. Meanwhile, Guo Kui and Yao Lai just blinked while watching the free-fall show, their faces completely nonchalant, and as soon as he glanced over at Yao Lai, the old man's face broke into a sinister smile, his eyes darkening. It finally clicked for Bei Chen, and as the realization hit, he thought in horror, oh no, so from the very beginning, there was no ritual at all, it was all just one big setup. He silently cursed Yao Lai out in his head, and when Hua Ruo saw her crush in trouble, she was about to go into world-saving mode, but thankfully her father held her back. Daughter, calm down, patience is a virtue. Now on the stage, only the two directors, Yao Li and Guo Kui, were left, along with two unwilling spectators, Hua Ruo and her father, facing a bottomless pit as black as night. The head of the Tang family frowned, opining calmly like a geologist. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that down there is the infamous Shilong Labyrinth Cave, and falling in is a one-way trip. Hua Ruo looked stunned and asked in a trembling voice, the Shilong Labyrinth Cave? You mean the labyrinth of death that's rumored to have a 9 in 10 chance of death for anyone who enters, father? Her father gave a sharp nod. That's the one. Then he turned to Yao Lai. Old man, if I'm not mistaken, you knew this was a trap all along? You dare to trick the Shaman King? The old man shamelessly argued back. Now, Boss Tang, don't make false accusations. It was clear he was disrespectful to the mountain god, so he got a taste of instant karma. How is this my fault? Guo Kui laughed out loud, gleefully adding, that's right, you pay the price for disrespecting the mountain god. By the rules, he had it coming, ha ha ha. He chuckled to himself. This was my plan B with Yao Lai. I can't believe it worked so perfectly. I never thought it would be this effective, Guo Kui thought to himself. Now that nomad kid is as good as dead. Now it's time to take care of the rest of you. Without hesitation, he announced his ultimate goal. The current Shaman King is missing in action, his fate unknown. Therefore, I, Guo Kui, shall temporarily assume the role of Shaman King. Asterisk cut scene times to the deep pit where our main characters are in free fall. Deep underground, the aftershocks lingered, with rocks and debris raining down. Bei Chen's vision was clouded by dust, his consciousness was hazy as if he were drunk, and he let out several violent coughs. Looking at the gaping hole above, he could only slap himself a few times for being so careless. Who would have thought that old geezer would set a trap in broad daylight like this? Great, the high priest, right? Just you wait, I'll deal with you later. Kim Ha spun around and asked Mr. Han Jiang, hey handsome, you still doing okay? Bai Shen dusted himself off and replied nonchalantly, asking at the same time, I'm fine, but does anyone know what godforsaken corner of the world we're vacationing in? Kim Ha stammered. This place is... Kim Ha's voice drew the curious gazes of the whole group, and all eyes turned to her. Xilong's labyrinthine grotto. The group quickly scanned their surroundings. Good heavens, this place was beyond weird, with hundreds of bizarrely shaped rocks. Along with them were all sorts of caves, big and small. Kim Ha put on a serious face and declared grimly, the road to the underworld, the lair of... Unbelievable, is this Xilong's labyrinthine grotto for real? Baiken asked just to be sure. She immediately switched into tour guide mode and explained, Shillong's labyrinthine grotto is the eternal resting resort of the war god Shillong, you know. Only then did he let out an ah, as if he understood. Meanwhile, Tang Yan was already holding his forehead, playing the tragic hero, his voice mournful. Legend says this labyrinth has a direct highway to the underworld. Everyone, for mere mortals like us, it's a one-way ticket in with no return trip. Looks like we're really screwed this time. In the midst of his self-pity, Baiken suddenly perked up. The sound was as if on max volume, getting closer and closer. He quickly shouted, everyone, be careful. An army of gaudy yellow beetles, at least hundreds of them, was aggressively charging towards them. A single glance was enough to make one dizzy, too many to count. Tang Yan's face turned as white as a sheet as he stammered, What? What the heck are these things? Standing beside him, Baishan only had time to shout one word, run. And so, the Fantastic Four sprinted for their lives into the nearest cave to survive. Baichan, however, hugged the cliff wall, fumbling for an escape route. Deep down, he vaguely recognized this familiar aura as Yuan Ming Earth. Baikin's face suddenly darkened like the bottom of a pot. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? He squinted at the cave ahead, his heart full of suspicion. Could there be a secret garden hidden inside this demonic cave? Kim had turned to report the situation to Beishin. Mr. Jiang, it's all quiet behind us now. Those beetles seem to be scared too, not daring to venture in here. He slowly crept forward while voicing his theory. Them not entering proves there's something even more terrifying inside. Baiken frowned, clenching his fists out of the frying pan and into the fire. But we have no way to retreat. We've already committed, so we have to see it through. Let's just keep moving forward and see, especially since deep inside this cave. This secret garden makes me sense an aura with the same origin as the scroll fragment of the Xuanqing art. Maybe the treasure is right here. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of monsters dropped from the sky, pouncing on the group like a surprise party. Baichen was as fast as lightning. He dodged a fatal blow from one of them. The scene was as chaotic as a broken beehive, with monsters appearing one after another as if they were on sale. They attacked relentlessly in a blood frenzy. Kim Ha's team could only run for their lives towards the cave entrance. She only wished she could grow a few more legs to escape this haunted place. Kim Ha used every ounce of her strength to run towards the front, where a faint natural light glimmered. She panted as if she was about to run out of breath, stammering, Did we escape? All around them was the rustling of green leaves in the wind. It seemed they had just passed a level to reach another strange, hidden realm within the cave. Baiken stared intently at the scene before him and declared, This is it. The aura of the Xuanqing art here is as thick as cheap perfume. This is the very place where the other half of the Xuanqing art's remnant scroll is hidden. Tang Yan, however, had collapsed on the ground, completely out of breath. Gasp, wheeze. I'm exhausted. I don't want to run anymore. Just let me croak right here. Kim Ha ignored him and turned to ask Baiken, Where are we? Baiken shrugged. Beats me. I'm not too sure either. But this place seems to be a safe zone. Everyone can take a breather here for now. He turned and said to the group, This is a real dead end. There's no way out. What if this stagnant pond is the escape route? Well, I'll dive in and find a way. Wei anxiously warned him, Mr. Jiang, be careful of the river spirit. Hearing this, he took a deep breath like a professional swimmer. Then, with a splash, he jumped into the pond. Beichen doggy paddled while his eyes scanned the surroundings like radar. The aura here was incredibly dense. The remaining fragment of the Xuanqing Ju must be hiding down here. Beichen dove to the bottom of the pond and suddenly discovered a secret tunnel, like some kind of VIP entrance. So the young man cautiously swam in to check it out. After swimming until his arms were tired, he finally saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Beichen surfaced, panting like he had just run a marathon. He clumsily crawled ashore, and what greeted him was a massive stone pillar. The pillar was tightly bound by iron chains, looking utterly miserable. At its base was a stone tablet engraved with strange, alien-like symbols. Beichen looked up in awe. He smirked, the dragon-locking pond. Huh? Looks like this is the real VIP area, where the good stuff is. His eyes suddenly locked onto a very suspicious-looking scroll. It was completely wrapped in iron chains like a mummy, appearing to seal a powerful item. He muttered, Could this be? No sooner said than done, Beichen nimbly hopped onto the chains like a monkey, slowly approaching the scroll. A satisfied, unbearably sly grin spread across his face. The fourth fragment of the Xuanqing Ju, you finally decided to show yourself. Just as he was about to touch the treasure, a booming voice echoed, You've got some nerve, kid. He whipped around, his gaze as sharp as a knife fixed on the source of the voice, his tone dropping to a freezing point. Who's there? Beichen immediately pushed off his feet and shot into the air, charging straight towards the suspicious sound. Clenching his fist, he let out a roar to build up his momentum. Even if you're a real dragon, I'll teach you a lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, a vivid green dragon materialized out of nowhere. The dragon exuded a powerful aura, but Beichen wasn't intimidated, charging straight in to land a punch. The dragon, hurt by the blow, roared arrogantly. It then played dirty, whipping its tail at him and sending him flying like a baseball. Fortunately, Beichen had lightning-fast reflexes. He performed a graceful somersault in mid-air and landed safely like an acrobat. The green dragon raised its freshly manicured claws and laughed with delight. Ha! I am the water dragon, and you dare to fight me with brute force? What a fool! It was about to continue its speech, but Beichen didn't let it gloat for long. He replied, Is that so? Then try this on for size. As he spoke, a vortex of energy began to gather in his palm, signaling that something big was about to happen. Beichen leaped up with the force of a spring in his legs and instantly appeared right in front of the dragon. Beichen roared, Xuanqing palm, and the vortex in his hand expanded, turning into a brilliant golden light. He slammed the palm straight into its face. The poor dragon was immediately sent flying into the distance after taking the full force of the blow. It exploded into a shower of crackling sparks and vanished into thin air. Beichen landed lightly, thinking to himself, Now's my chance. He scurried back to the stone pillar, but life is never that easy. The dragon began to reform, as if to say, I'll be back. It roared, I was just careless, but now I am in my immortal ghost water form. You mere mortal are dead for sure today. Hearing this, Bei Chen felt a pang of panic. Heavens, ghost water? Isn't that the legendary tie-in true water from the dawn of creation? Oh my god, is this dragon trying to drag me to the underworld with it? His legs were instantly frozen solid, leaving no escape. The only way was to stand and fight it one-on-one. This winged lizard charged towards Bei Chen at lightning speed, its face contorted with fury, determined to finish him off. Terrified, Bei Chen screamed for Jin Chan. Hey buddy, if you don't help me, I'm a real goner. Remember, we're connected. If I die, you're going down with me. As soon as the threat left his lips, a main character's aura flashed from his body. Seeing this, the dragon opened its massive maw, intending to swallow Bei Chen whole. Whoosh! The dragon shot forward like a rocket, the whistling wind feeling like it could rip his skin off. It closed in fast, its gleaming maw ready to devour the main course right in front of it. Just as it opened its mouth to gobble up Bei Chen, wham! An invisible force smacked it and sent it flying. The dragon was infuriated, roaring as if someone had just snatched its food. Huh? What in the world? Bei Chen looked completely baffled, unable to process what just happened. Seeing the dragon fuming, he scrambled over to the stone pillar. He told himself, this is a golden opportunity. I have to quickly remove the talisman from the sea-calming divine needle, or if that thing revives, we're all dead. The moment Bei Chen grabbed the scroll sealed by the talisman, clang, crash, the sound of iron chains clashing echoed like a wild rock concert. And just like that, ta-da! The iron chains wrapped around the stone pillar automatically snapped open like broken rubber. From within the pillar, a sorrowful voice cried out, I cannot accept this. Boo-hoo-hoo. Hearing this, Bei Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like it was finally over. He glanced over at the strange carvings on the rock wall, his voice suddenly sounding cool. Well, isn't this the ancient secret technique of the demon sect, the Lotus-born, the real deal? He patted his chest and muttered, Hey, buddy, inside of me, don't tell me you're trying to lure me into learning the demon sect's techniques, making me fall to the dark side, are you? The golden cicada inside responded with a few cunning-sounding chirps. Just practice the demon sect's secret technique, and we will become one, a superfusion. If we don't fuse, it's simply game over. He smirked. What an offer. I can't refuse. A bold thought popped into his head. Oh well, if I have to become a demon, so be it. Bad boys are always hot anyway. No sooner said than done. Bei Chen plopped down on the ground and began to cultivate, not forgetting to lecture the golden cicada. Techniques themselves are neither good. Whether I become a Buddha or a demon is my decision to make. Let's go all in. With that, he sat perfectly still, absorbing the cultivation method, the surroundings so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of his own breathing remained. Then, a brilliant golden light began to swirl like a blender before shooting right into his body. A piece of that divine light landed on Bei Chen's forehead, making him grimace from the sharp pain, as if he'd just eaten a hot... Bei Chen suddenly snapped his eyes open, and they were now glowing crimson like headlights, despite just having absorbed golden energy. He smirked triumphantly, feeling ecstatic inside. It's done. He stared at his hands, feeling as if he'd just beaten the Lotus-born game and tamed an awesome golden cicada pet. Seriously, to get closer to this golden cicada, I really had to learn the demon clan's arts, Bei Chen muttered as he pushed himself up to his feet. He reassured himself, oh well, no point dwelling on it. I'll just consider this a huge score. Asterisk, the scene quickly shifts to outside the cave. Asterisk, the exit led to a village that looked pretty chill. In the village, Gua Kui was holding a wine cup, grinning obsequiously. Oh, great Elder Yao Lai. My promotion to Shaman King this time is all thanks to your immense grace. I, Gua Kui, would like to offer you this drink to show my gratitude. Elder Yao Lai immediately poured cold water on his parade. Don't celebrate too soon, my friend. Although you are now the Shaman King, the exit has already been locked down by my corpse king. Everything is going according to my plan, but that country bumpkin is a real bug in the system, so unpredictable. We still need a few backup plans to be safe. Gua Kui chuckled. What's there to fear, boss? I've already turned eldest Miss Tang Ra into a fallen flower cave maiden, even if that guy makes it back alive. I'll have more than enough ways to shut him up for good. Yao Li set down his teacup, his expression thoughtful. I hope so. For some reason, my gut is telling me something's wrong. The elder stroked his beard, muttering like a fortune teller. I just feel a sense of foreboding. As he spoke, the sky darkened and rain poured down, as if the heavens themselves were in sorrow. The atmosphere was as gloomy as a horror film. Hua Ruo was kneeling before a golden statue, muttering to herself, I heard my name is Hua Ruo, and I'm the lady of this statue? But it seems I'm already spoken for. Her face looked visibly weary, likely because her memories weren't loading properly. It seems her memory has been completely formatted. But who is my husband? The memories in her mind flickered on and off like a TV losing its signal. The shadow of some man was holding her tightly. Everything was spinning like a top. It hurts. But before she could finish complaining, Kwa Long cut in. If you can't remember, then don't. No need to strain your head, wifey. Look at me, I'm here for you now. She jumped in surprise. Huh, who are you? He and Du Sheng grinned sleazily like a couple of creeps. The night is young, so let your husband come and warm your lonely heart. Hua Ruo's blood boiled. How audacious. I am the saintess of Miao Jiang, not some cheap vegetable from the market. You too, get lost and clear the air. Taking the opportunity, Hua Long pressed forward, roughly grabbing her wrist. Saintess my foot, you expired old hag. You've been fooling around with an outsider and still have the nerve to call yourself a saintess. Be a good girl now, and let us brothers have a little fun. With that, he yanked down her clothes, his lecherous face unmistakable. Hua Ruo thrashed wildly, let go of me with your filthy hands. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a thunderclap sounded as if God had cranked the speakers to max volume. Hua Long jumped out of his skin, his soul nearly leaving his body. Holy crap, is the sky falling? You scared the heart right out of my chest. Du Sheng also got the creeps and nudged his friend. Hey man, maybe we should change locations? This is a sacred place after all. We shouldn't be messing around. The guy laughed like a madman, his hand tightly gripping Hua Ruo's tear-streaked face. What's there to be afraid of? There are no ghosts or demons these days, it's all just scams. Just then, an ice-cold voice rang out, cutting through their cheap drama. Are you two planning on doing business with her? Hua Long was scared out of his wits. He spun 180 degrees, getting into a defensive stance like a cornered cat. Who's there? Du Sheng took one look and recognized the familiar face, stammering, It's you. Jiang Baishan. Why are you as persistent as a hungry leech? You're still alive. He didn't bother to answer, because at that moment, his rage bar was completely full. His face looked incredibly tense. Without another word, he immediately unleashed a spell combo. Baiken just needed to give his hand a gentle flick. Several blinding golden rays shot towards the two perverts, sending them flying. Get out of my sight! Hua Long was hit by the blast and screamed in agony. Arg! The two scumbags hastily stumbled back a few steps, their faces pale as they watched Baiken advance towards them in slow motion. Hua Ruo was now completely limp, slumping to the ground, looking as fragile as a bubble tea about to spill. She looked up with her sparkling eyes and asked, Who are you? And why are you so handsome? Baiken immediately knelt on one knee in perfect romance novel hero style, gently caressing her cheek. He answered nonchalantly, I'm your husband. She froze for a few seconds, murmuring, Husband? He then covered her eyes with his hand, his expression automatically switching to dark mode. But his voice remained as sweet as sugar. That's right, Hua Ruo. You just go to sleep. Leave the rest to me. I will go and get justice for you. Hearing this, Hua Ruo drifted off peacefully in Baiken's arms. He gently scooped her up, holding her close in a princess carry. His voice was as cold as Antarctic ice, the Kwa family. Meanwhile, in another development, the head of the Tang family was shouting himself hoarse. Hurry, mobilize all our associates to protect the Tang family. Hurry up, the Tang family cannot be wiped out. Yao Lai leisurely strolled over, clapping loudly, well, as expected of the Tang family. You're quite resilient, lasting this long against my horde of zombies. The Tang family head was boiling with rage, pointing a finger right at the old man's face and cursing. Yao Lai, you're a respected protector of a clan, yet you raise the undead to cause chaos and slaughter the people of Miaojiang. Aren't you afraid of heaven cutting off your Wi-Fi? The old man sneered. Divine punishment? Look around. Does it seem like heaven gives a damn about me? At that same moment, Baishan, having finished his hero saves the damsel act, leaped down from the temple and rushed towards the Tang family estate like a bolt of lightning. He cut in between them. If heaven won't handle it, then I will. As he finished speaking, he shot a razor-sharp glare at Yao Lai. Just as he was about to clear out the trash blocking his way, the shuffling sound of an entire troop echoed from behind. Leading that circus troupe was none other than Jin He in a way. Yao Lai's group reflexively turned to see what was happening, as the two boss ladies brimmed with confidence and declared coolly, You forgot about us. At this moment, Tang Yan was carrying the Princess Hua Ruo, striding proudly toward the head of the Tang family. Dad, I'm back. And the hero Jiang Baishan even delivered Sister Hua Ruo back safely. The father was moved to tears. It's good that you're back. It's so good. Bei Chen then pulled out a massive bundle, waving it in front of the two old geezers, Yao Lai and Gua Kui. Then he smiled knowingly. Do you two old-timers recognize this item? As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped it with a thud, and Gua Long's body was revealed, lying sprawled on the ground. Gua Kui froze for 5 seconds, his face turning pale with both fear and rage, and he roared, My son, you little brat, you dare make mincemeat of my son. Leaning on his staff, Yao Li taunted him, feigning the wisdom of an elder. Hey, young man, you're not a local from Miaojiang. It's best you don't stick your nose into today's business. Gua Kui stomped his feet like a child denied candy, snapping, Why are you wasting your breath talking to him? I have the Corpse King in my hands, plus this 1,000-legged centipede pet. You think we can't take care of this outsider brat? True to his word, the old man waved his hand, and with a whoosh, a centipede as large as a warehouse appeared. Bei Chen was no pushover either, getting into a stance ready to fight Guokui to the— He glared back in response, cut the comedy act and come at me all at once. Hearing this, Guokui ordered the centipede and the corpse king to launch an all-out assault. The old man's cunning voice rang out, "Then this old man will watch and see just how capable the number one of Hualong is. Tear him apart for me." Bei Chen slowly closed his eyes, his hands beginning to move through incantations like a sorcerer. Instantly, a brilliant yellow, Super Saiyan-like aura enveloped him. He muttered, "Let's see who's the real top dog here." The centipede had already lunged in close, just an inch away from snapping him up. Suddenly, Bei Chen's eyes flew open, shooting a fiery glare in its direction. Countless bright yellow laser beams shot out towards the centipede. His attack sliced the creature into pieces like a sausage, as easy as pie. Yao Li was scared out of his wits by his power, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You've gone berserk again." Upon hearing this, Bei Chen just scoffed. His expression was as if he had just heard a terribly lame joke. He shot the old man a bone-chilling glance and casually replied, "I really hate that word." After speaking, with a casual flick of his hand, a stream of light gathered in his palm, forming a powerful energy blast. The light shot out and struck Yao Li directly. The old man was hit, riddled with internal injuries, and coughed up a mouthful of blood before letting out a shriek. Yao Li collapsed onto the ground. Seeing his comrade in trouble, Guokui scrambled over to him. "Old man Yao Li, are you done for?" Guokui quickly helped the old man up. Yao Li tremblingly pointed at Bei Chen and stammered, run now. This guy is using cheats. We can't beat him." The old man replied, "Run where? There's nowhere to run." Yao Li slowly struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, speaking with difficulty as if he were out of breath. "Jiang Bei Chen, you've reached a new peak of power. With such heavy killing intent, be careful, the heavens don't strike you down." As he finished speaking, the sky suddenly flew into a rage. The thunder was deafening, and then it converged into several massive bolts of lightning that struck straight down at Guokui. The old man felt a pain as if he'd been run over by a steamroller and screamed his lungs out, "Ah!" Bei Chen could only let out a sarcastic smirk. His voice was a mix of mockery and anger. Heaven's punishment? Then why didn't I see any heavenly punishment when you people forced Sister Huaruo to drink that amnesia potion? He held Huaruo tightly and walked towards them, enunciating every word. "Hand over the antidote for that mind-wiping potion now, or you'll find out why the sea is salty." Yao Li stammered, the water of oblivion. It doesn't have an antidote." Bei Chen's patience was running thin. "It doesn't?" The old man felt death beckoning and frantically waved his hands. Wait, don't send me off. The water of oblivion truly has no antidote, but there is a way to cure it." The brilliant yellow light tightened around old Yao Li's neck, and my boss ordered coolly as if he were ordering takeout, "Old June, explain." "Now, the water of oblivion is an heirloom specialty of the Ju Li tribe, and only Jiao Ji water can cure it. Your Majesty, Sorcerer King, I know I was wrong, please spare me." Before the old man could even finish his "I was wrong" song and dance, the golden threads tightened, sending the once proud elder Yao Li to meet his ancestors, ending his role rather abruptly. After cleaning up the two leftovers, the boss skillfully scooped up Sister Huaruo and made a quick getaway. Oh, and if anyone wants to find Sister Jiao Ji, just go to Kunlun and ask, "Hey Shui, go take a spiritual journey to Kunlun, will you?" Bei Chen shot a sidelong glance at the ghost lady and said coolly, "All right, now it's your turn. Beautiful. He's broken. He's not the man he used to be. How could you?" "Spare him." The ghost lady shot him a determined look and offered an incredibly good deal. "Spare his life, and in return, I'll stay here at the ancient god temple and act as a guardian for all of Miaojiang, cleaning up the aftermath for you." He liked the sound of that and nodded instantly. "Deal. And from now on, Miaojiang officially belongs to me." A voice suddenly boomed out of nowhere, startling Bei Chen, who looked around confusedly. "Huh? Zhao Jun? Why did you just pop up here?" The man was panting, reporting with the urgency of an express delivery man. "Boss, I have 2 pieces of urgent news. First, the big boss is summoning you back to the capital for a new— Second, your crush, Miss Jiang, has been taken away by the Zhang family from the capital." Bei Chen's face grew grim as he listened, deep in thought. The Zhang family from the capital? Before he could fully process it, Zhao Jun was already urging him frantically, "Boss, we need to pack our bags and go. We have to head to the capital immediately." His future father-in-law, the head of the Tang family, suddenly stepped forward to block his way. "Wait. If you want to go save that beauty, you have to marry my daughter first." Zhao Jun's brain short-circuited upon hearing this. "Huh? A wedding? For my boss?" He quickly covered Zhao Jun's mouth. "It's a long story. I'll tell you later." Then, turning to his father-in-law, Bei Chen thumped his chest and promised, "Father, You can be 100%. I will throw the wedding of the century, make Huan Ruo the most powerful woman in this land, and give her the title of Shaman Queen. His father-in-law snorted, "Humph, for now, I'll trust that your intentions are true." Of course, the precious daughter of the Tang family could never be a mere concubine. 3 days later, red silks were hung everywhere like a massive sail. Flowers were scattered about, and a loud MC's voice announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let's welcome the bride and groom to the stage." Bei Chen took Huan Ruo's hand, and they walked up the steps as if on a red carpet, then performed a deep bow. They bowed in unison to their elders, a picture-perfect second bow to the parents. Finally, the couple faced each other for a loving bow to one another. And that's a wrap. I mean, the ceremony is complete. Huan Ruo whispered, her voice laced with sorrow, "I'm sorry, but I think there's already a place in my heart for someone else. The thing is, I have amnesia, so I don't know who that person is." A gentle hand lifted her face. Bei Chen leaned close, whispering in a voice straight out of a romance novel, "It's all right. You'll remember eventually. Just trust me. I'm your personal amnesia antivirus." A short while later, seeing the guests were busy drinking and celebrating, Bei Chen quietly slipped away. Zhao Jun blocked his path with a serious look on his face. "Boss Bei Chen, it's time to hit the road for the rescue mission, boss." He replied curtly while walking. "Right, let's go." In a flash, a car was speeding toward Yunshan, carrying the two serious-faced men. Zhao Jun's voice piped up. "The big boss gave you a deadline of half a month to report to Beijing, not a second late. So this trip to Yunshan has to be a quick one. We don't have time to mess around." Bei Chen, however, didn't seem to care, leaning back in the passenger seat as if, "I heard the big boss was at death's door last time. What's the latest on his drama? Have you investigated?" Zhao Jun, a skilled driver, quickly answered, "Sir, the big boss's condition is classified as top secret and can't be investigated. However, based on the military department's bright red seal on the order, it's so we can be 100% certain that the big boss himself is calling you back to Beijing." He frowned, his mind racing. If the big boss gave the order personally, then why am I only allowed to hang around Wei Cheng and not go straight into Yanjing to stir things up? Zhao Jun theorized, maybe the big boss heard about the earth-shattering trouble you caused before, so he's probably afraid you'll fly off the handle and cause a huge scene again. Bei Chen completely ignored that and changed the subject. "Enough, let's drop it. So what about Jiang Lai's whereabouts? Have you heard anything?" Zhao Jun answered while steering the car. "I've got nothing, boss. Ever since Miss Jiang was taken by the Jiang family, she's completely vanished. It's like she never even existed. The only recent street rumor is that the old master of the Jiang family is trying to find a good match to marry Miss Jiang off." His face darkened as he snapped, "That pretty boy from the Chen family is already gone, so who is there to marry? Is this a joke?" Zhao Jun's own expression soured. "According to my intelligence, the Jiang family has fallen on hard times lately, so the old master is hoping to use a marriage alliance to secure a lifeline and reinforce their family's prestige in the capital." The car slowly pulled into a narrow alley, the two men's conversation continuing inside. "Oh, and one more small thing. We investigated and found out that Miss Jiang's mother has passed away. The streets are saying that after a massive business failure, that lady was so devastated she had to seek a thrill. Just hearing that, this whole story sounds there's definitely more to this case. I have to dig deeper." "Yes, sir." Just like that, the two of them zipped over to the scene, where Zhao Jun frantically reported to him, "Sir, the coordinates for the Vanson royal residence have been secured." Bei Chen let out a classic overbearing CEO imp half, then pushed open the car door and stepped out like a deity, admiring his mind was a tangled mess. How on earth am I going to explain this Huan Ruo business to the wife, even though he knew that for a ghost king, having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but the lioness at home was a firm believer in monogamy, and the thought alone was enough to know he was doomed. While he was racking his brain, there was a knock on the door, followed by Shuiten and "You can be my crew." Bei Chen quickly held up a hand to call for a timeout. "Hold on, Xu Yu, there's something I need to come clean about." Xu Yu paid him no mind, pushing him down onto the bed and narrowing her eyes with a knowing look. "What is it? Don't tell me you were gone for just a few days and already managed to plant a seed somewhere." Bei Chen froze for 5 seconds, a strange smile on his face as he thought to himself, a woman's sixth sense is no joke. Seeing how anxious he was, Xu Yu covered her mouth and giggled. "Ha ha, look at your face, you're scared stiff. I'm not some kind of monster, you know? Why are you wound up so tight?" she whispered. "I used to be the one who would get suspicious over nothing. I won't be like that anymore." After saying that, Xu Yu leaned in close, lightly tracing his lips with her finger. "Now, shall we continue the project we left unfinished?" "Okay." The word had barely escaped his lips when Bei Chen's eyes shot open wide, and he coughed up a mouthful of cherry syrup. A mysterious energy inside him suddenly went haywire, sending Xu Yu flying like a ragdoll. "Ah!" She scrambled to her feet, calling his name worriedly. "Bei Chen." But Bei Chen's eyes were already squeezed shut. He was trying to contain his Wan Than Ju technique, cursing internally. This is strange. Why are the demonic energy and the lotus life force inside me suddenly going at each other's throats? They've always kept to themselves before. He panted, trying to connect the dots. I think it was from that moment. Right when I agreed to Shui Yu's request, some strange energy hacked into my system. Bei Chen's brows knitted together as he racked his brain. Ah, I remember now. This strange Wi-Fi signal was shared with me when I connected with Huan Ruo. Could it be that because that energy supply is running low, the two forces inside me are now tearing each other apart? The young man couldn't stop theorizing. To get a full recharge, I probably need to find my power bank, Huan Ruo. But the problem is, that power bank has had her memory of me completely wiped. For now, I'll just have to use the Xuan Thanju to suppress this internal chaos. With that thought, Bei Chen's Phew, it's finally stable. Luckily, that damn golden cicada inside me didn't take this opportunity to go wild, or I'd have been a real goner. Just then, Shui Yu was crouched in front of him with a worried expression. Bei Chen, are you okay? Bei Chen quickly waved his hands to reassure her. I'm fine, still breathing, so don't worry. Hearing this, Shui Yu threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Thank goodness, you scared my heart right out of my chest. He looked visibly flustered. Shui Yu, She looked up at him with an understanding gaze. It's all right, I understand. You must be tired from your journey, so your equipment is on strike, right? Just focus on maintenance until your body is in top shape. I'm not in a rush. Bei Chen breathed a sigh of relief. My dear wife is so understanding. Thank you. Shui Yu snuggled into his embrace, comforting him. It's no big deal. Even if someday you really have performance issues, I wouldn't hold it against you. Bei Chen's face was as black as thunder, as if he'd just been sucker punched. He suddenly tightened his grip on her shoulders, making Shui Yu clear her throat pointedly. Hey now. Bei Chen leaned over her, a devilishly sly grin spreading across his face. Wifey, my engine's all revved up now. Want to take it for a spin? Shui Yu, no pushover herself, cheekily replied. Bring it on. Just as things were heating up, an uninvited guest arrived. A loud knock-knock echoed, followed by a chirpy voice from outside. Cousin, are you in? Shui Yu quickly called out, I'm here. Bei Chen had to slam on the brakes, his face completely deflated. Shui Yu gently caressed her husband's cheek, consoling him. Sorry, my dear husband. I'll make it up to you double tonight. She hurried to open the door, asking, What's up? Lian slipped inside, shot Bei Chen a sideways glance, and let out a long, drawn-out "oh" dripping with sarcasm. Well, if it isn't my eldest aunt's live-in freeloader brother-in-law? She crossed her arms, tilted her chin up arrogantly, and ordered. Hey, this young lady here is thirsty. Go get me a glass of water. Bei Chen retorted coolly. What? Are your hands and feet broken or something? Lian was fuming and jumped up. You good-for-nothing, Jiang, you piece of trash. How dare you say I'm paralyzed? Do you believe I'll tell my sister and have her kick you out of this house right this instant? Bei Chen's face darkened, his voice laced with killing intent. The door is over there. I'll give you two choices. 1. Get lost on your own. 2. I'll escort you out via the aerial route, Bei Chen said nonchalantly. On my turf, there's no such rule as don't hit women. Lian smirked contemptuously, snorted loudly, and pointed straight at his face with a challenging tone. Hit me? You useless bum. Bring it on if you've got the guts. The moment she finished speaking, Bei Chen's face turned stormy. Without a word, he shot out his hand and snatched her by the neck. She was dragged by the scruff of her neck by Bei Chen like a kitten, struggling frantically. Let go. What are you doing? He coldly tossed her out the door like a sack of garbage. Lian, seething with rage, stood outside pointing and shrieking. Jiang Bei Chen, you useless freeloader. You. He just turned back and shot her a look as sharp as a razor. Get lost. She still wouldn't back down, yelling, Jiang Bei Chen, you just wait. I'm going to tell my younger aunt and rat you out for everything. Bei Chen slammed the door shut with a bang. Seeing her husband scowling, Shui Yu spoke softly, Bei Chen. He glanced at her, his tone sulky. What now? Do you want to let her back in so she can keep calling me useless? Shui Yu quickly waved her hands, putting on a pitiful act. That's not what I meant. Just then, Zhao Jun rushed in, out of breath, to report. Brother Chen, about the madam. I've found out everything. He motioned with a serious face. Let's talk upstairs. Bei Chen walked past Shui Yu, and though he was still scowling, he didn't forget to tell her, Zhao Jun and I have something to discuss. I'll probably be away from home for a few days. Take care of yourself while you're at home. She mumbled. Okay, while her mind was a tangled mess. Is my husband really angry? In the room, Bei Chen. Once upon a time, your boss's mother was a true matriarch of wealth who built the entire Xichen Empire. But as the old saying goes, good times don't last forever. and Sichen's subsidiaries started getting caught up in major scandal. They were being investigated by customs for transporting a bit too much white powder. His face was dead serious, like something out of a Hollywood movie. And your boss is the current vice chairman of the group. Back then, she was director Jo Union. To avoid doing hard time, she played the best friend's card and begged your boss's mother to take the fall for her. Your boss's mother was also terrified, afraid the customs officials would discover she was the mastermind behind the whole operation. So in the end, overwhelmed by the drama, your boss's mother made a rash decision. Bei Chen rubbed his temples, looking pained. So what happened to that witch, Jo Union? Zhao Jun immediately reported. She has now climbed her way up to become the chairman of the Sichen group, sir. Not only that, she cut ties with your mother, spreading rumors that she was a stain on the company's reputation. A real two-faced backstabber. As a result, your mother was relentlessly ostracized by everyone in Jingqi. The Jiang family also wanted to disown her, nearly throwing her out on the street. Our boss clenched his fists into stone, struggling not to lose control, then growled out the name, ZOU Union. Seeing his boss was about to erupt, Zhao Jun quickly tried to calm him down. Boss, calm down, calm down. Bei Chen growled, acting like a big boss. Zhao Jun, in 3 days, we're taking a trip to Jingqi. I want to check on the well-being of that lady, and also as an introductory gift for my mother. He replied seriously. Yes, boss. 3 days later, in Jingqi. Sunlight shimmered on a massive villa. Boss Bei Chen was staring intently at a map like a gamer about to beat the final boss, muttering, after all this grinding, I finally found the goatskin treasure of the Xuan Qing's secret art. This land of Suzhou is vast and as crowded as an army. Plus, it's full of mysterious places, just like in the movies. Kunlun must be this red dot here, the boss said, pointing at the map as if choosing a vacation tour. The creator of this secret art is really playing hard to get. What's the meaning of this confusing map? Are they trying to make me go trekking in Kunlun? Or is it hinting that Suzhou just got a new map update? Whatever, I'll finish the main quest in Jingqi first, then I'll take that trip to Kunlun later. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a ding from outside the door. Boss Bei Chen, there's new information. The boss turned and gave a short command. Speak. Hearing the order, Zhao Jun dashed in, his face as tense as a violin string. I just got some hot news. In 1 hour, there's a really interesting auction at the Linyuan building. They're auctioning off an oil painting by your mother, with a super profound title, Worldly Dust. Our boss just crossed his arms and gave a look that said, the boss raised an eyebrow more dramatically than an actor. Something of my mother's? Zhao Ju nodded sharply, his voice full of drama. That's right, boss. And the Linyuan building also belongs to our family. This painting was a fancy commission piece. Your mother hired a big-shot Italian artist to paint it back in the day. And it was also the spiritual child your mother cherished the most. Hearing this, Bei Chen grabbed the cloak from the chair, getting ready to transform. The boss threw on the cloak, a super cool smirk on his face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a stroll around the Linyuan building and see what's up. The fancy car screeched to a halt in front of a building as huge as a stadium. Boss Bei Chen stepped out and looked up, probably getting a crick in his neck. Then the boss slowly glided inside, but was blocked by some men in black guards who spoke as seriously as if giving a speech. Excuse me, sir. Today is a private party hosted by Chairwoman Zhou. Hey, this corporation's parties are limited edition. If you don't have an invitation, please turn back, buddy. Bei Chen crossed his arms, his face looking smug. I'm here to check on the well-being of a few people who needs an invitation. With that, he yelled, Zhao Jun, cue the music. Then, a punch, like a bolt from the blue, landed on the two guards, making them squeal louder than stuck pigs. Oh my gosh. The onlookers behind them switched to gossip mode, whispering, where did this dude crawl out from? Daring to cause trouble here at Linyuan, he's got guts bigger than the sky. This Linyuan building is the home turf of the matriarch Zhou Yunyan, you know? She's backed by 4 heavyweight families. This guy must have a death wish, looking for a way to go play with the worms. Then 2 other guards, emanating killing intent, rushed forward with their love batons. You damn brat. The whole group swarmed Bei Chen and Zhao Jun like they were capturing international criminals. Suddenly, a clear female voice called out, hold on. A young woman with her arms crossed, looking like the boss, winked at a subordinate. This handsome young master is a dear friend of mine, sweetie. Don't you dare bother him. The subordinate immediately bowed 90 degrees. Yes, eldest miss. Ah, so it turns out this girl is the beloved granddaughter of the big boss, Zhou Union. Zhou Qing. Bei Chen furrowed his brows, his brain unable to process it. Since when were we friends? While he was still bewildered, Zhou Qing gracefully glided over, beaming, and linked her arm with Bei Chen's as if they'd known each other their whole lives. Hey handsome, I happen to be missing an escort for today. How about you be my reluctant date for the evening?